Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on you.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tua takes a snap, pulls it back out, throws it, touchdown. It's Tyreek Hill.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the live Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ featuring Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And that was pretty boring last night. I feel like we've been on a decent run of primetime games in terms of the entertainment value. Thursday night and then for a long time Monday night, are they getting screwed by Sunday night getting all the games? I feel like we've been on a pretty decent run. But last night, as Bobby said before the show started, who would have thought that Sean McVay versus Mike McDaniel would be so boring? But the Miami Dolphins get a huge win, a really bad loss for the Rams, 23-15 Fins.
Quite a bad win for Miami. Now they are now still not going to make the playoffs, and now they're just going to get a worse draft pick at that point. But thankfully, we don't have to hear anyone try to sell us on the L.A. Rams as a, you know what, maybe they can do this, maybe they can do that. They got Matt Stafford, they can make some noise. We don't have to hear any of that for them. They're just a very average team.
Yeah, RJ suggested that we do a mid-season show review for our predictions, which I think is a good idea. I was thinking about a lot of the quarterback power rankings before the season, and the two biggest ones that we took issue with were Aaron Rodgers being kept up there by so many people, Dan Orlovsky because he's on McAfee, and Dan wants to be in the cool kids club, and Matt Stafford with Bobby Belt in studio, rolling his eyes and fighting with Zach Wilczek over it. And here we are.
Yeah, I won the Matthew Stafford-Dak Prescott argument. Clearly, Dak is the better quarterback, I think, is what we learned this season. The Rodgers and Stafford stuff. I don't think Stafford's been terrible at times. He still looked okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, last night was 46 attempts, and I mean it was Cooper Rush like the air yards. It felt like for Matthew Stafford yesterday, and so it was just an incredibly boring football game.
Yeah.
And those two teams right there, Miami. I don't know if I understand they've dealt with injuries and everything else. I don't know that there's a team I've been more off about than I would have never thought they'd be sitting there looking as bad running the football as they have.
When things are a little bit boring, got to try to go ahead and drum up some comedy, and Troy Aikman and Joe Buck did that with, I think, Jalen Waddle saying he lost a football in the lights. When was this played?
This was in L.A.
The sun different out there?
Well, it was a night game, so that helps.
Oh, it was a night game, and Waddle said he pulled a Cowboy.
You don't see this very often, as that just went right through his hands. You know, they got the right coverage that they were hoping for that play, and you see Jalen Waddle saying that, saying the lights got in his eyes.
Go ahead. It wasn't the sun. It wasn't the sun.
I'm going to leave that one alone, but now the lights are getting in people's eyes.
I stopped down and thought about Aikman for a few minutes last night, and I was just telling myself, this is actually what the Cowboys need. How can Jerry Jones save his end of GM reputation? And, Washington brought back Joe Gibbs, that elevated the love of the city back for the football team with Dan Snyder owning them. It did not work out very well. But, man, you go and pull something. Troy Aikman is so serious. He's about the culture. He's no nonsense. And he didn't want to touch that joke too much when it came to the lights blinding a player. And I was like, man, if Jerry Jones could pull a rabbit out of the hat and just say with a big announcement, press conference, Troy Aikman is the new general manager, the whole city may give Jerry a final pass.
Ooh.
I know it's never happening.
Would they give him a pass, or do you think people would be like, typical Jerry, just throwing it to somebody with no experience, one of his old legends? You don't think?
Oh, there would be parades. there would be parades being thrown, I think.
What was it was on your odds? 100-1 as the next head coach for Troy. So
right.
I mean, those are good value.
I mean, hell, they already don't believe in positional value, so why not bring somebody who also doesn't in? That's what they would do.
Now, where do you keep sticking to that from? Where your Aikman material? You come up with the same old two jokes for Troy. Where are you getting that from?
He always says in the broadcast, "I'd kick it here."
I don't think he does.
He does. He's still.
I think that's an old ass narrative you hanging on to.
No.
Get some new material.
He's better on 4th and 1, but he still errs on the side of take the points. If anybody ever says take the points, I know they don't pay attention because there's no such thing as taking the points because it's no guarantee you're going to make the kick.
That's the Broncos.
Right. But I know you got to be able to joke with Aikman about that because he does still err on the side of kick the field goal.
I don't know about that. I was trying to listen to Belichick last night, but they took off for that game. They're going to be back for our game, Cowboys Texans Monday night.
Just do all the games or don't do any of them. Like that stupid show that you don't know when they're on. Week to week, you go to flip it up. Oh, they're not on this week. Like, how do you? No wonder the ratings suck.
I don't know. That whole thing needs to just be an ESPN Plus. Not worried about ratings and throwing stupid former guests on there. Like,
they're
we're
probably putting up better numbers on that channel than what the alternative programming would be.
Probably.
Maybe
cornhole,
maybe. But I'm just saying, it'd be better to have it as a separate broadcast on a streaming thing where you're not worried about having to throw out. All right, well, we're gonna have Snoop Dogg on now for the next 3 drives. Just give me Peyton and Belichick in there watching the game and reacting live. That's all I need.
Did you imagine if Monday Night Football went up against Cornhole and the Manning it was on ESPN 3 and it beat the Manning cast?
Micah Parsons responds to the criticism from yesterday that's coming up at 6:20. Post Hut Clarity with Bobby rewatching the Cowboys massacre against Filthy at 7:20. Commercial-free expressway with a Tolo ticket giveaway to hook you up with. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. Just adding to what someone said, the football version of The Office. Yesterday, when McCarthy was speaking, there was a sunblock set up, and Mike went right ahead. I got to give him props for comedy. I mean, he's Dave Chappelle compared to Jason Garrett around here, and he stood up there and he goes, "What's that? Block the sun?" And that went viral. Millions of reactions to the Cowboys actually blocking the sun for a press conference, but not for the game. But we do have to be journalistically accurate because it later came out one of the TV guys did it.
It was Noah Bullard. It was
NBC5?
Pat Donnie's camera guy.
Yeah.
Who this is also the same camera guy that Mike McCarthy previously shoved. That we seem to conveniently forget about because Mike jokes and talks in a Pittsburgh accent, so we give him a pass for doing all sorts of things that we wouldn't give to other people. But yeah, this is the one that Mike essentially assaulted on the field one time, and he still was kind enough to put up a sunblock for him.
How amazing was that, though, when you first saw it?
Oh, my God. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
You thought it was intentional.
I thought it was they were also just playing a joke on us, too.
Yeah.
Surely they're just this is somebody in PR who gets it, recognizes what's going on, and was like, all right, we're going to make a massive joke out of this. Because otherwise, I would be convinced we are just in a script.
That's a quality gamble, though, from Noah. To put that up there and not know, I don't know how this is going to be received. PR may walk in here and be like, I don't like this. This is not funny.
Right.
But, yeah, they throw that out. Jane, she's always asking for that on Sunday mornings, that same shade. Whenever the sun starts coming through the top panel there during her Sunday morning hit, she'll always be like, I need the shade. I can't. I'm getting sun in my eyes. I can't do it. So Jane can't play with the sun in her eyes either. So
that was not the biggest Cowboy comedy, though. It was not Aikman. It was not the sunshade during McCarthy's press conference. It was the Dallas Stars.
The Stars numbers the other way. Marchman with Sagan fed there. Score! Tyler Sagan on the power play and make it a half dozen here in the first for Dallas.
The Dallas Stars go out in the first period against Mario Lemieux and the Pittsburgh Penguins and score 6 times in the first period. In the first period of their hockey game, they make Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy's life even more miserable by matching their scoring output in their entire football game.
Mason Marchman had a game. They were skating with a purpose early on. It was fantastic. It was a tremendous first period. Tremendous. by the Stars. I think everyone scored on their top line. Like everyone scored. It's just a really fun game to watch early on. And then obviously you weren't going to be able to keep that up. They weren't going to go out there and score 18 goals in a game. And they basically just kind of ran the timeout on Pittsburgh because they didn't really score the rest of the game. They scored one more goal.
They weren't going to be able to score 18 goals, but Money Puck says that they were expected to score 4, and the simulations on the deserve to win-o-meter, Sean, gave them a 76% chance to win. So this was clearly a dominant effort, thanks to the commentary from MoneyPuck.com.
Second time in franchise history that they scored 6 first-period goals. First time since March 1971. First time that the Penguins allowed 6 goals in the first period of a home game. So there's the Stars bouncing back from the 4-1 loss at Winnipeg. That was the big matchup that people were looking forward to on Saturday. And they had scored a total of 6 goals in their previous 3 games. Bam, 6 in the first.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not bad to lose to Winnipeg. Winnipeg is beating everybody right now. I mean, they're 14-1 for crying out loud. They're an absolute wagon. They're like, what we saw this a couple years ago with Boston when the Bruins got off to a great start. They like set the record for points or whatever. I mean, Winnipeg is going to be like, I mean, they're knocking on that door already.
Cool little moment with the Detroit Lions fans. This was a flight, Choppy?
Yeah, they were flying back to Detroit, and this was during the Lions game against Houston. This was near the end. And you know how when the flight attendant or the pilot comes on the speaker, we're going to make a right turn here, or then we're going to go there.
Right turn.
They, obviously when you're watching something on the little TV, the airlines that still have TVs, they will.
What?
I don't think a pilot's ever just announced like every turn they make.
No, but they'll be like, well, we're going to fly over Memphis, and then we're going to make a right turn, then we're going to head towards Virginia Beach.
Yeah, flight attendants prepare for landing.
So the flight attendant's on the speaker getting ready to give some instructions, and this is about the time, and everyone's watching the game on their phones or TVs or tablets. This is about the time they're about to kick the game-winning field goal. And again, when they come on the speaker, it stops everything. It pauses the TV. It turns the sound off.
So was this like on the plane network where you can go on the regular
live TV?
Because it was NBC.
Yeah, this was on the back of the seat, and so it'll go PA in progress.
Because I was like, how is everyone sitting here with better access to this than we have the Maverick games in my living room?
No kidding. So see if you can pick up on this. Like as expected, it did not go over well for the flight attendant.
It's been our absolute pleasure to have you on board tonight. So, congratulations, Lions. My apologies. I was given misinformation.
Yes! No!
You know what I hate from that? In a group/crowd setting, you always have to have the sports person who tries to be first. And that's what that guy was. There's no way you could react with a yes on that kick that touched the flag on the left upright, but you got to be prove it.
That's right.
Prove it, Lions
like,
fan.
Yes. No.
He's Marv Albert. Yes.
Yes. Well, that was a pretty cool moment, and maybe Detroit is America's team.
Oh, they
Stop
are.
it.
They absolutely
America's sweetheart.
Sure.
Yes, they are absolutely America's sweetheart for sure.
Ask Jake. We'll bring him in here. We'll let him talk about it.
Is he raising his hands there? Double fist pumping. Jake Riepma in the back there. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Franklin LaFranco Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but yesterday Micah promised he was going to respond. What type of fire did he throw back at all the media for his comments over Mike McCarthy inside the Star? Here on Sean and RJ next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Micah Parsons responding to his Mike McCarthy criticism that was created in the post-game with Yahoo Sports after the Eagles beatdown. I did find throughout the day yesterday that common sense was starting to prevail. It really makes these morning shows on ESPN look so much worse. Mike Greenberg, he's complicit in all this headline porn stuff. Part of the reason I can never stand him. But they overreacted the most, unfairly putting up the part of Mike McCarthy can go somewhere else. Well, then First Take adjusted and got better and included the entire quote, basically getting and understanding that Mike McCarthy can still coach in his later years. Zach Martin would not be able to continue to still play. And then by the time we got to like Ryan Clark later on at night, ESPN, pregame Monday Night Football, it seemed to have settled down a little bit with people taking Micah's side. I heard Maggie and Perloff this morning. Of course, she was still anti-Micah. Perloff was like, this was a tremendous overreaction by a lot of people in the sports world.
They have to. Yeah, that's their dichotomy that was presented. By the way, Perloff very wrong when Maggie said Micah Parsons is part of the media now. And he goes, no, it's not. He's just got a podcast. Well, no, if you're named the president of Bleacher Report Sports or whatever, like that is a media title.
One of the clips I did not hear, Choppy got from Rex Ryan, who was blasting number 11.
He doesn't deserve that. Mike McCarthy, no coach deserves that because the hours, trust me, my friend, the hours this guy's putting in, no player is putting in the work that a head coach is, I can assure you. And look, you can have some private issue, all right? Go to the owner, go to whoever, go to Mike McCarthy. But why the hell do you think you need to say that why do you need to hurt this man? Who do you think gets blamed for everything? He gets it anyway. And so why are you piling on? All right, yeah, dead man walking. Yeah, he is. But you know what? He's professional as hell. He hadn't once blamed a damn player, ever. It's bullshit.
Yeah. And I'm glad you said that, and I'm not the least bit uncomfortable with you using that word because that is exactly what it actually is.
Oh, so they didn't bleep that on TV?
They did not. That was a Peyton Russell special.
Oh.
And not a very good one either.
Thank God this wasn't Thursday at 7:20.
McAfee just giving everyone freedom over there. Everyone can curse now. So that is Rex Ryan calling it BS. I think the most important response to start with is the head coach of the football team whose work ethic was possibly being questioned. Mike McCarthy yesterday at the podium.
Well, I think like anything with post-game remarks and really any remarks, when it does create questions for others in the locker room, something that I've always done. Conversation has to happen. So Mike and I had a conversation this morning about it, and handled those things as men should handle it. That wasn't his intent, and so that's something he can talk on. But the other part of it too is what comes out of this too, all the way around. Questions for others, and also I don't want to see my players get attacked also from the other side of this too. So we have so much more that we need to focus on, and that's really what we talk about pretty much throughout the day to day. Is just we just got to keep it about football, bear down on the things we know we need to improve on, build off of some of the things that we felt like we got better, throughout these games coming out of the bye. But these are the things that you need to eliminate from your culture.
McCarthy added something that I found pretty fascinating and insightful when he said, here's an example of how these types of things, because we always say, did these distractions matter? Do they really hurt you guys? He said, well, right now I'm just only on play 6 of the Lions-Texans game film review to get ready for Houston. And normally I'd be a lot farther than that because I spent a lot of time this morning on this. I spent a lot of time reviewing what he said, going to the player, having the sit-down conversation. And he said, basically, the Texans are 2 hours ahead of us in terms of their prep time so I thought it was insightful in terms of...
I'm listening. Keep talking.
Go ahead.
No, I was listening to your
This is why y'all need to be on the fan cam. Just look at his face. Look at his lips. Look at his lips purse up.
Rex Ryan, it sounds like he's putting in a whole hell of a lot of work. If what should have been 2-minute conversation was enough of a distraction, that it puts you behind 2 hours. It's silly. It's greasing the tracks for another unprepared football team on Monday. That's what he's doing, and it's silly. And he's done getting a pass. He's done getting any sort of benefit of the doubt. And I don't want to hear it in that clip within it where he's like, I thought we did some good things, changing things up out of the bye. You thought you came out of the bye and this team looks any better?
I felt.
Oh my God!
I felt some sympathy for Mike yesterday in the presser. I tuned into G-Bag.
He's doing it effectively. Then he's doing his propaganda effectively. Congratulations, Mike.
Well,
You're
not
getting
enough
people on your side.
Not enough to save him, but I felt some sympathy for Coach yesterday and listening to that entire press conference. His tone definitely changes when all the arrows are landing on their football team, right to the heart. Jerry Jerry changing a little bit, McCarthy changing a little bit. They also asked him, when did you get used to the noise around here? I'm not even... From now, I'm just going to look straight at you. I'm not going to look at Bobby.
When will you or when did you?
Bobby's going to throw me off.
My God, the worst thing about the Micah thing, the thing that hurt Mike most about the Micah thing is that he's absolutely right. Is that everybody in this building has put forward more work than Mike McCarthy ever has.
All right, that's just not.
Yes, it is.
It's just not. It's not factual.
Unless you want to talk about self-sabotage work, like the way he's installed this offense that's caused everything to go off the rails.
I will say this. When that work ethic part of Micah's comment came out, I did think of the Green Bay story for a split second. I did think of his work ethic being questioned. Again, I think the story was overblown. I think we did a good job of covering that in a reasonable, common sense way yesterday. But I did think back to the Green Bay story when that article was calling out some of the work ethic.
Yeah, I mean, but consider the source right now. The source looks like an idiot, Aaron Rodgers.
It was not just Aaron Rodgers in that story. That was a big part of it. But, I mean, you also got to remember, Brian Broaddus talked about this the first year or two that McCarthy was here, the stuff that he was hearing internally of people that had worked with him, about how the work ethic's not totally there.
And the fact that Jerry keeps saying, and he's going to say it this morning at 8:30, he keeps saying like it's a political point that he's trying to build off of. Mike's the hardest working coach I've ever seen. Mike works this, Mike works that. The fact that he says it so much has me a little bit curious. I'm like, why do you keep saying it so much?
Well, look, I mean, I've always found that if somebody tells you how hard they work, they're probably not a hard worker.
Yeah.
Like if that's the only thing that you have going for you.
And that goes for anything.
Right. If you tell you how religious you are, how smart you are, how much money you have, generally you're just a gas bag.
Mike was asked...
Is that a term, gas bag?
No, I don't think so.
I think it is.
Mike was asked, when did you get used to the noise around here? He's like, probably 2021. Probably 2021. Jerry told me it was going to be a circus, and he ended up being right. It was it?
Yes.
Gas bag?
Gas bagging.
Nice. Well, look, they've butchered this dictionary so much. I don't give credit to any word.
Gas bag might be. I don't think gas bagging like gas lighting is a thing, is it?
Yeah, gas bagging, yeah. That's what you put in, gas bagging.
Micah Parsons on his podcast, of course, on Bleacher Report, he reacted to the Mike McCarthy reaction.
I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. So never once did I ever intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question.
Well, you're conveniently leaving out the second part of your quote when you said Zach Martin has worked more and did way much more than Mike McCarthy ever did. So you're conveniently leaving that part out, even though I do feel like Micah was victimized yesterday by ESPN. He also had a little side swipe. There's one thing in this quote I want to see if y'all catch it, and it jumps out. He had a little side swipe towards Rex Ryan.
And then for a guy like Rex Ryan, I just know he wanted to coach the Cowboys. Like, I'm perfectly happy that we have Zimmerman, because if we have a guy that's willing to go on TV and provide this type of nonsense, imagine what he could do to a locker room. Like, that's just honestly just outrageous to me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe our quarterback, Dak Prescottino, could come out here and he'll throw the pass to C.D. Lammerman.
This is why he calls him Zim, I guess. He's called him Zim all year. Does he think his last name's Zimmerman? He might. But that is a little bit of a side swipe. That sounds like it comes from the Rex Ryan school of
the Zimmerman or the Rex thing?
Both of them.
The side swipe.
Yeah, both of them.
He's like, Rex Ryan wanted to be here. Imagine what our locker room would be like then. So he took a shot at Rex's defensive coordinator resume.
Changing names.
And possibilities. But Mike Zimmerman. Maybe it does all permeate from there in terms of getting names wrong.
Letty.
Letty
Williams, right?
I'm perfectly happy that we have Zimmerman.
There we go. Damian Woody blasted. Again, I feel like the earlier in the morning you're on, the more you're going to get it wrong versus take your time, get in there a little bit earlier, try to be reasonable, not just first takey. And Damian Woody basically was like, who are you to be talking when you're hurt? Who are you to be talking when you're not out there on the field? And it sounded like Micah was hurt by a former player's thoughts.
And at the end, a guy like Woody, right, a former player, he's a Super Bowl champ, he should know the significance of, one, throwing out someone's injury. Like, I wanted to get injured. Now, that's blatant disrespect. I've never missed a game in my career, not college, not high school, not even to about 4 or 5 weeks ago to injury. To say that I'm just missing games because of injury, like it's just some injury after I suffered a significant injury playing the game that we love, someone who's been around teams and legends at that can say, like, that's how I know we all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do.
So he's right about that. Damian Woody was wrong with the whole injury point that he was trying to bring up.
I don't know what that commentary even is. And they're on a bad streak, national TV in general, just questioning injury and work ethic of Cowboys players after James Jones' crap last week about Dak. So, no, I mean, I think Micah came back perfectly in time for what that injury is.
Mike Zimmerman and Tom Laundrie?
Oh, gosh.
Did this happen? I was very careful and hesitant not to fall for an AI trap or something. Bobby, did you see this at the stadium? What is this?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it live. I saw it obviously get tweeted around, but that's... I want to believe it was doctored, but that looks like a photo that's kind of hard to doctor. And so
Did you see this, Choppy?
It's all over, like, the reputable sites, like reputable places that it's all that it's true.
First coach in Cowboys history and a World War II veteran recognized for his service during a video montage during the game, but David Moore confirms it said Tom Laundrie.
Cool.
Which is worse, though, Tom Laundrie or the curtains?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Which is worse?
Yeah, which is more egregious, the oversight. Getting Landry's name wrong or just refusing to hang up curtains.
Landry.
Laundry's awful. Especially when they're honoring veterans. You can't even get the coach's name right.
It's pretty simple. I mean, it's pretty simple, like, error to make, but also a simple one to correct.
I don't know. So A-N, right? A and N on the keyboard. I'm looking at what's on the keyboard. The U is about as far away from those two letters as you can get. Which means that was not... This is like they thought the name was Laundry when they typed it out. Or they have autocorrect on their video board, which is weirder.
Can you imagine how jealous other people in sports talk are of us? Of gold?
Not when they see our paychecks.
I don't know. How many reads do you have today, Chad?
I was going with the content. Yeah.
Yeah, you be quiet over there.
877-881-1053, dealing with the football version of The Office. That was a tweet that I saw yesterday. 877-881-1053, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. You thought the fan text was lit before? Wait until these topics. The MAGA fine for Nick Bosa and the national anthem controversy for Michael Strahan. Do you absolutely have to have the hand over the heart? Get ready for the fan text to blow up over this one next.
After
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Can't wait for RJ's college football kegger at 7 o'clock this morning. Post Hut Clarity on your home of the Cowboys at 7:20, along with a brand new Tolo ticket giveaway to hook you up with. And, of course, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. My brother, thinking he's a funny comedian, texting me, "You're going to ask Jerry how the weather is this week?" Monday night, dumbass, won't matter. Although I guess it did for Jalen Waddle last night, complaining about losing a ball in the lights. Okay. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I will ask RJ Choppy which one he would like to start off with, Magabosa or Strahan Anthem?
Let's go Strahan.
Okay, good. What happened?
So Fox did their obviously yesterday was Veterans Day, so Fox on Sunday was on like a aircraft carrier or some battleship doing their show, and they during the pregame show and during the entire ceremony, all the Fox hosts get up there and they're standing up, and all the military members are there, and the band comes out and they're going to play the national anthem. All right, so everybody's standing up, everybody is in line. And they start playing it, and, you know, it's going to all the servicemen. They're all saluting, and then it pans over to the Fox crew, and you see every single one of them, and they're all there standing up in a row, and at the very end is Michael Strahan, and all of them are just standing there, and they got their hand on their heart, and Strahan has his hands in front of his body crossed, his arms crossed. Not his arms crossed, but his hands crossed, like down near his pelvic region. And then on social media, obviously, people had a take on this one, and they were really laying into Michael Strahan how disrespectful this is to the military on Veterans Day. He is surrounded by men and women who would sacrifice their lives for his freedom. He goes on and on and on. Now, Michael's the son of a 23-year Army veteran.
Ouch.
Of the 82nd Airborne Edition, Major Gene W. Strahan Sr. Does that mean Michael's name is Gene, maybe?
Ooh, must be.
Or maybe he has a brother?
Oh, I guess that could be the case.
That could be the case. He also works with Merging Vets and Players, a nonprofit connecting combat vets with former professional athletes to help with their transitions. So, obviously, social media was quite ablaze with this one with Michael Strahan and the hand over the heart or not.
I'd like to point out that as Peyton played the national anthem, I was the only one in this studio who's put his hand on his
Well, you
heart,
still had your hat on there, Chief.
Yeah.
I can't even hear it.
Oh, well, it's over now.
Oh, well, there you go. I was like...
Big surprise. Sean didn't even hear the anthem. That's how much it turns out. This is why I took off last Wednesday.
So I have never been a hand over the heart person, ever. When I got married, stand up, hat off. my wife, we were at a game, and I think she's like, hand over heart. And I was like, huh? Now, I knew that people put their hand over the heart. I just didn't do it. And she's like, no, you got to do it. It's disrespectful. And I was like, okay, here we go. We have a...
You have your first fight?
We have our first... Not a fight. I was going to fight over it.
You're going to fight over the anthem?
Their first civil war.
Yeah, first civil war. Exactly. But, it's crazy. I thought of exactly what you wrote in your email last night.
Which I don't even remember what I wrote in my email.
The person who you thought of with the national anthem.
Huh? Kaepernick.
Not Kaepernick. No, it's
funny today.
Growing up, I just remember
he does say med input.
I didn't take it this morning.
Oh my gosh, holy mackerel!
Because you didn't.
You got a breakthrough.
When we were kids, the only time I remember the anthem being shown on TV as much was during an NBA game. Pre-game, like in baseball, you saw it, but they were a lot of times in commercial. NBA games would show it.
Yeah,
and it was always Jordan, and he was just had his arms behind his back, and he was just back, pacing back and forth. So that was who was in my memory.
Yeah,
as a kid, that's
hands are always behind the back, head down, chewing the gum, left, right.
It was
left,
just
right.
It was a moment for him just to kind of get into.
He was swaying.
Game face. Yeah, he was just swaying. It wasn't swaying like they're doing the Aggie War hymn.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't one of those things. He was just kind of going back and forth. Which is and nobody ever thought, oh man, he's disrespected the flag.
Right.
They thought Michael's just kind of getting into game mode, and this is he's just using the anthem as a moment to gather his thoughts or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Now, it's a custom. I guess it's not technically a law, but they do have guidelines for you. Like you could Google the guidelines for what you're supposed to do during the anthem, and the guidelines do say you're supposed to put your hand over your heart.
Okay.
But again, it's not a law. Like you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, General Choppy.
You are allowed to do whatever
It's not a law.
It's not a law.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to go to jail for it.
Yeah.
You might not get a quarterback job, but
you might not get a quarterback job. But I mean, I think most people would say if you're good at, when I go to a game, I'll take the hat off, obviously, and then I'll just put the hat. You put your hat like a baseball player would just put their hat on their chest.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you watch the Cowboys on the sideline, they all stand up there. Like half of them have their hands hand over wrist and just down or swaying or whatever. So especially somebody like Strahan who that was probably the way he did things throughout his entire career during the anthem, and just it was never noticed. But
yeah, all these loudmouths, all these dolts had no idea who his dad was.
Yeah, no, I'll always take my hat off and put my hat I'll hold it in my hand and put it over my heart. That's generally what I do.
Pepe, hand over heart?
Yeah, I've always taken the hat off, hand over the heart. That's just how I was born, how I was raised like that. So
he came out like that. I was born.
He came out with Oakley's on.
That's what I was told early on, so I always did that.
So what does the fan text say? I'm curious. 877-881-1053. Is it disrespectful or is it overblown? Stop getting worked up over everything. Thought Trump was going to get rid of all this.
Yeah, right?
Thought Trump was going to get rid of these types of reactions.
This is a military
Trump
thing.
would actually be like, put your hand over your heart.
Yeah. People say from the 682, this is a military thing, hand behind your back. Due to religion, not allowed to put my hand over my heart. I work at Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth. You either salute or have your hands behind your back, or if you're inside a building, you don't have to do either. So I guess that's from a military perspective. There's nothing wrong with what Strahan did. 20-year vet, staunch conservative. Just stand and remove your hat.
Okay. That's all I need right there.
I just
got the pass.
I just read this. A new law passed in 2009 allowed veterans and service members to salute during the national anthem, even if they're not in uniform. So I guess before that, if you weren't in uniform, you weren't supposed to salute, or there was some sort of law.
I have no idea. I maybe if you were retired, you can't. I don't know.
Nick Bosa was fined $11,255 for wearing a MAGA hat. I'm sure everyone has seen it by now. Told reporters he knew this could be coming, but it was, quote, well worth it. Bobby, since you're making all the little Kaepernick jokes this morning, you can start off with this because this was being compared to Colin Kaepernick. What happened to shut up and play, shut up and dribble, shut up and tackle? Is this how comparable is this to Kaepernick? And did the NFL make the right call with a fine?
Yeah, I mean, what is I guess I don't know. Is there something on the books that says they can't have like they can't sport anything in post game or like I mean, I don't know what the rule is that he violated. I'm assuming there's something on the books because he expected the fine. It seems like they had some designated fine for it. So I'm sure it falls under some rule or mandate. So if that's the case.
According to the league rules, players are prohibited from displaying a personal message or non-sponsored branding at any point throughout a game when visible at the stadium and TV audience.
So that's even post-game interview then, I guess.
Including post-game interviews in the locker room or on the field.
Then okay. Now if he wants to just take the fine and send out his message, all right, fine. Like, I mean, you can do that too, but in terms of getting a fine, if that's on the books, it's on the books and he broke the rule.
But of course, an outcry is why isn't there as much noise over this as Kaepernick? Where's the same type of social media and television commentary? And that goes back to the first part of my question. How in the same ballpark is this?
It would be in the same ballpark if Nick Bosa was kneeling for the anthem and saying that it was because of, he's in distress over the country being having elections stolen. Then he would get the same discussion.
To me, two different acts, not that comparable. I do think those that told LeBron shut up and dribble should be consistent with criticizing Bosa.
Sure.
Of course, that's not going to happen. Laura Ingraham or whatever other blonde is on Fox.
Oh, it was Laura.
Was it her?
It was Laura.
They're not going to go ahead and say the same thing because that's not good for their paycheck, wallet, and narrative. But you should be just as loud in saying, keep that out of there. You're an athlete. I don't want to hear what you have to say, which is a really ignorant way of thinking. Just go out there and entertain me like there's some damn animal in the middle of a zoo. But make sure you're just as consistent in saying that. But no, the two acts themselves, they're different. They're different.
If somebody wore I was thinking a Harris Walls hat at the same time, or some other political statement. I assume the same type of fine would go their way,
which I'm fine with. Where would you want?
Rules. You got rules. They have rules. You got to follow the rules. And he knew he was going to get fined when he put the hat on.
Yeah.
The issue I have is these dope starting to GoFundMe for him. This guy's worth millions of dollars. You think he can't foot the bill at $11,000? I mean, take that $11,000 and put it in something good. You need to GoFundMe. He's going to wind up making $100,000 off this thing.
At least.
Yes.
Yeah. So he'll go ahead and take that and donate it somewhere.
The other thing is one of these, and I'm not saying either way on either subject, but I'm just saying one of these is also a commentary or a protest on something that they view as a social issue, whereas the other one is endorsing a candidate, essentially. Like they're two completely different topics in terms of what they're standing for in general or kneeling for.
So there's a bunch of GoFundMes that have already been raised. Like they're going to nickel and dime their way to $10,000. I mean, there's some for $795, some for $200.
What happened with Shador and the American flag? What happened with Colorado?
All right, so this was an apparel outfitter in Lubbock that made T-shirts for the game, between Colorado and Texas Tech. It was called Red Raider Outfitter. And the owner, boy, his poor parents, his name is Steven Spiegelberg. I mean, you can't. That's too close. It's too close to Spielberg.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
you don't like Berg's, Choppy?
So he made a shirt, right? He made a shirt.
Real emboldened.
He made a shirt that had the helmets for each team and then an American flag in the middle, which was supposed to celebrate America. It's Veterans Day weekend. Well, Colorado denied them the approval to use their logo on the shirts. Well, this guy decides, his name is, Sean Davis is the guy who tweeted this one. And he said, Tech is awesome. Red Raiders love America. University of Colorado hates America and refuses to license his logo on anything featuring the American flag. To which the Colorado athletic director was like, you're wrong. Do your homework. And apparently this is like an outfitter just trying, he got denied and now he wants his name out there. And he used this to get it out because Shador was like, y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. We didn't deny that because of the American flag. We just denied that because we don't want to use our apparel.
The CU don't like, what is it, the flag or something? It's like, come on, bro, like that's sick at this point. Y'all just fishing for content at this point. So that was very disturbing because then what I feel bad for is like it's genuine people that out there that read the media that don't know us, you know, and they believe the type of lies and the type of things that the narrative and some people just may not have a chance to really actually understand that what's going on in the situation. But everybody that's around the team understands, you know, it's week by week they're gonna figure out something to talk about. But I don't know, it's just weird, and I just feel bad for those people that don't know us. You know, they judging us based off of somebody's hate, you know, towards Dad.
So there you go.
So many other great reasons to be critical of Colorado and the Sanders energy.
Yeah.
Well,
Right? That ain't it.
There aren't a lot of great reasons right now because they are on their way to the Big 12 championship. That, tortillas, and more in RJ Choppy's college football kegger and the SMU Mustangs winning the weekend. A great day for not doing anything. College football kegger is next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the snap. He's got a man in the end zone. Wells, and he catches it. Does he hold it? Touchdown! Ole Miss right under the goalpost. Juice Wells snags it out of the sky.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Man, that is Ole Miss Radio with the call. 28-10. They beat Georgia. This was the best win of Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss tenure. I don't even think it's close. And Ole Miss, who never, when they step up in weight class, ever comes close to meeting expectation. As I call them on the BetQL show, Sean.
Yeah.
Very wrongly. I said they're the Penn State of the SEC. They just never win against like a Georgia or an Alabama or whatever, right?
And Lane said his daddy told him it was going to happen. Before Monty passed away, he said, y'all going to beat Georgia next year.
Well, they did. And this wasn't a 28-10 game. This was a 38. I mean, this thing was they really utterly dominated this football game. Like, I've not seen Georgia play like this in a very, very long time.
And Kirby in the post was like, they really should be undefeated. They've been dominating teams. They're even better than their record says they are. Kirby was giving Ole Miss all the props and all the credit. And how is Georgia still 3?
Well, that was because the rankings are out tonight.
Okay.
The rankings come out tonight, so they're still technically 3.
All right, because 3 versus 7, as you know, Saturday at 6:30.
Yeah, with that'll be right here on the Fan. Coverage starts at 6 o'clock.
You're going to come in here and do pregame for it.
I might as well.
Commentary.
Might as well. Tennessee and Georgia.
Yeah, everyone else drinks on the station. Might as well do it.
Yeah, right.
They did come out because they came out in the AP Top 25 on Monday. They were 11th. Georgia was.
Yeah,
so they'll take a dive today.
Yes,
because I'm looking at the ESPN.com. They still have them 3 versus 7.
Right, because once the first playoff ranking comes out, they switch, and that is the ranking that they use, and that'll come out tonight. I think 6 o'clock is when they put it out on ESPN. But so they're going to drop, and now the SEC is firmly plunged into chaos.
Yes,
I mean chaos right now, because if you were to go look at the standings in the SEC. You have 3 teams with 1 loss: Tennessee, Texas A&M, and Texas. As it would stay right now, Texas only has played 5 conference games. So if it was happening right now, A&M is in, and they would play Tennessee. Obviously, Texas and Texas A&M, they're going to figure that one out in 3 weeks.
Texas will figure it out.
Texas will figure it out, right? Then you've got the amount of 2-loss teams. Georgia, Ole Miss, Bama, Missouri, and LSU are all 3, 4, or 5-2, depending on how many games you've played. There's about 9 teams in this conference that could still make it to Atlanta, and it's wild. It really is wild what's going on there in the SEC. They don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, right now it feels like you said, Texas and Texas A&M will get sorted out themselves. But I think if we just head towards Texas, head down, does their job, Georgia looks vulnerable. If Tennessee's able to go in there and take care of that, then we get some of our answers.
Well, that would be a big time win, and there'd be even more chaos if Georgia wins that game, because now you got a bunch more 2-loss teams, and now the committee is going to be put in a real tough spot. How do you differentiate about half dozen 2-loss teams from one conference?
So, what is your SEC title game prediction as of today? That's the point.
Tennessee, Texas.
You think Tennessee wins this weekend?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take you up on that one. I would love. Let's go. We'll go to Atlanta. I think it'll be, honestly, I do think Georgia wins, and I think it'll be Alabama, Texas.
Oh, my God.
Oh, great.
Please. I'm rooting
Give me a dub.
I'm rooting against that, just like you got a dub with Alabama against LSU.
Yeah,
just
like
you did.
Very, very
just
eager
like you
to
did.
a roll tide
like you
when you get your one victory. And you didn't even weigh in on Friday when I said about LSU and Bama.
We were out of segment time because you were talking too much. You were talking too long. We were up against the clock before I picked Bama to win.
But how about this? Georgia has allowed 160 points in 7 SEC games.
Come again?
Georgia's allowed 160 points in 7 SEC games. That, to me, this is not the same Georgia defense that we've seen.
No.
Their offensive line, they got some injuries. They've got some injuries, and that's part of why Carson Beck has got 7 turnovers in his last 3 games. If Georgia plays the way they played against Texas, they're going to run Tennessee out of the gym.
And he's blocking phone calls, Bobby? What's going on with Carson Beck's cell phone?
What's what did you do, RJ? What did you do?
Me.
You went and doxed Carson Beck. Some Tennessee fan.
All right, what does doxed mean?
It's where you leak somebody's personal information. You publish it on the internet.
Oh.
So somebody went and published Carson Beck's cell phone number. Tennessee Volunteers fan published Carson Beck's cell phone number, and he is getting inundated now with troll phone calls from old Rocky Top. Didn't even know they knew how to use phones in Tennessee, Chop, but apparently they do.
Toothbrushes is what we don't know how to use. Okay, we know how to use phones. There's a big difference there. All right, so I mentioned Texas. Texas is right there in the thick of things for the SEC race. They had to get over a Florida team that had played some good teams competitively. They played they played Georgia and Tennessee competitively, both neutral or road games. They go on the road to Texas, and the Horns had no problem.
First down, play action, and it sent a screen back to the left side. Here's Weiser, 45, 40 breaks free, down to the 30, to the 20. Say goodnight to this one. Trey Weiser in for the touchdown.
Horns radio with the call. Texas had, this was, I thought, their most complete game of the year.
Whoop-de-doo, congratulations.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll take your congratulations all the way to the SEC title. But yeah, look, I mean, this is Florida probably wanting the Billy Napier decision back after the way Texas put over. Quinn looked, that's as good as Quinn's looked since he came back from the injury, where he looks comfortable, and I think that second bye week there, that time away, was good rest up time for him, because they absolutely looked dominant on offense in this one.
Yeah, what a time for Florida to announce the return of their head coach.
Yeah, that's a money thing, I think, and it's the same thing that's going to happen at LSU after LSU got absolutely steamrolled by Alabama.
Milroe, quarterback draw, has room 30, 35, 40, foot race across midfield, 30, 20, 10, good night, touchdown Alabama, 72 yards.
Bama rated with the call, 42-13, Alabama over LSU.
Bye.
He ain't going to get fired.
Adios.
And I'll tell you why.
See you later.
They've got
the difference between LSU and Florida. I'm going to, without even looking up buyouts, I'm going to make a reckless prediction and a statement of that's the difference between the two schools. Brian Kelly will be gone, Napier back.
Brian Kelly will not be gone.
Brian Kelly, the biggest jackass in college coaching circles, if you talk to people. They're like, the players hate him.
I mean, he comes across as one.
Every school he goes to, players hate him. University staff hates it. Like everywhere he's ever been, but he's won. He's always won.
He's always
and
won.
And so people have always. LSU asked for this. They knew what they were getting with Brian Kelly. They knew they were going to get a guy who steps up there after the SC game and goes, "Yeah, our quarterback sucked. That's his fault for throwing for 340." And with my family. He's a jackass.
He is, and the fans want him gone. They have had it. The problem is, it's not the buyout; it's the recruiting class, and he has the number one player coming in, the quarterback Bryce Underwood. And I don't know that they're going to, because then you're going to lose all that.
They're about to lose him.
I don't think that someone, I would think that quarterback would still stay, or someone would still stay because it's LSU. I have a hard time believing, oh my God, Brian Kelly. Like, I don't think Brian Kelly is going to be the selling point. What was the NIL offer? How much money is he getting? All that stuff's going to stay in place as Brian Kelly hits the damn streets. I don't think Brian Kelly is this, amazing, warm personality. Like, I got to go play for coach.
He's not.
I think it's LSU and whatever the money offer was. I'm just throwing it out there.
There's already talk that Michigan's coming in and is going to steal Underwood away.
Well, this is the Connor Stallion story, where the high school that this Bryce Underwood kid is at in Michigan.
Bryce Underwood's the number one
recruit. He's committed to LSU. His high school just hired Connor Stallions for the playoff run. And the whole thought is that Michigan planted him there and is paying the school to...
The thought is Michigan's about to give him a $5 million NIL offer.
Just to flip. So they're putting Connor on the program at his high school.
To recruit him? Oh, so they didn't get Stallions to spy on other high school teams.
They got it because there's no rules against recruit. You have limits of how many times you can contact a player. But when you're on the staff, there's no limit. So now you can just sit there all day and just say, "Man, you got to come to Michigan. You got to come to Michigan. You got to come to Michigan."
So then again, that's even more reason why Brian Kelly wouldn't be.
If this guy flips, Brian's gone. Gone. Like, there's no doubt.
Well, yeah, and look, sometimes it does matter, coach relationship.
Yeah.
So Florida State just went and...
That is so dirty.
So dirty.
You hired Connor Stallions. Michigan, maybe sends Connor Stallions to go join a high school staff. And the high school staff, what benefit does the high school staff get out of this? They get paid by Michigan?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe they...
Why am I employing Connor Stallions for you?
Maybe. Well, they are in Michigan, so maybe they're all Michigan fans anyway.
Right.
But maybe the coach is a Michigan fan. But this is... And there's no... They don't
Connor
have
Stallions?
Oh.
What a seedy, dirty weasel.
And there's no, hardcore proof that they're doing this, but, you could read between the lines. People read between the lines here a lot. And, Michigan would hey,
even hiring Connor Stallions for a playoff run, if the player's not factored in, that's dirty.
That's dirty.
That feels seedy.
That's so dirty.
We're bringing you in. We need you to spy on the other sidelines.
Yes.
That's dirtier. That would be dirtier than having him there to recruit the player.
Now, to be fair, firing coaches, blowing them out will cause you problems sometimes. So even in the NIL era, there's a 5-star offensive lineman, Solomon Thomas, who's committed to go play at Florida State. Florida State went through and blew everybody out this week. Norvell did. He fired their offensive coordinator, Alex Atkins, and now they're all panicking because this 5-star offensive lineman went on Twitter yesterday and said, "Not going to lie, y'all messed up firing my coach." And he's got a picture of him and Alex Atkins together. So players do this at least. What you're going to start seeing is people, at least, even if it doesn't actually matter to them, they'll start pretending like it does. And, well, maybe if you sweeten the NIL offer, you get me a little more money. This is the insane world that we live in.
Well, it's been this, though. It's been this. A kid can be, I'm out of here. That was my coach. They were getting stuff under the table anyway. This isn't new. Now, the money, the extent of the money is new, but jumping ship.
Right.
I had the captain's chair, and that's changing. I'm going to threaten to leave. College football kegger on the Fan.
And the money is, generally this NIL money, a lot of coaches are good fundraisers, and then when you lose a coach, maybe you lose some of that funding. At a place like LSU, they're going to fund. Yeah. They're going to fund regardless.
That's
just
fine.
the way it is. Yeah. Georgia Tech really helping out SMU when SMU didn't even have to do a thing.
Here's the snap. Tech only rushes 3. Dancing around in the pocket, escaping out to his right, still backpedaling, giving ground. He is sacked. Yes. Ball is out. Rolling free. Jackets have it.
Multiple times and escaping defeat. They finally fall to Georgia Tech, even though Georgia Tech tried to give it away. They finally fall. And now SMU is in prime position to take over and represent the ACC in the college playoff.
And Peyton Russell with a great get Thursday at 8 o'clock. SMU head coach Rhett Lashley will join Sean and RJ. So the show of Wales continues with Pepe getting Rhett.
Get Rhett. Getting the SMU into the college playoff would be huge. We'll find out 6 o'clock tonight if they're in the top 12. They might be. They might be with a couple of losses from over the weekend.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby rewatches every single Cowboys game. He may have rewatched it more than Mike McCarthy, who had to deal with Micah Parsons yesterday.
Did.
What did he find in the rewatch? And has Jerry Jones finally actually learned a lesson? Post-Hut clarity, concert ticket giveaway, and Ask Reddit all on the way here with Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
Mike. That is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Ooh. Had to go deal with this yesterday morning, guys. Had to go back, watch this game. Put me a good 2 hours behind Houston analysts for the game. Now I'm behind watching the Texans. The Texans analysts now have a jump on us because I had to go deal with what was a pretty bad game when you went back and watched it. It didn't look any better.
What's been the most miserable one to go back and watch?
This one probably. This is way up there. Detroit was bad. Detroit was really rough. But I mean, you got to see some cool stuff that Detroit was doing.
Yeah.
So I mean, from that aspect of it, this wasn't entertaining at all. This was just. It was bad. They're a bad football team. It doesn't look very good. There was some good. Some stuff I felt a little bit better about. But it was all stuff that was on the defensive side of the ball that I felt a little bit better about. So, number one, Mozzie Smith wasn't that bad.
Hey! All right.
He showed up a little bit. Look, it wasn't like the Giants game where he was a big-time splash difference maker, but he did a solid job getting off of his blocks, filling gaps, taking on blockers and making things clean for the linebackers. I will say, I don't have them in my notes here, but I know somebody tweeted us about it. Eric Kendricks, even though he had some freer runs thanks to Mozzie Smith, he wasn't great. Eric Kendricks definitely...
Probably because Broadus gave away all his tricks.
Exactly. As soon as he told everybody about Mekhi Becton tapping his knee there, then that kind of ruined his jump that he was going to get.
I did notice Mozzie once.
Did you?
In the live
In a
action.
good way?
Yeah, in a good way.
Oh, okay.
I
good.
did notice him once.
All right. He
was energetic. He seemed happy after one of the plays, so I noticed him.
His head was not down. He was making plays. Now, that's the thing, is that he pretty frequently, the biggest problem for Mozzie a lot of times is he's slow off the ball. So when the ball is snapped, he's slow out of his stance. Interior offensive linemen get their hands on him, and then he's done, and he can't disengage from the block. When he's getting off the ball well, he's generally okay. And so this was a game where I thought he was getting off the ball well, but even when blockers got their hands on him, he was able to kind of recover and shed them, and that was a positive, I thought, from him. Not a dominant performance by any means, but he was solid. You feel like you're getting a win most days if he's part of that defense, like if he's giving you that level of play. So that was a good thing.
A win.
In terms of like, you feel like that contributes to winning.
Yeah,
not single one.
Not in the standing.
No, yeah, like that contributes to winning, though. Like that's a player you can win with when he plays at that level. Number two, Terrence Steele, not an all-pro, but he was not a black hole like I thought he was initially the first time I watched. Again, Mozzie Smith was good overall, I thought. Terrence Steele wasn't necessarily good, but he wasn't just like a turnstile ushering people to the quarterback like I think it felt like at times. He's still somebody who I think has been pretty decent run blocking this year. Like that's the one area of his game that's started to come back a little bit. But the pass protection's not been great for a lot of this year, and he did have a bad sack that he gave up in this game, but overall, I felt like he wasn't the biggest problem for them in this game. Like a much bigger problem is just Cooper Rush isn't good, and Cooper Rush doesn't have arm strength.
What do you think Steele's PFF is
for the year?
Yep.
From them, probably like a 58,
63.
Yeah,
63.6.
I've kind of figured out their dumb methodology.
Well, there's a lot of fans who are not happy with Terrence Steele either. Feel like the extension was a mistake. How far are we now past the injury where that is not an excuse
It's
anymore?
not anymore.
Yeah.
So he's just got to be better.
Michael Gallup territory?
No, I think he's been better than Gallup ever was.
But just like,
injury.
hey, we're far enough here.
He's not ready to retire.
Yeah, we're enough removed from that at this point.
I can't believe he just retired.
I can't. I mean, like we talked about it on the air and behind the scenes here, just how much people there felt like his head was broken after that injury. But Terrence Steele, not the worst. I will say, along the offensive line, Awesome Richards looked about as good as I thought he did when I was watching him live. So Awesome Richards, solid enough that maybe you start asking yourself, hey, if you do decide to move on from Terrence Steele, can he hold things down there next year and you move Guyton back to right tackle if Guyton's more comfortable there? Like, it's just something that they can at least think about or question. Because I do think Richards showed you he can be better than Udoga. when Udoka's healthy, and so that gives you at least a fallback option there. Zach Martin, by the way, is still really bad in pass protection, and this is 4 weeks in a row he looks awful. So he's either completely washed or he's hurt. And he's still wearing that big sleeve on his arm, but it's tough watching him play right now, where it's like what he's been for so long, and he just doesn't look like it.
You think he's been better than Steele?
No.
He's got a 2-point grade better than Steele, 65.2.
Sounds about right for that outfit. So, all right, number 3. Quietly, Chauncey Golston has had a really good season. And we don't talk about him enough. He's a little, and this is who his comp was for the Cowboys, I think, when he's coming out. They thought he could be DeMarcus Lawrence-like in terms of just in the run game. Not that, but that type of player, that style of player.
He's got a 72 PFF, so they agree with you.
Golston has been pretty solid rushing the passer this year. He's a stable guy in the run game. He's never a black hole for them. He doesn't get a bunch of sacks. There may be times where you go extended periods where you feel like, is he generating enough pressure? But overall, that's a pretty steady player. And I for a team that has had a lot of players this year, even Tyler Smith and some of their better players who just have awful performances sometimes. DeMarvion Overshown's had a couple bad performances. This is one where I think Golston is somebody who's pretty solid week in and week out, exactly who you expect him to be. And so fitting more and more like a lesser version, a poor man's version of DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy who's steady against the run and can give you some pass rush, isn't always going to finish, but will generate some pressure. And so I think he's actually playing really well overall.
When is Tank supposed to be back?
That one they knew that was going to be a really long-term injury. So that was one where they kind of felt like December at the earliest. It might be a year thing.
Why bother at that point?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, other than just if he wants to get back out there, if he feels like this is his last
escalators
year.
to hit?
No, but if this is his last year in Dallas, he may not want to go out getting injured. He may say, let me get in there for a final game or two. And then finally here, Carlos Watkins is another one who I think needs more praise for how he's played recently. So Watkins was, to me, the best player they had on the defensive line in terms of playing against the run on Sunday. And he's somebody who has, when he's been here before he left for Arizona and Washington and a couple other places, Carlos Watkins I thought was a steady player for them previously. And in this game, I thought he was pretty good. And in the last couple weeks, I think he's been a steady contributor. You're starting to see a little bit of, okay, we can settle into a rotation of when Mozzie's not hitting, I don't feel so bad about them rolling out there with a defensive line of Micah and Golston on the edges, Odigizua and Watkins on the interior. They can win with that being their front four. And so I think that's a pretty solid front they can put together. So trenches were a lot of the things I took away from this one, that there were better performances in the trenches on both sides than I initially thought.
Post Hut Clarity every Tuesday at 7:20 with Bobby Roberto Bell, Cowboys Insider, during the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean and RJ.
So I just did a quick look at the PFF grades for the whole thing. This was not their worst game. This was not even their second worst game. This was their third worst graded game.
Which, again, tells you how stupid PFF is, that they looked at that and said, there have been worse.
Well, New Orleans was the worst for them, and then Detroit was behind that.
No, yeah. Detroit was the worst.
Detroit?
Well,
they were
Detroit
close. It was 51.
Nothing could be worse than this offensively.
No, this is, I mean, if you want to talk about, I mentioned to you guys yesterday when we were in the meeting, the EPA per play, which is a efficiency metric, EPA per play. This was the worst game on offense of any NFL team this season. They were that bad.
So we're still waiting for the official Dak news, as he was supposed to go and get confirmation from specialists yesterday in New York that he would be out for the season. We'll ask Jerry for any update live at 8:30. But we know that Dak is done for the year. And after that news came out, I tweeted that it was really, really important. We're all afraid in this city that Jerry Jones and Steven are going to not be honest with themselves. That they're going to use excuses. We got all the injuries and this and that. And how honest are they going to be? Honest that you did not add enough in the offseason. Honest that your defense sucked before the injuries to Micah and Tank. You went in with the Bland problem. That's a major loss as well. Honest that the closer losses were really beatdowns. Don't look back at that scoreboard at the Ravens game or those ones where you got garbage stats and points at the very end. Honest that the year was actually over before the Dak injury. How honest are they going to be? I don't think any of us have a great deal of hope that they are going to be honest with themselves. But then Dak was brought up in the post game, and this gave me a little bit of hope. This was Jerry getting a little snippy with Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports. And basically, Jory was trying to ask, hey, you have a greater appreciation for Dak now after you just saw what Cooper Rush did? And by the way, because you know I'm petty and I keep score all the time, I didn't see a lot of you with the Cooper Rush over. I didn't get Cooper Rush over Dak on my timeline Sunday, guys. Where did that go?
Well, that was never a real opinion.
Well, it was an opinion from some.
There were plenty of people who a couple of years ago said, don't even give it back to Dak. Rush is better.
Where are y'all at? All y'all, you snip and you type and you bark and you do all this, and then when it plays out and Cooper Rush throws for 2 yards per play, you disappear and you go quiet. You get to go into hiding. We have to show up here with our wrong opinions on the daily. But all of a sudden, poof, gone. That's magical how that happened. So I just had to remind the Cooper Rush truthers that you went and hid conveniently. But Jory was trying to bring up to Jerry, hey, see the difference? Like Dak Prescott not having the best year, but you still see the gap between him and Rush. And listen to Jerry's response.
I don't want to be sarcastic, but you got the same arithmetic I've got? We've won 3 games with Dak. Okay, so I'm just saying we weren't playing well with Dak at all. So there's a lot to work on here, and we all are aware of that, and it's very concerning, and it should get the kind of concern that we have to give it. That's all there is to it. It's not acceptable.
So some are spinning that as Jerry disgust. God, he's bitter over the contract. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Dak Prescott's no good, just like Cooper Rush. I actually loved that Jerry did that. I love it. And very rare praise for Jerry Jones on this show and this station throughout the entire year. But that gave me a little bit of hope. That they're going to be honest with themselves over what they really are despite the injuries.
You mean in the offseason coming up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that they're not going to do it during the season, I don't believe. They're not going to be honest with themselves on where they are in the standings necessarily, but...
Well, what do you mean? They don't have... I mean, that's not... Well, I don't understand.
Because they're going to hold out hope.
Well, they can hold anything they want. It's not going to matter. Right. They're still going to be picking top 10.
Absolutely.
So I don't care. Yeah. I don't care what they believe during the course of the year. They don't have any alternatives. They suck, and Dak's not coming back. So you can hold out whatever. Jerry will be optimistic at 8:30. Right. I don't care. There's nothing damaging about their optimism right now during this season.
The issue is
that's when he stopped believing. By the way, that was when he stopped. I don't care what Freddie puts up. That interview when he snapped that day. That's when he was accepting that they're not good. So they've already accepted that.
So it was denial. That was the anger, the 5 stages of grief or whatever.
Yeah.
I look. I mean, I hope you're right that they acknowledge that they're far away. But this team, if they do acknowledge they're far away, generally smart teams will take that as a, hey, we're going to blow it up. I don't believe this team operates like that. They always try to put a good product on the field.
I agree with you.
Because, ambivalence and irrelevance to the Jones family is worse than where they are now.
Yeah. I'm hoping this causes aggression in terms of trying to add somehow, some way. I know they're not going to blow it up. They're going to sign Micah Parsons. They're not going to trade Micah Parsons. Did I detect your eyes?
No. I'm just saying. Yeah, they probably are. They're going
to sign him.
Yeah, I think they're going to sign him. I think they should at least investigate what they could get in return. But they probably won't do that.
And they'll be handcuffed even more when you're paying those 3 players.
Well, yeah, because did you see what Dak's cap number is next year?
90.
It's big.
$90 million.
Michael Lombardi, who's besties with Belichick, was doing his podcast, and he was asked again, would your boy be interested in coming here? And Mike twice brought up the cap here. He goes, yeah, they're mutual friends. They have a mutual respect for each other. But he brought up the cap twice, and that made me go, oh. Yeah. Oh, I wonder how much Bill is talking about that behind the scenes.
I think that. I mean, look, it's their cap number. I did some arithmetic, as Jerry would say.
Well,
and like with the top 11 guys, they have like $220 million of cap.
Well, the cap's going to be $800 million, right? So we're good.
Of course, absolutely. Now it'll probably be what, 275, 280.
It's 255 right now, I think. So it'll probably go up to 262, 265.
Okay, so cool. So you got 40 guys and $40 million.
They believe that the cap is growing at internally they believe the cap is growing at a greater rate or isn't growing at the same rate as contracts are, and they think that that's part of where this pinch is coming from for them.
Okay, I mean, so now how are you going to fill out your roster?
Yeah. They don't. That's why they'll tell you they didn't add this offseason. They say, well, we got to tighten our belt. We got to do things a certain way because we can't afford to, and they'll tell you that's why they sit on their hands.
And is that legit?
Would they be right on that?
There is, at some point, you got to pay the piper a little bit.
Yeah.
But is it to the dire extreme that they talk about? I don't believe it's totally that. I don't think that's, by the way, I want to be clear, I don't think that's a lie that they're putting forward that they know. They just have a theory about it the same way economists have different theories about what you're able to do in certain situations, and they have a certain belief that I just don't agree with.
Where? Oh, God. What am I doing?
This is 2 days in a row, baby.
Where is this all coming from? Where is this? This
Rex yesterday.
They're running out. The Cowboys are becoming less and less dramatic, and so they got to start finding angles to still talk about them.
So I guess the new big thing all over the place is Dion and Shador to the Cowboys. Did we not just sign the quarterback to $240 million?
Well, that's Dion and Travis Hunter. Yeah, that you can pair them up that way because Shador's not going in the top 5 probably. So we can chill with that, Will Chambers.
I mean, the Cowboys are picking where now?
11?
Yeah.
11. But
that will work out perfect. Bobby says he'll go outside top 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, see, the only problem is they did trade away their 4th round pick, so they don't have one to use on Shador now. But top 10, he might go top 10, but he's not going number 1. But I will say this. I don't think there's any chance in the world they would ever hire Dion. I don't think Jerry would ever even consider that. I think I
agree.
Jerry would go rehire Jimmy, I think, before he'd hire Dion.
Why?
Because I'm stunned that for everybody who thinks, boy, Jerry's all about the branding and all about his bling and everything else and all the attention on him, that anybody thinks that he would hire the one head coach that people would say, I'm good on the Jerry post-game outside the locker talk. I got to hear what Dion's going to say. I'm going to his press conference. That is the one where you'd have a thought in a reporter's head of going, I think I'd rather go listen to Dion talk than Jerry.
So you're saying that Deion Sanders would take too much attention away from Jerry Jones?
I'm saying that if you guys are worried about I don't think he's... No, because I think
then you're both wrong.
No,
Dion becomes the face of the organization.
Dion absolutely becomes the face of the organization.
So then you're ruling out Belichick.
No, because I don't think Belichick is a decorated individual. Jerry is still the mouthpiece and the PR front, where Dion becomes that just naturally. Here's what I'll say, though.
And I am ruling out Bill.
I'm saying...
Anyway.
You're ruling out
Bill. For sure.
That Jerry wouldn't do it?
That neither would do it.
Okay.
I think it's more likely Belichick wouldn't do it. I think Jerry absolutely would. And I think Belichick would be open to it. It's just Belichick, I think, may have options that he would investigate or look into. I'm saying I don't think you'd hire Dion as this is the best coach for the job. If you're hiring Dion, it's because it's Dion and it's primetime, things like that. So for that reason, if you're thinking in those terms of just, attention, then, it's like, no, but that's too much. So I don't think he'd hire him. If you're hiring based on a PR, buzzworthy reason, that's almost too much, and I don't think they'd go that direction. But I genuinely don't think he'd hire Dion as the head coach. If you want to look at a former player he'd hire first, it would be Witten.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. For what it's worth, Bet Online sent me the odds for the Cowboys' next head coach. And as I told you on the elevator, Peyton, you guess. Cowboys' next head coach, who's the favorite?
Let me go Mike Vrabel.
Good job. You weren't even with us. Mike Vrabel, 3-1. Then Ben Johnson, 5-1. Belichick, 6-1. Brian Flores, 8-1. Kingsbury, 9-1. Lane Kiffin, 10-1. Joe Brady, Nagy, Monken, Kirby Smart, Dion's 22-1. Lincoln Riley, Bobby Slowick, Dan Quinn is 33-1.
I don't think that's going to work.
Kellen Moore, 33-1. Matt Campbell, Ron Rivera, Jesse Minter, Tony Romo's 40-1. Saban's 50-1. Pete Carroll's 50-1. Emmett, Irvin, and Aikman are all 100-1.
Kellen Moore might as well be 3,300-1, by the way, after I talked to some people this weekend.
Oh, do tell.
I just had somebody this weekend tell me they're like, he would never come back here.
Really?
Mm-mm. Too many bad tastes in his mouth, I think.
In case you missed it from the 6 o'clock hour, I think Micah Parsons and Mike McCarthy are all good. Micah said the media did me dirty. I wasn't trying to take a shot at Coach. Coach said I sat down with Micah and we hashed it out like men. And then Parsons on his Bleacher Report pod had a final message for all the media out there.
You know, it truly bothers me how much negativity that we choose to put out there. Because not once did I want this quote to be a negative moment. I always want it to be a positive light and shine light on guys like Zach Martin, who may or may not be a Cowboy next year, but is going to be a Ring of Honor guy, a Hall of Fame guy, and that just know that he just added so much value to the Cowboys that will be missed.
Look, man, you're in the world now. So I think one of the things that isn't talked about enough, obviously we have dream jobs and everything. One of the most difficult things, and when you look back after 20, 30 years of doing it, you're going to be like, we talk 4.5 hours a day. How many times did you slip up? Because it can easily happen. And how much did it cost you? And that's what Micah Parsons is figuring out. You say one word wrong, especially Micah, who has, all the notoriety. We're nobodies. But you have one little slip, like that work ethic thing. Like Zach has worked so much more than Mike McCarthy ever could. And the way it comes across, gotcha, media world that we live in. So do I think that Micah was done wrong by the media yesterday? Yes. Get Up, they have no soul. They're turning into that. I'm starting to hate them as much as all the shows on FS1 like Bayless. Thank God he's gone. But they still have it up there. Mike McCarthy can go somewhere. Like, you guys have no shame. Are you that desperate? Like, come on now. Have a little bit of principle and integrity. It is disgusting. It really is. Put the full damn quote up there and stop being whores. You're a bunch of attention whores. Really? Are you not winning against Craig Carton enough in the morning? Stop being freaking punks about it, man. It's ridiculous. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Papa Roach and Rise Against at the American Airlines Center on March 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Get above. There you go.
This is a great song.
Yeah,
but
where are you going tomorrow?
I don't know what Wednesday through Friday we're going to play.
We don't have to have 5 different songs. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
All right, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text where you can weigh in here on Ask Reddit. We've also got the Twitch and the YouTube open to get your thoughts there, and we'll kick around these questions around the studio. And Sean, we're going to start with you because Peyton, who's most prepared, he's having to get the winners right now. But this is good for you, I think. This is a social interaction question. How do you approach something? Sean, you arrive at a party. You see no one you know. What's your next move?
Like the people that I know haven't arrived yet?
Sure. Well, they haven't arrived.
Yeah.
You're not certain they're going to at that point. What's your next social move?
I'm going to the host. This drives me crazy, Alec Method. And some other people walk in my damn house and don't even acknowledge me. I don't care if it. I'm like, is this a decent common respect? Like, find me, find the host.
Kiss your ring.
No, not kiss the ring. Thanks for having me, and thanks for, letting me drink and eat all your food and your alcohol. Like, just walk in, say what's up. I think sales guy Cody did that once. That's why he's been back so many times. And the advertisements I have. He walked in just randomly, go sit. I'm just watching these people to see how long it's going to take for them to be like, who lives here? Who actually lives here? Who should I actually say hello to? So I am finding the host, making conversation with them, and thanking them for. I think I'm the only one who thanks Steven at the Cowboys media party. I go, hey man, thanks for having us out. This is awesome. This is VIP. I think no one else probably says anything. Steven probably doesn't care. That's just the way I believe in going about it.
He goes, of course, Garcon.
Yes.
You go give me another drink.
Why? Because I'm brown?
Wow, Garcon.
Because I'm brown?
Wow.
I'm Mexican, Italian, or Indian looking, Bobby?
Garcon,
you bastard. That was good. I'm going to go next time with a towel over my arm.
Garcon.
Save he falls for it.
I'm going to start taking shots to keep the buzz that I already have.
That's not a bad play.
That's what I'm going to do. You got to find. I think finding the host that's just done. I guess I didn't notice that Alec Bedford doesn't go find you.
But that's the other thing. If you don't know the host, like you don't even know, that's a little.
Party.
Then you got to okay.
How are you at a party if you don't know the host?
Because you've never been to a party where you didn't know whose house it was at.
Yeah, that's true. I have.
Yeah, so
right.
I mean, that's the thing. You don't know who the host is necessarily. But if your friend says like, "Hey, meet me here. We're gonna go do this," and they don't show up, I think like, to me, that's a good play. Go and get alcohol because it's like, all right, liquid courage. Make me feel a little more social with people I don't know.
Sure.
But my first move is probably just, okay, crap. Where's the bathroom? I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna text. I'm gonna be like, where the hell are you? How long are you gonna be? And if I get the sense I'm gonna be there 10, 15 minutes without anybody I know, I'm leaving.
Jeez.
That's what I'm doing.
Y'all listening, the amount of people in this building who are so socially awkward and can't be in group settings to talk to people, it would blow your mind. We talk for a living. We're supposed to have personalities, and the amount of freaking dead bodies, soul-wise, inside this building and in media in general, it's shocking.
Jane was trying to...
It's crazy.
I won't say who, but Jane was having a conversation with someone recently who does not like me, and she was trying to explain it away as just like, she's like, he's just so socially awkward. Cut him a break. He doesn't know how to talk to people. She was basically trying to explain to us like, Bobby's weird, but I mean he's got a good heart. So just put up with his weirdness a little bit. Peyton, are you done screening calls back there? What do you do if you show up to a party where you don't know anybody?
Man, you try and make small talk, but then I just go straight and find the beer pong table. I say, all right, I got next. Who wants to be my partner? Let's go. Just start playing games or whatever. Just get past all that. Unless I'm there to spit game or whatever. I can't now. I'm taken, but.
Dang.
I've seen the way you spit game.
Oh, it's been all right, hasn't it?
Literally spit.
I mean,
wiping the stuff out of
literally
it.
It almost cost you $500. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy.
Bobby.
Who is the ideal male role model for young men?
I mean, perfect world, it's your dad or your granddad or some male relative. That's the perfect world.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, but short of that, it's got to be someone who can show you the essentials. Baiting a hook, changing tires, shooting guns, men's stuff, playing golf, money management, an alpha, but not a fake alpha. I don't want some 5'4" dude who's like got anger, who thinks they are. He's got to be like a true
Alec Medford again.
Yes, you can't have anger problems. It's got to be someone who like can teach you compassion, but then toughness at the same time. They always got to carry a knife with them. The ideal real role model is like Crocodile Dundee. You got to carry a knife with you everywhere you go because you never know when you're going to need a machete.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously like the answer is a dad or a relative or something like that. If you're just gonna, if I'm throwing out
who is the ideal male role model?
Yeah, I think if you're, let's say it from a perspective of just a famous person.
Okay,
like who's the. I will say, and I know this one might be controversial because I think some people think he's toxic a little bit.
Andrew Tate?
No. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go that far.
Bobby?
No, I will say a person like David Goggins, where like Jacob read David Goggins' book.
Who is that?
Former Marine and is he's like this. You've probably seen his videos before. He's one of these. I'm going to jog 20 miles a day, do this, everything. He's very good about some mental toughness stuff. And I think that he generally, that principle, if you can teach mental toughness to somebody and teach that to a young man, I think that you knock out a lot of the biggest hurdles that they run into is just the ability to get through that. Peyton, who's the ideal male role model for young men?
So I went with Captain America, Steve Rogers.
Texas Squid on the YouTube, by the way. He was a Navy SEAL, not a Marine. That's what it was, Navy SEAL.
Went with Steve Rogers, actor, Captain America. I mean, he's ripped, good looking, and he saved America. So why not?
Fair.
Yeah, why didn't you go with Vin Diesel, Chop?
I mean,
what about Tebow?
Sure.
He's remained
lefty,
remarkably clean.
You want a lefty as a pitcher?
Yeah,
Oh,
you do.
left-handed.
Yeah,
Okay, I get what you're saying. I thought you meant something else.
serious, Bobby.
Over on the fan text, some of the answers we're getting there. 254, Nolan Ryan, Roger Staubach, Drew Pearson, John Wayne, Ronald Reagan. 972, I remember a day when they used to say it was Bill Cosby. Let's see here. Who else do we have on here? 817.
Staubach's a good one.
Yeah.
No, Staubach's a really good one. 214, Jocko. 817, Jordan Peterson. There's some of your answers there on the fan text. You got one, Sean?
Yeah, I just said Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow, of course, yes.
Welcome to the show, Peyton.
All right, thank you. Ask Reddit here on the fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, what's popular right now that you have zero interest in?
It's pickleball. At first, when my parents played it early on, I was like, you know what? I think I kind of want to get into this. And then I have no interest playing now. Zero interest. I have friends
Have
that
you
will go-
played?
I have not. I have not played.
It's great.
You got to play.
It's great.
Oh.
It is fantastic.
Yeah, really. Zins. I have no interest in Zins.
What is
What are
that?
Zins?
Those are those little the nicotine pouches, vaping. All the kids are doing Zin. Vaping, I got no interest in vaping. None.
I've never even heard of Zins, though.
Oh, Zin is popular in college.
Is that the
Really?
Baker Mayfield
Yeah,
thing?
it's the Baker Mayfield thing.
Sean, what's your lack of interest?
I need to think. I always say TikTok, but I need to come up with something new.
TikTok is where I've come down. Is that like I used to be on it all the time, and now it's just like, okay, it's the same thing that I'm seeing like over and over, and I feel like the creativity started to die down a little bit. It's not pushing the boundaries anymore of what I think is funny or interesting or whatever else. But I mean, that also I can't get into no matter how much it is. We talk about male role models again. Apparently I didn't get it set up for me that I needed to be into barbecuing and stuff like that. I can't get into that at all, like the way some of the other guys do.
You cook a decent amount?
Not really. I mean, I'll follow a recipe every now and then. But
What did you just eat? Tell us about your themed dinner party.
I didn't make that. Kristen did.
Okay.
I'm present for it. I'm the taste tester. I'm the judges on Chopped who look at Kristen's meal and go like, I don't like the way you plated this. This isn't. I didn't like the way you worked
the
this.
Butterburgers.
That's right.
I do make the butter. Actually, no, Kristen made those.
Dang it, Bobby.
I bought the supplies. All right. I'm the hunter gatherer, not the maker thing. That's not my
The
job.
maker thing.
I'm not the chef.
Ask Reddit every Tolo Tuesday during the commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station. Is Mike McCarthy the next head coach to go? RJ has that in NFL overreactions or not. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30 coming up on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here is a toss. And on the run into the end zone, diving Malik Washington for the touchdown. What a drive.
Pretty boring Monday Night Football game on ESPN. Bad loss for the LA Rams. Miami wins with Tua trying to make tackles down the sideline.
Dude, I mean, he threw a pick, and he's running down, and you gotta know what position you play. When you're Tom Brady, now look, different people.
And how about knowing that you have a concussion history?
Yeah. Like when
he probably forgot.
Now, I'm not putting him in the same category. Wow, Bobby, jeez, as Tom, right? But when Brady threw a pick, like he gave it like, I'm going to do like 6 or 7 steps towards you, and then I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to just live to fight another day.
It's like Tua wants to win the film room review.
Yeah.
Every week.
He's tried too hard. Like, man, you threw a pick. Like, just let him go.
His knee heads him in the helmet.
Yeah. You're not a tackler. You're a quarterback. You threw the pick. Just let him go.
Yeah, it's that simple. Let them make the play. I don't need the quarterback on the reverse going out and blocking the linebacker either. Just, let somebody else make the play.
Dolphins win on ESPN 23-15. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. I'm Sean Sharif, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. RJ Choppy with NFL overreactions or not.
Oh, man, I was going through these, and I was like, man, I don't know if I have enough for today. That was a lie. I had plenty. Let's go right now with
Plus, that's why we do 10-minute segments for you.
Yeah. We were too quick to say that Caleb Williams had figured it out.
Clearly not an overreaction. He looks bad. And Matt Eberflus even put on the table yesterday, yeah, he could get benched. Sure, we're leaving anything on the table.
So I wanted to see if this was fake or not, like everything in the world. But apparently Caleb texted the punter when he was drafted saying, don't worry, you're not going to be doing a lot of work here. You're not going to be doing a lot of work this season. 0 touchdown. Yeah, the Bears are kind of like the number 2 story behind the Cowboys. They have taken over airtime over the Jets, who got smoked by the Cardinals. Haha, Aaron. 0 touchdown passes in 3 weeks for Caleb, but he's getting sacked at a crazy, alarming rate. 9 sacks this past week. They lost, and they got worked by New England in Chicago. 38 sacks on the season for Caleb Williams. It is not an overreaction, and he is making us look bad who had him going number 1.
19-3 was the final there. New England over the Bears.
Ew.
Yeah. Next one.
New England.
Overreaction or not, barring injury, Daniel Jones has started his last game for the Giants.
Barring injury?
Barring injury to back to Drew Lock or Tommy Cutlets.
Oh, yeah, it's not an overreaction. Daniel Jones will not start for them next season.
No, but I mean this year. Like they're just
Daboll's,
he has an injury. He has an injury guarantee for like 20-something million.
Daboll is potentially reviewing a benching. No, he'll still start another game at some point.
Wait, so if he doesn't play again this year,
they have an
save
out,
20
right?
mil?
Well, that's the injury guarantee. Yeah, because they got to go to his cap number, and they have an out. I think this year is an out.
Daboll's been very unclear about if Daniel Jones is going to start this next week, but I bet he starts.
Yeah, I don't think it's an overreaction, but I also think he plays. I don't think it's an overreaction if they came up with a way to keep him off the field. He missed some bad throw. Kurt Warner was like, that guy's open. This guy's open. Got to pull the trigger on this, and Daniel Jones was just not doing it. I was a little wrong about him. I didn't go too hard for Daniel Jones, but I still ended up being a little bit
wrong.
When
you watch him, though, it's like, man, you better not lose to them in a couple weeks. If Dallas loses to that football team in a couple weeks, that's the bottom. When you guys said if we hit the bottom yet, that would be the bottom.
Well, I mean, look, obviously, if Dak was healthy, that would be the bottom. With Cooper Rush or even Trey Lance,
now
you don't have a quarterback. There's no quarterback advantage.
Right?
Yeah.
At least with Dak, you have a quarterback advantage when you play Daniel Jones or Drew Lock or whoever.
By the way,
just those two.
You didn't miss too bad on him. I didn't either. I liked certain aspects of it. The guy he reminded me of, who I was similarly wrong about, Jason Campbell. He reminds me. That's the guy that he reminds me of.
You were 11 years old scouting Jason Campbell.
I was not 11 years old, thank you. I was full into my teenage years when Jason Campbell was coming out of Auburn.
NFL overreactions or not, Minnesota is in trouble.
Not an overreaction. Sam Darnold looking like Sam Darnold in recent weeks. Man, he was bad in this most recent game that they played, but
they got lucky to win that game. He had 3 interceptions targeting Justin Jefferson. Jacksonville was actually up 7-3. This was a 12-7 win against Mac Jones,
who ironically had a 12.7 QBR.
Who did?
Mac Jones.
No touchdowns, 0 for 5 in the red zone. Not an overreaction. We're looking like we're being wrong on Minnesota, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, not wrong on Sam Darnold. I think we were kind of waiting for the bottom to fall out. But
you can't have it both ways. I
think the defense is still good.
But we
quarterback's
believe that
awful.
they're a legit contender. I mean, for the long haul. Now, what has he done over the last 4 weeks? 259, 240, 2 touchdowns, no picks. 290, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. 241, 0 touchdowns, 3 picks.
First month of the season, he had 11 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Since October, it's 6 touchdowns to 7 picks.
Oof.
It's bad.
Ooh, that's
starting
not
to become
good.
a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, it's they're definitely in trouble. Plus, the division's kind of getting away from them a little bit. Obviously Detroit is a couple of games up now. All right, next one, overreaction or not. The next head coach fired is Mike McCarthy.
Overreaction. He will not be fired in season.
Overreaction. Probably Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson
I'm not going to explain what the play was to you guys because you idiots in the media wouldn't even understand the play if I told you what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, where did that come from?
That was Mac Jones threw an interception. He was just asked by the media, like, hey, so what was going on in that play? And he literally told the media, I'm not telling you because you wouldn't understand it.
Damn.
It's like, okay.
I didn't know that Dougie had that type of unlikability. Vegas has him as the favorite for the next one to be fired at 4-5.
I mean, he is a visor guy, so he's a very unlikable.
Who else? Who's after that? Give me the order. Bobby, now that I know you read my email, you cheated on the Doug Peterson.
I didn't read your email.
Yeah, you did because
I knew the odds because I went and looked up the Bet Online next Cowboys head coach yesterday. But next would be
Eberflus.
Yes, good job, Choppy.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Then
Dable.
Good job. Then
McCarthy.
Yep, right in order. Then Todd Bowles, Gerard Mayo, Stefanski, Zach Taylor, Steichen, Mike McDaniel, Dave Canales.
Mayo would be really interesting this early on.
That's not happening. McCarthy 6-1. If you think he's the next head coach fired, overreaction in my opinion.
I think it's an overreaction too. I agree. I think it is going to be Doug Peterson. Next one, overreaction or not. Indy made a mistake benching Anthony Richardson.
You want to admit fault in this first
I don't
or
have
no?
fault. Like he's not good, and he's not gonna.
Well, you have to. Go ahead.
To me, it's like, okay, the only thing is, could Anthony Richardson also do what Joe Flacco went out there and did? Yeah.
God, you're a piece of work. The way you come at it, the way you spin it.
Flacco gives them a better chance to win right now. So no, they didn't make the wrong decision.
How do you phrase it?
They made a mistake benching Anthony Richardson.
Overreaction.
It's an overreaction. But it will also be an overreaction if Anthony Richardson never sees the field again, like Bobby and others had speculated. But Shane Steichen came out and said, until I say otherwise, Joe is the starter. So Richardson is not starting this upcoming weekend.
Man, I mean, I think you've got to put him back in just to figure it out. It's 10 starts. It's just not enough.
Ridiculous.
That Kevin O'Connell clip of him talking to Anthony Richardson is one of the coolest mic'd up moments I've seen, where there is zero. Kevin O'Connell goes up to him after and says, hey, you were going to play in this league for a long time. Keep your head down, work hard. You're going to be a great player. There's no reason for him to walk up to Anthony Richardson and do that as an opposing head coach. That's just him being a good human.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning. The Dallas Stars make the Cowboys look even worse, and the return of Klay Thompson to the Bay tonight. That's all next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
The Stars numbers the other way. Marchman with Sagan fed there. Score! Tyler Sagan on the power play and make it a half dozen here in the first for Dallas.
Yeah, it's same thing.
Get out of here.
Yeah, same thing. That's right.
Fighting in the commercial break before Jerry Jones. We're supposed to be fighting with Jerry. Bobby pulling just Trey Lance crap. Setting his traps. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell here on the Fan. We're going to get to it. We're going to explain it. I like bringing the drama to the air. The breaking news, though, is we were just talking about the Bears offense. They just fired the offensive coordinator. So Shane Waldron is out as Bears OC. Breaking news on the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets. Start with the BetQL app. Download the BetQL app, betql.com. today. So Bears OC is done.
Never realized how short you are.
Yeah. It conceived you.
Jeez.
All right.
Wow. That was a good one.
All right. Let's talk about the argument real quick. because I do want to talk about actually, we'll save it because I need to give the Stars their props. Causing more Jerry Jones embarrassment and the Cowboy embarrassment. They scored 6 goals in the first period last night, beating the Penguins 7-1. That matches the Cowboys' Eagle output.
Are you embarrassed?
That matches the Eagle output.
By the way, KMC. I pride us on interviewing, man. KMC is putting on some interview clinics this year. I go back to listen just to hear the questions. They asked Stephen Jones yesterday, are you embarrassed right out of the gate? And then Hagelin followed up with, what are the repercussions for yourselves? So, in my opinion, bravo, KMC masterpiece. Obviously, K&C masterpiece for their interview questions.
Yeah, when it's interviews, it's just KNC.
Yes. Love you, Mike.
But you mentioned the Stars. What a performance from them. Not only did they have this, they matched the Cowboys' point total in the first period, their margin of victory matched the Cowboys' total in that game with a 7-1 score. Mason Marshall was fantastic. He had 4 assists on the night. It was just a tremendous effort all around from the Stars.
Return of Klay Thompson to the Bay this evening. Mavs at Warriors.
Yep, it's the kickoff of the what is it? Who's the sponsor of this NBA Cup that we're kicking off? Is that what it is? Yeah. So that's.
I saw an advertisement for that yesterday, the NBA Cup, and I was like, "Are we already here?
Yeah.
Are we already here to the NBA Cup?"
Yeah, they started last year. I think it was like the second game of the year was the first NBA Cup game, or now they called it the in-season tournament.
What a horrible sign for your league when you have to start a tournament that early. And oh, by the way, more bad news for the association. Ja, Embiid, Zion, Durant, Holmgren, all hurt, all gone, all of them.
Yeah,
this early.
Holmgren's out, 3 months now with that, what was it, Chop? The iliac? He cracked the
crest, yeah.
iliac.
The hip bone.
It's a little wing hip bone there. They had a article over at The Athletic just kind of remembering back on Klay Thompson's time with the Warriors and his big legendary moments and the departure, because I think everybody got the sense, a little bit of a chilly exit. Not as bad as some others, but there was definitely some chill there.
Definite.
And there was a quote in here from Steve Kerr that sounded a little chilly, I think. That could be optimistic. I'll let you interpret it. It's in text, so we don't actually hear the quote to know how this was said. But Steve Kerr, no regrets about the departure from Klay Thompson. He says, there's always stuff as a coach that you look back and you go, man, I wish I had done this or said that, but there's nothing that keeps me up at night. Everybody's life and career arc is different. I think Klay made the right decision going to Dallas. Just seeing him the last couple years, I think he needed a fresh start.
I mean, I don't see how you could not think that. I mean, he absolutely needed a fresh start.
And that could be saved a little by saying Klay was not happy.
Right.
He needed to go somewhere.
So tickets for this game, Mavs Warriors, are as low as $208. That is the most expensive ticket of the night. There are 8 games tonight. How many games feature ticket prices, get in the door prices, more than $14?
I mean, nosebleed, way up seats are very cheap in most NBA arenas. So I'm going to say, 2?
It's the Warriors game with the Mavs tonight. Hawks Celtics, the get in the door is $52. Knicks Sixers is $28. Everything else, $14 or less. You can get in the door for $5 at the Bucks Raptors game. The Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis and Dame at home.
Yep.
You can bet $5 to get in the door.
The Mavs used to pride themselves, I mean, within the last decade on, they had like 1,000 seats at the top that were $2. Like, I mean, they try to keep those cheap up there.
And by the way, the Warriors are a top 3 surprise in the NBA this season. They're 8-2. This was supposed to be over and done with. And we're going to just watch Draymond rot away there and the great Steph Curry continue to ball out into retirement. The Cleveland Cavaliers are 12-0. The Golden State Warriors are 8-2, and the Bucks are 2-8. Those are my top 3 biggest surprises in the association. So Klay, he's going to get emotional. I think Klay is an emotional dude. He's a sensitive dude, and he'll be in his feels this evening. It'll be cool to watch and see, and I think we'll actually get to see it.
Well, we will. It's on TNT.
Hey.
You can get you can get decent odds right now on Cleveland in the East if you wanted to. Now they're 12-0. Obviously, nobody thinks they're the best team in the Eastern Conference, but you can get them at about 8-1 right now.
All right, the pre-segment fight. You want to set it up, Roberto?
Yeah, I just said basically like what we were talking about was I said I wanted to ask, why did you give up a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance if not to play in situations like these? And you said that because we already know. And so that's not a fair question to throw out because we already know the answer. It's that
You're trying to stick it to them for giving up the 4th, which I understand and respect, but it's an unfair question. They traded for Trey Lance to it was a roll of the dice. Maybe a little bit to scare Dak with the contract, which was laughable as a tactic. If it was true, I laugh at it. But they wanted to see if Mike McCarthy could outcoach Kyle Shanahan and they could, get a resurrection project. They could get Baker 2.0. They've seen it. We've seen it. We know it's not happening. They know it's not happening. So that's why Trey Lance is not starting over Cooper Rush. And you know that deep down. You're just trying to stick it to him.
Are you certain Cooper Rush is better?
Yes.
I don't know.
If I had my life... Okay. If you told me tomorrow my life is on the line and Trey's going to have 20 rushing attempts in a game, that would make me think. If you told me both had to throw it 30 times, I would still pick Rush. And you would too.
Which I don't think anybody wants them calling a game plan right now where they're throwing it 30 times.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's if you're going to run the football and run a read option style, like you have the best chance with Trey Lance in there right now.
Yeah, but I think you were too quick to dismiss Rush 4-1 2 years ago. You just dismissed it. You can't do it. So when they played Rush against Philly, that had to be done for the purposes of winning now. I don't want to hear from anyone that otherwise. Because Cooper Rush played well for a backup quarterback. They went 4-1, and Trey Lance was not capable of that. Now, it doesn't look the same after the awful, putrid, disgusting offensive performance from Rush and McCarthy, but that was the right play if you're trying to win right now. Come on, 4-1 has to mean something just 2 years ago.
Yeah, but the average target separation a few years ago for Cooper Rush was about 3.5 yards. This year, they're not getting any separation, so you're not going to...
But his ball was not even close to being like on target.
But the idea was...
So basically, your alternative is Trey Lance running it 15 times.
If I've already sunk a 4th rounder into it, and I know Trey Lance can make plays with his legs, and the running game hasn't looked that bad, and I just want to run a read option offense, I think they've got a better shot.
They didn't trade a 4th round pick for Trey Lance to run it 20 times. They traded a 4th round pick to see if he could be salvaged as a real quarterback, not a gimmick, not a gadget.
Well, I mean, gimmick and gadget quarterbacks are winning MVPs. So I'm dead serious. Like, I mean, that's
end with a joke.
That's not a joke. That's a dead serious opinion.
Jerry Jones live next as RJ asks him all the questions about the Sun. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone score? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to be joined by Jerry Jones every Tuesday at this time, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Cowboys and Houston, Monday night on this radio station. I was telling you guys in the break, and I don't think a ton of Tolos and listeners will be happy with me saying this. And I know Jerry would say this is what I signed up for, but I do respect him just showing up for all these interviews while all this is happening. Like, this has to be a beating. And he's putting his jaw out there after the game, twice a week with us. That's gotta stink.
There's a we say this in gambling, boy, when this game, it's a bad loss. You got kicked right in the what.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting kicked there.
But he's showing up for it.
Uh-huh.
And he takes the questions, so that's got to be difficult.
Yeah.
I do respect that.
People pay good money for that.
Getting kicked?
Oh, yeah.
It's kinky like RJ.
No, they don't. It's a category.
Let's bring in Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. And I was listening to you there in your monologue real good. And you've got me really good and softened up. So let me have it. Listen, let me just respond because I got to hear every bit of it as though it were a question. But, the thing I want to be sure that everybody understands, there's two kinds of toughness. There's a toughness that you just take people kicking you or hitting you or doing whatever is offensive to you and just sit there and take it. And somebody says that's tough. Well, yes and no. Tough is also giving it out and coming back and hard. And that can be tough too. And a lot of times the guys that are tougher giving it out don't take it as well. They're not good takers yet. And so that definition of stand up or tough has a lot of things going for us. I want everybody to hear me say this. It is no joy in Mudville to sit around and take take it because we're not doing well. That doesn't count. That does no good. We've got to do well. And I just want everybody to understand how I feel about this. We have to overtly do well. Now, how do you do that? Do you sit down and make a list and say, is there a way that anything on this list that I can change it today? Can I change it in the next hour? But you start going down your list of how you do it. But saying that you're going to do it and doing it are two different things. I have always felt that it was my duty not to just endure some bad turn of events, but also to be out there doing something and trying to do something about it, trying to figure out a way. And I honestly believe that's the difference. I think everybody has bad stuff in them, everybody. And I mean real bad stuff. Mm-hmm. And I've had bad stuff in Dallas that's so much worse than anything we're going through right now. You can't even compare them. But that's not enough. We have got to drill down, look at it, and candidly, nobody's in any better shape to do something about it than I am. And I'll assure you that these rough times make me want to do something about it.
Well said. Jerry Jones opening up strong here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, can you remember like and by the way, to all that, we know your tolerance for ambiguity is high. Would you say that your sensitivity is low? Like you have a very, very high or a lot of thick skin in order to deal with all the media stuff that you do deal with?
Believe it or not, I really, a long time ago, realized it's a real luxury to mouth off. It's a big luxury because you can knock some opportunity out of the way by having the pleasure of telling somebody to get you know what. But that's not putting the foot forward. That's not doing something about it. And so I've really been very judicious in most of my life getting the good feeling of telling somebody off. I've done it, and usually I've paid a price for it. And so that's where you may get this. Well, Jerry can take it. First of all, you guys know how I feel about you. I know how you're trying to do your job, doing your job, and we all are in the same arena here, which I'm blessed for that. But I had a sister that was very sick. I still have a sister. She's very sick, and I asked her, I said, honey, how do you handle this? I said, I feel so bad. I've been so blessed, and I can't even seem to hurt it no matter how much I abuse my health. And I said, there you go dealing with that. And she said, Jerry, I just quickly look for and find somebody a lot worse than me off. That's how you handle those things. And so that's a trick. That's a way to mentally move on, because we've got to do that. And so I don't want to make more out of it than it is, but I've had a lot of rough days in Dallas relative to, I was with those Medal of Honor recipients this weekend, and I thought, Jerry, would you just completely erase from your mind feeling sorry or any of those kinds of thoughts? Get it out of here when you see those great men and what they've been through and what they did for this country. So there's you can find people that deserve that more than you. We're a respite for the real problems of people. That's what we do. That's what the Cowboys are, a respite for the real heroes out here. The guys that don't know how they're going to pay and they get up in the morning and go anyway, or they're creating jobs, or they're basically healing people or teaching people. So we've got to make the respite. If it's entertaining to watch us have struggling times, then that's what the game is. And still, all of that, I want to make sure everybody understands. I've got in a perspective that causes me maybe to do better in times like these than we do in the good times.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, Mike McCarthy said yesterday that Cooper Rush will continue to start heading into this game against the Houston Texans. Why doesn't Trey Lance give you the best chance to win games moving forward?
Well, because Cooper has shown that he has the capability to compete and win in games, and he does give us our best chance. Frankly, that was really an out-of-character game for him based on what we've seen and we know about Cooper. I'm not so sure. He had quite a neck strain on that very first play, that first fumble, where he went down and he didn't get the recovery, but he had quite a neck strain. I'm not at all making excuses at all, but he was not the Cooper Rush that we know and how he can play. His footwork was discombobulated. A lot of things went wrong for us out there yesterday. Now you say, well, it went wrong the last time he played Philadelphia. But bottom line is that I'm not cutting him. I guess I am saying that he can play better than that. He can play better than that.
Did you expect to see more Trey Lance in this game than we actually did?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily at all. And, of course, when you look back at hindsight, I've sat in 1,000 postmortem meetings with coaches the Monday morning after the Sunday game. And I can't tell you the number of times that coaches will say, boy, we should have given him some help earlier. We should have done this. We should have done that. Well, I said, my goodness, it goes over in coaching too, because I spend my life saying, boy, I should have done that a little more. I shouldn't have done that. And so the bottom line is that I don't know with Trey if he could have made up for some of what Cooper wasn't giving us. I don't know that. But the bottom line is that our best bet, a guy that's got the qualities to run this offense, and our best bet is to stay consistent with this offense. Having said that, don't be surprised if Mike jumps in there with Lance and runs some packages that give our opponents something to think about.
Jerry, I heard you reference the third quarter disparity again after the game. And a lot of fans and us, we always go, oh, well, lack of adjustments are happening. Are halftime adjustments overrated?
No, not at all. Not at all. And I think that it's an area where you should say, boy, I wish we'd made this adjustment, or we should have made that adjustment. And of course, adjustments sometime, or obviously the coaches are aware of where we could be playing better as soon as they get in the dressing room after the second quarter is over. So they're not underrated at all. They're important. Adjustments are important. Just so many things that nuances that a degree of adjustment, not a serious adjustment, but a degree of adjustment And, of course, obviously you should be able to look and see physically if your opponent is giving parts of your plan fits. Then you need to make adjustments. You need to get some help over there. You need to adjust. But I'll be very candid with you. We have enough to think about getting better. That adjustments at halftime relative to the third quarter is just one of several things, and not any more important than 4 or 5 others.
Jerry, you guys had Ezekiel Elliott with the fumble in the red zone, turning the ball over is a big moment in the game. And I know you guys have talked a lot about what he brings to the table. Do you ever worry that who Zeke used to be as a player for you guys has caused you to overvalue who Zeke is today?
Well, what counts is what he did last possession. And, that's what's fresh on mind. That's up front in mind. And you've got to look at that. We're not living in the past. I think I'll answer your question this way. We're not living in the past with Zeke. We're doing present day with Zeke all the way. Now, we've had those backs. Certainly you've had Rico, Zeke, but we've had our backs there. And what you would like to see is, as you go into the season, you want to see backs that when you have quantity, you want to see a back come to the front. You want to see them distinguish themselves. And, of course, there are many things that a back does in addition to carrying the ball. And it can be receiving. It can certainly be protecting the quarterback. But Rico is really excelling. We're really proud of what he's doing. Last couple of games, he's had outstanding games. That was unfortunate. That's Zeke's territory down there. And, boy, they just hit that ball. He'll be the first to tell you you can't do that. And that sounds trite, but you can't do that. And so you're seeing Rico playing his arrows up. He's doing some good things. And, unfortunately, we got that fumble with Zeke.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105.3 The Fan. Did you have a problem with Micah Parsons' comments regarding Mike McCarthy after the game, saying, paraphrasing, Mike can leave when he does leave. He can go coach wherever he wants to. He's really playing for guys like Zach who have put more work in than Mike McCarthy has. Did you have a problem with those comments? I'm
not a good evaluator here for you. You say, well, do you personally have a problem? Do you think, and I'm smiling a little bit if we can this morning, do you think I've ever had anything interpreted in a way that I probably said it that way, that 99% of the people would interpret it, but it's a whoops, and I didn't mean it to sound that way. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. I've had that happen a lot, as you well know. And so I know those kinds of things happen. I know that his deference, and I'm serious about this is a fact. It was not meant, no matter how it sounded, it was not meant as a critique of the coaches or the coach. It was meant as a concern for the veteran players, such as Zach Martin, that might not have that much more in their career left. And it meant as a concern to them because they don't have the length of time to right the ship as much as a player like Mike or the younger players. That's how it was meant. There's no doubt in my mind it was meant that way. There's no game. Mike does not feel, and Micah does not feel a lack of appreciation for, of all people, our head coach, Mike. Micah does. Getting my Micahs and Micahs messed up. But that's just not the case. I can tell you for a fact that is not the case. And I visited extensively with everybody involved here. That is not the case. It was an expression of being more concerned about a teammate. Players in there. And it's really informing to know that they have sensitivity about guys that are at the end of their careers. And, of course, Zach Martin has been an influence on that team out there to a large degree. And he would, and a young player like Micah, Zach Martin would have stature of coaching caliber. So he was a concern for him. But believe you me, he does understand completely and is sensitive about the fact that the coaches are having to deal and wear what they're wearing.
Jerry Jones here on the Fan, and we agree with your take. We thought it was overblown, but it did add to the quote-unquote noise. And I'm curious, and we know how you feel about it in terms of the coverage, Jerry, and you guys are all over, as always, because of this story and more. When is the last time that you said, man, there is actually too much noise? There's too much of a circus a little bit. Have you ever thought it? And what do you say to those who think there is too much, that the Cowboys are, a marketing firm, it's entertainment, and then football?
Well, you can imagine that when the noise is substantiated, or the noise, I use that word, and I'm not accidentally using, but when we have our state that we have, then the fact that all of the noise has negative tints to it, the negative is what is happening. That's what we're doing. That's why it is happening. Now, the fact that that noise is there, I would say, because we are as out front as we are as a team and an organization, then you're going to have a louder and more noise that's negative. And when you're not playing well, that's a given. And it drifts over into all areas of the look at what the Cowboys are, the look of what sports is, the look of what football is. And so without arm waving here this morning, nothing about this surprises me at all. And again, I can say it. I'm not saying it in any way. But this is small potatoes compared to what some of the things I've been through over the years with the Cowboys.
All right, Jerry, we had fun at the beginning. We talked, remember, about how strong your jaw is. So here comes the here comes the left hook from the fans this morning. The biggest topic the biggest topic they're asking about, of course, is the sunlight coming through the stadium. That was a big topic after the game. CeeDee Lamb believed he missed out on a touchdown on Sunday because that, in fact, his exact quote afterwards was yes, 1,000% when asked if he'd be in favor of curtains being installed. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I would say that this falls in that category we were just talking about. There's a lot to talk about. I don't believe anybody living believes that that game, what we need to work on. And that's what I meant being incredulous when somebody asked me about that. Of all of the things that we all need to improve, that is way down the list of improvement. All I can say is that stadium was built to feel like it's outdoors when you're indoors. And it was built to have sunlight coming in every way that you could put it out there as though it were open air, yet still being inside. It's the largest air-conditioned space in the world, the stadium. It has over 3 million cubic feet of air-conditioned space. My biggest thought when we were building it was, don't have it not look like it's outdoors. Make it look like it's outdoors. And so all of the things that are a part of that out there is a concept as though you were sitting out there with no roof, no doors, no anything, and you're playing in the elements. Every venue has certain things that at certain ways and times in the contest can create an advantage. That really goes on the category of home field advantage. And so usually, and that's the case with us, that if there's a field, or in the case it's your home field, which it is of the Dallas Cowboys, it should be an advantage to the home team. So I don't want to adjust it for one reason is because it is an advantage to us. Over the years, we've played 52 games that have anything to do with the time of year when that sun could be there, obviously eliminating night games and games where the sun is not, wouldn't be involved. But we've had 52 games. We've won the majority of them. But more important than anything, we know where, in basketball, we know where the dead spots are on the floor. That's our advantage. That should be our advantage. We get to play there more, and we get to have it as an advantage. It has been an advantage for us to know where the sun is. I don't want to change that.
Absolutely understand the aesthetic appeal of it. It does look like an outdoor stadium. But is this something that you think you have failed to capitalize on with a game plan? Do you need to game plan for this each and every week? Well,
we do. We basically do. We get big time reports where that sun is going to be during the course of a game. Kellen Moore knew about it. He spent, I'm sure he spent a lot of time, their coordinator who used to be here, I'm sure he spent a lot of time planning and thinking about where the sun was going to be. You should. And I've seen balls caught with the receiver looking back into the sun out there. I've seen balls dropped. I saw Jason Witten drop a ball. But I've sure seen a lot of opposing teams drop some balls too. And so it's a part of it. One of the things that I'm emphasizing here is that we know that whether it's snow, rain, sleet, mud, we know that elements play a part of football. You play the game in the elements as long as it's safe for everybody concerned. And so you play it in the elements. This is our stadium's way of having elements. And we should play to that when it's appropriate, and we should win out because it is our home field. It's where an advantage. Our Texas Stadium used to have the field went lower on the outside near the boundaries, and in the end zones, it had a drop-off. There was 18-inch difference from the crest of the field to the outside of the field. Well, we got to where our players and quarterbacks and receivers knew that 18-inch drop-off was there, so you threw the ball accordingly, ran the route accordingly. Visiting teams, forget about it, weren't used to adjusting on it, and we made that an advantage. It's so common in sports to have an advantage with your field or have an element of your field that can be a disadvantage, but because you're familiar with it, you have an advantage. I don't want to change that.
Jerry, last one for you here. Has there been a determination made on Dak having surgery?
Tomorrow.
A decision tomorrow?
And he'll have it there in New York. We had a good visit last night, and he wants to do that there, and he's got great medical doctors up there. It's a more common injury in hockey, and he's got doctors that are very familiar with how to repair that, and his prognosis is wonderful. It just means that we're not going to have him the rest of the year.
Jerry, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and go get him Monday night.
You bet, guys. Let's have a good week.
Jerry
Bye-bye.
Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to all of that. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, next.
Says Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, flip it.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time, Tolo Tuesday. Is Caitlin getting it or no? Oh, we caught her sleeping. I think she's looking at all the reactions to the Jerry Jones interview. We got Peyton Russell in the back. He is Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Shreve. Thank you all for turning it on and leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. And Jerry just joined us. I guess the big national headline is everyone at the NFL Network is listening to that. I got my main man, Larry, over at NBC5. He goes, of course, the one part of the interview where the phone cuts out.
Is
and
right
Bobby's mic cuts out?
That's me, yeah. See, that's me, Peyton. Yeah, it is the, it's right when he's asked about, or right when he's saying, yes, he will have surgery, which I did go check. It's the little digital scramble, whatever VoIP phone he had or whatever, but if you boost it, you can hear he says, yes, he will. And then it picks up and says, have it tomorrow in New York. So he is done for the year. That's the big takeaway from everybody. Dak done for the year.
Why is it the big takeaway? We knew it.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, surgery, as we knew he was done for the year in all likelihood, but having surgery for it that's a decision that we were waiting to see if it would come down. So,
and there's more quarterback news?
Yes, Will Greer has been added to the practice squad. So the quarterback you pushed out when you traded that for Trey Lance is now back, baby. A little bit of poetry in that. But he is back and will be signed to the practice squad. So that's your third quarterback.
What else are you taking from Jerry, who was very pleasant and enjoyable?
Very pleasant, very enjoyable. Not in a bad mood at all. Well, that he clearly thinks that either he thinks this or he is interpreting this or spinning this, that Micah did not mean what Micah meant.
Yeah,
that's clear.
And I agree with Jerry.
And I agree. I think it's the same thing.
I think Micah got a little loose at the end. We said the same stuff yesterday, and I think, I lost even more respect for Get Up with the way that they labeled it and overreacted to the first part of his quote that Mike McCarthy can get out of here and go take a hike. That's pretty shameful, and that's why people hate the media. But man, these TV shows are covering the Cowboys even more than we are. I can't look up. I can't look up without Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones all over the place for one of the worst teams in the league. They're the ones who are panicking. They're panicking in these TV networks and these executives, and they're probably listening right now. I don't care. They're freaking out the Cowboys are going to be irrelevant the rest of the season, and they're like, we're going to make them relevant.
I mean, how do we tie Dion to him? How do we get Dion there? Come on, we got to find something.
The two teams they cover the most have a combined 5 wins? The Jets and the Cowboys?
Yeah. Their worst nightmare.
Yeah.
And no quarterback. Like Dak being gone takes a lot of that air out. So that's him on Micah.
And then obviously the Sun stuff. And he is...
Recap what he said about it.
Limo tint out there or something?
How is it an advantage? An advantage when CeeDee Lamb didn't grab the touchdown?
Well, it would be an advantage. Okay, so he brought up Texas Stadium with the crown on the field, right? The Texas Stadium had an 18-inch crown, and it was fine. If you ever stood on the field at Texas Stadium, you could not see the other side. Like you would see half their body.
Yeah, Broadus used to say when they were on the field in Green Bay that they would see the coaches on the other sideline from the waist up because it crowned so significantly.
So that was an advantage, but there were times when it did work against them. You're running downhill and you trip. I mean, that happens, right? He's taken the same approach with this, but the sun, I think, when it goes through the glass, brightens up somehow, like you're hitting through a magnifying glass, like you're trying to fry ants as a kid. And I think that's what's happening here. And
I don't. What's happening here is I think this great tweet from Tolo David. You can't simulate the sun. You can. It doesn't matter how many times they practice with the sun in Frisco. When the ball's in the eye of the sun, it's getting lost.
They don't practice at the same time of day. Yeah, that sun happens in the late afternoon.
Yeah,
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
I can adjust and play to and around the dead spots on a basketball floor. You know what I mean?
Right,
and that's there every single time. And I know how the ball is going to
bounce.
I know it's going to go lower. Mm-hmm. I know how it's going to bounce. I can't see. Can you practice for losing sight for a second or two?
You would have to.
Should they be practicing? I'm asking a dead serious question now. Bill Belichick, wet footballs. Everyone does it with the weather. Should the Dallas Cowboys have sun practice?
They should absolutely practice at AT&T Stadium at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I like the idea of just CeeDee Lamb's running a route in practice, and then all of a sudden, somebody hits an equipment internal where they're hit the spotlight, and they just boom, you cut on these big LED lights right into CeeDee's eyes.
And how much should you game plan to it?
I will say,
as Florio points out, the Cowboys won the toss Sunday. McCarthy opted to receive. He could have deferred, and after the Eagles chose to receive, opted to defend the west end zone, knowing full well that the sun would be in the eyes of the receivers looking back, and the team moving towards the east end zone would have to deal with the sun. Should that be a factor in a game plan? Jerry's saying this is a nothing burger.
How do you get so in order to game plan for it, you would have to practice on that field basically at that time and say we're going to run routes that are going to put the defensive players in the sun but us not.
No, basically the third quarter of 3 o'clock games, you want to play defense. You facing the west end zone. You facing the Miller Lite West Plaza. Yeah. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, what you could end up doing, if you talk about game planning for it, what you could do is you could adjust your first 15 play script, for instance, around, hey, let's make this more run centric, or if you're whatever, based on where you think the sun spots will be on the field, you could script coming out in the second half or first half of games and script your game plan around that. But that's the most you could do to kind of game plan around the sun.
He also mentioned a couple times.
Such a stupid thing to say. Game plan around the sun. It just sounds dumb when you say it.
It's been there for 5 billion years, and it's going to be there for another 5 billion.
I think Mike Fisher said this the other day.
Gentlemen,
I should have just said the Fish report. The Fish just says the fan now. I forgot our names all of a sudden after I went to his birthday party. But I thought he brought up an interesting point. He said this is all about aesthetics. It's why the Cowboys are a marketing firm that plays football.
That's right. Yeah.
And Jerry, all these owners, right? They go around the world to look at stadiums, and Jerry probably walked into a cathedral and he saw the light coming through the glass, and he goes, "I want that." And I understand that, and maybe he wasn't thinking about how it would affect. But I don't know if the players view it as an advantage because they deal with it for 8 home games or 4 or 5 home games whenever it's not prime time or noon.
Right.
I
mean, you're right. He probably did walk into some random cathedral that had that light peering through it, and that's what he's doing. And look, he is a marketing arm, a marketing tool. Is it in the best interest of football? What is the benefit to the football team for having the stadium the way it was? And they planned it. I was asked about the construction. I was like, did you, because I knew they had to, the way the master plan community was, they had to do east-west. But it's not the east-west, it's the windows and the way the stands don't go up high that made it that way.
Look, go ahead, Bob.
No, I was just going to say it did. I had sent you this yesterday. The Eagles fans believe it kept them in the game, that it kept the Cowboys in the games, that they think they're all on Reddit with their conspiracy theories that's why Jalen Hurts didn't throw passes the first 5 dropbacks is because he couldn't see. And so, look, I mean, apparently it kept you in the game against the Eagles for a little bit.
Here's the bottom line. When it comes to pressure, when it comes to too much noise, Jerry Jones just doesn't believe in it. Okay? He doesn't believe there can be too much coverage. He doesn't believe that pressure should break you. That's not in him. He doesn't believe it. And if you can't handle it, you're not cut out to be a part or lead or star for the Dallas Cowboys. He just doesn't. All that stuff is crap. You have to deal with the stadium being a work of art. And yes, the football is going to come second. It is. It doesn't matter if you go to your boss as a united front and you ask for something reasonable that you all think is bothering you and stopping progress or success in the workplace, I believe it is that boss's responsibility to acquiesce and do for the employees. Jerry Jones does not believe that when it comes to like the weight room tours or tinting the stadium or the curtains. He's like that, and that is how they're on television right now today. That's how they're on television every single day, despite not sniffing the NFC Championship. So there is an obvious benefit. Otherwise, they'd be completely irrelevant, and that is why they're talked about. That's why the stadium's still full. That's why they still have the ratings. That's why the merchandise. And yes, all that stuff does benefit Jerry, but there is a little bit of a benefit. It's not the main thing y'all should be focused on or care about. But there is a little benefit to your sports team still being talked about, whether they're good or bad. You know what I mean? It is fun to be in the mix. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Corey was saying it the other day on KMC. He's like, what the hell? What's it like in Jacksonville? You don't matter. You don't matter at all. No one cares about you. No one talks about you. You're irrelevant.
Didn't it kind of suck.
I'm not saying you as a fan listening, you should care about football first and the decisions that Jerry makes impacting football first and entertainment second. But a byproduct of what Jerry does, they're on television right now and every day and every year since I've worked in this damn building, despite early playoff elimination, 500 or under 500 seasons. That's because of Jerry Jones.
It bugged people last year. It bugged Rangers fans that in the course of their championship, people didn't care about them.
Yes.
Like, that still bothers fans when nationally you're not cared about. So I understand it's irritating when people care nationally about your football team. You feel like they're not even doing anything. Stop giving them attention. This is what they want. I understand that feeling, but the reverse of that we've seen true, that even when you had success with the Rangers, you felt slighted and disrespected, and it irritated you that people didn't talk about you like you were the Yankees, Dodgers, or Cowboys.
Yes, I agree. And then the Cooper Rush neck strain.
Right.
Which
he mentioned that
Nick yesterday, remember I asked Nick, I was like, is he hurt? And Nick was like, I thought he got hurt in that fumble. And it appears that may have been it.
That was a rough shot. That was a rough fall.
It was a rough fall, and that would explain.
I think someone fell like right on top of him, I think.
Yeah, that would explain some of those throws. Some of those throws.
Yeah.
Not the first one, but yeah.
Not the first one, but some of those throws were like, what is going on there? That looked like that was a performance like we had never seen from him.
Yeah, that would explain more. But it is going to be Cooper Rush continuing to start Monday night against the Armpit on this radio station. Did Micah and Mike McCarthy make up, and the dog that has taken over the college football world? The rest of RJ's college football kegger and Mike and Micah making up next on.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece at 9:40 this morning. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. In case you missed it, Jerry Jones reiterating or stating that Micah Parsons was just trying to show support for Zach Martin with his Mike McCarthy comments. And yesterday, McCarthy goes to the podium, and there's a screen. Can't make it up. There's a screen to block out the sun. How's it set up there in the media room, Bob, in Frisco?
So it's the way it is, like when you first walk into the glass building there for the start, it's right immediately on the right. So the sun can kind of flood in because there's no walls really blocking it.
So people were making fun of the Cowboys, saying, are you kidding me? This is Michael Scott in the office. You'll put up something to block for McCarthy's presser, but not for the games. Turns out it was Pat Doney's cameraman, NBC5.
Noah Bullard, their sports photojournalist, who's awesome, and he threw it up there and was giving McCarthy an assist.
Does he usually do it? Has it been put up before?
No. Like he's there shooting the press conference, but he just got his screen that they use for outdoor shots because camera, sports setups, they got to have that screen. So he just went and got it out of his bag and set it up as a joke.
You think he was? He did it as a joke?
Yeah, it was like I hear.
So it was on purpose.
I got you, coach. I'm black here. It was
that's a ballsy move.
It was because that could have backfired. Who knows? But Noah, I think everybody knows Noah's he's a good sport. So.
And McCarthy walked in and goes, "Is that for the sun?" And so that started off things with a little bit of a chuckle, and then he responded to Micah's comments.
Well, I think like anything with post-game remarks and really any remarks, when it does create questions for others in the locker room, something that I've always done, conversation has to happen. So, Mike and I had a conversation this morning about it and, handled those things as men should handle it. That wasn't his intent, and, so that's something he can talk on. But the other part of it too is what comes out of this too, all the way around. Questions for others, and also I don't want to see my players get attacked also from the other side of this too. So we have so much more that we need to focus on, and that's really what we talk about pretty much throughout the day today. Is just we just got to keep it about football, bear down on the things we know we need to improve on, build off of some of the things that we did. Felt like we got better, throughout these games coming out of the bye. But these are the things that you need to eliminate from your culture.
Also said you need to eliminate these things from the culture. So does that mean Micah should shut down the pod? No, he didn't say it in his podcast, but then he addresses it last night, kind of going after Damian Woody and Rex Ryan. McCarthy also said, the Texans are now 2 hours ahead of us when it comes to film. I'm only on play 6 of reviewing the Lions-Texans game because I had to deal with this and go talk to Parsons.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not a huge Mike McCarthy fan, but ESPN again doing dirty work last night. To me, the context is clearly McCarthy just lays out all these conversations they have, and you're concerned when that gets reported that way, how it spreads around the locker room. You got to eliminate those things from your culture. Basically talking about how that can spread and how you got to just squash those things. Instead, they go up there, Mike McCarthy in response to Micah Parsons, you got to eliminate this from your culture. And it's like, that is not the context of how he said that at all.
They have no soul.
Now
they have no soul.
You can listen. People interpret things differently, right? That's not interpreting things differently. Like if you wanted to really interpret the first one where he's like, he can leave and go wherever he wants. You want to interpret that literally. I disagree, but that's egregious. That's even more egregious.
Lowbrow politics.
No, I think
that's lowbrow.
No,
what they just did here.
I think that he can go wherever he wants. I think that's more egregious. This culture thing, that does matter. What Mike said does matter a little bit. I think you have to eliminate these things from the culture,
right? But I think
that has that is a much more legitimate statement that he meant than Micah's. Micah meant none of that whatsoever. Of Mike can go somewhere else. They spun it as Micah saying McCarthy could take a hike. That is not anywhere near close to as accurate as McCarthy saying you got to eliminate these things from the culture. These
I think they're both massively out of context.
Yeah,
though.
but the McCarthy one, what Mike said in that presser is I think is more valid.
But I think
the other one is a zero.
Sure, I just don't think he's saying the way it's framed when you say something like that is when Micah talks like that, you need to eliminate it from your culture. And I don't think he's saying you got to eliminate what Micah said. I think he's talking about you got to eliminate confusion and lack of communication and those sort of things, and not anything at all related to. I talked to Micah. I understand what he was saying.
Yeah,
and we have no issues with this. So when he says eliminate from his culture, I think he means we've got to eliminate poor communication where people are misunderstanding each other. And that's where, to me, it's just they're taking both out of context because they want a snapshot of Micah says Mike needs to leave. Well, Mike says that you got to eliminate things like that from your culture, people who talk like that. And to me, it's like that's not an accurate representation of what either one of them were saying to me.
Let's hit the rest of the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
There's a little screen off of the left-hand side, caught by Travis, turns the corner, on his way to the end zone, and he leaps into the end zone with joy, and Colorado scores with 1:18 to play in the third. Travis Hunter turned on the afterburners, and the most dynamic player in college football has given the Buffs now a 30-20 advantage.
Buffs radio with the call. Very.
Was that Buffs radio or was that Jerry's phone?
It may have been 41-27. They win.
Are we not previewing audio that we're using now?
Yeah, we did.
Skip, scat?
Yeah, we're previewing it.
Did it skip? Did you hear it skipping?
Yeah, I heard it skip. That's
all right,
a computer problem.
What?
That's a computer problem.
Oh, the computer skipped on him just now.
Oh, that wasn't the cut?
The playback skipped, is what he's saying.
Yeah,
okay.
That wasn't the cut.
41-27, Colorado wins, so they have put themselves in a great position in the Big 12 title race to the point where they are going to wind up playing in the Big 12 championship game unless they really kind of fall off. But they are right there with BYU. BYU is 6-0. Colorado is 5-1. That's because Iowa State suffered another loss. And now Colorado and BYU will wind up playing in the Big 12 championship game. And it would give Colorado a chance to have their first top 25 win of the year.
Which they won't get. BYU will run them, is what will happen.
Yeah, look, they'll be favored by more. I would assume more than a touchdown in that game.
Sounds as bold as your Bama LSU take.
Hey, you gonna wait till next month to weigh in on that one too?
BYU though, they do.
No, hang on. I'll give Colorado their tortillas. This is impressive.
It is impressive.
I'm not going to let people skip over the Deion praise because everyone wanted to rip it down, so now everyone has to give the praise.
But it is impressive, but it's also not.
Yeah, like when you look at the schedule, like it's not.
Y'all still said they wouldn't have 4 wins.
I don't know if I said that, but they weren't going to. All right, you won in the Sun Belt, basically. That's what they've done.
If I told you before the year that they'd be in the Big 12 title game, you would have laughed.
I would have laughed, and the reason I would have laughed is because Utah and Oklahoma State were on their schedule, and they were picked very, very high. They're both like top 15 teams.
Utah's about to get kicked out of the Big 12. They keep ripping
and they
conference.
are a combined 1-12 in conference. Utah and Oklahoma State. I would have suspected they would have lost, those 2 games. They would have been 3-3 on the year. At best at this point.
Let me ask this then.
They're not.
If you're the Florida Gators and money was not an issue, is Deion now ready for a Florida program, a Gator program?
I would think not.
No. Why not?
Well, is he going to have 2 of the top 5 picks in the draft? Probably not.
Well, it depends if you think he can recruit. I mean, he recruited one of them.
He recruited one of them. And now the other one, obviously, was his son. He was going to go play with him regardless. You would think
it's Grand Theft Colorado out there. Remember, it's easier for him to run things the way he wants to, and even still, there's been a lot of questions and a lot of issues. I don't think you can run things like that in Florida and get away with the Florida atmosphere.
Oh, you might need to explain that a little bit. Grand Theft Colorado. You're making it sound like thugs.
That was the term that one of the former players used. He called it Grand Theft Colorado. He said it's like Grand Theft Auto here, that you've got just guns and like weapons and money flying around the locker room and guys getting into fights, and it's a toxic environment for a lot of players who go there and they say, I got to get the hell out of here.
They are up to the 18th. They will be higher.
Not playing in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, they will be higher when the rankings come out tonight, when the latest college football playoff rankings come out. So Colorado will, for the most part, make it to the Big 12 championship game, which will be here in DFW. Utah played BYU. They had BYU against the ropes, up 21-19. There was a defensive holding call early on in the drive. It allowed a drive to stay going. This was like inside the 20-yard line, their own 20. BYU marched up the field, kicks a field goal. They beat Utah on the road. After the game, their athletic director for Utah decided that he had had enough. I've never seen an athletic director go to the podium and to criticize the officials.
Been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight.
Wow. You never hear that.
He got lit up.
Yes. Yeah, Brett Yormark going to light him up money-wise and everything.
So what was he complaining about? I tried to find this on Twitter.
There was a early on in the drive. I mean, I'm talking BYU was like inside their own 20-yard line. On the outside, on the outside receiver on the left side, so it would be the right side because you're looking at those. There was a defensive hold, and it was a bad call, and they called the defensive hold, and that allowed the drive to stay going. To stay
and this
alive.
was in what quarter?
This is the end. This is the final drive.
Oh, the end.
Yeah, this is on the final drive.
So egregious.
It was a bad call. I mean, it wasn't the worst call I've ever seen. It was a bad call.
$40,000 fine.
Yeah,
that's what he got.
Yeah, I mean, I had talked to a couple people that I know in the
couple Mormons
within the Big 12 circle. I'm not going to identify what their religion is, but I did ask a couple people.
Called it the other program thugs,
and they were. I was quoting. Thank you. I did hear from a couple. They're like, yeah, he's kind of right. Like, I mean, nobody's going to say that publicly, but he was right. The officiating is awful in the Big 12.
Tom Brenneman.
Oh, God.
Oh, Grand Theft Colorado, Mormons. Let's go to Brenneman.
Are you going to do Brenneman or you want to do Kirk Herbstreit? What do you want to do?
Whatever you want. It's your keg.
All right, this. I think this is fun. We all remember this clip from Tom Brenneman.
Shows you how RJ Choppy feels about dead dogs, Sarah.
Well, our dog is still alive. The other one just passed on.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. Go Brenneman.
All right, so this, we all remember this clip from like 4 years ago. Tom Brenneman, after he had been caught on a hot mic using a gay slur, had this apology in the middle of a home run.
I made a comment earlier tonight that I guess went out over the air that I am deeply ashamed of. If I have hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I'm going to apologize for the people who signed my paycheck, for the Reds, for Fox Sports Ohio, for the people I work with, for anybody that I've offended here tonight. I can't begin to tell you how deeply sorry I am. That is not who I am.
Okay.
All right. There we get it. Now, that was a couple years ago, like 4 years ago. Tom is rebounded, and he is now on the CW calling Syracuse versus Boston College. And there just happens to be a player with a very unique name.
Couple of good quarterbacks in this one. You know about Kyle McCord. We'll also see Thomas Castellanos. How about that? Or Sky Rizzi, key to the game.
And he looks at the camera and he kind of gives it a little sign at Castellanos. All right.
Oh, no. What's with Castellanos? Is he trying to? All right, let me put a twist on. I can't get all these clips of me saying Castellanos tonight.
Oh. I'm like, do you want to refer back to that?
Thomas Castellanos.
Do you want to go back to that?
Why is that one Castellanos?
Maybe that is how he pronounces his name.
Could be Italian. Could be an Italian name.
It could be.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely
versus,
that Tom Brenneman's being unprofessional.
Call the AD. Call the SID over there since you got Utah connections.
Yeah.
A man of faith.
Utah, just out me over here. What are you doing?
What?
It wasn't really Utah that I was talking to.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on a Tolo Tuesday, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The Stars numbers the other way. Marchman with Sagan fed there. Score! Tyler Sagan on the power play and make it a half dozen here in the first for Dallas.
And with that, the Dallas Stars in the first period match the Dallas Cowboys through 4 quarters. 7-1 over the Penguins. Victory Plus with the audio. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on The Fan.
What would you equate 6 goals to in football points?
42.
Okay.
That's a fast answer.
Well, 7 times 6.
Touchdown. Yeah, a goal, a touchdown.
1 goal you think is a touchdown?
That's what Chop's arguing for, I assume.
Yeah, I know. I did the math. But I'm asking, do you all think that 1 goal is 7 points?
I was going to say around 6, so I don't think 7.
I'd say 1.5. I'd say that it's worth 1.5 touchdowns.
Because, I mean, like the average NHL game, let's just say it's 3-2. That would be a 21-14 NFL game. That's maybe a little on the low side. Probably more like 24-17.
7 goals is like scoring 63 points.
And I would argue 3-2 is under the NHL average for scoring.
Probably.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, we do talk Stars with Puck Around and Find Out.
Hell yeah!
That's why I'm wearing my Stars hoodie today, because you score 7 goals, you get a hoodie.
Man, I would like it if every beginning of the show is dictated by what specifically you were wearing.
Exactly.
Okay. And you're like, okay,
I'll start seeing if I can try that. Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20.
What's wrong?
He doesn't know that he's supposed to do that.
No, I know that. I'm going to ask Patrick Mahomes questions. There's a tease.
That's Detroit Lions questions all day.
And he's working on, for Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday, he's working on the drink, the Funky Co Medina. So he's trying to get that all taken care of.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we also have Martin House Brewing. We will be out there on Thursday from 10 to 2.
Bobby went around making an alcohol video of the station today. He didn't know if he'd get in trouble for posting it.
Oh, what does that mean?
No, not a like an alcohol video. I just was like, let me see if I can find a bottle of water in the fridge. I'm like, nope, beer, malt liquor, beer. What about in the freezer? Oh, nope, whiskey. Maybe something's right. Oh, nope, tequila. So that's what it was.
What are you reacting to on your computer?
I'm just frustrated. I know this happened last night. We'll talk about it a little bit in Baseball Nuggets. How did Austin Wells have a better year than Wyatt Langford? I'm not saying Wyatt Langford should not be Rookie of the Year. He should get third. But third place helps you in the Sasaki sweepstakes. It gives you extra money. You get more international spending money if your guy finishes second or third in Rookie of the Year. The Yankees are going to get first and third or second and third in Rookie of the Year. I'm not... So you get a first round pick if you win Rookie of the Year. Your organization does. You're looking at me like I'm crazy, Choppy.
No, I'm saying who on the Yankees is going to win Rookie? Is Austin Wells going to win it?
Well, they have the Hill. They have the pitcher.
Hill,
they got 2 out of the 3, and the Orioles got. But if I look at Wyatt Langford, I have to go backwards here. But Wyatt Langford, 253 batting average, 16 home runs, 126 hits, 74 runs, 74 RBIs, 19 stolen bases, a 740 OPS. Austin Wells, a 718 OPS, 55 RBIs, 1 stolen base, 42 runs, 229 batting average, 13 home runs, 81 hits. He literally lost every category. There's not a category that Austin Wells wins. How did Wyatt Langford not become a finalist and become like the third place guy where the Rangers get a benefit?
MLB Network must have voted on it.
Wyatt had a higher WAR too. Wyatt's WAR was 3.9 to 2.5.
I don't know about that, but I do have odds for Sasaki and where he's going to end up. Where do you think?
Well, I think it's I think it's easy. LA saved $2.5 million right now for this situation. If you get past December 15th, things change. But if he signs before December 15th, it is 100% the LA Dodgers.
Dodgers are the favorite at 3-1. Then the Padres. Good job. Are you reading off my computer?
No, we talked about kind of the
you
West
probably got
Coast,
the same email I did.
Yeah, the West Coast connection. So Padres makes sense.
Padres, then Mets, Mariners, Giants, Yankees, Cubs, Phillies, Rays, Braves, Rangers tied at 14-1 with about 3 other teams.
Those should change if it gets to December 16th, because then the international spending money for 2025 comes into play. The Dodgers withheld $2.5 million from Latin America. Why would they do that? It's very simple. They did it because they believe that $2.5 million will win and easily win. Nobody even can compete with $2.5 million right now. On December 15th, all that money goes away and you start your 2025 money, which then the Dodgers have less than the Rangers, because the Rangers didn't have a good year, so they would have more international spending money. I'm not saying he's coming to the Rangers, but the Dodgers did this for a reason. If they know that he was going to wait till December 16th or 17th, they would have spent that $2.5 million on a Venezuelan guy, on a couple Dominican guys. They would have spent that money. They saved it for a reason.
All right, we saved a couple of Ask Reddits for you guys. Usually happens every Tuesday during the Expressway as Bobby Belt scours the internet.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a good one for Mike Bassick to weigh in on first. Mike seems to have a lot of takes on this type of thought process. Mike, what's a clear sign someone knows they're losing an argument?
I would say, one.
What is it?
They threaten to just tear down the stadium.
I think one of them would be, it's not a perfect sign, but they raise their voice. They start yelling.
Yep. Yeah. Once
See, and
once that escalating. Yep.
That's the one that most people go to. I don't think that that's universal, and I'm trying not to raise my voice right now because I see him laughing because he knows he's thinking of me. No, because that's the problem is that a lot of times it's massively irritating how wrong somebody is to me.
That's why
and it's
I don't
getting
think
me
it's an
anxious.
absolute.
That being said, even though they're wrong doesn't mean they're not winning the argument, because you're lost up in your emotions.
Lost in the sauce, essentially, is what you're saying?
Winning the argument
Doesn't mean
and
you have to
being
be
right
right.
are not the two. Not
I mean,
the same
another
thing.
one would be you change the argument. You're like, now we're not arguing.
Oh yeah, straw man.
You take a
goalpost.
You change it to like, wait, we are not even arguing this.
I know when Bobby knows he's losing the argument, he does this. Is this with his
The
fingers.
wind horse?
No, he does this with his fingers.
No, that's when I get
No.
That's when I get super frustrated with Choppy just going, just because. Just that's the way it is. Like, Bama is the same team. It doesn't matter that nobody else agrees with that. Bama's the same team. That's when I start getting annoyed.
Oh, man.
All right, next one here, fellas. No, that's not me losing the argument, Mike. I see you motioning over here. Hagee, what's your kryptonite?
It's like a green stone.
Yeah, he knows what it is.
No, I understand.
Mine is Choppy saying Bama is still the same effing team they've been for a decade.
That argument still seems to be lingering.
It has not been settled.
They just won by 30.
Okay. Man, that's
Against
a good
Brian
question.
Kelly.
I'm gonna have to think about
Cool
that
Ranch
for a second. I'm
Doritos.
sorry.
You don't like Cool Ranch
No, I
Doritos?
love Cool Ranch.
Oh, it's like that's your
I
weakness.
can't-
You can't turn it down.
Every time.
See, I
Like
think of
those
something
better?
that like weakens you, not something that like, ooh, is a temptation that I can't, like something that just wears you down.
Oh, if it's something for kids, like I'll pretty much just give in. Like whenever you get the charity thing in the mail, and they're like, "This was written by this kid on this sheet of paper," and I'm like, "Well, they clearly need our money. They have made this kid write
Wow,
this note."
I thought you would have like traced the handwriting, made sure it was legit, saw that it wasn't forged, call
Bobby,
the
are yours
place.
Democrats?
Huh? Is what?
What did you
repeat
say?
yourself?
What the hell?
Is your kryptonite Democrats?
No, my kryptonite
That's
is
RJ.
my kryptonite is
I'm 2-1 against them and 2-0 if you ask me. Okay, 2-0-1.
3-0.
3-0.
How does that math add up? 2-0, 2-1.
No, I honestly
eating the dog.
my kryptonite is the I can't stand like I lose my cool whenever we're getting back to an argument and the way when somebody's presenting a bad argument that's clearly a fallacy or their points are just not accurate, and they get like a hallelujah chorus behind them, like a group of people like, yeah, he's schooling. That I lose my S really fast
When
on
somebody
that one.
says they could care less, I'm like, okay.
I had to teach my kids.
That's my
that
pet
one.
peeve. Couldn't.
Sean saying
Everyone does
sherbert.
could care less.
Sean saying sherbert. That's another one for me that I can't stand the sherbert argument.
You wanted to say Chabert?
No, it's sherbet.
Sherbet.
Oh.
There's no second R.
Just shut up, Bobby.
Why do we
There
just
is no
ignore
other
that?
R.
No one in the state or the city of the Metroplex says sherbet.
It's not. It's like saying no one goes.
No one in the world.
No one
no one goes to the ice cream stand and goes, "Give me the sherbet."
No one
You
up-
sound like an idiot.
No
what
one
you're
up
supposed to say it, though.
No one up north says wash. They say wash. It doesn't matter. There's not an R
That's not
there.
even true.
Wash is the right way to say it.
Got to get a glass of water.
It is technically sherbet, but it's not. It's also not at the same time because nobody says it like that.
Yeah.
By the way, my answer to this is a good underdog.
It is 2024. We're
underdog.
changing the meaning of all sorts of words. So I guess we can just pronounce it however we want.
Oh my god.
Last one here. Anybody has a band you used to like but you now think is cringy?
Oh.
I mean,
Mike,
I
what's
used
on
to
your
like R.
playlist?
Kelly and Michael Jackson songs.
yeah.
Like that.
You know, it's not really
Becomes
cringy
tough.
for me. It's more sad. Any like '80s hair metal band that's still out there performing,
Trying.
like Motley
like just
Crue, Vince
retired.
Neil, just Axl Rose out there trying to sing,
mine's
and you
U2.
can't do it anymore.
U2. Under the Joshua
sucked.
Tree was such a good. Like Joshua Tree was such a good album.
You
And
think
they peaked with
always-
Europa.
Soft. They're like the James Taylor of hard rock.
Yeah, you and your Oasis is much harder.
I don't like
thug.
Oasis.
Yeah, you did. You told me when we first started doing the show that you wore your big hemp necklace.
That's
listened
not
to-
Oasis. That was
these
Dave
guys?
Matthews.
No, and Oasis too.
I hate
thought
Oasis.
That first Oasis.
I hate
Yeah, you do.
Oasis.
You knew
No,
15
no,
characters.
no, no.
Like,
And listen to these
Oasis
guys.
is
you were a
hemp.
hippie back in the day with
They're
your
not hippie. They're
Birkenstocks.
alternative.
He hates
is
Oasis more than
alternative.
Oasis hates Oasis. He never liked Oasis.
Dave Matthews, yes.
You want to hear three
No,
guys
not
get
Oasis.
along 10 a.m.
Fish, absolutely, yes.
Fish.
Yes.
Everything I said, yelling, fish.
Fish.
That's what I
absolutely.
meant.
Yeah, fish.
Yeah.
Fish the band.
But
Fish the person.
Fish is.
okay.
They're, an Oasis
20-minute
is water,
songs.
right?
Oasis is
Water.
much better than Fish.
Well, different kind of music, but yes,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have more hits. For
Fish
sure.
is awful.
Wait until you get in on this crunchy groove, man.
Exactly. Bill Walton over here. It's his birthday the other day. You need to
Wednesday.
wash that
Yesterday
hat.
was Mike's birthday.
Today's my
Michael.
wife's birthday.
Mike Bassick.
Yeah.
KMC Masterpiece is next. Happy birthday, Mike. Mike doesn't wish us a happy birthday. He doesn't care.
America. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. And if you can guess what Mike said while the intro was playing, I would like you to take a shot at that as well.
I'll give you $1,000.
You can also hit us up on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and I would be amazed if anyone not only got it right, but got even particularly close to what Mike just said. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How are you today?
Good. It's Tuesday.
It's true.
It looks like we're going to have a meeting after the show, Kevin, and that's always a concern because every meeting, everybody out there agrees, could probably just be an email.
I agree with 98% of meetings. Plus, also, I've held this belief forever. If you miss the day of the meeting, you just missed it.
Can we just do that today? Can we just be like, oh, no, we didn't know?
I mean, probably not, because now they can just go back in the archive and be like, well, Corey, you laid out your plan on air for how you're going to try to skip
They're in a meeting right now, though, so they wouldn't know.
So they don't
the
know.
only way is if somebody snitched, Alec.
Why me?
Well, because you're the only person to see right now.
I mean,
Carter too.
I like
Maybe
your
Mike.
plan.
Could be Mike.
I would never snitch on a good plan.
Mike's a narc.
Okay, let's
Okay.
Let's go with cut number 3. We're going to talk about the Stars. And for people asking, did he say something about Canada? Did he say something about politics? Have his Topps cards come in yet? No.
They're supposed to come in this afternoon.
Okay.
But that's not what I said. But I think that my Juan Soto $1,000,000 card is coming in today.
Okay. Now we're going to play all the Stars' first period goals. And just a hint, it was somewhere in the realm of hockey. Go.
Nice move to Shane. His shot scores. He found a hole as it leaked through Blomqvist. Our Stankoven shot scored. That one surprised Blomqvist off the wing, and Logan Stankoven makes it 2-0. Penguins, they are returning home. There's a shot scored by Marchment. It's an early assault here in Pittsburgh. The Stars in half a period have struck thrice. Will bank it, gets off his stick, still across. Heiskanen scores! What work between Heiskanen and Marchment. And number 4 makes it 4-0. His first of the year. And the Stars take it away. Heiskanen could have a break. He's in. He scores! Back to back! Heiskanen has 2. Bang, bang. The Stars have 5. The Stars numbers the other way. Marchment with Sagan fed there. Score! Tyler Sagan on the power play and make it a half dozen here in the first for Dallas.
So the Stars have a 6-0 lead at the end of the first period. And in case you're curious, what did Mike say right before the show was
Stick
starting?
that in your Yager.
He said, Mario Lemieux sucks. And that is, I swear, that is what he said. Dude hasn't been on the Penguins in, 25 years?
Yep. Take that,
but
Mario.
That is what he had to say, is that Mario Lemieux is no good. Now, I know what people caught wind of course, or put together, was that the Stars scored as many goals as in the first period as the Cowboys had points. They eventually kicked the extra point, and they would win 7-1 over the Penguins. An amazing offensive display in the first period. Marchment with 4 assists.
That's awesome.
And the Stars crush the Penguins.
Yeah, the Mason Marchment part of it. Listen, the Penguins aren't great right now. They've been in their struggle bus.
What's better? Penguins the hockey team or Penguin the TV show?
TV show, absolutely.
For sure.
If you haven't seen the Penguin on is it Max?
Max.
Then you need to
he takes over Gotham.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Mike, for breaking that news.
It's Batman. All the bad guys eventually take over Gotham, and then Batman comes and ruins their day.
But yeah, that is a fantastic show. But the Mason Marchment part of it, him having that kind of an impact on the game, significant deal with all the assists, setting people up. That's awesome to see. And then, Kevin, it looked like everybody got a little piece yesterday. And that was the great thing. I know the board says kind of different on, like Rope didn't get a goal or an assist, but everybody got a little bit of the action yesterday. I'll be honest, man, the Penguins netminders all looked like statues. They did not look like they could move fast enough to keep up with what the Stars were doing. And I don't know if this was a revisit of what the Stars are going to be or just a one night off kind of thing, but they were pushing last night and they were pushing up front, and that was showing. I mean, when Miro's running in or skating in, getting slaps like that, it's significant because of what they're doing on the front end.
So one of the things that I thought was really cool, and we've talked about this a couple of times already throughout the season, is Logan Stankoven looks like he's as advertised. Because you were about a month into the season for the Stars, and I think at the end of last week, we talked about maybe some things that hadn't lived up so far for the Stars. But one of the things that has been really impressive thus far is, I think, Stankoven. And that's reflected in, I know they lost the 2 in Finland, but otherwise, the Stars are 9-3. And you can't just magically remove those games. I understand that. But on The Athletic, they went through who's going to win the Stanley Cup in terms of predictions then versus now. In the preseason, the Stars were second with 21.4%. Now they're first at 38.7%. Now, part of that is because
go ahead and end the season now, then, Kevin.
That would be great. Part of that is because the Stars have been playing well. Part of that's because Edmonton has not been playing well. Right behind them is the Florida Panthers, which makes sense because obviously Florida's been playing really well too. But what I want to point out is, for The Athletic, 38.7% of their writers think the Stars are going to win the Cup. 12.9% think the Stars are going to be runner-up. That means it's just one site, but it's a site that I think we all appreciate. Just above 50% of the writers for The Athletic think right now the Stars will be in the Stanley Cup final.
Oh, really? That's a significant number.
It is.
You get around 50%, Kevin. That can be a huge factor for you.
Yes, it can. I don't think we have to dive into the Electoral College and everything like that. I don't have a clue what
you're talking about.
I think you do know exactly what I was talking about. But it was good for the Stars to get another road win and obviously bounce back. It's been a tough stretch. You went against some of the more elite teams in the Panthers and Winnipeg, and you lost all 3 of those. Now, I realize 2 of them were back-to-back in Finland, but still, you lost all of those. So to get back on the winning track, clearly a good thing.
On the front of one of the discussions we did have last week, I don't think that Wyatt Johnston is a superstar in the making.
Okay.
I think he's a star for sure. Stankoven, I feel kind of the same way.
Okay.
But again, I talk about this team in that manner, is that there are a bunch of dudes that I think can be stars in the NHL. Stankoven's size he's a smaller fella. But because he's so scrappy and he decides to play big, that's the difference for him. His stick just feels like he gets more reach with it. His shot's quick. Everything about what he does in his game is so much fun because you're like, I could do that if I had all the skills that he had, but I'm just kind of the same size as that guy.
Would it be a disappointment if...
He also seems like an irritant.
I mean, which is good when he's on your team.
Exactly.
I can see how everybody else would hate that. Would it be a disappointment if Wyatt Johnston didn't, I'm not saying this year, didn't eventually become a superstar? Like if he was just like, man, that's a really good player. Do you think that would be a disappointment for people, or do you think they would be like, no, that's kind of what I thought?
I'll be honest, I don't know what the expectation was before. But again, if you're competing for and winning cups, no, I don't think anybody cares, right?
That's fair.
And that's why with this amount of talent that you have, the veteran presence talent, the youth, and the youth that's growing into veterans right now, that's good for the team because, Kevin, it's turning over and you're just adding more youth to what's growing into really solid talent that feels like it's top end in the NHL.
So DeBoer said that he thought Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston could both be 1 point per game players. Now, even that doesn't necessarily make you a superstar by any means. And it is early in the season, but Stankoven is right at just a touch below that 1 point per game. And then Wyatt Johnson is at half a point per game. We talked about this last week. It has been a slower start. Adjustments have been made with Wyatt Johnston because of that. But Logan Stankoven has really been my, I guess kind of bright side to this whole thing. And then obviously Casey DeSmith, the backup goalie, has done a good job in several appearances. And so I think those things
give Otter the rest he needs throughout the year.
Yes. I think he's played about a third of the games. And if you have that breakdown, about 2/3 for Oettinger and a third for him, then I think that's a good breakdown. And so those two things really stand out to me as things that I've enjoyed from the first month of the season.
How many games do you want the emergency goalie to play throughout a year, though?
None.
I love the idea
possible.
of being the backup
Is it because
emergency goalie.
He's like an accountant and then he has to come in and you're like,
Mike, have you ever heard this? The emergency goalie in hockey?
There's a guy in the stands they pick out and they give him the number 12.
Can you imagine?
That is no.
Can you imagine just being like, you're like, hey, you know what? We need an emergency closer tonight. Get that guy. We're going to bring him in. He's going to come in. He hasn't pitched in 3 years, but guess what? He's always the emergency guy. And it just goes in, or the emergency backup quarterback. I love it. I love it.
Why can't they just make somebody that is a player on the team, like, put on the pads? Like, we're not bringing in some fake guy who's not on the team. Like, we sometimes have a position player have to pitch.
That's true.
The game is over and you're screwed. Like,
and sometimes you run like the wildcat quarterback because you're like, I got nothing.
Sorry, douche. Like, you got to put on the gear.
That would be Matt Duchene. Then, of course, he's referencing.
What another fantastic addition by Jim Nill, too.
I agree. Now, for the 972, 70 points plus per year, super solid defensively would be what they would be looking for, and that would meet kind of their expectation. Not a superstar, but a stud. Wanted to throw out a couple of other things for you. In the Athletic, we just talked about this, their power rankings, which actually came out a few days ago. They had the Dallas Stars at number 4.
Okay.
But Jamie Benn, obviously we've talked a lot about the collapse of the Cowboys, and so some things have fallen by the wayside. I believe it was on Thursday. Jamie Benn did something amazing. He was involved in 16 faceoffs. He won all 16 of them. He is only the 6th player since they started tracking this in 1997 to win at least 16 faceoffs without losing a single one.
Really?
So 2 things. First of all, are you impressed by this? Second of all, what do you think was the kind of come to Jesus moment for sports when they were like, we should be keeping track of things? Because like the NFL used to not keep track of sacks. Now we're like the NHL didn't even care about who won a faceoff. Like, what do you think that moment was? And they're like, we should really be keeping track.
You mean
of
like
this.
the first time they started keeping stats?
Yeah, like what do you think led to that?
I feel like it was baseball. Baseball just seems like it was always stat sport. Like somebody had to keep up something.
So from the beginning, they're like, we're going to keep track of this. And everyone else is like, you're dumb.
When Babe Ruth started hitting home runs, they were like, we need to keep track of home runs. So I'm going to date it back to there. I don't know anything before that, Kevin.
Okay, I wonder if the NFL was like, you're keeping track of all this? Get the hell out of here.
And that's an interesting thing, too, because you don't know what is important, really, right? Because the new stats, like you were talking about QBR the other day.
Yes.
That stat replaced...
a fake stat.
That stat replaced
but
rating.
people use it now.
Yeah. And it replaced rating, and that replaced yards or touchdowns or, what's really important.
Tackling the quarterback before he threw the ball was not important until like 1978 or something.
And because of that, now that was the job of certain people, and they probably have missed out on the Hall of Fame thus far because they were like, oh yeah, okay, I can keep track of that.
Seems like it's important.
And in baseball, it feels like we've always known who stole the most bases on a Tuesday in March. And you're like, nobody for a long time because they didn't play.
Spring training.
Yeah. And they keep those stats too.
I do, and then they throw them out the window.
Yeah, that is
because nobody can go like, man, what did he average in spring training in 2011?
Yes,
Odor does.
Well, okay,
call him Mr. March
for a reason,
which is probably not what you want to be called. So the Dallas Stars.
Did he ever walked around the clubhouse saying that, Kevin?
He might have, but as long as he had at least 2 to 3 buttons undone.
They call me Mr.
Chest.
March around here.
Okay, and I know this is just a movie, but I think the movie Mr. Baseball threw me out because he was like, hey, I was the team leader in 8th inning doubles in September or whatever. And so now I wonder if like all players have some stat in their head. They're like, hey, don't diminish me.
I still have a shoot toe, though.
Yes, that's right. That is
Always.
right. If you haven't seen Mr. Baseball, you're probably okay without it.
It's great.
I hope it's
Enjoy
not
it.
a bad word I said in real language, but it's just like a hole.
I just thought it was a pitch.
Yeah, it's like a spot where you can't hit.
Yes.
Like it's his weak spot.
Now, by the way, the Stars will be back in action Thursday against the Boston Bruins. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
Like Patrick Mahomes. Is he worse?
Oh.
Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Sodaway Aus. Cars for Kids donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wilson settles back, raises the foot, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, gonna float it up left for Williams, and Williams makes the grab in the end zone. What a throw! What a catch! Mike Williams in his first game in a Steelers uniform has hauled in a 32-yard touchdown strike from Russell Wilson.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Mike to ask all of the football questions.
I didn't know that was going to be our highlight coming back, so here's my first question. Who's going to have a bigger impact on their team, Mike Williams or Jonathan Mingo?
I'm going to go with Mike Williams.
Short term or long term?
Yeah.
I will remain with Mike Williams.
Well, I mean,
do you think the new head coach and new offensive coordinator of the 2025 Dallas Cowboys is excited he doesn't have a 4th-round pick and has Jonathan Mingo as his number 2 receiver that Jerry's going to force him to play?
Quite possible.
No.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
What do you mean? No.
Is he going to be excited he doesn't have a 4th-round pick?
He could be. We don't know what his goals are.
Okay.
We don't even know who the coach is yet.
That's true.
All right.
Will we pony up the money for the Lions or not?
Deion Sanders makes $10 million in college, and Mike McCarthy makes like 5.5 or 6.5. So I'm just kind of curious on how that's going to work.
All right. I'm going to now ask my first real football question, not based off of the Pittsburgh Steelers highlight we played, because Kevin's obviously a Steelers fan. Congratulations, they're 7-2. Good deal. They're working out.
But who did they lose to?
So, Cowboys.
That's
I have
right.
no clue.
And
how
you
that
always said Russell Wilson was better than Tony Romo, too. So you're a huge Russell
There's
Wilson
definitely
fan.
a time when I thought that was the case.
I remember.
So I'm wearing a Chiefs hat today. Deal
Yes.
with it. My first question is based off of the Chiefs quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. This is going to sound like a stupid question, but I think it's worth a conversation. Patrick Mahomes, in his first season as quarterback, was the MVP. He was a rookie, sat behind Alex Smith, and then his second year in the NFL, his first year as a starting quarterback, he was awesome, and the stats are unbelievable. 16 games back then, not 17, 50 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 5,097 yards.
Yeah.
Is Patrick Mahomes a better quarterback than his first season as the starting quarterback?
Is he a better quarterback now than he was at his first season? Yes.
I'm going to say no at this moment because all the stuff that he's learned from an intelligence standpoint and football standpoint, man, his physical abilities has really been diminished this year. And so I definitely think he's smarter, but at least this year, absolutely not.
Okay, so Corey, expand on your answer because Kevin, me and Corey are on the same wavelength here. But I hear what you're saying. Stats-wise, you can't argue the stats.
Yeah.
But now, how much do stats matter in, is Patrick Mahomes really
Winning
a worse
games.
quarterback than he was when he was just fresh out of college for the most part?
But did
and
still win
didn't
the
know?
MVP. Like, there was this pretty damn high bar that year.
Yeah,
like, do you think Kansas City in a way, Kevin? Corey, go ahead and answer because I don't have another question for Kevin.
I just think all the championships are what makes him smarter and a better quarterback. He carries those into each game, and then that weighs heavily.
I feel like I will answer it a little. I'll expand. Is his experience and all of the games that he's played, and I get how great he was in 2018. It's interesting because the stats this year, 12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions to 50 and 12. Now, I get it. There was 16 games to 9 games. 8.8 yards per, per yard, per whatever. Shut up, bastard.
Attempt.
Yeah, thank you. 7.1 this year. So every stat would suggest he was a better quarterback in 2018 than 2024. But to me, I'm like, there's just no way that he was a better quarterback in 2018. How much does it have to do with weapons? How much does it have to do that nobody had any clue that Patrick Mahomes was good at football?
Oh, yeah, hitting the scene definitely was a huge factor.
I guess I look at it like this. And, like, obviously in a season, things are going to break your way sometimes and not break your way. And especially, I'm very much of the belief that if you're a good team and a good organization, things break your way more often than not. And the Kansas City Chiefs are a good team. They're 9-0. Game 1 against Baltimore, a toe. Game 2, they needed a 51-yard field goal at the buzzer. In these last 2 games, coin flip. And this last one, they blocked an easy field goal. That's 4 things that, like, I know they're 9-0 and they're a good team, but all of those things going their way is quite astonishing. And I think their record is misleading. I think they're a good team, like a 7-2 team, but not undefeated team. Yeah, here we are.
I don't disagree with you on that. It's just interesting when you look at Patrick Mahomes. This is the worst season of his career, yet they are 9-0.
Yeah, which is crazy.
So if you just want to look at stats and ratings and QBR, I guess his QBR is a little bit better than last year. His QBR last year was 63.9. This year it's 67.7. His rating last year was 92.6. This year it's 90.3. So if you look at the last 2 years or season and a half here, you'd say, well, Patrick Mahomes is playing his worst football, yet he won the Super Bowl last year, won the Super Bowl MVP. This year he's undefeated, and I get his team is undefeated. Obviously, he doesn't have Tyreek Hill. He doesn't have in his prime Travis Kelce. I don't think Travis Kelce is what he was a couple years ago. I think we're seeing the decline of Travis Kelce as a premium player. I think he's still good.
I was going to ask how good that makes him then, but still
I think,
good.
I don't know. I would guess like the 4th to 6th best tight end in the NFL. When I think if you go back 2 years and then before that, he was the best tight end in football. So he's fallen from like, I don't know, this maybe isn't fair. Zach Martin, maybe Zach Martin's fallen more.
Okay.
But the way Zach Martin was like, I think he's the best guard, or it's the guy Nelson with the Colts,
Nelson,
right? That was kind of the who is the best guard in the NFL. And now you're like, hey, probably Zach Martin's still a top 10 guard in the NFL. But
according to fantasy points scored this year, he's 3rd.
Travis Kelce?
George Kittle's 1st, Brock Bowers 2nd, Kelce 3rd, and Trent McBride 4th.
Okay.
That's just fantasy points.
Yeah, so it's just interesting. I was just thinking about Patrick Mahomes, and my son was asking me this. I know fantasy football stuff, but it is what it is. Everybody plays fantasy football, and they base a lot of things off of fantasy football. You just based off of like here's the fantasy football points per game. Travis Kelce is 3rd in the NFL in tight ends. My son he has Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Obviously, he plays like in a 2-team league, I'm assuming at this point. But I know he doesn't. But he's like, I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be better than Josh Allen the second half of the season based off of Patrick Mahomes' history.
Interesting.
That's fair.
And I was like, that's an interesting take because I was like, I think Josh Allen is going to put up better stats the rest of the year than Patrick Mahomes. But he is of the belief Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. His stats are going to be really good at the end of the year. Do you think Patrick Mahomes is going to have, I'm not saying record-wise, go 8-0. Do you think he is going to have much better stats in the second half of the season than he did in the first half of the season? 2,200 yards, 12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
I do, and I still think, I definitely do, but I still think it's going to be like a humdrum year kind of for him, you know?
Okay.
Because he's put up such amazing statistics. I think it's going to look closer to like last year in terms of the touchdown.
14.
Yeah.
Okay. Corey?
I'm looking at this is interesting, a fantasy football strength of schedule projector, and green means great game against. Red means bad. He has one red game, and then everything else is gray, which means he should be good, average.
Okay.
It's an average opponent.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any green left, but he's good against average opponents sometimes. So, but a lot of it does look like he has some tough opponents, but he does have Carolina on there.
And to your broader point, there is no game that the Chiefs are going to go into in the playoffs when I'm like, well, they can't win that game.
Yeah.
Like, there's no game that I feel like that.
So this is an MVP question.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes keeps putting up numbers similar to this, gets better, but similar to this. They end up going 16-1. I won't give him 17-0. Does he just get the MVP because they went 16-1? Nobody's going to come close to that record. I mean, if you look at what's happening in the NFC, probably 13-4 is going to be the 1 seed.
Oh, the Lions might end up 14-3, but I think Jared Goff obviously really shot himself in the foot in this last game.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying.
That's a good
the
question,
Lions.
though.
I'm just wondering, does Patrick Mahomes, where he doesn't have a good year as in stats wise, but he takes a team to a 16-1 record, do you give him the MVP based off of his team's record?
Okay, if they beat Buffalo this week, I definitely think that kind of changes up the equation. If Buffalo beats the Chiefs, and let's say that's the 16-1, because they just lost to Buffalo, then I wonder about Josh Allen being the guy that gets it as opposed to Patrick Mahomes, because obviously both Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have gaudier stats, and if they have really good records, that could be the difference.
All right, so now I'm going to change to another quarterback that really isn't getting much hype. At least I'm not seeing it. Maybe you guys are like, no. If you go to this website, he's getting it. Kyler Murray is having an unbelievable year. He has 12 touchdown passes, 3 interceptions. He's thrown for over 2,000 yards. He has 371 rushing yards for 4 touchdowns. So if you add the touchdowns up, he has 16 touchdowns rushing and passing. Completion percentage is good. Like, you just look at a lot of things. His rating is 100.8. Is Kyler Murray again I'll say question mark top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
So if this makes any difference to you, betting wise, he's about 6th for MVP. So there are people who are keeping track. Now, he kind of varies between, depending on where you look, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, and then in some spots kind of down in the Joe Burrow category. But in most places, he's like about 6 for MVP.
Yeah, I think he could work his way into the top 5, though.
I could agree with that.
And the addition of Marvin Harrison Jr. was great. It was fantastic to give him a target like that to work with. McBride has been a phenomenal tight end addition that they got from Colorado State last year, and he's grown into what my buddy went to Colorado State, and he was like, watch out for this guy, and he's turned into what exactly what he is. I'm kind of looking ahead at their schedule, Mike. Seahawks, Vikings, Seahawks, Patriots, Panthers, Rams, Niners.
That sounds like they could make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're already ahead in their division. The Niners game could be the division decider at the end of the season. So that could definitely come down. But he's back to being hey man, he's in the conversation. You got to watch out for Kyler Murray again.
All right, so you can text in. This is my final question. It is a Cowboys question. Okay, text in on that text thing.
877-881-1053. And by the way, if you missed Jerry during Sean and RJ, we'll hit you with some of that later. But Jerry also said that Dak is, in fact, out for the rest of the year.
All right. Don't tell me the player. I don't care. In the perfect scenario, the Cowboys pick what position with the top 10 pick they're getting? Like, they're gonna pick in the top 10. So don't tell me Hunter or this offensive lineman for University of Texas. I don't care. Don't tell me who's on the board. I don't care. You get to pick the perfect position that will help the Cowboys the most, because don't rely on your second round and third round and fourth round. You're hoping they work out. Your first round pick in the top 10 needs to be a future star and an immediate impact player. I don't care of the name. I don't care who's in this draft. What position would you pick to help out the Cowboys the most?
I think that the offensive linemen are going to get better. That's just me. Now the question on this is, what's my coaching staff look like? Because if I have a coach that's an offensive guy, I want a running back. I want a real running back that can do his job. And on the defensive front,
you just took a running back. It's over.
Yeah, I guess again, that's with an offensive coordinator, guru, coach. I'm going with a running back, and I'm going to go with the running back, and probably not re-sign him. So that's another thing down the road.
Kevin, you get the perfect position for the Cowboys. You have the number 1 overall pick in this draft.
I wanted a great interior defensive lineman.
Okay.
I do.
And that's what I've been dying for my whole life here.
And the Cowboys have told us a few different times, I don't know if I care about that, but
give me an Aaron Donald.
If I get to decide,
Maxey or whatever his name is,
give me a John
Mazio
Randall.
Smith.
But not
buffet
Give me
pizza
Vince
guy.
Wilfork. Yeah, I'll be
He
very
ruined
happy.
everything. If you thought that they were out on defensive tackles when they took the one risk and got a dude who's going to be out of the NFL after 2025, that is going to be a real deterrent in the
get
first
that
round
kid
the
from
rest
Michigan
of their
and
lives.
everything will be fine.
But I had so many people telling me how much better he looked during training camp. Whoops. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Why do the Major League Awards stuff screw over the Rangers intentionally? Next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Fort Worth, if you're waiting for us, Thursday, we'll be at Martin House. Friday, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec. So we're going to be hanging out in Yo City. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I have a bone to pick, and this does hurt the Rangers. It's not that Wyatt Langford was going to win Rookie of the Year. I get it. He wasn't the best rookie in the American League. Unfortunately, the Rangers had 2 out of the 3 when we were in Vegas for the Super Bowl. The leading candidate to win Rookie of the Year in Vegas was Evan Carter.
Yes.
Second place was Jackson Holliday, and third place was Wyatt Langford. That was in early February. Okay, and Langford might even have been 4th. I might be forgetting somebody else, but it was kind of more Evan Carter and Jackson Holliday were the 2 major candidates well before spring training started. But then Wyatt Langford had a great spring training. All the odds changed, and he became the favorite before the season started. Now, he didn't have the Rookie of the Year season.
I agree.
But to not be one of the 3 finalists is idiotic from Major League Baseball.
If people really want to give a message to Major League Baseball, we'll have plenty of Wyatt Langford autographed cards and bats during Peace-a-thon. So bid up that number and really show MLB how stupid they are.
Now, I need to pull up everybody here, but I'm pulling up Austin Wells because when I saw his face last night,
he's the one who's the tipping point for you.
This is a joke. This is an absolute joke, Major League Baseball. I'm going to give the numbers that I gave during Crosstalk. So if you weren't listening during Crosstalk, what's your deal? But if you're listening right now, then you get to hear it. And if you're listening, then you get to hear it again. I'm going to give you every stat here of these 2 players. First of all, this. Wyatt Langford. There were 6 Rookie of the Months you could win in the American League. There's 6 months to the season.
He won 2?
He won 2 of the 6.
Did Austin Wells at least win 2?
I don't even know. Nobody cares about Austin Wells.
Okay.
Obviously they do.
I thought your answer was just going to be no.
He's a Yankee, so he must have done everything perfect. Great. Well, you know what? Next year, Rangers, change your jerseys to pinstripes at home. See if that helps out with these award things. All right. And then he won Player of the Month in the American League in September.
Like not rookie.
Not rookie. He did win Rookie of the Month too. But so there were 6 times you could win Player of the Month. Those went to Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr., players like that, Juan Soto. And Wyatt Langford snuck in there and won one of those stinking things.
This doesn't make sense at all. I'm looking at the numbers, dude.
This is an absolute joke, and this hurts the Rangers. I will explain this again. Last year in the draft, pick 31 went to the Baltimore Orioles. Pick 32 went to the Arizona Diamondbacks. And if you're not following baseball too much, like why? They put in an incentive to not leave your best prospects in the minor leagues to manipulate their contracts to get them for 7 years. They said, I'll tell you what, if your guy comes in and wins Rookie of the Year, if you called him up in June, it doesn't matter. If he wins Rookie of the Year, it counts as a full season.
Yeah.
Maybe not for pension, but it does count for like, too bad. They won you not only Rookie of the Year, and they get the benefit of it counting as a full season, so they only have to play 5 more years in the major leagues before free agency.
But the team gets a
You get a first-round pick. If you win Rookie of the Year, you get a first-round pick. Well, what happens if you finish 2nd and 3rd? Because Wyatt wasn't probably going to win this.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You get more international spending money. So is there an international free agent that the Rangers kind of want?
Yes, the pitcher we've been talking about for like 2-3 months.
I don't know. Do the Yankees want that guy?
Yes.
Well, they gave those fart knockers 2 out of the 3 candidates here for Rookie of the Year. That's not right. It's not fair.
Yeah.
I
agree.
The pitcher, it's Gil, but I think it's pronounced Hill. He deserves it. He had a better year than Wyatt Langford. So just so you don't think I'm too biased here, if I had the vote between Hill and Langford for Rookie of the Year, I'm voting for the pitcher. I'm not voting for Wyatt Langford. But now, here are the stats from Wyatt Langford. He had 126 hits. He had 16 home runs. He hit 253. Those are very basic stats. 126, 16, and 253. Austin Wells, 81 hits, 13 home runs, and a 229 batting average. Austin Wells, you're a loser to Wyatt Langford. Not overall, but
yeah,
he lost those 3 battles. Okay, let's go to other counting stats. Wyatt Langford had the exact same amount, 74 runs, 74 RBIs. 19 stolen bases. I get stolen bases aren't a huge deal, especially from a catcher. You're not expecting them.
Yeah.
Still 74, and 19. Austin Wells, 42 runs. Were you walking around the bases? Geez, score a run. I thought you were a Rookie of the Year candidate. 55 RBIs. I'm sorry, my guy had 19 more RBIs and about 140 more runs scored. Really more like 32. But it was a lot.
Baseball Reference says that Austin Wells' debut was September 1st. Does that sound correct to you guys?
Of 2023.
23. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
Hold on,
just a
that's
damn
a lot of numbers for. Yeah,
he
sorry.
didn't qualify.
Okay, gotcha.
Last year, just like Evan Carter was a Rookie of the Year candidate this year. Okay, and then 1 stolen base to 19. I'm not going to praise Wyatt Langford for getting more stolen bases than a catcher. They're a catcher for a reason. Okay, now we go to on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS, and OPS plus. Here's Austin Wells, who's going to finish 3rd in Rookie of the Year voting.
The way he says his name every time.
322 on base percentage. Congratulations, Austin Wells. You took Jose Trevino's job. I do love Jose Trevino. Slugging percentage, 395. Man, you are slugging, Mr. Austin Wells. 718 OPS and a 103 OPS plus. Gosh, how could Wyatt Langford ever compete? With a 325 OPS, a 415 slugging, a 740 OPS, and a 111 OPS plus. That is a clean sweep in every category.
Every category.
Is Austin Wells the best defensive catcher since Pudge?
No. The answer's no.
Okay.
What in the world happened here?
I don't know.
Well,
last year it was Josh Young, and I get Josh Young got hurt. Gunnar Henderson, I love Josh Young. Josh Young got blown out of the water by Gunnar Henderson. Shouldn't even have been close. You're voting for Rookie of the Year. 100% of the vote should go to Gunnar Henderson versus Josh Young. Josh Young should have finished 3rd. I remember looking at this and going, how is Josh Young the starting all-star 3rd baseman? And now here comes the kicker to screw over the Rangers. They said, you know what? Doesn't matter how your team plays. We're not putting Josh Young in this category just because his team won 90 games and he came up with a whole bunch of clutch hits and was a really good player on a good team. Then the next year comes about and they go, well, you know what? This Austin Wells played on a team that won the division and they got a bye and they Well, what the crap happened from 2023? I thought you said that team success had nothing to do with it. Now you revert back to, well, the Yankees deserve everything. Screw the Yankees.
Whew.
This isn't fair.
Let me just ask you. I'm not saying it's going to happen. If somehow Austin Wells won Rookie of the Year, would
he gets traded to the Rangers tomorrow, I'm in big trouble.
No, I just want to say, if he won Rookie of the Year, would you come back on air with another rant against Austin Wells?
Yes, he's not going to win.
I don't think so either.
Because he's going to finish 3rd. Like it's a 2-person race. I need to look up. I believe it's Colton Cowser, right, from Sam Houston State. I think I don't know. He'll won the Sporting News Rookie of the Year, but it's going to be between those two guys.
Yep.
And you know what? I'm not voting Wyatt Langford over those two guys. I will vote.
But you think he should have been in?
There's no way Austin Wells. There's not one thing that suggests Austin Wells. By the way, WAR 2.5, Wyatt Langford 3.9. That's significant. That's not close.
Yeah.
If you have a 3.9 WAR player and they're both free agents and Austin Wells is a 2.5, I'm not saying what their potential is. Let's just say you go into free agency and you have two guys that are 3.9 to 2.5. That dude is getting double the amount of salary. That dude is getting $30 million a year, and the 2.5 is getting $15 to $18 million per year. Like, that's just facts on how much WAR plays in contracts. So he destroys them in every category. And they're like, you're not worthy of being in the 3 finalists?
Yeah.
That's an absolute joke.
I'm with you. And I'm not saying it will be the difference, but what if the difference for Sasaki came down to...
Right. Oh, you didn't have the $500 extra $1,000. Now the Dodgers don't have that. But if you lose to the Yankees, and I don't think you will here, I do think he's going to be with the Dodgers, Sasaki. But if you look at what the Rangers have lost, they lost approximately last year, the Josh Young screw job, lost them a really nice Latin American prospect. Or right now you'd have that extra money to maybe compete with the Dodgers before December 15th. I don't know if you'd have withheld that money. And now you would have this money to add to the Suzuki race. And if you wouldn't get him, then you go get a Latin American player that you really like. Maybe you find the next Sebastian Walcott and you're able to outbid a team by $200,000 because Wyatt Langford deservedly should be third in Rookie of the Year voting. Instead, it seems like it's an intentional thing to screw over the Rangers here. And I don't think it's intentional to screw over the Rangers more than is give more money to the Yankees because the ratings suggest that the Yankees get, and they do. It's factual. Sure. More people, a zillion more people watch the Yankees over the Rangers. But that's not fair. It's wrong for them to look at everything and go, what was Austin Wells better at? The only thing you can say is, their team was way better. It wasn't even close. Austin Wells produced decently for a great team. Well, then why did you screw over Josh Young last year?
Answer the question, MLB.
Yeah, that is a fantastic
I want you on the
question.
show right now, MLB.
Yeah, call in.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Is there a person at MLB or just all of MLB?
Rob Manfred.
All right.
All right,
He's
great.
the main
Talk
guy.
to him about the medal.
I'm calling Tony Clark. He was my former teammate. He's part of the Players Association. He has absolutely nothing to do with this, but I'll yell at him too.
Okay, I don't know if that's incentive to call in or not, but we'll see how it goes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So give us your triumphs and heartbreaks. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's welcome in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sounds like I need to go put my down payment down for my Stanley Cup final tickets.
That's right. The Stars are looking good. People are believing in them. They got people that can score. They got a balanced team. They got a great goaltender. What's not to like?
Stick and puck. All right.
That's right. On the flip side, we got a lot of Cowboys quarterback news in the last 24 hours. Now, it wasn't particularly unexpected news,
right?
But still a lot to unpack, from Jerry confirming this morning that Dak is out for the rest of the year, to Mike McCarthy saying they're moving forward with Cooper Rush, and then Will Grier being added to the practice squad. Like I said, I don't feel like, although please correct me if I'm off, any of these news items were like particularly surprising.
Like bulletins that they needed to be put in 3-inch letters?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I think we sort of assumed that even if Dak didn't have surgery, that he was going on IR and he wasn't coming back. I mean, think about the injury when you hear about it. The avulsion, a tendon that attaches your hamstring to a bone, partially tears away.
Yeah.
Right? It kind of gives me the chills just to say it, right? And yeah, there's no way you're recovering from that in 4 weeks or 3 weeks and come back and play. I mean, goodness gracious, you just hope he can come back and play in July.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one. I've heard of a lot of injuries over all these years, but I don't know if I've heard of that one before.
Could that be?
And it sounds severe.
Could that be a career thing? I mean, I feel like being the same doesn't feel like you can ever really be the same dude.
Well, I'm sure you're not. And if you've ever had surgery to fix something, somewhere afterwards, weather changes and it reminds you, oh, yeah, you had surgery there.
Mm-hmm.
Deal with it. So, yeah, I don't think so. But again, it may affect, who knows? Could it affect your efficiency? But again, he'll have enough time to rehab and get back for at least the start of training camp. So that's kind of the upside of a very downside injury.
Can I ask you a sports radio question then? Because I realize in reality, irrelevant. But just because I'm curious, do you think the Cowboys really regret giving Dak the deal before the season started on what would have been like another all-in, prove-it deal because of the struggles and the injury?
I think that if you look at what's the alternative,
sure,
right now, and then the future, what if? Their people wanted to go into free agency. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
that's why this took so long, because they would have loved to have 3 or 4 teams bidding for Dak Prescott.
I definitely understand that.
And so that's why, this took as long as it did, because now they only had one team. And so they were, I think Dak finally stepped up. No, I don't think you can't you did what you thought was right.
Sure.
You can't second guess yourself from a injury standpoint. You just kind of, that's this business. And, and that's one of the reasons why when you're signing guys to contracts like this, you're trying to milk every $1 million you don't have to spend out of it for just this reason.
Yeah.
Did Tyron Smith had that surgery in 22, I believe. I'm looking here, and it says, he had surgery to repair an avulsion fracture in his left knee. So it was a different area that it tore from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't remember if it was a ligament attachment or a muscle attachment.
Yeah, he tore his hamstring and suffered
Okay,
avulsion.
yeah, he did it. Remember, he did it in training camp.
Yeah.
No, when they were here. Remember,
That's
they
right.
got back here. They were practicing at the Ford Center.
Yeah.
And then he had to miss the entire season.
But look at him
the
now.
Majority of it.
Dominating for the Jets. So
No, well, yeah. Have you watched him play?
I have.
Okay.
It hasn't been great up there. As a matter of fact, Kevin.
So that was a good decision.
My wife
by
asked
us.
me if I
Well,
did the dishes.
here's what everybody forgets, because they see what he signed for as a base salary, but they had to account for the incentives that they put in the contract because they were already achieved this past year. So that meant if he signed for $5 million and he had $7 million in incentives of play time, they had to account for $12 million against the cap.
Gotcha.
So when everybody said, well, they could have had Tyron Smith back for, $3 to $5 million. No, because the contract he signed had those incentives in them, and they had already been achieved. So you have to account for that this year, and then if he doesn't achieve them, you get him a rebate next year against the cap.
Have Micah and Mike McCarthy solved all their differences with each other?
Can I be truthful with you?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
So I read the transcript after the game.
Okay.
Of what he said. And it was right at the end, I believe, if I remember
yes.
right. And I read it the whole way through, and I just went back and started writing and go, well, there's nothing there I need to use. And then when I heard what happened, I was like, well, what did I miss? And then I went back and read it, and I'm saying, well, he's feeling sorry for the guys that have been here 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
And they're never going to get a chance if we keep playing like this to win a Super Bowl in their career. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I heard the whole thing blew up, I'm going, well, what did I miss? And it's like, do people just try to find something to make
Yes,
a
they
deal out
do.
of?
Correct.
I mean, a common sense, if you just read the thing, and I read it again today because I heard what Jerry had to say, and I was like, well, that's reasonable. That's what he was trying to say. He wasn't trying to throw his coach under the bus. He was just saying, I feel for those guys that have been working here all these years and never got to the top of the mountain. And I was like, yeah, that's being pretty sensitive to your teammates, right?
Yeah, to your point, of all the things Jerry said this morning, I think that might have been the one I connected with the most. And he goes, there's probably like 99% of the things that I've said that have been interpreted one way. And that's not really the way I meant it, but it got interpreted a different way. So when
How many arguments have we had with the spouse?
Yes, absolutely. So I understand your point.
And it's continued, right? It continued when you guys went to break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I was like, did she read it? Did she hear it? Did she understand? And talking about the noise. Well, no, you guys create the noise. It's amazing. It's just amazing to me.
Now, speaking of amazing, what did you think of the comedic timing of Mike McCarthy when he made reference to the little sun blocker there for his press conference? Because I thought that was pretty impressive.
Well, when I saw them putting, and they've done that before when it's late afternoon press conference and where the sun is, and the TV guys put it up there because otherwise it washes out, right? And I saw that up there and I'm going, oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah, just the timing of it is, I mean, good for him for making a joke about it.
And he said something, and then the look, it's like the look on his face was priceless, right? He said a little, but the look said thousands, right?
Yes.
1,000 words. And yeah, but only the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
Only the Cowboys.
I mean, the Jets would have had a press conference, and there would have been a shade in the way.
And Aaron Rodgers would have been complaining about darkness.
And I bet where everybody else has press conferences, there's no windows to the outside, right?
Yeah.
And Jerry keeps trying to pull. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Give everybody some visible, insight to what's going on, right?
What were you going to say, Mickey?
Pull back the curtain.
Okay.
Pull back
Yeah,
the curtain so
no.
everybody can see. It makes sense.
Better
I mean,
not
it's like
say
the draft.
curtains.
It's like the draft, right?
Yeah.
He let the cameras in the war room, and he would always say, "I pull back the curtains," right?
Yes.
We do that on radio frequently.
Yes.
Yeah,
Not
that
during the game.
No,
well,
not
I guess
during
we
the game.
always
Yeah, we
do
can't
it during
use
the
the
game.
curtains during the game.
But again, I wonder if there's a record. I was just telling Douglas here, if Green Bay has a record on wins and losses when it snows there.
I don't know.
Oh man, I'm not going to see if they do.
Is that like a home field advantage?
And
we consider it, don't we?
I get your point.
Because they live in the snow.
That is true. It's just I don't think Green Bay has anything that could be a quick fix for that. You know,
roof.
Okay, but like that's going to take a while.
But it's a roof. They've how many years have they been playing football in the snow?
Like 50.
How many teams are these other teams that have built stadiums and it's pouring down rain? A roof, maybe?
Yeah.
Does it help you?
The
Or
old
does it help
Metrodome collapsed.
Well, yeah. So, I get it. And I'm sure there's probably some NFL rules about doing that when you pull back the curtain, when you draw the curtain.
The Packers, by the way,
Yes.
72.
No, I understand.
The Giants used to do that with that big garage door in the end zone.
Oh yeah, to control the wind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Genius.
They absolutely did it when you were kicking that way. Boy, that door came open.
All right, so when we're on offense, curtains. When we're not, no curtains.
I'm totally
What's the
about that.
difference?
Right. Well, that's why they have rules about the roof, open and closed, right?
Stupid NFL.
You can't close if it's you start the game and it's raining, and then you say, well, I got the ball. We're closing the roof.
I wish they would let that rule happen. That's
Man,
a real home field advantage.
I agree. I really
Because
think
if I
you
spend all that money for a roof
Yeah.
to move, I should have some sort of advantage.
You really should be able to
The
take
city of
more
Arlington
advantage of
deserves
your
it.
home field advantage. That's what I'm taking away from this, and I like it.
And it seems like the Cowboys are the only ones that have the sun in their eyes, too, by the way.
I'm not going to lie. I don't keep track of the ones that work in our favor, but when Jerry goes, I've seen the opponents drop the football, too.
I've only seen us.
It feels like it's only us.
The percentages are with you, right? Because you're playing in there
a lot more.
half the season. Those teams only come in once.
I do feel like, though, if the defensive coordinator's sitting back there and he's like, hey, don't guard the sun because Jerry said that they're
That's
not
right.
going
We
to
don't
run
need
plays
to cover
through
this because
there.
I see the angle of the sun right now.
Just guard the shadows.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Carry on.
Thanks.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we also asked about your fantasy football, perhaps heartbreaks and triumphs. Now, this one's addressed to you, Corey, from the 817. Corey, I swept my sister in fantasy football thanks to Lil Cooper Kupp last night. On your face, Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren. He's been getting after his sister all year for being able to defeat her in fantasy football. I'm proud of him.
I like this. Can you adopt this as a fantasy football player? I played against Jamar Chase this week, so I just accepted the loss on Thursday.
Dude, it was tough. The guy who had Chase and Burrow in our league this week scored over 200 points.
On your face.
Yeah, it was definitely like
Moly.
that.
Yikes.
Yeah, it was one of those.
Are you able as a competitor to just look at the Thursday night game if it went catastrophically against you and you're just like, all right, well, I'm going to lose? Or are you still like,
no, I'm
okay.
still, hey, man, those dudes went off. Why can't mine on Sunday? Why can't my dudes do the same thing?
Well, see, and here's the reason. From the 972, Jamar Chase scored 56 points on my team, but then none of my other players scored more than 8.3, and I lost by 20. I was riding high on Thursday night, but then Sam Darnold killed me.
Oh, my gosh. Sam Darnold.
I think from a fantasy perspective, not literally.
Not a little murder.
I hope not.
Oh.
We're the KNC masterpiece
Where are
right
the
here
bodies, Sam?
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus forehead suspensions next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Have a lot of fun coming up. Tomorrow, we'll be giving away Cowboys-Texans tickets in the 10 a.m. and the noon hour. Then on Thursday, we'll be at Martin House in Fort Worth. Friday, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. So plenty of opportunities to win and plenty of opportunities to see us this week. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
I got to witness my dad try the Martin House Brewing pickle beer yesterday. and it blew his mind.
It is fantastic.
So he loved it, right?
He loved it. He's a big fan of the weird flavors of stuff. So whenever I brought a couple cans of those home, he got so excited. He finally tried it last night. He took one giant swig and he just goes, "Oh my God."
That's good.
Can you imagine, say in about 2 weeks in one day, then perhaps if there was some sort of extravaganza where you can not only drink a lot of beer at Martin House, you can help create your own beer that will be sold there.
Yeah, he'll have a release party in the tap room with them.
Well,
part of Peace-a-thon. Plus the Patrick Mahomes autographed jersey, Troy Aikman autographed football, sweets. It's going to be huge.
All kinds of stuff.
I could probably get a Cooper Rush thing. I don't believe I have one, but I'll look into that.
Think we could talk the Cowboys into letting one of us play football?
Maybe.
Like, not us. Like,
I guarantee the Cowboys would let you go out there.
I want to see that guy get hit so bad.
I think that if we got the same amount of carries, Zeke would outrush me by 10 yards.
Oh, my God.
Because what I would do is I'd get the ball, scream like a little girl, and fall down.
Is that negative yards? Or
maybe
is that,
so.
okay.
But that's probably only 10 less
So
yards.
you wouldn't want the pitch back to you. You'd be like, no, I want to stay close to
If
the
they
line.
pitch it back to me, I'm flinging it out of bounds.
Yeah, what's the one
incomplete pass?
Not the pistol, but the one where the running back's kind of in front and just to the left of the quarterback. That play.
That would be amazing. I need to see that happen now. But it is time for AM on the FM. The question of the day, plus getting suspended over a forehead. Bet you haven't heard of that. We will talk about that and hear about that here in just a moment. But the question of the day, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want to hear from Twitch and YouTube as well. So this is inspired by... We were waiting in between opening acts at the Linkin Park concert on Friday. It was my buddy Anthony and I.
How was that, by the way?
It was awesome. It was a really long night because there was 3 openers. So it started at 6 and it ended at like 11:40.
It's like the Tampa Bay Rays.
We had a Tolo out at Buffalo Wild Wings that was going to that concert. He came in from Tulsa.
Yes.
And I was like, make sure you find Alec out there. Did he find you?
I did bump into 3 or 4 different Tolos out there. And this question is going to be partly based off of that. I met Tolo Tate. He texted in during the show and said, hey, come find me. And we met up and took a picture and everything. Really cool to meet some people out there. But it was awesome. It was a really long night, but it was incredible. I had a great time. That's my all-time favorite band growing up. So getting to see them, even if it's a different incarnation of them.
How did the new singer do? Sorry, I know.
She's a badass. She really is. Like, she was awesome. And my concern was their sets are so, like, intricate and diverse and just long. It was like a 2-hour set. And I was like, can she hang for all that because of how intense the vocals are on those songs? She could. All the way through the last note. Incredible. They played an unreleased track. New album coming out this Friday. Really excited for that. But it was really fun. It was cool. I saw Mike Shinoda on his solo tour back in like 2017. Something like that, maybe 2018. Saw him. He was just as good as, however many years ago. And he said it had been almost 10 years to the day since they were in DFW.
Wow.
So it was cool. He was pointing people out of the crowd saying, oh, you brought your kids. I've seen you before, but I haven't seen your kids. That was kind of humbling for him. And that transitions into our question of the day. I was talking to my buddy Anthony, and he was talking about this new lady that he's seeing, and they went to a CrossFit class together. And keep in mind, this guy played D1 college football, and he was an offensive lineman. He's a massive human who is very, very strong. He had never done CrossFit before. And so he said that they were doing a bench cycle, and he throws on 3 45-pound plates on there. He's like, oh, it's nothing, that's light for me. And then the girl he's seeing proceeds to do almost the exact same weight for more reps than him.
Oh, man.
And he was like, that might have been the most recent time I was humbled, and I just had no words. So I ask you, the Tolos, and you boys here, 877-881-1053, what was the most recent time you got humbled? And what was it?
So, it was for a really dumb reason.
I stay humble.
Okay.
Can't be humbled if you stay humble. I like it.
My wife could tell you.
Sounds arrogant just saying that. It sounds the opposite of humble the way you say
I am so humble. I'm the most humble.
No, it was stupid, but my wife, this is like her favorite moment. We were watching a movie, and I don't think the name of it was Worm, but they kept referring to this character, and she was like, "Oh yeah, the main character's name is Worm." I go, "I don't even think that guy's name is Worm." Within 3 seconds, this lady walked up and goes, "Hey, Worm," and she paused it and like put her finger up in the air like she was Roman Reigns and just dunked all over me. I was like, all right, well, maybe I should shut my big fat mouth. Yeah, she earned that. I do dumb crap like that all the time, and so yeah, I deserved it.
Yeah, I guess there may have been like recently I learned there's a specific lyric that I always thought was a certain way, and Adrian was like, "No, that's not." It's Tom Petty. This actually has rocked my world. The "Don't Come Around Here No More" song. And I always thought the line was, "Are you expecting me?" But the line is, "Who do you expect to meet?" And Adrian knew that, and she said that, and I was like, "The hell are you talking? You don't even like Tom Petty." And she was like, "That's the lyric." And I was like, "Whatever. I'm a huge Tom Petty fan." And I went and looked it up and was like, "Oh my gosh." Because I remember watching that video as like an 8-year-old, and I just assumed that was the lyric since I was 8. I never went and looked it up.
Wow.
So she humbled me with that.
Okay.
It was at Buffalo Wild Wings after Friday's show. I was getting in my car, and Kevin pulled me to the side, and he just got nose to nose with me. What? And he told me, "I've had enough of your crap." And I was like,
That did not happen.
I know, you cussed. I'm taking it out. I'm taking that out of the store.
That did not happen.
Oh, man.
People loved it on Friday, man. Yeah. We talk about this in our promos and everything, and I'm sure we will again today, but it is becoming a party at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, that's really cool, too. It's not just during one segment either. Like, it's now spreading across the entire thing.
True.
And I love it.
I get FOMO every time, especially like when Gridiron happens and I can hear the dip in my ears as I'm saying it myself. I'm like, God, sounds like such a party. And me and Carter are just partying back here by ourselves.
And some people are even saying the "Here we go" part, too. They're backing that up now.
It's a movement. I kind of know what it feels like to be Mike now. It's pretty cool. The last time I got humbled, it happens a lot. It's human nature. But the most memorable one for me, just because if you haven't seen me, I'm vertically challenged. And, you know, I know Nate Newton calls me Big Al or whatever, but that's just not true. Was Western Conference Finals. I caught up with my boy D-Live, and that was our first time actually meeting. We had interacted over social media, and Derek Lively walks up to me, and I stand up out of my chair, and this guy, he's what, like 3 years younger than me?
Yeah.
And I am staring up to the ceiling just to dap him up and say, "What's up, man? How's it going? Just catch up for a little bit." And I'm just like staring up to the ceiling. I'm like, man, that's a large human.
Yeah.
I am not
You're best friends with Derek Lively?
I wish I was best friends, but
Called
no.
him D-Live.
Yeah,
so,
you just called him D-Live.
I mean, that's what everybody calls him.
Playing video
Can you
games
get us an
together and
autographed
stuff.
basketball for Piece of Thought?
Did you hurt
Yeah,
his
I could
shoulder?
try.
He can't even sign. His shoulder's jacked up.
I have not seen him since the Western Conference Finals. It has been a while. But we got the Lego connection as well. We're both dorks for Legos.
Yes.
You know? So that's a good conversation starter
Dude,
right
that's
there.
that's a great piece of thought item. Build a Lego set with Derek Lively.
Oh my gosh,
He
that
would
would
probably
be
love that, too.
amazing.
He would probably love that. But that was probably the last time
Somebody buys the $1,000 Lego set. Derek Lively misses 3 games because they haven't finished the Lego set yet.
my favorite thing is
start a Lego set with Derek Lively.
Yeah, start one. I'm a completionist though, so we got to get there. But my favorite thing is his TikTok page is just Legos. Now it's just him showing off his different collections. And my favorite video was when he moved. He got a new place, and it was him, the struggles of transporting fully built, really articulate and confusing and crazy Lego sets, and the different ways he was trying to have to stack them up in his SUV without them shattering into a million pieces. And somehow only one set broke on him.
That is
in transit.
amazing, because that is a multi-person job.
Yeah.
I remember when we moved, it wasn't just the beat down of moving. I was like, how am I going to move my Lego sets from point A to point B? Now, I kind of don't ever want to move again.
Because of your Legos?
That's right. Now a bunch of them are like attached into the wall and stuff and have mounts and everything. I don't want to move.
Yeah, and you super glued them all though, right? You use the crackle.
Look, when I saw the Lego movie for the first time, it did hit me pretty hard that I might be the villain from the Lego movie.
Let's see, from the 817, I tried to sprint for the first time in 10 years, tore my hamstring. Humbled by Father Time.
Yeah, Father Time will definitely get you at this age. Alec is still in the ripe age of being able to do whatever he wants.
It was a long time ago, but when I was in high school, I think I told you, I was in a debate where one of my opponent's main contentions was a word I didn't even know what it meant. And I was like, oh my God, you're losing so badly, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
I'm very nervous about the moment because right now Carter playing football, he's in 7th grade, and he's like, let's play clear the boards, Dad. And I'm like, all right. And I can still clear the boards with him.
Yeah.
But the other day he kind of pushed me and I was like, what? Oh no. So I'm a little nervous about
Physically?
that day. We were playing and he pushed me back and it was one of those where I was like, oh crap, he's stronger than I thought he was.
You chokehold him?
Oh my God.
I just held my hand out and told him to put his neck on my hand.
What the hell is happening?
It's called The Pile. Full Metal Jacket.
Don't like
How long has it been since you saw that movie?
A long time.
Ages.
Is that a jelly donut?
Can you tell me anything about what happens in that movie once they break training?
They go to Vietnam.
There you go.
Get some.
Most recent time I just got humbled by Mike just then.
There you go. I think they use a 2 Live Crew thing in there.
You sure that's not the other way around, Mike?
I think they got that from 2 Live Crew
I do
song.
not believe that is factually accurate.
From the 469, I got humbled on Sunday by the Eagles. Yeah, I think we all did.
Yeah, that definitely happened.
But let's see.
I think it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be their worst loss of the year.
I haven't gotten to this point.
The Lions already did it.
Yeah, this is true. I haven't gotten to this point in life yet. From the 682, the secretary where I work told me what year she was born. I graduated high school 3 years before then. I'm getting old.
Oh, man.
I don't want to get there.
Yeah.
I just want to freeze.
It's going to happen.
Oh,
sorry,
Why'd
buddy.
you have to tell me that? I do want to run some sound for you. Keep those coming in. The last time you got humbled, 877-881-1053. This was kind of humbling. We go to the Tennis Channel, where John Wertheim has been suspended by the channel for a hot mic moment.
Oh, this I do know, yeah.
And this is kind of humbling. I'm just going to let him take it from here. They were getting him set for a Zoom interview kind of thing, and he didn't know that his feed was alive. And honestly, it looked like they were in commercial because the anchors were just kind of sitting there. They were getting rewired on their mics and everything. So I don't think they were supposed to be live at all, but this happened.
What do you think I am? Barbora Krejcikova? Look at the forehead when Krejcikova and Jung take the court. 8 heads.
8 heads.
Because he was probably still in trouble, but I think the 8-head comment really sealed his fate.
Yeah, he doesn't have a forehead. He has an 8-head.
And I know
the dunk on her.
I know the player came out and said it's disgusting that I'm not judged on my performance. I'm judged on things like that. And I was like, yeah, that's fair. And that's why that guy got suspended.
It's totally fair. As someone with a 8-head myself, I'm just like, dang. I wouldn't want to be called out for it on national television. Mike, why are you turning around like you haven't seen
to see how big your forehead was?
Yeah, and it doesn't help. The YouTube chat hates that I tie my hair up when I'm at work.
It's your fault. You could put your hair in front of your forehead.
And I do when I'm at home. I wear my hair down. The only reason I wear it up at work is because I use in-ears, and I hate getting hair trapped in my ear when I try to listen to the show.
You should get bangs.
No.
I tried that in 7th grade, and it was abysmal. Never
Bangs
doing
work
that
for
again.
maybe 10% of people. For everybody else, mistake.
I tried the Bieber Bowl at one point. It was my mom's idea. Not a great idea. I should have revolted.
Go look up Courtney Cox from Scream 3. Look up her hair in that movie. It's maybe the worst hair in the history of movies.
It's awful. That's my time, though. Thank you, guys.
We're the
But she was
KNC
dancing
masterpiece.
With, that guy.
What?
On the video.
That's what you had? Are you talking about Bruce
Springsteen?
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
She looks like Winona Ryder in Edward Scissorhands.
She was born in the USA.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC masterpiece. I don't know what just happened. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Friends.
I think it's Dancing in the Dark is the song she was dancing with, not Born in the USA.
Coming up next.
Is that a
Miley
Bruce
Cyrus?
Springsteen
What
song?
the hell? Just let me do the tease.
What about He-Man?
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Yes, I know she was in He-Man too. I've seen that movie.
And Rachel.
God dog it. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Just how far have the Cowboys fallen in the power rankings?
A lot.
Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, of course, is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now, the big news of the day, in case you missed it from earlier, Jerry Jones confirming that Dak Prescott will have surgery tomorrow and is going to miss the rest of the season.
That's just the confirmation. I think we all felt that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
As of late last week, right?
Yeah. It was just it was interesting because like Friday, all right, got a little story for you, Kevin.
Oh.
Friday, it felt like Stephen Jones said that with G-Bag. And then Saturday, I'm at Target and Jesus comes up to me and he's like, hey man, Tolo. And I was like, what's up? And I, got his name. His wife waved at us. My kids are all like, Dad, everywhere we go, you get noticed by somebody. That's really cool. And I was like, thanks, Jesus, for making me look cool. Yes, well.
And then on Monday, Stephen Jones goes, we're not going to speculate.
But he immediately walked up to me and was like, yeah, they just announced that Dak was out. And I was like, I thought that happened yesterday. And then again, the more and more we get, yes, Dak is done.
Now, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2 and talk a little Monday Night Football.
Tua takes a snap, pulls it back out, throws it, touchdown. It's Tyreek Hill.
Now, you want to talk about this game, talk about the Rams blowing it, or do you want to talk about was Kyron Williams giving an opponent a wet willy?
He wasn't giving him a wet willy, but I thought he was going to break his finger.
He was just sticking his finger in his ear hole of his helmet, which...
This guy...
That's weird, right?
I really thought he was going to break his finger. If his finger was in the ear hole and he turned, it was going to snap right off.
Ooh.
That would have been bad. It would have been bad.
That would have been bad. Did you see this at all, Mike?
No.
Yeah, after one of the...
like the Penguins' mom, like...
Oh, no. They left...
No spoilers.
No spoilers for the Penguin.
I mean, I've seen it, but I don't want to ruin it for other people.
But yes, that was a moment that I was very concerned about right there. That was a boring game.
Agreed.
You expect more out of the offense of McDaniels. You expect more out of the offense of Sean McVay. But
second time in 50 games that McVay and Stafford have been together that Stafford didn't get a touchdown pass.
And I didn't look at the passing yards, but I felt like it wasn't significant at all either.
Believe it or it was higher than you would think.
Okay. That being said, the defense for the Rams looked good. The defense for the Dolphins looked good. Was there like back-to-back-to-back consecutive turnover on there was consecutive plays and then another turnover on the third drive? It was a weird night, but again, just not what I wanted out of that game.
Well, and when you talk about the defense for the Rams, Jared Verse, who a lot of people believe is going to be the defensive rookie of the year, he's now registered sacks in 3 straight games. So,
dude, he's a baller.
I know, and he's a first-round pick, so I'm not going to say it's shockingly unexpected, but still good for him for making an impact early on. Now, this could take a little bit of the luster away, but Keon Coleman is going to be out for the Bills against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's still going to be an awesome game. I'm still really excited about it, but one of the Bills players will not be a part of this. Let's go to
Is Amari going to be? Because that's interesting because Mac Hollins is going to continue to get the passes.
True.
But Amari's still nursing that wrist, and then now Coleman out. That's a lot of talent off that field for Josh Allen.
And I think
they were already lacking it anyway.
Sean McDermott just spoke about that this morning, and he said it's partly pain tolerance and threshold. And he goes, I'm just going to take
so he's not playing then.
Yeah. Wow.
We know Amari.
Wow.
We've seen it. He already walks like an old man anyway.
He was going to say, I'll take my cues from the athletic trainer, but,
Yeah.
Or that.
Or the player.
All right. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he established a franchise mark for the Detroit Lions. He now has 7 consecutive games with a receiving touchdown. The previous record was 6. Who do you think? Tell me one person who held the previous Detroit Lions franchise record for most consecutive games with a receiving touchdown.
Calvin Klein Johnson.
Worse. And Mike?
Herman Moore.
I think that is correct. I was going to say, I think you can get this.
I knew it.
Leon Hart, Herman Moore, and before Amon-Ra St. Brown and a couple of seasons ago had all held the record with 6 straight. Now Amon-Ra St. Brown broke the record, broke his own record. 7 straight. That is a Lions record.
Calvin Johnson, not that good.
Don't necessarily know if that's my point from all of that, but that's fair.
Mega bust is more like it.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what Mike's saying.
How about Carlos Rogers? Did he do it?
Those are the answers. The answering portion is over.
I just knew he was pathetic.
Did the Hail Mary break the Bears?
Problem.
Because they've had 23 drives since then, and they have not scored a single offensive touchdown.
Yeah, they got a new offensive coordinator today.
Yes. Shane Waldrop got canned because,
probably for good reason.
He's not good at...
He wasn't trying to score.
I mean, I'm sure he was.
Yeah, they had a
Waldron,
meeting.
excuse me.
And they're like, hey, we're supposed to be scoring touchdowns. He's like, you S-ing me?
Is that one of the taunts you would get mad when people would be like, hey, ballsack, throw strikes? And you're like, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Did you see
He's really like the pitching coach.
Okay.
You think at this point we don't know? Help me out here.
Did you see the number, though, that the punter for the Bears has more yards than Caleb Williams has? The punter has 2,153 yards, and Caleb Williams has 2,021 yards passing. So lots
You think
of punting.
Sean Sharif's going to say, I knew they shouldn't have drafted him? I don't think he would draft anybody.
Once they have a down game, he's like, I'm out on that guy. Jaden Daniels, no touchdown passes, bomb.
Bust.
All right, let's go to Chris Olave. Now, this actually ties into a couple of things. I understand why he says this, but I'll admit this is who I think of. Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, that Tua said, I'm not the poster child for concussions in the NFL. And I was like, I know that's you don't want to be, but in my mind, he might be the person. Don't you think?
Right now, yes.
Well, and then the next person could be Chris Olave. So he got put on injured reserve. He's going to miss at least 4 games. Who knows about the rest of the season? Olave is meeting with an independent concussion specialist to gather further information about his history of concussions. So now Chris Olave, unfortunately, is another player that's kind of going into this category.
Well, and the other thing, too, Kevin, Olave, like, when you're discussing that, how many people saw Olave's injuries compared to Tua?
Yeah.
Every one of Tua's concussions that we've seen have been on nationally televised games in prime time, so everybody's seen it. I agree. I don't want him to be that. I don't want any of them to be that. But right now, the whole country has seen Tua take the big hits that have put him in that position.
Now, we're going to quick hit the power rankings because they become more and more depressing each week. Would you guys like The Athletic, ESPN, or NFL.com?
NFL.com.
Look, they're not great in any of them.
ESPN.
All right, ESPN. All right, I'm going to put it to you like this. ESPN has the Cowboys ranked higher than the other two. Where would you power rank the Cowboys?
Mark Aguirre.
22.
Everson Walls.
They are number 23.
I'll go Michael Jordan.
Oh, man.
$1, Bob.
The Dallas Cowboys are 23.
And that's the highest?
That is the highest. In NFL.com, they're 24. And The Athletic.
I picked NFL.com.
I know.
I said Mark Aguirre. I got it.
The Athletic, they're 25. Ahead of only the Raiders, the Panthers, the Saints, the Giants, the Browns, the Titans, and of course, coming in dead last, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Can I ask you another football question right now, because there's still a lot of season left. Give me the percentage the Cowboys end up with the tiebreakers and everything and have the number 1 overall pick.
I think it's like 3%. I don't think it's going to happen.
1.5%.
I mean, that would be great, though, for the future of this franchise. I can see how that would make this season less fun. All right.
What would happen if they took Aston Genty with the number 1 overall?
Oh, my God.
I think they might.
It would be the greatest day of Mike's life. He would be on all the shows 24/7.
They did it. They got the guy they wanted.
And Who would you put at number one? The Lions or the Chiefs?
I'm still going to go with the Chiefs. Nobody's beaten them.
Okay,
you can
that's
say
true.
the Lions. That's fine.
I mean, the
Lions can
Lions
overcome 5 turnovers.
Yeah, the Lions had a tough game too. The Lions are number one in the NFL.com power ranking. However, Athletic and ESPN both have the Chiefs at 1, although all of them have the Chiefs at 1 too, which should make for a super fun weekend because Buffalo is really high, either 3 or 4 in all of these rankings as well.
If the Cowboys had the number one overall pick and took Ashton Genty, there would be no way to argue they got their guy because nobody could have taken their guy. It was the only guy that they could, unless Shador Sanders was like, I'm not coming to your team. And then they were like, well, we couldn't get him, so we had to go with the number 2
I'm going to tell you something. Peyton Manning could be in this draft, and the Cowboys wouldn't take him.
You're
dead
probably
serious.
right. No,
Joe
I think you're
Montana,
right.
Peyton
For
Manning,
sure.
Tom Brady, whoever you think the greatest quarterback of all, Patrick Mahomes is in this draft, and I'm telling you, they would not take a quarterback in this draft. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. They ain't taking him.
It is hard to argue against that.
The money's already spent. And
Exactly.
The quarterback might not be able to walk.
No.
Right now he can't.
We're the KNC. Was that supposed to make us
Tomorrow.
feel better?
No, he can today. I forgot.
Okay.
It's tomorrow. He has surgery tomorrow, right?
Yes.
That'll be the walking problem.
Coming up next from the mind of Corey.
Uh-oh.
What was the ultimate backbreaker for this Cowboys season? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, a topic that emanated from the noggin of one Corey Majors. What was the ultimate backbreaker for this Cowboys season? Because I think a lot of them, did you want to play the ultimate backfire?
That's Dawson's favorite segment, by the way.
Because I'm sure a lot of people are going to say before the season even started, that's not mine, but I'm curious, like, what led you down this path?
Yeah, no, for all something and purposes, Kevin.
Intense.
This season's over.
Yes.
They have 8 games left. They will play the 8 games. They have 9 people on IR right now.
Wow.
And their starting quarterback who, listen, you've talked about it a lot. Not all the resources are gone.
No.
But the resources for the future definitely are in limbo.
Yeah.
This year, though, you're going, okay, this guy is going to be relied upon to carry it. Him and CeeDee Lamb, and that dude's not there. And he wasn't playing good before the injury either. The team wasn't playing good. And so that a lot of people could probably put it on that. That was the moment where it finally came to all right, that's it. But there are lots of pinpoint areas on this team that I think you can look at and say, that's the moment. For me, Kevin, it is a little before the season, but it's right around the time of the end of training camp. And that was when you decided to go with 2 rookies on your offensive line that probably aren't ready. And there's a possibility the left tackle might move to right tackle next year.
Sure.
And there's a possibility that maybe that your center isn't the center for the future, but he's done a pretty good job. But when you made that decision and Zach Martin fell off, you didn't know Steele wasn't going to be it. You really were like, Tyler Smith's there, baby. That was the moment that I think broke this season, because that is the linchpin for your offense playing well. That led to Dak Prescott's injury. Dak Prescott doesn't have to run around if that offensive line is good enough to produce with their running backs and the offense in general. He doesn't have to run around. Now he's gone because of it. And the points on the board just weren't there.
I have a Cowboys question for you based off of what you're saying.
This is in hindsight, too.
Is BB, he was not a center in college.
He was guard.
If Zach Martin retires, is it easier to move him to guard to make him a better player and draft a center?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Broadus and Wolchuk right now.
We're not signing a free agent, so it has to be in the draft.
Well, I mean, they had faith in their other center and to a certain degree in training camp as well.
Yeah, I just wondering, like, when you're mentioning that, and BB might be a great center in the future as he keeps getting better at it. But then I was thinking Zach Martin's retiring at the end of the year, most likely. And then I'm just thinking to myself, I wonder if you move BB to guard, does that make him a better player in year 2? But
yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah, and again, I just discussed the idea of the possibility of your left tackle moving to right tackle. You can have both of those guys in their second year, and then maybe they're at the right position for themselves for the future.
And I'll admit, I was excited to see how Terrence Steele looked this year, because he was saying all the right things. He was like, hey, look, a whole nother year with the injury behind me. I'm having the best training camp of my career, and I was really hopeful.
And I want to continue a little bit on that, because you could say there's a lot of different ways that this can go in this conversation. The fact that your offense never could keep up with what your defense was giving up, again, goes back to me. In my opinion, it starts there at the offensive line. And then across the offensive line, how many times you got into the red zone and a penalty happened? Or they got beat. Your guy got beat for whatever reason. The offensive line led to, because there's 5 dudes there, that if one of them makes a mistake, it can cost your team 10 yards. And consistently inconsistent. There was a time when you were just like, man, we can drive down the field and not have a penalty at all. But not this year. That's not what this team is, because you decided to go young there, and you knew you were going to have some bumps that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it leads to some very serious problems for your offense. For me, and again, that is hindsight now. That is hindsight for me, but when I look back around this season, I look back and say that's the point that broke the season for the Cowboys.
So I have a very specific point as well, but I might be kind of rethinking it just a little bit.
Okay.
I think I've changed my mind. I was going to say the injury to Micah. Because, like, I broke it down like this. I mean, you weren't great in those first 4 games, and you were giving up 26 points a game, which, again, not great. They held up fine against the Steelers, but the next 3 games before Micah came back, the Cowboys gave up 34.7 points per game. So their defense is getting smashed. They started 2-2, went 1-3 without Micah, as well as the others. I know other people left, but it did seem like going back several years, Micah turned this defense from one of the worst defenses we've ever seen to, hey, this is totally acceptable.
You still felt like you could get some pressure, and you have not seen what you expected at all.
I agree. But I changed my mind to one specific sequence of plays. It was kicking a field goal against the Detroit Lions. All right. Now, were they probably going to get worked in that game? Well, I can look back at it now and say, oh, that feels like a logical takeaway. But the Cowboys hadn't scored a touchdown on the first drive all season, and they are moving. 1st and 10 at the Detroit 18. Short pass to CD gets you 2 yards. Then an incompletion, then another incompletion, and you settle for a field goal. So instead of finally starting a game with a touchdown to get the momentum going, you start for a field goal. What happens then? You get outscored the rest of the game, 47-6. And that is where it all fell apart, because not only did you get worked in that game, then you lost to San Francisco, you lost to Atlanta, and you make a pretty strong argument that game wasn't as close as the final score, and then you got demolished by Philadelphia. These Cowboys were holding on by a string, but they had won a game against Pittsburgh that they out-toughed their opponent, which is something the Cowboys never or rarely do. They did that on the road against what now looks like a better Steelers team, and then you were 3-2. And then you come out against the Lions, who we all thought was a really good team, settle for the field goal, and everything since then has been pretty much crap.
And wouldn't you say because of that kind of a beatdown, Dak Prescott's trying to make up for it?
I'm sure.
With his legs, and that's something that he couldn't do this year.
Yes.
He probably shouldn't have been doing this year. Even though everybody was like, you have to be able to escape at some point instead of, or as Mike's pointed out many times, throw the ball away in those situations.
That is where I wish it would happen. But I see a lot of people saying before the season,
all in.
Yeah, man.
So a lot of people are kind of marking it back to Green Bay last year in the playoffs. Is whenever this season was lost, because at that point you'd think that Jerry would say, let's add to a good team, a team. What do we need to add to this team that can make them better? Although it's just weird how that game went and ended, and they didn't. They let coaches go, they let players go, they didn't add any other players to make up for those losses on their depth front.
Mike, did you have a...
I've thought about it. Probably the exact moment would be when Dak got hurt.
Okay.
Because I can look at it this. Yeah, the Saints game. That was a big-time warning sign.
It was.
And then they ended up a few weeks later beating the Giants. It was an ugly win, but they beat the Giants. But then they beat the Steelers, and you're like, you know what? This is who the Cowboys. This is Dak Prescott-led Cowboys team. He's not good enough to get you far in the playoffs, but he is good enough to figure out how to win 10 games
and get you to the playoffs.
And that's who Dak Prescott is. But then you get killed by Detroit, and you're thinking, well, that's fine. That's what Dak does. He gets killed by good teams. That's his career. Now let's look at the games where you should win, but the injury now, you know that you can't beat average teams anymore. You're going to lose to the average teams. You're going to get destroyed by the good teams.
I agree with that.
You beat the Giants. Maybe you beat Carolina still. But I guess I look at it and go, hey, there was a lot of warning signs. I think you guys pointed out some really great things with the defensive injuries. But once Dak got hurt, that's the finish. Like, best case scenario, they go 6-11, and they ain't going. I don't think they're going 6-11. I just think that's best case if you're hoping for them to win games.
From the 808, when your owner didn't know the difference between all in and not doing anything. From the 682, when Zeke came back. And the reason I wanted to spotlight those two is because there's a lot of people that are like, no. It was before the season started, as opposed to a moment in the season. But in the season, from the 2-4, when you couldn't score against the Saints, Mike's right. That was a big warning sign, too. And that's when I thought the Saints were going to be really good. And then they turned out to be freaking terrible.
You don't know that?
Well, thus far, they have been freaking terrible.
They won their last one with the new head coach.
They did. But be honest. Why do you love that new head coach?
He clogged a toilet. And he said, I don't feel like a real NFL coach right now because he clogged a toilet right before the first game he ever coached. I think that's hilarious.
That's a lot of information from him. Now, another thing that's come up, and people can give, more inflection points, absolutely. But another thing I keep looking at is Mike McCarthy keeps talking about the turnover ratio and is like, oh, it makes me sick. The Cowboys have given the ball away 18 times. That's the third highest in the NFL. Guess what? They have a minus 10 turnover ratio. Cowboys were plus 10 last year and tied for the second fewest turnovers in the NFL. The Cowboys have already turned the ball over more this year than all of last year.
Yeah, how sick do you think he was after Zeke's fumble at the goal line? And I say
that was bad.
I say that specifically because, and I don't know, I just feel like he wasn't the one raising his hand saying, please bring Zeke back.
Probably not.
But he's like, I have to play this guy because he's on the team and I need to get carries. And goal line is why we brought him back. We brought him back for these situations. And then he runs and fumbles the ball at the goal line. Specifically for that situation, that's why he's here. And he adds to that differential right there. A lot of people, Kevin, are bringing up Dak's contract as the moment that it was the backbreaker, and I'm curious about that.
I don't think for this season, but I agree with this. If you're saying...
Hasn't even kicked in yet.
This is my opinion. That destroyed hope for the next 4 years. You're done. You cannot win with him on that contract and the talent that he is.
Okay.
He just isn't good enough. He's good, but at that money, he cannot carry a team, and you can't put the pieces around him to make it the team you need.
And if there was anything in the locker room that was like, hey, maybe there's a chance that one day we'll have a different quarterback. That doesn't exist anymore.
If you thought he was slow now, wait till he comes back from this injury.
Yeah, it's... And I know Mickey's right. There's nothing you could do to change about it now, but I just think about, like, Jerry said, like, oh, everybody's all in. People are in the last year of their contracts,
that
both
motivation,
players and coaches. And then right before the start of the season, the guy who said, I don't necessarily care about being the highest paid quarterback gets the most in the NFL by $5 million. And I heard what Mickey said earlier, that his team would much rather have a bidding war out on the open market. I could absolutely see that. But now you can look at it and you're like, I don't know, the Cowboys might have done the same thing. He got hurt the last time he was in the last year of his contract, and they're like, well, let's give you all the money anyway. So when they so far surpassed the most money in the NFL for their quarterback, and they had such a huge bill still coming on him, remember, his cap hit next year is $90 million just about.
Okay.
Now, I know they got $20 million to carry over. They can keep pushing money down the road because that'll never come back to bite them again. You haven't even seen this contract kick in yet. If you're mad now, it hasn't even started.
What if he was saying, remember the other day, he was like, I think we could get a couple fourths for it? What if he was talking about Dak and he's like, we can get a couple fourths for it if they take the money on?
Well, you're not going to be able to do that for a big chunk of your cap hit. I think your dead cap would be like, I don't know, $150 million or something like that. Mm-hmm.
All right. You can spread that Shohei? Can we spread it Shohei style?
You cannot.
Kevin, it seems like you're against us having fun.
No, I'm legitimately telling you, you cannot. If you told me your idea was, let's take $150 million salary cap hit, draft a quarterback number one, and just suck next year and get another high pick, well, I'm willing to listen to that.
That's the only way, though?
Otherwise, I just don't see how they can do it. And the Cowboys have no stomach for this. Jerry Jones has told us again and again, they have absolutely, right now, I will tell you, and I'll ask him on Friday if he disagrees, Jerry Jones has absolutely no will to rebuild right now. That's a fact.
I don't know when the last time he did.
Good question. We're the Kansas City masterpiece. True. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go across the NFC East, where everyone in the division loses. Except, of course, for the Eagles. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
At Glass Doctor, we've got safety and security solutions for any threat level and any budget.
Call the Glass Doctor, we'll fix your paint. Oh, yeah!
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts, and the Fan Replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka.
And 5, third down. Hurts dancing, looking. I thought I heard whistles. He runs up out of the pocket. He throws it in the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown by Johnny Wilson.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time to go across the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure in this segment. Would you like to go with the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Giants, or the Commanders?
You know how I do it, Corey, but I'm going to let you do it.
I'm going the Mike's way. Mike's way is a good way to do it.
All right.
I think there's a sandwich somewhere.
Yeah. Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's.
Remember when we all had
Mike's
Jersey
way.
Mike's in Arizona together? That was
Jersey
awesome.
Mike's is delicious.
It is fantastic.
I do not understand the people who do it Mike's way because
What are you talking about? It's the flavor.
Yeah, they're like, I'm going to pour everything we have in this store onto your sandwich.
Oh, yes. I think it's oil and vinegar.
So good.
It is
amazing.
great.
That's my dinner.
My
now.
mouth is salivating now. Just
I don't know
thinking
how
about
you
it.
eat so much dry food.
Yeah, why is that all
You're
dry?
like a dog. Like, now they make wet food for dogs, and it's probably better for them.
Well, damn, Mike, that's really hurtful.
You just said sit.
But you know, dogs eat dry food. I don't think they want to. It's just what we have. Or like, here's what we get. But, and don't throw a fit. But, you know, I'm sure that they like, you know, a little egg yolk on there and stuff. It gives it a little bit of moisture and a little bit more flavor. And you're just like, I want a ham sandwich with no mayonnaise, no mustard, nothing. Just ham and bread. And if you can make the bread toasted to make it a little bit drier, that would be even better.
I take the bacon fat every Saturday morning and pour it on my dog's food just so he can have something a little different.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're a good dog owner.
Nice. Thank you.
Does he seem to like that better than
Dude, he goes after. He licks the bowl.
Dude, if you break an egg on top of their food, they love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've not tried that before. Maybe we'll do
You
that.
might not want to now. I mean, after all these years, it might upset her stomach.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
yeah.
Maybe it's like you. Maybe it's learned. No moisture.
By the way, shout out to our dog Bella. She turns 13 today.
Nice. Her and my wife.
Same day.
Well,
Hey,
all right.
my wife's not 13.
How do you know your dog's birthday?
Because that's what the vet told us.
Mine is kind of a guess. They were like, we don't know. Maybe he's about this old.
Also, never mind. I'm going to tell you that off air because you're going to make a big deal out of it. All right. Let's start with the Eagles. The Eagles not only dominated in turnover margin against the Cowboys, they also held the Cowboys below 200 yards of offense. Now, let's take another look at that a little bit further. Cowboys had 2 red zone possessions in the first half. They got 3 points out of it. Of course, they fumbled away the first possession into the end zone, and then they gained 1 yard before settling for a field goal. So, really bang-up job the Cowboys offense did. If you want to give the Eagles defense credit for that, I guess.
I love the G-Bag Nation. However,
oh no,
on my drive home yesterday,
oh my God,
I almost vomited. It's their fault because they said it. Net 49 passing yards.
Yeah. How do you like that?
Yeah. That was a gross game, bro.
It was.
Good job, Eagles.
Unless you're the Eagles, then you probably like that game. Jalen Hurts, for example, was pressured on a season-high 54% of his dropbacks, which feels like a good thing.
Getting pressure, baby.
But on those plays, he still managed to complete 7 of his 9 passes for 115 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you did get the most pressure against Jalen Hurts, and then he dissected you. Now, let's take that a step further. Also on the rushing front, had another rushing touchdown. Jalen Hurts has 8 rushing touchdowns in his last 4 games. That is the most by any quarterback in a 4-game span in the Super Bowl era.
Great.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Great.
Bad for
us and other teams. And now they are in first place in the NFC East.
Bobby said this morning that there were some drives where he wouldn't throw the ball because he couldn't see in the sun. So he was just like, no, we're not throwing. I'm just going to run.
What
instead.
an amazing adjustment. We can't see in the sun, pitch it in there anyway. They can't see in the sun, I'll just run the ball. What are the Cowboys going to do? Stop me? All right. You want to go with the Commanders next then, assuming we go in order of standings?
That's the way I do it, but I don't want to do it today. I don't want to, take my shots at the Cowboys. I'm trying to be optimistic. They got to play more games.
They do, and we'll be giving away Cowboys-Texans tickets tomorrow. So if you know anybody in Houston, just make sure they're listening.
Or they can be a Texans fan here.
Oh, yeah.
Those
or
exist.
A Cowboys fan here, I guess.
Yeah, then maybe they're a masochist.
Now, Terry McLaurin, do you really not know what that word means?
A masochist?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. They like the suffering.
Yeah, both psychologically and sometimes physically, they like the pain.
The sadist likes to make others suffer, and the masochist likes to self-inflicted or inflicted pain, suffering.
I thought that's what you do math on.
Don't you go to therapy for that?
Maybe. This morning, right before they talked to Jerry, RJ said you can pay a good price to get kicked in the junk. That was an actual thing that he said right before Jerry came on.
He said it's a category.
Yeah, and then Jerry goes, I heard your whole monologue, and I was like, oh, I hope not that one part. All right.
And then Jerry brought up getting kicked in the junk multiple times throughout the conversation.
He did. So Jaden Daniels put up his worst numbers in a full game since week 1. Completed a season-low 50% of his passes, 202 yards passing with no touchdowns, and he took 3 sacks. It was a bad game, or it was because he was facing Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson.
Mike, listen, man, go back in history of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
And they have historically been good against rookie quarterbacks.
If only we had those numbers. Mike Tomlin.
There's no way to know.
26-6 against starting rookie quarterbacks. By the way, Russell Wilson is 12-2 versus rookie starting quarterbacks. So that combination, they figured it out.
Now I really want to go look at all those games and see who they were and why and everything.
Sounds like that's going to be a heck of a segment when you do all that work. All right.
For the Steelers.
Yes. Terry McLaurin, we're going to talk more about him tomorrow, but Terry McLaurin faced Joey Porter on 22 of his 34 routes. He caught all 4 of his targets for 97 yards against Porter as the nearest defender. Safe to say he did well.
Yeah, the more you watch him, the more you can tell he's excited about having a quarterback.
Yes.
And that was the thing that I kept saying. I was like, dude, this dude's a really good receiver. He just has no quarterback. And now you're finally seeing it. I am interested, though, in the way that when Brian Robinson's on that team, they're a much better team whenever he's healthy.
Yeah.
Because they run the ball so effectively with him. And you're like, hold on, this is a Cliff Kingsbury offense. No, man. Cliff Kingsbury knows what he has with his offensive pieces, and they run the ball so much more effectively, which makes the deep ball from Jaden Daniels so easy because now those safeties have stepped up. It's whenever that team's healthy, they're very dangerous.
Now, since we're going to go to the Cowboys, let's play a Cowboys highlight. Let's go to cut number 13. I can only assume this is a positive Cowboys highlight.
Pistol formation as the Cowboys start at the 20, coming left to right.
Sounds good.
Dowdle behind Rush, who bobbles the snap.
Okay.
Scrum for it. Eagles got it. Cooper Rush bobbled the snap, and Milton Williams, the defensive end, beat him to the ball.
Not bad. Eagles didn't score a touchdown.
All right.
Good job by the Cowboys to turn offense into defense.
That's right, I guess.
Because they were on offense, and then they snapped the ball and turned into a defensive team.
Now, keep in mind, with all these statistics, I'm well aware that the Cowboys are not good. By the way, for people asking, we will do those ticket giveaways tomorrow in the 10 a.m. hour and the noon o'clock hour. Dallas had 5 sacks in the first half against Philadelphia, tied for the highest sack total in the first half of any Cowboys regular season game in the last 25 years.
Good for us.
It was also the most times Jalen Hurts had ever been sacked in the first half. Unfortunately, the offense couldn't do anything, so it didn't end up mattering. CeeDee Lamb, we've been tracking this record for a while. He had 6 receptions. He has now recorded at least 4 receptions in 42 straight games. The second longest streak in NFL history, behind only Michael Thomas, who did it 43 games. He did. And then it really fell off a cliff super hard.
Yeah, but he took a job with my possibilities.
That is different, Michael Thomas.
Now he actually might be working with some significantly huge stars.
Like the Penguin.
Yeah. We'll talk about that off air, Mike.
Yeah. Who would ever known the Penguin was Colin Farrell? That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm
he
with
is
you.
Ugly. Not Colin Farrell. Colin Farrell's a good-looking man. They turned a good-looking man into an ugly guy.
Dude, he does so
He's
much.
fantastic.
He does so much acting with his eyes. Just watch his eyes and how they like move. Sorry, I know we're getting into
even the way he
discussion there.
walks, I think, is
it's so good.
All right, question about the Cowboys and
Check him
CeeDee
out in
Lamb.
sugar.
Because you just mentioned like how he's done this and done that.
Yeah.
How I don't. This is too strong of a word, but I'm going to say it because vocabulary is bad right now. How bad of a season is CeeDee Lamb going to have now that he has to play the second half of the season with these quarterbacks?
I think you saw that reflected on his face numerous times on Sunday. It is going to be rough because Cooper Rush, Trey Lance, and maybe eventually we'll work our way down to Will Grier. It's going to be tough.
I told my son who has CeeDee Lamb on his fantasy team to get rid of him as fast as he can.
Maybe so.
Remember, he also got paid already too. So
Well, and that's what I was just about to ask is I don't think that he's going to be happy about that because
I agree.
He's not the kind of guy that's like, I got paid.
Just for
whatever.
the record, I don't think Dak is either. It's just frustrating that this was going to be a prove-it year for everybody. And then they're like, all right, never mind. CD, Dak, you get your money. Who cares about what happens this season? All the coaches will have to take the blame. And it's not all their fault.
Because usually in contract seasons, Kevin, what happens?
Yeah,
they
show
play
out year.
at their best.
Absolutely.
And so, like, that's where I feel like CeeDee Lamb is going to be frustrated because he considers himself in the Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill conversation, just as we do, and he's not going to have that opportunity to prove it because of the quarterback play that's around him.
Now, we are a show of the people from the 972. Can we talk more about the Penguin and the Dallas Stars? Because, the Cowboys. Give me cut number 6 on the fly.
Along the end line, bumped up high, a shot, score! What a shot on the power play by Wyatt Johnston. Painted it upstairs. Stars with their second power play goal. The kick is good, and it's 7-1.
So my bonus around the NFC East is the Stars scored 7 goals yesterday. That is more points than the Cowboys scored in their game. If you want to make it even worse, the Stars scored as many goals in the first period, 6, as the Cowboys had points in the game. So my question is, and we asked this during Crosstalk, what would you equate 7 goals to in a football game? Are we talking 40 points, 42-ish points? What are you thinking there on the conversion rate if we're shouting out the Stars who got an emphatic victory over the Penguins?
Yeah, I guess we go with 42. And my question to you, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
How do you count it in basketball terms? Because you have the 2-pointer and 3-pointer in that game.
I think
that's a lot.
7 goals is 140 points.
Okay.
130.
Wow, that's
135 to 140
That's
points.
a huge game.
Yes.
And in baseball, you feel like it's kind of the same number, like 7-1's a 7-1 win. In baseball,
I think it's inflated.
Runs
in
are hard to
baseball.
come by.
Yeah, I think a hockey goal is worth like about maybe 1.3 to 1.5 goals.
All right, I'll take it.
I have not done any of the research to bear that out, but that's my gut feeling.
Gut feelings are all we can go on. That's where we put our sandwiches.
That is a great point.
After we eat them.
In our gut.
Micah Parsons had 2 sacks on Sunday. It was his 14th career multi-sack game, tied for the 4th most through a player's first 54 games. He trails only Richard Dent, Alden Smith, and Reggie White. So still great to have him back. Some really good company to be part of.
And he's playing for a contract, too, so you're going to get the best out of him.
Yeah, sometimes I think that. Sometimes I'm like, but not really, right? Because the Cowboys will just make you the highest paid and go about their business.
Yeah, honestly, he could blow out his knee, and there would be questions about if he's going to start the year next year, and it does not matter when it comes to contract.
That is valid with this team.
All right, let's talk about the Giants. Brian Daboll said we're going to evaluate what we need to do at quarterback. There are a lot of people who think Daniel Jones is not going to be playing maybe much, if any, more this season. But my question to go along with that is, I know the owner said, nah, he's safe, he's good and everything. Do you believe Brian Daboll's job really is safe for next season?
No.
I don't
think I do either.
And I'm not sure that I love it, that I think it's completely fair, but he's had his time. Unfortunately, he had his time with a bad quarterback the entire time. That's the unfortunate thing. He chose the wrong job with the wrong team and never got to change the quarterback.
If I'm the Giants owner, I'm listening to 105.3 The Fan, and I have heard that the biggest mistake in the history of football was letting Wade Phillips go, and he wins all the Super Bowls everywhere else, and he's still available as a head coach 17
Go make
years
that
later.
move, yeah.
So I got to get him before the Cowboys realize that they should hire Wade Phillips back as the head coach so they can start winning Super Bowls.
By the way, the Giants will not, or had not committed as of yesterday, to Daniel Jones being their quarterback. Here's another reason that the Giants lost that game to the Panthers, which, by the way, Tyrone Tracy, you could see him crying on the sidelines after the fumble that ended up essentially losing them the game. I don't want him to be sad, but I like that kind of passion when you see it in sports. Bryce Young, this is amazing to me. Bryce Young against zone coverage against the Giants. 10 of 12 for 85 yards and a touchdown. All right?
All right.
Going into that game, Bryce Young had thrown 0 touchdowns and 9 interceptions against zone coverage this year. No touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Against the Giants, 10 of 12, 85 yards, and a touchdown.
He was obviously facing better zone defenders. That's the
than he did in this game?
Or maybe that time off, he had an opportunity to kind of take a breath and learn a little bit. Because this year, it looked bad early on. I don't know how to explain that, other than maybe the Giants just stink.
Yeah, and now Carolina, I believe, has the same amount of wins as the Cowboys, right?
Look at that. Look at them coming up in the world.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
I guess. Or we've really, really hit hard times.
Alex says yes. He's shaking his head.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
We haven't hit hard times, Kevin. We're the Cowboys.
Oh, okay. Man.
When are things tough around here?
You know what? This morning, Jerry had a really positive way to spin it when he was like, do you know how many harder times have been around with the Cowboys? And I'm like, I don't disagree with that.
Okay,
I feel like that's moving the point.
Can I have a real conversation real quick? Because he has said that, and I used to say that a lot too. When it comes to can't you just look at somebody else's life and see that their struggle is much more difficult than yours? And then with people that have dealt with depression, which that comes in the conversation of that doesn't help me.
Yeah.
Trying to do that doesn't help me. And so when Jerry says that, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that does help you. But maybe that is his motivator, but it's not everybody's for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so we haven't talked about the NBA today.
That's true.
And tonight is a big night. It is a national night for the Dallas Mavericks because
Clay's going home.
Clay is going back to Golden State. So I'm going to start this off with he's a secondary player on the team, Klay Thompson. It's been 10 games. If you remember before the season started, I was begging people, please stop judging Klay Thompson off of preseason basketball. Give him 10 games before you start making a judgment on Klay Thompson and what he has left and how he can affect the Dallas Mavericks positively or negatively. We are 10 games in. He is shooting 42% from the field on 12 shots. He is shooting 35% from 3 on 8 attempts a game. He is 7 for 7 on free throws. He's kind of your designated technical foul free throw shooter.
Yeah.
He's averaging 13.8 points. Those are the main numbers because he's not really a rebounder, never been a rebounder, not really an assist guy, never been an assist guy. What would you, whether you want to give a grade here, I'll make you give a grade A through F, and then I'll make you kind of expand on why or you're giving him that grade. Kevin, what's your grade 10 games in? Why? And then how much do you think he can improve or not improve?
I will give him a C thus far because I think that those stats, because it is such a short amount of time, are fairly deceptive. That 3-point percentage, that was built in the first 3 games. So I decided to look at the last 7 games. Last 7 games, Klay is 14 of 49 from 3. That is 28.5%. So he was really good in the first game and the second game, and totally you accept it in the third game. Since then, I know that game against Indiana, he did well, but he's shooting 28.5%, and all of his highest point totals also come in those first 3 games. So you look at the beginning of the season, big time. Since then, and it's only 7 games, but these last 7 games have been kind of rough for him.
I'll give him a C+, because, and I go with the plus part because I think he makes some really good heady decisions with the ball, and he knows. He's learning more, but he knows who to get the ball to because he sees the shapes on the floor. He understands this guy should be open here. And when you had that third person on the court with Timmy, it wasn't going anywhere else. So the ability to add not just the 3-point shooting, but the other things that he does well, he makes some really savvy defensive plays too. Rebounds that I'm like, I didn't expect him to go get that. So I'll give him a C+. Right. I think he can be better because I really need better 3-point shooting right now.
Where are you at on the grade before we get to improve and stuff like that?
I'm at a D+. Okay. I had higher expectations. Now, I think he can improve. I think he is struggling in this system. I think Jason Kidd, in my opinion, I don't know this, they are really struggling with should he be a starter, but if they take him out of the starting role, do you lose him?
Yeah.
And not like he quits, but does he get so disappointed? That was one of the reasons he was like, man, I'm done with Golden State.
Yep.
If they're going to treat me like this after what I've done, and I get he's not done anything for the Mavericks. He's trying to fit in. He's trying to run a whole new offensive system he's never ran off of a Luka type of player that kind of holds the ball for a while, and you just have to stand and wait, and you never know when the ball's going to come your way.
He's
it can come your
moving.
way early or with 2 seconds left in the shot clock, and you are going to get open look, but it is a catch and shoot. So his defense has been okay after 10 games.
It's kind of what I thought it would be.
His offensive efficiency has been below average of what I expect. To your point, he's been Tim Hardaway Jr. shooting the ball. Like, all right, you're going to be hot or freezing a cold, you know? And so I think he can be a good player for the Mavs. I am not giving up on him at all.
What does that look like to you? Is it just 40%, but it's a pretty consistent 40% from 3-point shooting? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, he's a 41.2% shooter, 3-point shooter for his career. I get he's only taking 4 non-threes a game. But yeah, he becomes more efficient.
Okay.
And then he becomes better defensively. I don't think he's going to be the guy like he was. I get it. Injuries have taken that away from him. Age has taken that away from him. But I'm hoping tonight he has a really good night. In a weird way, he's going to get cheered when he makes shots early in the game. I'm sure in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go, if he hits a 3-pointer to put the Mavs in the lead, he's not going to get cheers for that in Golden State. But early in the game, it is going to be a love fest of Klay Thompson, and it should be.
Absolutely.
But I wanted to start off with Klay Thompson and go, man, I need him to be better, and I think he'll be better. Now I'm going to go to this. I'll start this off, and you guys can go here. Luka Doncic gets an F for me this year. This is the worst I've ever seen him play in what I would consider now his prime. He's averaging 28.3. We kind of wanted him to do it, but not on the same amount of shots.
What is his shooting percentage?
41% from the field and 33% from 3.
Yeah, I wanted higher efficiency with lower total.
He's only at 8.1 assists a game. That is one of the lowest he's ever had in his career. Now, it's not way off, but it's off. His turnovers are a little bit down. But his percentage shooting the ball is horrible. Last year, it was 48.7. Now, I think it's going to improve. But so far, 10 games in, you're lucky you're 5-5 with how bad Luka's playing this year. I just want to make this clear. I'm holding Luka to a standard of the best player in the league.
Yeah.
You are competing with Jokic and whoever else you want to put up there.
Sure.
Anthony Edwards, whoever.
Yeah.
He's horrible.
Yeah.
It's an F. For superstar status, he gets an F for me to start this year off. And I know that sounds harsh. Not an F in the NBA. So I'm not stupid if you're listening to me. I am comparing him to the 5 to 10 best players in the league. And I'm comparing him to the Luka Doncic you need to be. He gets an F this year so far through 10 games.
Wow.
I'm gonna
luck.
I'm gonna say a D then. So not good whatsoever. Those shooting percentages are really concerning. And I know he said like, "Hey, I'm getting into the flow. Don't worry, I'll get the hang of it."
Yeah,
but I'm still concerned.
I think he will too. But I'm only judging him on these 10 games. These 10 games, he sucks.
I'll A++ is what I'm going to give him.
Oh man,
you remember that shot that he made, and he was like, "That's what I effing do." Like that's the Luka I know.
That's a great example though, because wasn't he 0 for 7 from 3 before that shot?
He's so bad that night. No, yeah, man, he's taken more shots that are like unnecessary, and he really does to keep this team engaged. There are a lot better players to keep them engaged. He needs to get them more involved.
I love when he does this, and what I mean by love is I can't stand it. When he gets up a little bit slowly from the offensive end because he's missed a shot and he doesn't feel like getting back on D. But the fourth guy for the other team is running down the court, and he's about 3 steps ahead of Luka. Luka intentionally slows down and points at the guy who's beating him to the basket that nobody's going to be able to cover. And he's like, "Guys, I don't feel like running. There's a guy 3 steps ahead of me that in 12 steps will be close to the rim and he might get a wide open layup or dunk. Can somebody pick him up? Because I'm not going to run back on defense." I'm like, Luka,
hey, that guy right there.
What a D move by you. I mean,
Everybody
can
on your
somebody
team
call him
knows.
out on the team? That is such a D move to be like, we're only a couple steps away from each other. I'm going to intentionally slow down because I'm going to let this guy get a dunk. Then I'm going to look at the 3 guys that were on defense versus the 4 guys and look at them like, hey, why didn't you stop them from scoring?
Yeah.
Luka, I want to love you so much. Stop being such a D out there on defense.
Team basketball is a real thing.
I agree.
And he's been an individual star for a long time. He plays team basketball with his country, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Like he plays that team basketball to a T there.
He's so much better than what he presents at times. And he can be the best player in the NBA. It's like he doesn't want to be the best player in the NBA.
At what point, I'm not just saying for you, people in general, at what point does it fall back on being our own fault for expecting these improvements that he's like,
Yeah, I guess and I know he's going to play better than this.
but I mean like in terms of everything.
Yeah, he only gets motivated for 1 to 2 games max. And the last game, look, they almost won, but and they almost won the game before. They were 2 tough opponents. They lost both of those games. But the tough thing is when you watch Jokic at his like right now, Jokic is in the NBA. If you don't know this, he's 4th in points, he's 1st in rebounds, he's 1st in assists. Like he almost has the triple crown right now, 10 games into the season for approximately every team. He almost has the triple crown in the NBA right now.
And that's why I scoff when people say Luka is a better player than Jokic.
So when you watch
Jokic
Jokic,
doesn't look like he's in his best shape right now either.
Yeah, and you watch Jokic's leadership, you're just like, man, you two seem like such great buddies. How come you just won't? You just don't see Jokic do the same things that Luka does that turns your own teammates off. And I'm like, I feel like once again, I want at one point nobody to go back on offense with Luka and be like, you do it on your own, dude. because you're leaving us out to dry at times in these games. And tonight, in a weird way, is a big game for the Mavs. There's 72 left. I get it. There's a lot of season. You know, if the season ended today, 10 games in,
they'd miss it, right?
They would be in the lottery. They wouldn't even be in the play-in thing. And it makes me think, guys, Barkley might have been right about this thing to start the year, where he's like, they just had the matchups and they got favorable things. And I don't want to believe that. I do think this team can still be really good. But your best player is playing his worst basketball. I won't say to start a season, because I can't remember all of fat Lukas that show up to start a year and how bad it is for 10 games and how much better it can get. But I'm just like watching Luka going, dude, you know, you kind of said all these things before the season started, but all it was words. There's no actions to back it up.
It does feel like that.
It's kind of Jerry Jones-like. It's like, we're all in. Well, wait, what does all in mean to you, Luka? Because you don't seem to be playing with an energy that wants to put the NBA league on notice to start a year that your team could be the best.
Well, I was all in on Dak. I was letting him know that
maybe
I was
tonight
all in
it
for
flips. Klay Thompson is more efficient shooting. Maybe Luka shows how great he is. But I keep waiting for Luka to show how great he is.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Do you agree with Jerry on this? Plus, a wicked apology next in The Fan.
The boys welcome that.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats have groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Today is Kevin's dog's birthday.
That's true.
Today is also my wife's birthday. She is 43. Am I supposed to say that? That's just screw up.
I don't know. 35.
Can you dump that, Alec, and dump
Do
it
I
also on the Twitch and the YouTube if you can.
We know how to get rid of stuff on the Twitch and the YouTube.
I know. That's why I said the other thing about that is we celebrated her over the weekend.
Okay.
All right. We took her at a dinner. We got cake and everything. By the way, Susie Cakes, if you've ever had that, phenomenal.
I don't know if I have had
Mockingbird and Abrams. There's also one in Preston Center, I believe.
Okay.
Adrian fell in love with it years ago, and it's always the place we go to. But Susie Cakes, nice thick cake. Today is her birthday, though.
True.
Do I have to do anything today also, or was over the weekend good enough?
You still have to at least kind of do something and acknowledge it, right?
All right. Do I need to do flowers? Is flowers good enough?
Yeah.
And then cook dinner or something? Like, we already took her out for dinner.
That sounds nice.
Mike, do you have any...
What to do for your wife tonight?
You have had... Yes. What should I do for my wife tonight?
Ask her what she wants.
That's a good idea.
Dude, that's amazing advice, Mike. And then what?
Do it.
Try to pull it off? I like it.
That's a good follow-up.
That's a good approach. Thank you very much. Man, Mike's crushing it today.
That's true.
Almost ticked you off in the first segment of the show.
Probably other times since then.
And then giving great advice to me.
Thanks.
I appreciate it, Mike. All right, Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton show this morning. And Zeke has been a topic of lots of conversation.
Are you about to play what I thought might have been the most agitating answer he gave?
And that's why the tease was, do you agree with Jerry about this?
No.
And I agree with you, Kevin. It was very agitating. But the question was, do you worry that you guys very well done question by Bobby, by the way.
Yes.
Do you worry that you guys think Zeke is good because of who he was in the past for your team?
Well, what counts is what he did last possession. And, that's what's fresh on mind. That's up front in mind. And you've got to look at that. We're not living in the past. I think I'll answer your question this way. We're not living in the past with Zeke. We're doing present day with Zeke all the way. Now, we've had those backs. Certainly, you've had Rico, Zeke, but we've had our backs there. And what you would like to see is, as you go into the season, you want to see backs that when you have quantity, you want to see a back come to the front. You want to see them distinguish themselves. And, of course, there are many things that a back does in addition to carrying the ball. And it can be receiving. It can certainly be protecting the quarterback.
Stop this.
But Rico is really excelling. We're really proud of what he's doing. Last couple of games, he's had outstanding games. That was unfortunate. That's Zeke's territory down there. And, boy, they just hit that ball. He'll be the first to tell you. You can't do that.
That's right.
And that sounds trite, but you can't do that. And so you're seeing Rico playing.
Stop it. Stop that audio. Stop. I can't stop it.
That is the moment where it kind of ended.
Stop it. I can't take it anymore. So the answer to
should have been,
yeah, probably. We learned our lesson as the season went along, but by then it was too late because we thought Zeke was the answer. Instead, it was, I don't think so. Rico Dowdle is great, and Zeke can't fumble the ball. The answer to that is yes. Now, they might not be doing that now, but it's too late. You did that when you were like, well, we don't need to use him at all in training camp. He's going to be perfect. You did that when you're like, oh, we don't need Derrick Henry. Zeke's still got it. All the times that it mattered, 100%, you were living in the past with Zeke. And now you're like, well, crap.
I think
What's your point?
That was my point,
he really
Jerry.
made the point there. I think the other thing about that, though, Kevin, is Jerry had, when it came to Zeke, so many other reasons to have him around than what he did on the field. Well, his leadership in the locker room, the way he gets a locker room, his power.
And then he missed a game because he wasn't at meetings and was late.
And they place a lot on the ability to block as a running back. And I'm like, I get it. You want them to be able to block, but the first thing they should be able to do
is run
through the hole that's given to them.
I think what's tough with Jerry, and I don't want to get in trouble with my boss here, is Jerry's not dumb. We know this.
Yeah.
He has billions upon billions of dollars. But when he answers that question, it's a dumb answer. And we all know it is.
Yeah.
Help me out here. I'm looking at YouTube. You guys just have your own random conversations on there. Can you listen to us for a second and respond to this? YouTube? Do you guys buy what Jerry's selling here? Because Jerry thinks you're buying it. If you're on YouTube right now, we have almost 400 people on YouTube. He thinks that you are dumb enough to buy what he just sold, what we just replayed.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that there's millions of Cowboy fans that just bought that because Jerry's not dumb, but he thinks that maybe you're dumb enough to buy it. Who bought it, dummies out there? That's what I want to know. Are you dumb enough to buy what Jerry just sold? I went and looked up LaDainian Tomlinson because I remember LaDainian Tomlinson came out of nowhere for the Jets and had a good year.
Yeah.
He had 730 yards, averaged, I think it was 3-point-something yards per carry. He did have 12 touchdowns. He had like 20 catches, and it looked like his career was over. The Jets got him, and it's like, dude, Jets, what are you doing? His career's over. And then he almost ran for 1,000 yards. He went to like 4.5 yards a carry, and he had like 52 catches. I just want to make sure I got this right. He went from 3.3 yards at 30 years old his last year in San Diego to 4.2 yards with the Jets. He had 52 catches for 7.7 yards per catch. And then he played in 2011, was horrible, and his career was over, and he's a Hall of Famer. He's great. But that random year at 31 was like, wait, how did he do that?
Yeah.
And so I guess Jerry's trying to say, well, we thought he was going to be like LaDainian Tomlinson, where it looked like his career was over his last year in San Diego, and then jumped right back to being a pretty good running back. And then he played like 3 more games in 2011 and his career was over. But like, at what point did you think the 3.8 yards that you released him on in 2022, then he went and averaged 3.5 yards last year? He's averaging 3.2 yards this year. This is the progression that you make as a human being running the ball.
And
usually.
he said, don't pay attention to last year. That's not reflective of. And you're like,
but
this
is what, like, but hey, just to let you know, if you're listening, he thinks he's a smart guy. Jerry's smart. So my boss hears it. I'm not saying Jerry's dumb. What I'm saying is he made a dumb comment because he thinks we're dumb enough to buy it.
You read the YouTube yet, Mike?
Let's see. Nobody is buying this. Nobody. We still them boys. Definitely not buying Jerry's BS. So nobody bought it. I don't know if Jerry's listening right now.
But they are paying attention to the show.
At least they're paying attention because they have random conversations on there.
It's okay if they have random conversations, Mike. That's what you can do in a chat.
But I'm just wondering, like, I don't know. I'm hoping Jerry's listening. Jerry, I don't think we're dumb enough to buy what you're selling in this situation.
And that's what I've been saying is some of these things that are happening, the fans are smarter than they've ever been. There's too much access. There's too many people like Broadus having microphones, talking about important things. And then the Wolchucks who are doing what they do so well. There are too many people that know things for the fans to be dumb. And then they're smart enough on their own because they want and they have the access to it. So Jerry can't just get away with that like he used to. And that's another reason he's frustrated this year, because it used to work.
Yeah, because nobody knew any better. And when he would say the salary cap is complicated, you had to be like, man, it sounds complicated.
Yes.
But now I can be like,
Kevin has all the information
I like
for
the
you.
sarcasm here. Zeke is still good. Jerry convinced me.
Okay.
I'm hoping that sarcasm. That's good sarcasm on YouTube if you did that.
And now for the mystery audio of the day. Cut number 19, Alec Bedford. So now you're Rick-rolling me?
I like this song.
That's great. It's good to like songs. But now I'm getting Rick-rolled
the
here.
song where they're pencils and then they're cartoons and then
I
they're
will
people.
take this.
I don't. Are you talking about the Aha video, Take On Me?
Oh, that's,
I love that song. I will take this song over Rock Lobster any day. Rock Lobster and pretzels, hell. All right? That's hell.
I just think it's nice that in hell they play you music and serve you
not that
food.
song. That's hell song. That's hell music. Just to let you know.
I don't think your spirit needs food.
That's a fair point.
I don't know. I haven't been there yet.
I will tell you what, though.
Tell me.
Sometimes food is heavenly.
You got a good point there, man.
So
You
then
really
I
do.
guess I would want food in heaven.
The milkshake fountain.
But I don't feel like you need it.
Or the milkshake cloud.
Or that Susie cake. Thank you very much, Alec, for that mystery audio.
That's true. Eat this mayonnaise.
Text in if you have loved the mystery audio addition to the show. Do you know who Russell Okung is?
Yes. He's an NFL player.
Sure.
He took half of his salary in Bitcoin in 2020.
Ooh,
I think Bitcoin just went up during the election, right?
Yes, it did.
He took $6.5 million in Bitcoin, and it is now worth $45 million.
Wow.
And his tweet said, "Society wants to tame you, wants you predictable, but greatness demands wildness."
I know what it's worth, but it's not worth anything until you sell it. And I know that you can sell Bitcoin somewhat easily. I don't know if you can sell 45 million of it quickly, but I know that you can make transactions on it somewhat quickly. I just remember there was this story on one of those HBO things where this kid bought Giannis rookies when he was in his first and second year. Like, he's a millionaire at 14 years old. Those cards are now worth about $100,000 if he didn't sell any of them. So he went from like having 1.5 million to 100,000. So I hear what you're saying, and it looks like a great investment. But if you never sell the Bitcoin, does that make sense? What I'm saying here is it still isn't cash until you turn it into cash. Sure. And that's always the confusing thing on Bitcoin is
when to sell.
Yeah, well, and it's not real money.
Right.
It kind of is. There's places that you kind of can spend it.
And that's the reason, like, it's so people avoid it so much. But my understanding is it goes up, it goes down, but it always comes back up. It's going to go down. It's just like the stock market. It's going to come back at some point. You just got to, can you be patient enough? And did you take your what's the allotment of money you decided you could spend on?
Yeah.
And not your whole life. The allotment you have, can you deal with that and that stress that you're going to go through?
I'm going to be honest. I do not feel as though I am educated enough to
I don't either.
hang in that world.
And I'm also not educated enough to tell people either, I guess.
I'm trying to see on my thing. I bought $50 of Bitcoin way back when. I can't even remember when.
$200 plus,
Could
probably.
be.
Time to cash in. Yeah, I'm not smart enough to be able to ride it out. With the stock market, I'd probably feel more comfortable. And I'm sure there's a lot of people listening are like, I feel plenty comfortable in the Bitcoin market. If so, good for you.
I need to get to know you. And
I
then
bought $50 of Bitcoin. I can't even tell you when, but it's worth $322.
Dude.
I bought $50 of Litecoin,
Buy
and it is
more.
worth $11.56 now.
Look at that.
What happened to Litecoin?
I don't know.
Why don't you start mining those?
Ran out of bits.
Find the tunnel where the Litecoin's at.
The Wizard of Oz spinoff movie Wicked is coming out in a few weeks. And I've never seen that musical.
It's very good.
I've
I
heard
saw
it's
it in New York.
fantastic. Is it good?
Yeah.
All right.
That was not as much of an endorsement as I had hoped. I thought it was really
I don't know
good.
if they need to make it a movie.
They have
but
rolled out
They did.
a massive campaign, lots of collaborations, 50 plus major brands from cosmetics, jewelry, liquors, coffees, so much more. But the official Mattel Wicked dolls linked on the back of the page of their toy to wicked.com, which if you go to wicked.com is an adult film website.
Oh, dear.
Mattel said it deeply regrets an error on the packaging of its Wicked movie-themed dolls, which mistakenly linked toy buyers to a pornographic website. The error gained attention, and a lot of people have pointed out, but it says wicked.com right there on the back of it. So Wicked, I mean, they got free advertising. It should say wickedmovie.com.
Okay, that's a good point. So if you're
How quick do you pull those boxes off to then put them in new boxes? Do you do that, or do you just go deal with it?
I think they just say deal with it.
Because I feel like you're sending a lot of, my opinion, could be wrong, a lot of little girls to this website.
Or go try and buy the website and be like, please, let us buy the license to this website.
I'd be
from
like,
you.
you're desperate. I got a price.
And Wicked's probably like, man, we got a lot of money. You're going to have to come with a lot. And Kevin, my wife asked me if I did the dishes, and I shouted Aaron Rodgers, and she knew they were washed.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Alec.
That is good.
I bet Aaron Rodgers doesn't do dishes. He's rich.
Okay. Is that your goal, to have enough money that you never have to do?
I'm going to fall short of that goal.
Okay.
I've come to that conclusion now at 47
What about with that
years
Bitcoin?
old.
I don't know.
If I sell that $322, is there taxes and fees on it like eBay?
I
bet there are.
I don't know,
right?
Mike. I'm sorry.
I got to mine it or something?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person. Ask Gavin Dawson. He's right freaking there.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess we need to go to break.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Tuesday tailgate. Is Florida State the worst good team ever? Plus, does a bear poop on the Michigan logo? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First and goal, it's Leonard. His second touchdown on the ground. Leonard walks in. Notre Dame extends the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Tuesday tailgate, which of course means that we bring in our college football expert, Carter Freeman.
I am here.
Carter, is Florida State the worst good team ever? They started the season in the top 10. They're now 1-9. Mike Norvell, he fired both of his coordinators because that's going to help. But then there's this. Florida State has scored 133 points this year. Ashton Genty has scored 144 points this year. So, is Florida State the worst good team ever?
So by good, you mean people thought they were going to be good? Because nothing I've seen from them on the field tells me they are good.
Yeah.
I'm really sad they beat Cal earlier this year. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a win.
Yes.
And Florida State's already done with their conference schedule. So they finished with they go 1-7 in the ACC. They won't finish last if Cal doesn't win an ACC game because they're still undefeated. So somehow, some way, Florida State might not finish at the very last. But yes, as far as teams that we thought were going to be good before the season, like this blows like an A&M team from the last couple of years or any of those other teams that start in the top 10 and fall out. I mean, this is historic.
That is an absolutely great way to put it. Now, I want to go to cut number 17. I'm going to ask if you were watching this game. I'm sure you were. And I want to know if Utah got screwed. I was watching this game as well. If Utah got screwed as badly as they believe they did.
For the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Now, it looked like this game was over twice. BYU had the ball in the end zone. It looked like their quarterback was screwed. And then they're like, oh, the whistle blew. You just couldn't hear it because there's so many people.
And that place was
so loud.
It sounded watching it as loud as A&M was a couple weeks ago when they hosted LSU, and Rice Eccles in Salt Lake City hosts about 40,000 people less. So that is how loud that stadium sounded.
An incredible atmosphere. And then their quarterback gets taken down. I think at like the 1 or 2, maybe it was in the end zone. It looks like the game's over. Then there's a flag. What did you think about that flag that kept the game alive and kept BYU's undefeated season alive?
One, I think it was a penalty.
Okay.
Ticky-tack, sure, but I don't think it was the wrong thing to call. 2, there's a minute left in this game. This is not the last play of the game. BYU gets an untimed down, they get to win. Utah had dominated on defense pretty much the entire game. BYU had what, 19 points up to that point?
Yeah.
Because they won, it was 22-21 was the final. So it's not like BYU was having a great offensive day to begin with. Utah 100% could have still stopped BYU.
I agree.
And the comments that Utah's AD made about how the Big 12 screwed them, like they should have won this game, they never won that game. They lost it. They lost it on the field. They had a minute to stop BYU still. It was ticky-tack, but that's what they called. You still had an opportunity to stop them. So to say everything that their AD said, I thought it was ridiculous.
Now, their AD did get fined $40,000, but to Carter's point, Mark Harlan, he's not wrong about what you just said. He goes, the game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I'll talk to the commissioner. That was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight.
Two things. A, I don't think this worked in the WNBA finals after the coach said that was stolen from them.
That's true.
And B, did Utah not learn anything? You just throw beer bottles onto the field and the call gets changed in reverse.
So yeah.
They waited until after the game to do this because I saw a video of a BYU cheerleading coach getting hit in the face with a bottle that a Utah fan threw.
She got knocked unconscious. It was a water bottle. But I mean, like, if there's still water in the bottle, man, that thing can knock you out for sure. But yeah, they knocked out one of the BYU, you said maybe cheerleading coaches. I thought it was a cheerleader, but somewhere in that space got knocked unconscious because of people throwing crap on the field.
Yeah, don't do it after the game. You do it after the play that you disagree with. Otherwise, you can't get it changed.
And I've had hundreds of bottles thrown at me.
Any of them hit you in the face?
I avoided them, and it was because I gave up 9 runs on opening day to the Chicago Cubs.
Did you think you deserved to have bottles thrown near you then?
No.
Okay.
But I definitely deserved the booze.
Okay.
But I don't think I deserved beer bottles being thrown at me. They were like plastic. But if you have beer in them, they're going to hurt.
That is very true.
As seen in Salt Lake City this weekend.
Now, Carter, I hope you agree, and don't spoil it for the other two fellas if they do not know what happened. The most exciting game of the weekend.
LSU, Alabama.
No.
Miami, Georgia Tech.
No. I take you to cut number 15, where Louisiana Tech is leading
Karl Malone.
Jacksonville State, 37-31. This is going to be the final play of the game. Let's hear what happens.
4 seconds to go. You're an offensive receiver. Keep that ball alive. Last play. Hail Mary. Huff gets it off. Gets to the end zone. And it's caught! Touchdown! Cam Vaughn behind the pile. Incredible!
Now, remember I told you it's 37-31. That makes it 37-37. Let's go ahead and jump to cut 16, where all Jacksonville State needs to do is kick that extra point, and we can all go home.
What could go wrong?
No good! Wow, he missed it!
That could go wrong.
Oh my goodness! We are going to overtime.
So Jacksonville State is going to lose. Then they get the Hail Mary. They're going to win. Then they miss the extra point. Now you don't know, but they did go on to win the game in overtime.
Oh, okay. Well, they ended up winning.
Do you think everyone's like, that's fine? Or do you think they're looking at that kicker like,
hey, man, fix your F.
If Deebo Samuel was there,
he would have punched him.
He might.
Yeah.
No, not the kicker.
The long snapper, yeah.
Snapper.
It's like,
out of all the guys, it's the snapper's fault.
Yes. Now, speaking of throwing things on the field, Colorado won yet again. Deion Sanders had thoughts about, not the tortillas. He said, throwing the tortillas on the field, I swear this is a real quote. The tortillas are soft, not hard. And so he's fine with that. I swear. That is a real quote.
That is a Mike Bassett
actually
quote, by the way, if
said.
I've ever heard one.
Yeah, they didn't fry him up.
That's true. But then
he
goes, but when they start throwing water bottles and other objects, that's when you have to alert the officials and say, okay, tortillas are, again, this is a real quote. Okay, tortillas are one thing, but water bottles or another, and it's getting a little crazy.
And didn't Joey Maguire get on a microphone and tell everyone to stop? This is the fourth, ever since the Texas fans threw the trash on the field against Georgia and got the call reversed, we've seen week after week after week, some team not getting a call that go their way and then throwing trash on the field. It's an awful, awful trend.
He said, I was watching that game, Coach McGuire said, calm down, we're going to get this within 7. We're going to stop Colorado. Then we're going to get the ball on the 10-yard line, and our quarterback's going to fumble, and 7 guys are going to see the ball on the ground and not go after it, and Sanders' son is going to get it and go in the end zone and do the Sanders dance, and then we're going to lose by 14 points.
It was a bad beat,
Don't forget
too.
Deion Sanders' kid is also going to tell people to stop talking about Colorado not wanting to make gear with American flags on it, and he's like, you guys are making a big deal out of nothing.
The only thing about Deion's kids I saw was Shador signed a tortilla that was thrown at him. He autographed one.
And then sell that now. I don't think that'll last.
That's
biodegradable.
That's a great point.
Limited edition, limited time.
Oh, and didn't they put a potato in glass? And like you saw that potato, it was still doing
They
it,
had
right?
the giant Pringle, and it was holding
How
up.
long can you store a tortilla?
I don't know.
I mean, you can store it for as long as you want. It's just going to degrade.
Yeah.
All right, let's look it up.
We can't like vacuum seal that.
Which one lasts longer, a corn tortilla or a flour? Because I feel like they're throwing flour tortillas in Lubbock.
It's got to be flour.
I don't know.
Nobody really loves corn
I
tortillas.
think I think
someone should throw
authentic
corn though.
Mexican tacos are corn tortillas.
Tortillas can last up to 6 months in the freezer.
Okay.
So they got 6
So
months
what do
to
you do
sell
with
it.
that autograph?
It's display it in the freezer.
Yeah,
There's a
what?
special case that's always, frozen.
Here's my Shador Sanders autograph.
I want to see like the person who buys that at Heritage Auctions or whatever. Like, hey, that tortilla.
Next up,
like
the
that wasn't a
tortilla.
good idea.
Now,
and somebody rolls it up into a fajita.
Yeah, what if you just eat it?
I mean, that's probably what's
It has
eventually
a
going to
limited
happen.
amount of ink, right? The ink isn't good.
Just cover it
Like you
in
don't want to eat a
salsa.
Sharpie. That
I
would-
agree, but I think you live if you ate the autographed tortilla. If you eat a Sharpie, I don't know.
What about just the part that's the ink? I don't know what you call it. The fluffy part. The part that stores the ink. What is it called? What? You guys are looking at me. Cotton. I don't know. What is it made of?
The fabric of our lives.
Yeah. Is it cotton? What is on the Sharpie? What's the Sharpie part?
Help. Oh, Mike out. Are you talking about like the felt tip?
Felt. Yeah. Is it felt? Is it just made of felt like a pool table?
Just like
I mean, the
pool
other
table.
part's plastic. I get it. It's covered in plastic.
Hey, don't eat a pen, right? That feels like the takeaway from
Don't
this.
eat plastic.
Yeah, it's made of a combination of wood and synthetic fibers known as felt.
Okay.
Just like a pool
You
table.
called it, Kevin.
Now,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We all kind
Now,
of knew it.
outside of
Yeah, you didn't answer. I guarantee you didn't know.
the tortilla autograph,
All right.
outside of the tortilla
Next
autograph,
time I ask a question like that, be sharp and answer it quickly.
outside of the tortilla autograph, what do you think about this Colorado team who we talked about last year? They fell apart as the season went along, but they continue to pick up wins this year.
Yeah, they're 7-2, and they came back from a 13-0 deficit in this game as well. So they show, overcoming adversity, which is something they absolutely did not do last year. I think they're for real. If they went out, they're in the Big 12 title game because Iowa State lost again this weekend.
Yeah.
So it's BYU's number 1 in the Big 12, Colorado's number 2. And if that ends up being the case, BYU obviously looked really shaky this week.
They did.
still win, but I think that would be an electric matchup, BYU and Colorado, if that happens.
Now, the story of the college football season has been Indiana. Indiana has now gotten to 10 wins for the first time in team history. They've never won 10 games, ever.
And they're 10-0.
Even with Antoine Randall L?
Yes.
How about that,
Actually,
Paul?
that is
That's a good
sport
one.
appropriate this time. Usually we don't go sport appropriate, but
Yeah,
yes,
like
that
Cody
is
Zeller or
correct.
someone.
Now, I know they're 10-0. How much viability do you think they have in terms of not just making the playoff, but like potentially doing something there?
So what they've done this season against admittedly poor competition is, up until this Michigan game, was a much closer game. They've blown everybody out.
Yeah.
They're winning games by 15, 20 points for the most part. And they're off this week. They get the real test next week when they go to Ohio State. So that's going to tell us everything we need to know. But say what you want about Michigan this year. if they lose again, they'll set the record for most losses by a defending champion in the following season. They would beat 2011 Auburn, who I believe went 8-5 after they won the title with Cam Newton, and Michigan's 5-5. So if they lose one more game, they're going to set that record. But a team with a lot of talent, it's Michigan, it's a brand name. Indiana's not. Indiana, weathered a lot of that storm and beat them. So I think that shows a lot about Indiana. I'm wondering why Indiana is behind Penn State, personally.
That's a good question.
Penn State's the brand, but they've played one good team in Ohio State, and they lost to them. And that was at home. So if the resumes are flipped, I don't think there's any question Indiana would 100% be ranked above them.
Now, Corey, I want to know what's more hurtful for Michigan. Is it the 5 losses, or is it the fact that over the weekend, the Ohio State marching band formed a giant bear, and then the bear, via marching band form, let out a poop that landed on the Michigan logo? What do you think is more hurtful for Derek Holland and the Wolverines? Is it the 5 losses, or is it getting pooped on by a marching band bear?
Why did they make a bear? Can you explain that to me?
No.
Does Ohio State
Does
have
a
to
bear
do with
S on Michigan? Probably. I don't know.
That's
but
hilarious.
it's pretty impressive because the bear raises up like on its back legs, and then they drop out a flag that's a poop emoji and put it on the Michigan flag.
That's pretty impressive.
Their band is the best in the country, so they get that reputation for a reason.
Do whatever
I guess they have
want.
a little bit of humor too, which most bands don't.
I agree with that.
No humor in Aggie land for their
that is true. And then we're like, we won halftime, and I'm like, that's cool. I want to win regular games too. Anything else on the college football scene that we should know? I know Dylan Gabriel set the NCAA touchdown record. We could talk about that, or anything else you think we need to know.
Well, we didn't even have time to talk about 2 top 5 teams lost this week.
Yes.
Miami Falls, and they've been.
Cam Ward out of the Heisman conversation because
I don't
of
think
that?
he's out, but now he's like a fringy finalist,
right.
don't you think?
I think so. I just have to give the quarterback tip to Gabriel because his team's undefeated and he hasn't had a game where he's been just super, super erratic. Even in some of their earlier games where they won those games kind of close, Gabriel himself was really good. I think it's between Genty from Boise State and Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
And especially if Colorado keeps winning and Travis Hunter keeps doing what he's doing, he's not like, top 5 in receiving yards or top 5 in interceptions in the country, but he's top 15 in both. And he's playing really, really well. And
his team is playing well.
His team is playing well, and he has Heisman moments, like when he forced a fumble against Baylor in overtime to prevent Baylor from scoring and potentially winning that game. So I think it's between those two clearly. And me personally, I think that's really fun because the last running back to win was Derrick Henry in 2015, and the last defensive back to win was Charles Woodson.
I think that might be right. Yeah.
So like this sort of race, especially if this is what it boils down to, we have not seen in a long, long time, and I think that's fun.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Well, Bankett gets off his stick, still across. Heiskanen scores! What work between Heiskanen and Marchment. And number 4 makes it 4-0. His first of the year.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars win 7-1 over the Pittsburgh Penguins, which are far inferior to the TV show The Penguin on Max. If you get the opportunity to watch it, it is
Brian, what the hell, dude?
I actually don't know. I don't think his mic was on.
Yeah, it's okay. His mic wasn't on
His
yet.
mic wasn't on.
Thank goodness. There are probably a lot of people that have not seen.
Yeah. I didn't say anything.
Well,
I love the guy.
I love him too. Great
Just
character.
saying I love the guy.
Yeah,
so many amazing characters in that show.
He's a murderer.
Yet you feel
Have
for
you?
him.
Have you never found yourself watching a TV show where you rooted for somebody who's not good?
Think about, though, rooting for this character who, as a teenager, killed multiple people.
No, I thought about it when
It took a turn in that episode. It really did.
I thought about it with Walter White or Dexter or these are people that are killing people that I'm like, hope they can get
Jax
it done.
Teller and Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
Tony Soprano.
And you hope they can get it done, even though they're not good people.
Kevin talked about today how the Penguin won on the show The Penguin.
I did not say that
Puts the win in
whatsoever.
Penguin.
I said the Penguins, the hockey team, got destroyed.
Okay.
I actually listen to the Kansas City Masterpiece the same way I watch the Penguin. I'm rooting for Bassick to just murder the attitude and
Is that right?
the life of what Kevin Hagelin's
I'll keep
got
that
going
in
on
mind if
straight
we
now.
see you Thursday when we're out at Martin House.
That's
I will,
interesting because Kevin loves Batman, so that's the whole idea there.
Yeah, where's Batman been this whole time? He's just letting all this evil happen.
Because Penguin was just an underling. Where Batman's got other stuff to do.
He's coming. Get ready.
Yep, the Batman Part 2.
All right, can I ask
Just
this
wait.
question? Is that going to be a movie, or is
Yes.
that
Yes.
going to? Okay,
Movie.
so it's. I was like, are they going to show an 8-part series on HBO Max on this? So this is leading towards a new Batman.
I believe
movie.
that is correct. That's what Matt
That is correct.
Reeves, the
This will lead
director,
right into the
said.
Batman Part 2, and we got quite a long wait for that.
Did you guys
We
see
got
that
pushed back
you can get those Batman? What were those Corvettes with the tumbling wheels, the giant wheels?
Yes.
The movie makers releasing 50 of them, and you can get one for $3 million.
That's it.
Oh my gosh!
It's not road approved though.
Oh, what are they going to do?
over
I'll
a-
just hit my bat fire and they'll never
Right?
catch
Can I
me.
do a 72-month finance on that?
I think so. Yeah, probably getting auto loan banged out.
Man, I
right
was about
now.
to ask if my wife would get mad, and then you said the price tag. And I was like, oh, never mind. I'm good. I'll look at them wherever they are.
It might be a tough negotiation at home, but I was thinking it's got to hold its value pretty good. Maybe it's a collectible. Maybe it'll go up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's a big cover story on ESPN.com right now about Mike Tyson against Jake Paul. And I'm curious, it feels like when this got announced, there was quite a buzz. I know it got delayed. I mean, it's Friday.
I know.
And it's in our city or our Metroplex. It does not necessarily feel like it's generated the buzz I thought it would.
No, there's too much going on now to distract you from it, right? That you're in the heart of football season. And I know the Cowboys season's going terribly, but you also have Mavs. You've got Stars are going on July 20th, which I think was the original date.
Yeah, we were there.
You were kind of in a dead part, right? So, I mean, you've got baseball season going on, but it's right after the All-Star break. Otherwise, you're waiting for training camp to get going. So it was a perfect time to really just be able to focus on that. Now it's like, okay, I've got college football, high school football playoffs, NFL Sunday, Klay Thompson's return to Golden State. There's so many other sports stories to talk about.
Bishop Lynch versus St. Mark's freshman basketball game.
Mike, nobody's.
Oh, no, it's not a deal.
I'm pumped for
This
it.
is the most excited I've been about a Tyson fight since 2002 when he scrapped with Lennox Lewis. Okay,
Man,
so you're
that
looking
fight
at-
was sad, too.
You're looking at over 22 years. Yes, it was very sad. Okay, and on the other side of that, he lost to Danny Williams and Kevin McBride as well in 04 and 05.
Yeah.
So, I don't have the highest hopes. I think that's settling in. Along with the ulcer, it's the fact that he's fighting someone half as old as him who's actually a pretty good fighter. So I think what's happening is all of us Tyson fans are bracing for the inevitable, which is he could get knocked out. He's probably going to look old and pathetic and washed up and nothing like our memory. And at best, he figures out a way to outpoint the kid.
Okay, but is there, and I hear you on all that, I don't disagree with you at all, but is there this little part in you that hopes that magically in the first round, you're like, oh my God, it's like Michael Spinks all over again.
That's why I said I'm a little bit excited. This is
Yeah.
the most I've been excited about a Tyson fight in 22 years because that was a magical time. When you're talking with your friends about how long it's going to take for Tyson to knock this next guy out, and anything more than a minute was just, considered delusional. So, he touches a part of my sports fanmanship that's special,
I just hope after the first round, if it keeps going, that somebody in Tyson's corner has a glove, a rubber glove, and they fill it up with water and put it on his face. because that's how they prepared for the Buster Douglas fight.
Oh,
is when he
I was like, I don't know what that means.
They had no clue that Buster Douglas was going to land a punch, and they were so panicked. They didn't have ice on his side or anything.
Way.
They had to just take rubber gloves, like when you're dealing with blood, and they just took a rubber glove and filled it up with cold water and was putting it on his face to try to get the swelling down.
And it kind of feels like the lack of hype surrounding the UFC the next night, because this could be John Jones' last MMA fight ever, last UFC fight ever. He's going against Stipe. This, when we talked about it, was going to be huge. Now we're almost here, and it kind of feels like, oh yeah, I'll check that out.
The UFC's losing steam quite a bit here. The last few months, they haven't had a ton of great cards. They don't have the face of the UFC right now to carry it. And John Jones can be that guy, but the problem is he has so much gap in between fights, and some of that is totally his own fault with all of his legal issues. But you're right. This is a legacy fight for both John Jones and Stipe. And the co-main event, I mean, Charles Oliveira and then Michael Chandler, who was supposed to fight Conor McGregor all these years.
And then, by the way, also on the card, Allen's own Bo Nickel is going to be on it. So it should be like a huge week for combat sports, but it kind of feels like, I'll check it out.
It has to be the football season thing, man.
I could see
like
that.
You're just drowning in other things, and you're like, oh, that's why the original fight was supposed to be in July. So
Yes.
we'll check. It's like, this is the perfect time to talk about something. And I wonder, does UFC usually get a dip this time of year, and then when you get more to spring, summer, they pop? Or
They had a huge November card years ago at GSP at Madison Square Garden, and so not necessarily.
205, I think, also was MSG when McGregor beat Eddie Alvarez.
Yes.
That was a November card. So, no, I think it's more so just to do with kind of where the UFC's at right now, which isn't a good thing.
Whoops. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It's a triple guest Toxic Tuesday. Reporter Kendra Andrews from Golden State joining us at 3 o'clock. Mark Schlereth at 4:40. Jory Epstein, who's become a Bulldog Cowboys reporter, not just a Dak insider, is going to join us at 6.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation for Triple Guest Tuesday. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Augusta of Arlington at her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl winner. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and fits you, fixing to go 5. You got Wolchuk and Shia Follow. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Mavericks game night. It's Klay Thompson facing the Warriors for the first time since signing with the Mavs, the organization he won 4 championships with, Brian. And it's a big story.
Giving away captain's hats tonight. See that?
No.
Yeah,
I saw that, dude.
Cool giveaway. You're old enough to remember Captain Neal, right? The performers. Remember the captain used to wear, like, I guess it's like the skipper hat. Like, at Gilligan's Island.
Okay.
They're giving away captain's hats. Everybody's
Very
going to
nice. Because he used to always wear that on his boat ride to the arena.
Yeah.
Does that have the rope along the brim where it meets the main part of it? I feel like that's a big trend
It's got
these
the
days.
Gold State logo.
As long as they're not half-assing it will.
Right on.
Yeah,
looking forward to that. Looking forward to, watching this game. It's going to be a 9 o'clock tip for you tonight. So, good news if you're a get home a little bit later kind of schedule. But, a lot going on. Malika Andrews' sister is going to join us coming up in the 3 o'clock segment. That would be Kendra Andrews.
Are you going to introduce her as like, hey, Malika's sister?
Yeah. It's a Power Family of broadcasters.
Oh, wait a minute. Malika Andrews. Do I have this confused?
ESPN?
Yeah, is she the one dating your doppelganger?
That's right.
They're married.
They're married now.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Well, we have her sister on.
And now
We're going to have her sister on.
We're going to have her sister on.
Wait a minute,
We're
bro.
going to get the deets.
Yeah. I don't think you need to be here for this.
I don't know if I can handle it.
Yeah, I don't want you to be here for this.
Pretty outstanding.
I want the universe on you. You know what I mean?
Must be some very proud parents over there in the Andrews household. Both Malika and Kendra, all-star broadcasters, one an anchor, one a reporter. And they're doing a heck of a job. Very talented ladies.
At any point, are you going to reset the interview by saying Malika Andrews' sister with us here on The Fan?
I don't think so. No,
I'll count it as a bet payoff.
Yeah.
We can do a bet payoff. I would be willing to count that as a bet payoff for Dawson if he resets the interview at some point in the middle of the proceedings with that. I think that would.
Can we get a ruling from the other members of the show?
I think you need to do it on Zoom so she can see you.
Yeah, she'd be like, wait, is that my brother-in-law?
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Okay, I'll do it. That's no problem. I mean, what's the worst you could do? Hang up,
Yeah.
I've had that before.
Yeah.
It would be hilarious.
Or never have her back.
Do you think it's disrespectful?
If
it's disrespectful.
It's absolutely disrespectful.
It totally is. Especially if you don't even say her name. If you just say it's Malika Andrews' sister with us here on The Fan, and you just keep it moving.
I'm willing to do it for a bet payoff.
And the fact that Chief was just like pushing it through. Yeah. Kind of tells
it's an
you
indictment on me.
Toxic Tuesday.
A little
It is
bit.
a toxic Tuesday.
A little bit.
Well, last Friday, after Wolchuk had a cup of coffee with a condiment that he likes as his bet payoff, I just thought we had lowered the bar significantly.
Hey.
Chief, I suggested I drink coffee with some mustard or ketchup in it, as my bet payoff.
We
Just
did. We lowered the bar
unbelievable.
significantly as soon as people started not doing them. So now I'm like, I'm just going to do one, and I'm going to make it as easy as possible for
Wanted
myself.
to get the momentum flowing again?
I think this
It
would
was
be
a good
fantastic.
try. It was a good try, Wolchuk.
What, fantastic that we say that her sister?
I like the idea. I think that would be pretty damn funny.
It's kind of shock jockey. I might have a bad name. I don't want to disrespect her sister or make her feel
it would be
insecure.
disrespectful.
Mavs,
so you can let her know.
Mavs could be in the playoffs. She could provide. We're building
want a
like
future guest?
We're building a rapport with her, aren't we?
Yeah,
we've had her on before.
So you're saying we shouldn't tick our guests off?
Eric and I do that in the pregame show all the time.
Okay.
All the time. We kind of,
Okay, how about this?
She'd be like, girl, I just met the bizarro world version of your husband. And he disrespected me during the interview.
Yeah. It's funny. Dave McMenamin's another ESPN NBA reporter, and he is kind of my doppelganger. It's crazy how much he and this male prostitute who was on the Ricky Lake show back in the day. Now, that dude was an incredible doppelganger, like me, plus 40 pounds from Arkansas with a mullet, a permed mullet. This dude was awesome, but he looks exactly like me. You can find it, I believe, on GBag_Nation's
It's like
Instagram.
if you and Kenny Powers had a child.
Oh, yes. But it had all of my facial features. That's
spot on.
There's a captain hat, Dawson. You can see him wearing it right now.
I like those captain hats.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cool.
the big gold rope along the front.
there
That's
you
going to
go.
be styling tonight.
Yeah,
well, we need a win in Mavs land. I tell you that much. They're 5-5. What's going on? I didn't even consider this because of how good Luka and Kyrie are at sharing the ball, but I think a couple of things. Number one, when you get a number of very young and talented supporting players all together again who are trying to prove themselves, there's not enough shots going around. It can be hard to get buy-in and sacrifice in a group like that. And if a guy doesn't feel like he's getting shots, he's not playing 100% defense. You're getting 95, you're getting 75, you're getting somewhere in there, sometimes 50% of his effort on defense because he's ticked off, right? He's got shots that have to go in for him to get a bag. So you're like putting him at $3 million for his next contract instead of $8 million. He's coming to every game hacked off. Okay, that's what happens when you try to go for a championship and accumulate a ton of talent. And it is difficult. That's why a lot of teams fail, and it blows up spectacularly in their face, most famously with the New York Knicks, right? But it's happened to the Suns. It's happened to the Clippers. And, when you see it, you have to give it time, right? And see if you can massage it out, coach guys, talk to them about sacrifice for a championship. But it is, for me, the first sign that a consolidation trade at the deadline might be money. Get down to an 8 or 9 player rotation instead of a 10 or 11 or 14 player rotation. Chief, you with me on this or what?
I mean, I think that would be certainly on the table if we get to deadline time and we're still fighting through like this team hasn't really found itself yet, then absolutely, because the expectations are the expectations, and that's to at least get back to the Western Conference Finals. Yeah. So if things are looking bleak, I'm still going to be leaning on the side of patience, and I think the Derek Lively stuff has been hugely impactful over the last week or so of them trying to figure things out. But you're right, and it would be tough. Like if a guy at this point in his career, and Klay Thompson, can't understand what his role is supposed to be. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You're not the young spry dude. When you made the choice to come here, you knew kind of what the situation was going to be, didn't you?
Yeah.
Let's not act surprised about where we are here.
Yeah, there's the sacrifice, the psychological component of being a teammate. Then there's the ability of Luka, Kyrie, Klay on the court together, and some of the defensive weaknesses that you have defending individually. And some of the injury stuff, obviously, you're going to be made whole again. But the other thing that's going on, Mavs Moneyball did a great breakdown. They're running into some weird, hot three-point shooting. Yeah. Random dudes who all of a sudden make 6 of 8 after being like 30% shooters for their career. And there's an additional 3 3-pointers made that you just could not account for when you're looking at the matchups. And when those happen, you're giving up in the 1-teens, in the 120s. You're like, how the hell does this keep happening? It might be a 10-game sample size bad luck run. Mavs need to get healthy. Things to continue to evaluate here as, we're about 1/8 through the NBA season. Okay. So what do you look for tonight? Buddy Hield has sort of rejuvenated that offense, and now Steph Curry and him are kind of the new, we're spacing for each other. We're, punishing them if they sag off any of us. And it's made Golden State now start to reimagine maybe we could have another championship run in here as they're one of the hottest teams out of the gates in the NBA so far. All right, that game again tonight, 9 o'clock on it's TNT or ESPN?
Be TNT tonight.
Right on. Jerry confirmed this morning Dak done for the year. Says it's a more common injury in hockey. He's got doctors that are very familiar with how to repair it, and his prognosis is wonderful. It just means that we're not going to have him the rest of the year. I just wonder what that's going to look like when he gets back. Aren't we now in that place in 11, 12, 13 where the Cowboys saw Romo get hurt in 2010? Chris Gronkowski misses the block against the Giants. Boom, Romo's down with another collarbone break.
Carolina.
It was Carolina that
Carolina
time?
Thanksgiving.
Well, it happened twice.
The first time?
First time was opening day, and then he came back, played the Thanksgiving game, happened again.
Okay, so you're talking the first time or the second time? Because the second time that killed us was the Carolina
He's talking
game.
about the first
He was hurt in 2010.
Okay.
John Kitna comes in. He was hurt a couple of other times.
And then the other one was Keekly.
That's when
it really started to get bad.
Yeah, that's when I looked at Helm and I said, let's get started on this draft.
Yeah.
This guy ain't getting up.
So at that point, the Cowboys commit to building with an offensive line, and they end up, building an absolutely incredible line that did great things in 14, then again in 16, couldn't keep Doug Free in the mix. Ron Leary goes on to Denver, and you didn't have quite the great offensive line that they managed to acquire in the middle of that decade again, although it was still pretty dang good. I think that's got to be the goal. And I don't know how many of the current offensive linemen you can feel that great about. I don't think Dak's going to be a player where you're like, yeah, we have average right tackle and left tackle. They're fighting. They're pretty dang good. Maybe they're going to make the Pro Bowl one. You can't have that. You can't have that with this kind of a quarterback. You need to be able to run for 4.5 consistently. You need 2 good wide receivers, a good tight end, good protection. And what ended up happening with those teams, I know you know this quite well, is they had to ignore the defense for multiple drafts in a row, and they ended up with this incredible offense in 14 and 16 and just Tank Lawrence, right? It was like, can Tank and Orlando Scandrick and Rolando McClain and Sean Lee like hold it down here with all of our defense being pretty much a bargain basement type of
George Selvey, Jeremy Mincy.
Oh my God.
Kevin Hyder or Kerry Hyder. Yeah. But they got turnovers. That was the thing about that defense. They did find a way to be opportunistic. Barry Church, the captain of it. I mean, absolutely, I'm all for building line of scrimmage, always. And I think you're right about the offensive line. And I went through, last week, and when you look at first-round picks, and when we start looking at some of these players, Brian, maybe you're right. Maybe they should just keep hitting that offensive line, or maybe it's an edge rusher that's there for you. But I think that is probably the smarter move than falling in love with some of these receivers that we're going to watch, even the Genty, a corner maybe. It seems like the hit rate is edge rusher and offensive line when you're picking in the top 10.
Yeah, there's some positions where if you want really good, you're going to need to, and you're in the top 10, it's like this is our chance to get one of those generational type tackles or edges like a Tyron Smith or a DeMarcus Ware or something like that.
Well, I'm kind of interested in this is obviously being super knee-jerk, but just the idea of could Awesome Richards be a young left tackle that you can start to build with, and could Guyton go back to his original spot at right tackle and maybe that solves some things, or is that like just crazy?
No,
even?
I don't think that's crazy.
I remember Chaz Green having a really good game against the 49ers, filling in for Tyron Smith, and then the next week was the Atlanta debacle. So we need to see.
Yeah, Jerry's still out.
Absolutely. We need to see. We need to see there.
But at least that's kind of on the table at this point.
No,
as you're
absolutely.
For any positives.
If you're looking for, here's a team they drafted, they developed. I think Dallas is going to turn into defensively some draft and develop for other teams, because we saw Armstrong leave. I think Golston's probably going to leave. He's playing
maybe
pretty
Osa
well.
Digizua.
Osa, you're going to start to see that. They're not going to be able to keep all their guys, but to your point, I was really encouraged by what I saw from Awesome Richards. So hopefully that will work out for you.
Yeah, with that team, Doug Free at right tackle had been a major cause of fan angst for a half decade up to that point, and you developed him. You find Ron Leary, who'd been battling injuries, and that's what came together along with your premium picks to build maybe the greatest line this franchise had ever seen. Okay, Jerry said AT&T was built as an indoor stadium with an outdoor feel. Said, I don't want to adjust it for one reason. It's an advantage for us as far as the stadium and the sunlight and everything. He's really dug into this.
I just wonder though, if you could open the doors, does the light coming just directly through different than the light coming through the windows?
Yeah,
I mean, because there was talk. Eric and I were doing the pregame, and there was some early thought that they were going to open the doors on that place.
Open the roof, too, and just make sun everywhere.
Yeah.
Now we can see where the sun is. It's not like our eyes are adjusted for darkness and then bang, we're blinded.
Because I really did. I believe going in that they were going to open the doors on that thing. And it might be different if the sun coming through open space as opposed to coming through that glass.
The other thing we might want to think about is the Kobe Bryant training. Anybody remember that from one of his bios? Where as a kid, he missed a game-winning shot in an outdoor game because the sun blinded him. So he spent the next summer just staring at the sun. Didn't burn his corneas, but he spent an inordinate amount of time. And then he got to the point where he just could kind of focus on the rim even when he was directly shooting into the sun.
I feel the same way I felt last week with the Mangino poo towel. Just completely.
That's an amazing story.
I cannot believe I was unfamiliar with this.
Kellen Moore did say that the sunlight was an issue. And it is for everyone.
It is one game a year. It really is.
When they had the 325 kid.
Yeah, Kellen's hoping to be head coach probably. He knows how much Jerry likes him.
No,
that could be.
Every year there's one game where this everybody starts to talk about this, and then it tends to go away.
Mike said Cooper's going to start Monday. He said Cowboys going to add a third quarterback. Is word out on that yet?
Yeah, it's our guy Will
Greer. Will Greer's coming back.
Will Greer's coming back.
Got his buddy back.
Hold on. I get it, one day a year, like one game, that's fine.
Yeah.
For that game, why? So it doesn't need to be a conversation. You've got the curtains. Why can't you just put them up?
He's not going to do it, Zach. He's not going to change them.
He looks at it as a home field advantage.
There's going to be a Jones as the general manager going forward. There's things you cannot change.
That answer needs to not be tolerated. And I think the fan base is starting to say we're not going to tolerate that anymore. That,
he's right.
Jones is running things. This is the way they're going to do it. Nothing's going to change. It's a terrible way to live as a Cowboy fan.
When he told me not to open the roof to give the Lions some heat, that's exactly they got bigger problems. He's right.
He said that today.
He said it. He said they got bigger problems, and he needs to address those problems himself. That's, to me, I'm not going. The fact that there's always going to be a Jones running this football team, and there's always not going to be curtains up on that stadium. I've accepted.
It's an easy fix.
I've accepted.
He doesn't really have to worry about it.
Yeah.
You just say put the curtains up for the 325 game. Done. Boom. Fixed.
It'd be cool
Wipe my hands clean of it.
I want the fans to come up with a solution, like some sort of a drone or a suction cup with a sheet they could deploy right in the middle of it. Be like, bang, we fixed it. That'd be funny.
That would be cool. Yeah. I would love to see something
I
like
like
that.
the visor idea.
I did like
tower,
the
maybe
RoboCop
a pyramid,
get a cheater team.
RoboCop thing you were doing?
No, it's the Air Force fighter pilot helmet.
There you
with
go.
The helmet and the
Yeah.
glasses.
Be
coming out.
badass.
Yeah. Well, you could just pull up a blimp just to the outside. Goodyear could get involved here. We could sell
Sponsor
it.
this thing.
Yeah, there we go, Jerry.
Let's sponsor it.
Hello, somebody up at the Star. Tell Jerry we can
It's already
sponsor the.
it's already
like
the
that.
Goodyear Cotton Bowl.
This is
Right.
This is another just added to the list of things. Like if you're a respected coach that's incoming here with a lot of opportunities, that's another thing to be like, why would I want to come here and coach a team who that is going to be a part of the issues where we can't even, we're going to have sunlight problems at my home games.
Yeah.
If I'm a coach with options, that's just another thing added to the list of this is stupid. Why would I set myself up for failure?
Well, and you don't practice in that stadium. Like if you practiced at your home stadium, like some teams do, and you then worked on it, so you did get acclimated and used to it instead of just 8-9 times a year, then maybe it could be an
And
advantage
it's only like
for
3
you.
or 4 because it doesn't really come into effect until
Right.
later on in the fall. We got the Chuck Wagon coming up, G-Bag of the day at 2:30 here, bottom of the hour. What's in store, Will Chuck?
All right, let's do a little bit of quick puck. What a night it was for your Dallas Stars, and let's talk some more Sasaki. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 7.5 minutes. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. And let's go over here to Wolchuk. Zach?
Well, my gosh, the Dallas Stars did end up outscoring the Dallas Cowboys, and they tied them up with this goal, courtesy of Victory Plus. It's the end of the first period, and it's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but how many goals for your Dallas Stars?
The Stars numbers the other way. Marchman with Sagan fed there, score! Tyler Sagan on the power play and make it a half dozen here in the first for Dallas.
Unbelievable. They had scored a total of 6 goals in their previous 3 games. They put up a 7 spot in an absolute dominant performance. Mason Marchman, 8th different player in franchise history to record 4 points in any period. He did that in the first, tied the franchise record for points in a period. He was brilliant. The Stars could really do no wrong. The power play was humming. It was brilliant. Otter had 20 saves. Brendan Smith had 2 assists in his 700th NHL game. Wyatt Johnston with a power play goal in his 3rd game for Dallas. I mean, it was unbelievable. A phenomenal performance, and they bounced back nicely because they got beat pretty good by the Winnipeg Jets, who are the best team right now, maybe in all of the NHL, I would say. And you got the good captain fight towards the end of the 3rd period when you were down ugly 4-0. Maybe that sparked a little bit for this team as they headed in to Pittsburgh. But a beautiful performance by your Dallas Stars as they look to get back in the top of the Western Conference standings moving forward. Been a rough patch. I mean, that Finland trip didn't go well.
No.
But you needed this. 7-1. It was just a total ass-kicking for the Stars.
Yeah, that's what you hope to see more of. You know, I just chalk that up to being American at heart. You know, they're all American here, official team of Texas.
I love it. All right, we also do have today, congratulations to Jeremy Roenick, former NHL great. He's waited 16 years, but he will be in the Hockey Hall of Fame as he has received his call for induction. Now, I do think that famously, as a Stars fan, the thing I remember Jeremy Roenick most of is, I believe it was Darian Hatcher, who just absolutely destroyed his chin.
That was for a payback for something.
Broke the jaw. Yeah.
Is this for a payback that happened during this season?
I think it was. I think it was a payback shot, but that is, if you want to YouTube that, my goodness, he absolutely destroyed Jeremy Roenick. But his number...
Clean? Was it clean?
It was clean-ish, you know, for 90s hockey. I think it was
worse
clean.
than what Tyler Murray took? Because that was kind of nasty.
It was nasty. I think it was worse. You can judge for yourself, though. I would recommend watching the video. It's pretty damn good. Just Jeremy Roenick just getting decapitated by Darian Hatcher. All right, let's talk some baseball real quick here on your home of the Rangers, your 2023 World Series champion, Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
Roki Sasaki. Okay. That's all heating up. The 23-year-old Rangers currently do not have the top odds to be able to add Roki Sasaki.
But we need special kind of money to do this, don't we?
Yeah, you know,
they've saved up a pretty good.
We don't have that, right?
If the Rangers they're going to have no dollars to sign him,
right?
If he's posted before December 2nd. Rangers spent all of their allotted $4.652 million.
Yeah.
So this late in the year, no team has a significant amount of money remaining. According to the AP, the Yankees with $1.487 million and the Giants with $1.247 million are the only teams with more than $1 million remaining. However, if he's posted after December 2nd, then it would be the 2025 pool that the money comes out of, and the Rangers are one of 12 teams who have $6.267 million to spend. So that's the thing. You need him to wait until after December 2nd, which if you're Roki Sasaki and you're his agent and you see 12 teams now have $6+ million to spend, I'll go ahead and wait because I'm going to get more money. It's just business.
Yeah.
So I think that he's absolutely going to be posted after December 2nd.
But make sure he doesn't forget more money, more problems. You know,
True.
I mean, if you're Chris Young, you're getting on the phone and you're letting him know that. Just a friendly reminder.
My Japanese baseball scouts.
What are they saying about him?
They were saying that he was dealing with some injuries this year. That usually he is he's a really good.
Don't say that. The Cowboys are going to try and get him.
Well, he's he touches 99 with his splitter, and so that's there. He's kind of dealing with that. But when he's fully healthy, that was while he was hurt. When he's fully healthy, they're talking about him 99 to 102 when it comes. He's got an elite splitter. Again, my Japanese baseball scouts.
The splitter's damn good.
Yep.
So was Kazuhiro Sasaki's, the old Mariner closer. Had a hell of a splitter.
We also have the Juan Soto market. That's heating up. Blue Jays, Red Sox are going to be in on Soto. Blue Jays were heavy in on Shohei Ohtani. There was one time where we actually, I think, got ball sacked and thought that he was going to be a Toronto Blue Jay at one point.
Which one of us got ball sacked on that one?
I think we all might have. I think all of us were in on that.
It was a collective ball sacking, I believe.
Wasn't it?
If one of us gets ball sacked, we all get ball sacked. Broadus. I mean, come on.
I just kind of feel like
have your players, have your teammates back.
I'm kind of Micah Parsons over here right now.
You throwing us under the bus?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I feel like it's above my pay grade sometimes. Yeah,
but you work harder than everybody.
I do. I work way harder than everybody else in the show.
Certainly more than Mike McCarthy.
Corbin
ever
Burns
has.
Also,
somewhere Aaron Rodgers is going, you know what, that Micah Parsons got a point.
You know what? He was on McAfee today. I wonder if there is a cut of him talking about that. I bet they had to have asked him, about what Micah said.
I don't think he wants to go that path anymore.
He shouldn't.
I tell you what, if I'm Micah Parsons, I would worry about Mike McCarthy leaking stuff out about him.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday, and I think that that'd be juicy. On a Toxic Tuesday, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, get ready, Tom Pelissaro or somebody like that.
Get a little leaky leak.
Or Italian law firm, Dan Graziano, one of those guys.
Hey, you know my Nebraska Cornhuskers?
Yeah.
They finally did something at offensive coordinator.
I heard they got the guy, our Dana Holgerson is our OC now.
Dana Holgerson.
Big Dana Holgerson.
What's he done? Well, he has been a good offensive coordinator in the past. Former West Virginia Houston coach, joined the staff as an analyst, and now he's going to go ahead and take over for Marcus Satterfield, who famously said, what was it, 4 to 6 yards per play? That's kind of what he's looking at.
He's an old dude like me. He doesn't know metrics.
Dude, Marcus isn't old.
Oh.
Not old.
No,
I was trying to help him there.
No, this guy.
Does he not know metrics?
He should know yards per play as an offensive coordinator, but he was unfamiliar with the stat, unfamiliar with the verbiage.
Thank you.
By the way, Wolchuk, he was on, said, I love Mike McCarthy. We had 13 incredible years together. He's my boy, and he's built for adversity. That's what Aaron Rodgers said about Mike McCarthy in light of the Micah Parsons quote. Ooh. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Here, Lizard.
Glasses on.
Yeah, I brought him today. I got him on deck. All right, let's see here. Our winner and champ so far comes from the College Game Day. Pat McAfee, just mentioned on the show just a second ago. Just mentioned. This man is everywhere. He was down there in LSU trying to get them boys to sing some neck on live television.
These fantastic Tigers, and I say, hey! They'll say,
jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, he was on it all day long.
All day long. Every segment he asked that question.
All day long.
Every segment.
It's like nobody tapped him on the shoulder and said, all right, man, that's enough. It's like, nah, I got to do it again.
Coach, I've been trying to figure out all morning, what are they saying? Hey! So what are they saying? I can't hear it. It's too loud. Good luck tonight, Coach.
Can't hear it. It's too loud.
Is that Reese Davis just cackling?
Oh, that's Desmond Howard.
Oh, that was Desmond Howard.
Desmond Howard.
Really loving
Desmond loves when he does stuff like this. Yeah.
All right, man. Wifey, the old lady, she mad at me right now.
Uh-oh.
What'd she do?
Somebody's supposed to come by and look at the plumbing, type of situation.
Tried to fix it yourself?
She didn't want me to. Well, I can't get down there. We have to have the city to come out and look out and make sure it's not us. It might not be us.
Oh.
Yeah, it might be the pipes near the street.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to come out and look at it. But she's nervous about it because she watches a whole lot of murder porn.
Oh, no.
So she thinks she's going to get moited.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can't stay. She's being real short with me. I was like, well, you got a pit bull here.
Yeah.
We got a few guns. You have a Rhodesian Ridgeback type of dog.
Hell yes.
You got protection. And plus, you're hella strong, girl.
Yeah, she's safe with the Ridgeback.
You are hella strong. Nobody's going to mess with you. I promise you.
Usually the plumbers are going there not to kill you.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, hey, look, there's a dispatch. They know where they're going. She's like, that doesn't matter. watching that murder porn, bro.
It's the electricians you got to worry about, right?
There you go, electricians. Clean your name up out here. Let's go to our boy Cole. He called it a 6 o'clock sound off last night.
Yeah, it was good.
He has some words for Jerry, and he also spent some money that he wants back.
Cole's on line 9. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Cole, sound off like you got a pair.
Man,
what irks me the most is the fact that we have a bunch of dudes that are supposed to be brought in here to not be soft. That was like the big thing that they started drafting and getting guys in free agency for. And yet we're blaming curtains not being up. How many times do we play at 325 a year? I think we have like 3 noon games a year at most.
Yep.
We play in this all the time. So when we're blowing teams out, the curtains aren't a problem. And here's another thing, and what I'm more mad about. Jerry owes me $40 for another bag of weed. Because that mother killed my
Come on. Cole made some good points.
Streamer's got an extra treat last
Points were made.
Yeah.
Points were definitely made. You guys pretty good at putting up curtains?
No.
Nah, me either, dog. The one sitting by my den right now that I put up by myself.
A little tilty?
There's a little tilt, and there's about 7 holes until I found the one that was.
Same thing. Same thing.
I want to fix it, but I'm scared the whole thing is going to fall apart. I put so many damn holes in it.
Yeah, I guess you gotta put those bolts into the studs.
Yeah, the stud finder. You got to get those stud finders and
I gave up, because I got them in, and then my cat climbed it, pulled them off. And I said, you know what, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I did the same thing. I pulled it all down, and I just I stapled like some kind of curtains to the frame itself, to the door itself. I said, here we go, mission accomplished.
Yeah, don't look at it too long.
I did, dude. You've always been more of a drapes guy anyways.
That's right.
Let's see here. Wheel of Fortune. It was a dude that made a very, very bad guess. Y'all seen that?
Oh, this is it's amazing. This is phenomenal.
This is an awful guess, but he might have came up with a new slogan.
I'd like to buy a U.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I'd like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it.
The guy to my right is an idiot. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Who was that was disappointed in his answer? Hold on.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. No.
Stephen Jones on the show.
It might have been the third guy that didn't get to answer. He knows he just handed the whole game to old girl over here.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Come on, man.
Thought I had a chance.
Playing defense the whole time.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Round of sausage.
Yeah. That's like when the dude hits on 16 to your right. You're like, oh, good grief, bro. The dealer's showing a 4.
Yeah.
The only letter in the first word that was there was E, the final letter of give, and he thought it was treat. Yeah.
Man, he said it with so much pride, too. He was smiling. He's like, oh, I got this one.
Bought vowels and got it wrong.
I think the A in applause was showing, too, and he said sausage.
The round of sausage.
He had something else on his mind.
I mean, like, what the hell, dude?
Y'all need drywall anchors? What is that, fam? Yes.
Yeah.
Help me out.
Yeah, we do.
I need to, re-rub that thing and try it again.
Yeah. There's these screws that go in and then open up on the other side of the drywall. Oh, they're
Are those
magical.
blue things?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the ones I was tearing up, bro. You see the holes in that.
Yeah, I got to make the hole bigger here to get this thing in and then that thing in.
Yeah. You would have thought a bird made that damn thing.
Yes.
All right, one more before I get out of here. I'm sorry.
Much better at painting, I found out.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I can't wait to try. I cannot wait to try. I mean, I've done it before, but I got a whole lot to do.
I was doing the math on how much it cost compared to how much I could do it for.
Yeah.
And it was like 10 to 1.
Really?
I'm like, there's no way I'm paying somebody else this much to do this.
I thought you'd have called Peyton Manning.
Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Those commercials, dude.
So good.
I love those commercials so much.
Yeah, Peyton Manning is a man. He's
like Peyton. Peyton.
It was either that or cruise through East Dallas and whistle at the guys to jump in the back of the truck.
Hey, oh boy.
Yeah. How much did that cost?
Help me out, bro.
I gotta know, how much do those guys cost?
I guess you negotiate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Right?
I thought about
pretty
that
handy.
too, bro.
Not insured.
Oh, I'm doing so bad. All right. Last one right here. This is how the interview started with Jerry Jones on the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop?
And I know Jerry would say this is what I signed up for, but I do respect him just showing up for all these interviews while all this is happening. Like, this has to be a beating. And he's putting his jaw out there after the game twice a week with us. That's gotta stink.
There's a we say this in gambling, boy, when this game, it's a bad loss. You got kicked right in the you know what.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting kicked there.
but he's showing up for it. He takes the questions, so that's got to be difficult.
Yeah.
I do respect that.
People pay good money for that.
Getting kicked?
Yeah.
It's kinky like RJ.
they don't.
No, they don't.
Bring in Jerry Jones, brought to you by
He
your
said
North
it's a
Texas Ford
category.
dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. And I was listening to you there in your monologue real good. And you've got me really good and softened up. So let me have it.
Softened up.
Softened up. So let me have it.
Yeah, that's where you know the guy's on hold, but you act like you're filibustering, saying a bunch of nice things about him. Oh, you're on hold. I didn't even know it, man. Nice to talk to you. Okay, is it Jerry with Sean and RJ? Is it Pat McAfee, our champ? Is it Cole from the Sound Off? Is it the Wheel of Misfortune? Kind of sound like a bachelorette party slogan, you know? By the way, the 817 says when you pick
That's
those
what the
guys
cop-
up,
oh, my bad.
They require lunch, Lucius. What was that about the cop?
And $100 to $200 per day, I see, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I see that on there.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I don't know what I was going to say. I had a joke, but I totally forgot it.
Well,
it's so elusive, those darn jokes, I tell you what.
Right? Yeah. I'm going to go for Wheel of Misfortune, Chief.
Yeah. First round of sausages on me tonight, boys. We're going with that.
Jerry Jones and RJ and Choppy Show. Shout out to Sean and Bobby and Peyton.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I think I'll go with Jerry in the morning show.
We're tied at 2, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Cole.
We're still tied at 2, which means you're going to want to jump onto the @GBagNation Twitter X account, @GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. We'll create a little Insta poll. You can vote over the next 5 minutes. Then we'll back, and we're going to announce the champion, and then resume the sports content. And what do we have coming up next, Chief?
Got a little College Football Tuesday, Darty, featuring the first ever college football restroom revelations.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. ESPN's NBA reporter Kendra Andrews coming up at 3 o'clock. Live from Golden State, where your Mavs will visit the Warriors tonight. Here's Chief with the college football darty.
Yes, sir. Happy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. We had a heck of a college football weekend, and some of the fallout is just pretty amazing. Colorado goes into Lubbock, and they win 41-27. Travis Hunter is continuing to make his case for being the Heisman Trophy winner. He had a game-high 9 catches for 99 yards and a touchdown. And he also ended up playing 89 snaps on defense, 7 on special teams. Couple that with the 74 he had on offense. He set a career high in total snaps played in a game, 170 snaps Travis Hunter played versus Texas Tech. And he had an interception on a play that was a defensive penalty. They were offsides. They were avoiding him the whole time. Like the first half of the game, they were not throwing his direction. That was part of the game plan. Then all of a sudden they get one of those free plays because the defense jumped offsides and the quarterback's like, all right, this will be the one time I'll test Hunter, and he picks it off.
Nice.
But of course it's not in the box score because it was a defensive penalty. But like the one time they tested him, it was like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get that intercepted. He just continues to impress at the highest level. And apparently he's got a younger brother who is tearing it up right now as well. I saw Max Preps just acknowledging the sophomore Travis Hunter, younger brother of Travis Hunter, and he's having a bit of a breakout season right now. So just something to bookmark over the next couple of years. I don't know if he's a two-way beast like Travis actually is, but he's got a younger brother who's apparently quite the stud as well, playing high school football in Georgia right now.
So there's Travis and Travis?
Travis and Travis, yes.
Nice. Okay, because I first saw that and I thought they were both Travis Hunter.
When I first read it, I did reread it and just had to check myself there as well.
We just changed the letter.
It was a George Foreman situation where the dad was a legend. He was like, let's get them all named after me.
Let's figure out a way. We won't make it the exact same. We'll just put our own little twist
on
Georgina,
it. There's
Georgie. Throw an extra letter in there. We'll be fine.
Deion Sanders and Deandra.
Yeah. Now, Broadus, I know we're going to get full reports, but you're early in your draft process, and you've seen Travis Hunter immediately being your number 1 player.
Yeah, I've evaluated 7 players so far. I'll tell you what, though, he's just amazing. When you start talking about potential two-way players and stuff like that, he's so much better. We go back to even Charles Woodson as a two-way player for Michigan in the late 90s. And what he was able to do, but
it wasn't like this.
Not
though.
like this.
Yeah.
Not like this. This
is a full-time player on both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be one where, me personally, I play him at wide receiver. I think he can honestly impact games more playing wide receiver than he can cornerback, and he could be a damn good corner. He could absolutely be a guy, but to me, you watch how. In Colorado, I mean, they're very fortunate that they have a quarterback that can get him the ball. But there was a time there where Colorado didn't protect particularly well, and their offensive scheme wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that they would have been able to, that Pat Shurmur would have been the coordinator for them earlier, because you could kind of see some of the routes that he's running and the way that he's able to play, with in-breaking routes on the move. There's a thought about what I was thinking. If Mike McCarthy and this coaching staff were still here, would they know how to use Travis Hunter? That would be my question.
It's definitely a fair question. And I was wondering, as we talked about how high the Cowboys could be drafting.
Yeah.
Would you even consider taking a Travis Hunter number 1 overall? Because you haven't seen a wide receiver since Keyshawn Johnson go number 1.
Right.
But if he's a guy that can play both ways, does that then change how you're going to evaluate that? If you take him at 1, it's because you probably feel like I'm going to play him both as a wide receiver and a corner, and that makes it valuable and worth doing.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to look at him like a full-time two-way player like he is right now. I'm sure they'll have a plan like Broadus, like, hey, you're our wide receiver, and then we also have some packages for you to be on the field defensively.
I wonder. There's another guy, this Tet McMillan from Arizona that I looked at.
He's a superstar
Luther
receiver.
Burden's supposed to be a stud from Mizzou as well.
I haven't got to him as well, but 6'5", 212. I wonder if some teams are going to have McMillan over
Travis Hunter
as a receiver, and so that would mean. But I'll tell you this though, Penn State's got a damn good edge. This Abdul Carter from, like I say, he's 6'3", he's 259 pounds. Boy, I tell you, he wears number 11.
Mm-hmm.
But you watch him. I watched him against USC and Ohio State, and you want to talk about a legitimate get after you edge rusher type of guy. I mean, this cat he's
serious.
The bend, the flexibility, the ability to get around the corner. He causes problems. I mean, they drop him sometimes. He can knock balls out. I mean, this guy, they've so far through 7 guys, I've seen some really encouraging players. If Dallas is in that top 5, and we're just going to keep working through this list. I got Dane's top 50.
Dane posted it today on The Athletic if you're interested.
So I'm just going to take his list and work my way down. But boy, the returns so far, even looking a little bit at free safety there. I don't know Dallas would take, but this kid, Maliki Starks. I mean, he's 6'1", 205. He's a tough son of a gun and can run. I mean, there's going to be some players, if Dallas is still going to sit in this top 10, that they can go a lot of different directions. You'll hear me probably say that a bunch, but so far so good of the first 7 I've seen.
Well, I thought maybe the funniest part was during the game the other night in Lubbock was head coach Joey McGuire having to get on a microphone and tell the entire crowd there to please stop throwing crap onto the field.
Yeah.
Because this is just now, and we can blame the Longhorns for this.
And then Ole Miss and Georgia too,
and blame the powers that be like the SEC and the Big Ten because we saw it in a Ohio State game, I believe. They're just not doing enough about it, and so now you got stuff getting thrown on the field. It's ridiculous. Did you see the video of the Texas Tech ball boy getting into a bit of a scuffle with Shiloh, and then Shadur stepped up and had his brother's back? Shiloh scores a touchdown. The ball boy for Texas Tech, as Shiloh and everybody and his teammates are dancing and celebrating in the end zone. Shiloh still has the ball in his hand. The ball boy is trying to get the ball out of his hand, so he just kind of like goes up there relatively disrespectfully and just knocks the ball out of his hands.
Hit it with the little spundu. Boom.
Yeah.
Spundu.
Yeah.
And then Shiloh obviously is like, yo, what the heck are you doing? And then Shadur comes over and it's this whole exchange. It didn't get out of hand.
No.
But it was definitely an interesting just fallout from what was a ruckus environment.
Yeah, that kid was told, hey, you're coming back with all the footballs tonight. None of these footballs are getting out of here. So the kid was probably, telling
the football guy.
Yeah, go do your job. And so but unfortunately, he did slap it out of his hands. He just wait for him, ask him for it, and then get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a game sealing touchdown is what it was. I think
frustration got the best of
I think the ball boy was thinking that thing was going back to Boulder.
Because ball boys are drinking and stuff during the game too, just like student section stuff, right? At college football games.
Hammered.
Yeah. So this dude was just acting like the rabid Raider Rash fans that were
that was
that
really
he was surrounded by. That's not true. Is that? I thought that was.
I think it's common knowledge.
They all have fireball, little fireball in the pocket or something.
Popping gummies.
Yeah, they need to drop a bomb. What?
Gummies for the ball boys?
Man, these players are doing all kinds of weird things. There's a Derek Wolfe story we'll get to later on in the week.
Oh.
You don't think they're gummying before games?
You just tease a Derek Wolfe gummy story for later in the week?
Dude, it's not even gummies. It sounds like whatever this drug the Penguin was selling.
I saw the videos of the Boston Red Sox players drinking it up before games.
Oh, yeah, they did that back in the day, 05 or something like that, 04.
They were doing mega shots before the game.
They had to. They were down 3-0 to the Yankees. Yeah. It was time to go.
Well, Miami and Hennessy.
When you say mega shots, is that a bunch of normal size shots, or is that one giant size?
No, like
shot?
multiple shots.
Wow.
Like multiple, 2, 3, 4 shots. Kind of like watching Bobby that one time we got on. I remember we were in Oxnard and we got after him a little bit,
room.
and Bobby put 4 shots, 5 shots down and did them all in a row, like he was in the Old West.
Hey, shout out to Jeff. He called them out. He's like, "That's
weird.
a look at me thing. You'll learn that in therapy."
Yeah,
and I think it was.
Wow. I do have some college football restroom revelations. It's a combo platter of audio clips. We will push that into the hodgepodge. 4:00. Be there.
That sounds wonderful.
Be there,
Chief.
Dawson.
Thank you so much. I will. I wouldn't miss that.
I'm sorry we couldn't get to that.
ESPN
Right. Thanks a lot,
NBA
Brian.
reporter Kendra Andrews is live in Northern California covering Warriors Mavs tonight, and she'll join us next here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2 on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk with ESPN NBA reporter Kendra Andrews here in the nation. Tonight's game tipping off the Emirates Cup. You'll have Mavs and Warriors in Northern California. Friday's ESPN games in November will be group play games and will feature the Mavs coming up on the 22nd in Denver. And the Mavs will also play on the 27th, hosting Jalen Brunson and New York on ESPN, as Kendra Andrews joins us now here on The Fan. Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic, thanks. Let's start with Golden State here. How big of a story is this on ESPN today with Clay returning to Golden State, Kendra?
I mean, it's huge. I just got off of NBA Today, setting the scene with my sister Malika Andrews, and the Warriors are, how they're explaining it is they're trying to tribute and welcome Clay back in a way that has never been done before in the NBA. And you just think back to his 11 seasons with the Warriors, how many historic, jaw-dropping, incredible moments there were. It's a huge deal, right? And it's a huge deal to ESPN. It's a huge deal to the NBA. It's a huge deal to the Warriors. And even though Clay isn't quite talking on it as much, it is a big deal to him as well.
How surprised were you that he ended up leaving and coming to the Mavs in the offseason?
I think there's, of course, some surprise because, like I said, it was his home for 11 years. He was born and raised a Warrior, we'll say, in terms of his NBA career, right? And the relationship that he has with Stephen Curry and the trio of him, Steph, and Draymond Green. So I think from that standpoint, it's always a little surprising when that kind of dynasty, really, that legacy comes to an end. But at the same time, when you look at his last few years with the Warriors, it did feel as though the writing was a little bit on the wall, just in terms of whether it was his happiness, whether it was how the team was doing. I think both parties felt they needed some change to be able to continue to flourish. And so by the end of last season, it didn't, the way that the last season ended, it didn't make me actually surprised when it happened, even though, of course, that shock was still a little bit there.
Do you know, were there some bad feelings there on Clay's part? I know he said today that it's just a regular season game in November, but I would still imagine, the emotions, it's not, right? It's not just another game as he's returning back to where he won so many championships and played his entire career for so long.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's definitely not a regular game. And, Kyrie Irving talked a little bit about that at shoot-around this morning. He said, Clay's he's saying all those things. And as Kyrie has made return games to former teams, that is what you say when you are going back. You're trying to keep your emotions in check, but at the same time, you do internally at least acknowledge that it is going to be different and it is going to be more emotional. Now, I don't know I'm not going to say that there's bad blood. I think we've reported a lot about how Clay's tenure with the Warriors ended, not getting.
Oh, wow. That was definitely the sound of a call dropping, wasn't it?
That's her AirPods.
Yeah, the AirPods.
Her AirPods went out.
Yeah.
Oh, they just died out on her.
Lost some battery there.
She lost battery there.
The juice.
Yeah, making it happen. Kendra Andrews here with you on 105.3 The Fan as the Mavs visit the Warriors tonight. A huge game on TNT. Golden State off to a great start here, 8-2 on the year, and you're going to have to play really good basketball. What do we have? What's the latest on the health of this Mavericks team? Wolchuk brought us. Who they getting back?
Lively's going to play tonight.
Let's go. We had the report yesterday. He had a good practice.
Yeah.
And he was hoping that he was going to play. I know that's what Tim was saying, McMahon. So it sounds like, that'd be huge. I don't know about PJ, though. I think PJ might still be out.
What's the Dallas equivalent of Klay Thompson coming back? Do we have one right now?
Maybe it was right now. I don't think you do.
All right, let's be rejoined here by Kendra Andrews here on 105.3 The Fan. You got us now?
That.
Oh no, you're good.
AirPod. Exactly.
How have the Warriors managed to put this back together? Are they real contenders with this hot start that they've gotten off to?
They sure look like it, right? And I don't think that what they're doing is really a fluke right now. And I also don't think that big loss to Cleveland is something that people should start losing their head over. they've replenished with a lot of depth. I mean, you see a guy like D'Anthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, Gary Payton finally healthy. They feel that they have the depth that they didn't have before. And Draymond Green talked about it the other night. He said, we have lineups that can go big, that can go small, that can shoot, that can defend. When you have that much versatility, it sets themselves up for a lot of success. So I don't know if I'm going to say, like, all of a sudden the Warriors are huge number one title contenders, but you have to take them a lot more seriously than I think people were planning to heading into the year.
What do you know about the status of Clay currently, how he's fitting in here and how he's navigating, trying to find his new role?
I mean, it seems like it's going pretty well, right? He seems to be happy. The Mavs, there was a missing piece for them for sure in terms of the offense. When you look at their finals run and kind of what their shortcomings were, they needed that scorer. They needed that third person. And so I think, of course, anytime you bring in someone new, there's going to be a little bit of growing pains. But overall, Clay's off to a good start. Dallas is off to a strong start. So it seems to be a pairing that can continue to grow, because sometimes you bring in a star player, and I won't name other teams or other names, but you see other star players coming in and you're like, I don't know if this is actually going to work. That doesn't seem the case with the Mavericks.
Hey, Kendra, our show believes there needs to be more of you on air and less of Tim McMahon. Do you have any comment about that? We feel like that Tim is kind of dragging you down. Could be, the fact that you're having to carry him, I think is it shows what kind of person you really are in this broadcast.
I'm going to tell him that, because I just did TV with him, and he told me I was a bad passer. So I think I'm definitely going to come back at him with this information.
Yeah, just tell him that his guys on the G-Bag Nation think that he's really that more of you, less of him, and it would be a far better broadcast.
Perfect. I'm going to clip this actually and just send it his way right now.
Let's go. ESPN NBA reporter Kendra Andrews here with you on The Fan now. Is it surreal when you work with your sister, or do you get used to that? How's that go?
It's always a little bit surreal, but you do get used to it. And the way I always describe it is like, I can't watch us, right? I'm in the moment doing it. And so it's like I'm talking to her on the phone because she's just in my ear. But it's when you see the clip back, or, I think about when my parents get to turn on the TV and watch us, that's what really, makes it that much more special and is exciting. I love that they get to watch both of us do this, and they live in the Bay Area. I get to cover the team that they watch every single day, so that's a lot of fun.
Did you guys grow up liking basketball, playing basketball, anything like that?
Absolutely. I mean, it was. I think one of the reasons why we both ended up here is because of how much basketball was important to us growing up, and I just remember when we were younger, every night basketball was our family time. We'd sit there after dinner, turn on whatever game was on. A lot of the times, again, being from the Bay Area, it was a Warriors game. So it's really, really special that we got to turn this little family hobby into a career. We always joke that we monetized our dinner conversations. We used to sit around the dinner table talking about hypotheticals and analytics, and now it's our full-time careers.
Hey, Kendra, what makes Steve Kerr such a great coach?
That's a good question. I think he demands a lot of respect from players and others around the league. He's experienced, and I think he, for the most part, understands how to approach players, how to handle different people. I think as much as coaching is about the X's and O's, it's also about personality management. And out here, the Golden State Warriors have a lot of personalities, and maybe it's just because he's been with them for so long. He just seems to know all the buttons to press. There was a clip that kind of went viral on Twitter of him yelling at Steph the other day after Steph turned the ball over. But he just knows that, listen, he can do that with a player like Steph. He can go up to Draymond and tell him how it is. And then the mind of basketball, too. I think he understands the X's and O's really well.
How do you like covering Draymond Green?
I love it. I think, I always say, anytime he talks, you're going to get a story. And so as a journalist and as a reporter, that's the biggest thing. I think his personality is huge, and a lot of people say stuff about his antics, but I think at the end of the day, he's an incredible player, and, he's always given me time and thoughtful words. I think the antics are definitely there, and that is definitely part of who he truly is. But it's like I said, anytime you walk into the interview room and Draymond Green is coming up to the podium, you're in for something.
What's the emotion and what you think is going to end up taking place with, Steph and Clay getting back together for the first time?
Yeah, and Steph is actually going to take center court before the game tonight and say a couple words to the crowd, to Clay. And it's going to be really special. Like Clay, the Warriors have been keeping their emotions, or at least when talking about their emotions, dialed down, don't want to play into it too much. But I think it's going to be a really special moment, especially for fans. I don't know what their contact level has been leading up to tonight, but again, you just go through the history books of what those two have accomplished together, and you can't, it just kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. You can't just go into this game thinking it's going to be another one. It's going to be weird. It's going to be different. It's going to be weird seeing Clay wear 33. That's what Steph said the other day. It's going to be weird to see him in a Mavericks uniform. I've heard so many players talk about when they go visit their old arenas, like they've never been in the visiting locker room. He's never had to get off the bus and go up the loading dock, right? Everything is just a little bit different, and that's definitely going to have a bit of an impact tonight.
Is the captain hat going to be a good accessory for you or a poor one?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm gifting it to my father. My dad, as soon as it was announced that these hats were coming out, my dad texted me and Malika saying, "You guys are going to get me a hat, right?" So I'm going to try and track one down for my parents, and I know that will be displayed very proudly in their home, probably next to my mom's Klay Thompson jersey. So I think it's a great accessory for fans. People loved and still do love Klay's admiration. I don't know if that's the right word, but just love for the water. It really did become a trait of who he was when he lived here, and fans love that. I can't tell you how many times I've been asked, "Have you been on the boat?" And I say, unfortunately, I haven't been on the boat. I didn't get to go on it. But there's this lure around Clay and the boat, and so I think fans are really going to love the hat.
Kendra, before we let you go, what's the word on the Mavs' slow start? Were they overrated coming into the season? What do you think?
I don't know if it's overrated. I will say that, even me watching last year, I was a little surprised with their finals run, right? I think it just because they weren't in the conversation leading up to it. So they set this super high bar for themselves, making it all the way to the NBA finals. And then once you do that and you don't start out, let's say as the Cavs are doing 12-0 or off to an incredible start, people want to look for reasons of what's not working. But kind of like I said before, they are still incorporating new players. They've had some injuries. They're trying to figure things out. We're only, 11 games? This is the 11th game of the season, at least for the Warriors. So it's super early. At a certain point, it does become less early, and we have to stop saying that. But in my opinion, the way that I look at the NBA, unless you are, there's room for improvement, and there's room for doing worse. There's room for both areas, but the Mavs for me are a team that I don't think you look at them and say, oh, they're overrated, or oh, the finals run was an absolute fluke. I think there's still room for adjustment, and there's room for them to keep going.
Thanks for your insights, Kendra. Enjoy the game.
Thank you so much, you guys. Talk to you soon.
Salute. There she goes from ESPN, covering the Warriors and Mavs tonight on ESPN. The game itself going to be on TNT. All right, NFL news of the day coming up. Chuck, where are we heading?
Dub Bears, 2 ahead shots and more games overseas. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Okay.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Shoot ya. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time for some NFL news of the day. It's brought to you by Window Nation, brought to you by Soda and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com, bully.
We have a firing as Shane Waldron has been bleep canned as the offensive coordinator in Chicago less than 10 months after being hired for the job. Bears announced today that they would be moving on as Matt Eberflus, their head coach, promised a change and adjustment for the struggling offense. So passing game coordinator Thomas Brown has been promoted to be offensive coordinator as the team said after evaluating our entire operation. I decided that it is in the best interest of our team to move in a different direction with the leadership of our offense. The decision was well thought out, one that was conducted deliberately and respectfully. I would like to thank Shane for his efforts and wish him the best moving forward. Now, when this hire was made, it was actually out at the Super Bowl. If you remember, Rockwall's own Jackson Smith and Jigba was doing an interview with Bounty, and they had their chicken wing set up that we'd hit up every day. Well, Shane had just come from Seattle, where JSN played his rookie year, and they asked him, like, well, what are the Bears getting in this new offensive coordinator?
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah, we're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person, great offensive coordinator. I was very lucky to have him my first year. Learned a lot from him. I think him and Justin will mesh well, and adding more guys around him, I think it would be great. So we'll see.
Do you have any advice that you give to Justin in that situation? considering that you know the coach that's coming in?
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna love Justin. So really, just Justin, be yourself and go make plays for real. That's it.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, cringy and awkward. Now, that was prior to them trading Justin Fields, and they ended up going, of course, and drafting Caleb Williams, but pretty damning response there from JSN. I think everybody at the time was looking at that like probably not the best of hires. You've already had the Raiders go ahead and fire their OC. Now
Luke Getsy,
the Bears.
That was garbage.
Both of those were just terrible. And again, this is like the NFL. It's who you know. Hiring people that you're comfortable with, that you know, that you have relationships with. But I think that people that have watched both those coordinators work, and it's not to say, hey, guys can't fail and then find a way to resurrect their career. But I think those were panned as really bad hires. They also did interview Cliff Kingsbury, and both teams said thank you, but no thank you, and now he's crushing it with Jaden Daniels in Washington.
Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, I was kind of making fun of the Kingsbury hire in Washington. I would have made fun of it for anybody, but clearly he's reinvented himself, and he's helping Jaden Daniels in a way that Caleb Williams is not being helped. And I wonder how different their seasons would look if Kingsbury had been with Caleb Williams here in Chicago and Jaden Daniels had somebody else, because I think Kingsbury is doing quite a bit over there.
And I guess the Bears have fired over like the last 10 months, eight coaches. One of them,
the last 10 months?
One of them is not their offensive line coach, who they've had since 2022. And I think we all look at that offensive line as one that's not very good. Chris Morgan is
GM must like him.
Coach.
Yeah. Well, and that's tough too when you have now you're bringing in a new play caller and you're saying, hey, here's your offensive line coach. You know, that's usually, don't you want your play caller to have his offensive line coach because everything's married together?
Yeah, the passing game coordinator is already on staff, right? So, I mean.
You're going back to the hiring of the OC season even, right?
Well, that's, Kellen Moore, if you look at what's, Jeff Southland at the Eagles.
Now, to be fair, he's like maybe the best in the sport.
Yeah, he's absolutely one of the best in the sports. And what happens is like, okay, Kellen Moore, you can come in here and be the offensive coordinator, but that guy's the offensive line coach. And if you want to bring Doug Nussmeier along as your quarterback coach, we'll allow you to do that. But other than that, that guy's going to be our offensive line coach, and you got to work with him.
Yeah, and for the Eagles to do that, again, it makes sense because Stoutland's one of the most respected in the league, and as a run game coordinator in particular, like very, very often, and you're seeing it with Kellen Moore right now, their rushing attack has much more nuance and creativity to it than what you've ever seen Kellen Moore do, so that made sense. But for the Bears, whose offensive line has perpetually sucked, and then you're going to make the offensive coordinator keep that bad offensive line coach, and he's still not being fired, despite them having maybe the worst offensive line in the league right now.
Horrible.
It's crazy.
Horrible. Now, Caleb Williams has the worst completion percentage on throws of 15 or more yards by any quarterback in any season over the past 15 years. I mean, we've talked about how bad that Bears offense was. I think, Eric, you said, 22 straight possessions without a touchdown?
Yes, that's
almost as bad as the Cowboys.
I mean, the yards per drive is 19. Offensive touchdowns per game, it's a little over a half. Completion percentage is 50%. They're giving up 6 sacks allowed a game. It's not good. And I guess, according to reports out of Chicago, this is Sylvie from the Waddle and Sylvie show, who hosts on ESPN Radio there, but there's some veteran players that want Caleb Williams benched in favor of Tyson Bagent, who is a second or third year quarterback.
They played with him last year, right?
I just don't understand that thinking there at all. Like that's the number 1 overall pick. You're halfway into his rookie year. Like at some point,
they saw what happened at Carolina. Carolina made a push, and what they do for 3 weeks, they went without.
Yeah,
they're seeing.
Maybe if you want to save him from just getting killed out there,
it's the big picture play here. We're not trying to get our guy killed.
We got to give these young guys a chance, man. I mean, can you imagine if Peyton Manning and Troy Aikman and all these other rookie quarterbacks that struggled and went like 1-15 and had 3-13 records and were also atrocious? And teams just quit on them. Like, you got to give these kids a chance, man.
Maybe as the GM you're thinking that, but as the players, this might be your last year in the league. You want a chance to win. You were in the thick of this thing. We were talking about all the teams from the division going to the playoffs, and now you're under 500, and you practice with both of them. You do. Who's making the better decisions. I think long-term growth is, for a lot of people to keep in mind inside that organization. But if you've watched a rookie play for a half season and every time he goes back, you're like, dude, this guy, he's struggling a lot to slow this game down for him. We have a veteran who could make more solid plays, maybe doesn't have the upside. I think as a veteran player, maybe my career's on the line. We got to win. I need footballs, and we have a rookie. Maybe, in the interest of development, he's had enough opportunity to get experience now. Put him on the bench, let him learn. And if we start winning again, then, we have a real decision about what's in the best interest for this season.
Think about the fortunes of this team. Really all came down to a Hail Mary pass in Landover, Maryland.
Yeah.
Think about that. I mean, they beat Jacksonville, okay? So now they're 4-2. They get their bye. They got the Commanders dead to rights. That's going to be 5-2 going into a game against Arizona. Okay, maybe a 50-50 game. Maybe you win, maybe you lose. And then you got New England coming to town. The fortunes of this team really flipped on one pass.
And now they have Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's about to be Minnesota.
But that's
they're going to be 4-10.
But that's
maybe they should put Bajan in there.
No, but that's the thing about it is though that they could have found a couple more wins along the way. They could have maybe got confidence to play. But
it's not as bad as
it's
well,
like,
even in if they would have beat the Commanders, they would have been winning in spite of their quarterback and their play caller and their awful offense.
Well, the coordinator was. I mean, their offensive line is hideous when you watch them play.
It's terrible.
That quarterback. I mean, the amount of time there was a game. There was a game where he was pressured 46% of the dropbacks. I'll look it up.
I mean, they're averaging 6 sacks a lot a game.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Well, and a lot of them are on the quarterback.
Some of them are.
We have to acknowledge that the sacks are a quarterback stat, and it's a lot to ask for a guy who's in year one with a bad plan, with his coach and all that kind of stuff, and the protections and the offensive line's bad.
Max protect this thing then. If you have to run 2-man routes or whatever, but figure out how to give him an opportunity to drop back. That's all I'm at. That's to me. Yeah, I get it. The quarterback's not ready. I get it. But I also put responsibility on, look what's going on in this team over here with the Cowboys. Look at all that. Look at that garbage.
Justin Fields said last year that coaching was a problem.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
The
only people that didn't know
is
it
a big problem.
Was the Bears ownership and front office for keeping Eberflus and just keeping all that together was just insane.
I mean, you can't feel great about what this team's throwing out there, right?
Not at all.
This team being the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Oh, of course not. But we talk about that all the time, how bad their plans are and everything, top to bottom, personnel, coaching, front office. It's all bad.
Daniel Jones also could possibly be getting replaced as the starter there in New York. Could be Drew Lock time, as Brian Daboll was asked if Jones is the starting quarterback. He refuses
did
to say
Daboll save
yes.
his job? I mean, is Daboll coming back for sure? Did the Mariners say that?
They said that earlier in the year, but I don't know that necessarily means for sure that he's coming back.
I bet you he comes back. I bet the Mariners do that. That's what they do.
This is pretty bad.
The Mariners, the Rooneys, those families, they don't want to make change like that.
What happened to my cousin Vinny out there, whatever his name was?
Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets. He's still around.
Playing?
He's still there. He's still there. Berlin has launched a bid to host NFL games beginning next year. So the success of the Munich games, Berlin wants to get in on this. They'd be the third German city to host a regular season game after Munich, which Frankfurt hosted last year. And they actually ended up getting a somewhat entertaining game in an overtime thriller there. Mm-hmm. O'Brien was all eyes on that one.
Yeah.
Also, Australia.
Actually, ears,
yeah, that's true. You were listening. Okay. Well, while you were on air doing your pregame show?
No,
it was an early game. It was a breakfast game.
I was driving
to
the stadium.
It was an 8:30 a.m.
I was driving to the
Holy
stadium.
crap.
Yeah.
You got to listen on Sirius XM.
I did.
NFL is prioritizing expanding international series to Australia. They also might have the Pro Bowl games there in the future. So we could be going to the land down under for some NFL football. That would be fun, huh?
Long trip.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather do Hawaii if you're one of the players? Just kick it back to Hawaii?
I'm sure the players would probably hate what is that, like a 20, 24-hour flight?
Well,
depending on where you are in the country.
Creatures and the critters. I mean, every story I see from Australia is about flying spider monkeys and
they have giant spiders, massive snakes.
Yeah, they're still in the Jurassic period down there.
Right?
Yeah.
Kangaroos will fight you.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, even Dundee moved out of there.
Yeah, look how big the spiders are.
Mm-hmm. Tasmanian devils.
A lot of things. Sorry, there's your NFL news.
Duck-billed platypus.
Thank you, Wolcha.
The platypuses are off the charts over there.
Okay, we got to step aside because coming up next is time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, what's in store?
Yeah, I've got some. I got some good questions for my guys. We'll run through those next.
I got a chance right here for you to make leasing easy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. A big show in 1 hour. Mark Schlereth is going to join us. We'll talk with Stink. And then at 6 o'clock, Cowboys reporter Jory Epstein. This segment, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Zach, you were talking about the coordinators that interviewed in Chicago that they had a chance for. You mentioned Cliff Kingsbury, right?
Yes.
He interviewed Liam Cohen, the coordinator at with the Buccaneers. Interviewed
that's right.
for that
He's
job.
doing a fantastic job.
He's doing nice work.
Zach Robinson, Atlanta, interviewed for that job.
Man.
Clint Kubiak interviewed for that job. He's in New Orleans.
Wow.
And then Greg Roman with the Chargers interviewed for that job. So 5 of the 9 guys that they interviewed ended up in the NFL.
All would have been better hires.
Yeah, all would have been better hires. So sometimes I told you guys this, though, interviewing these coaches, though, this head coach, if you can't tell me who your staff is going to be, if you're trying, I'm working on this, I'm probably not going to hire you. I'm sorry. You should have this thing buttoned up and ready to go. But it's so important with these coordinators, and I think the offensive line coach.
Sure.
You can't mess around with that stuff. Just can't. Can't afford mistakes at those spots for sure. Chief, I'm going to start with you for this question I have for you today.
Yes, sir.
I have some questions for you guys and see what you think. Chief, do you feel like you'll get a good evaluation of Mingo with these quarterbacks?
No. He goes from a situation where it was really tough from a quarterback standpoint to have a full evaluation, and now it's the same thing. I mean, even CeeDee Lamb doesn't look like himself because nobody can. In this offense with these quarterbacks, every receiver is doomed to failure.
How about you there, Wooly? Can you get a really good evaluation of this Mingo trade with these quarterbacks?
Yeah, it's probably a no, right? I mean, Cooper Rush, unless he's able to show some of what we saw a couple of years ago when he stepped in, and he was a serviceable quarterback.
Like Kellen Moore is his OC.
Yeah, I mean, that's no. I mean, that nobody on offense, I mean, really had an opportunity to do much of anything with the way that they're throwing the football. So it's going to be that's going to be tough. I'd have to lean no unless something drastically changes with the way the quarterbacks are playing.
Dawson?
Man, I'm going to say with that situation, yes, but you're going to need somebody like a former NFL scout, Brian Broaddus, to take a look at the film, see what kind of separation he's getting. And then the moments to go get it at the catch point might be rare, but we might get some bad ball catching going on.
Yeah.
So not as good as you would like, but yeah, I would think there will be an evaluation.
Right, that's probably the best way to, like, outside of actual catches, how is he running his routes?
Sure.
Does he improve as a blocker? Because that's clearly a problem with Tolbert right now. He can't block. Does he help in any of those other areas?
See, the thing that I worry about, though, is you don't get the evaluation like Dawson's talking about, and you guys are talking about as well, and then all of a sudden it keeps you from going out and getting somebody or drafting somebody. Oh, well, hey, we've got a guy, and, all he needs is Dak coming back, and once Dak comes back, well, he'll be fine. He'll be our second receiver, and, it kind of keeps you because you really didn't get a good look of what he is as a player. But maybe Dawson's right. Maybe you'll see some acrobatic catches, maybe some bad ball catches, maybe some route separation. I mean, that's got to be your hope. But man, I'm kind of leaning to the point of I just don't want it to be something where they just tell me, well, we made this trade and we're gonna just much like it's like the wide receiver version of Trey Lance. You'll see. We'll get evaluation some other time, kind of a thing, and but you really didn't do anything.
The three-headed monster coming into next season, it'll be Lamb, Mingo, Tolbert. Is that going to be your passing attack?
Yeah, unless something in the draft. Something in the draft. I mean, like I said.
Yeah, but they'll do the thing where like, we drafted our receiver in the 4th round. His name's Jonathan Mingo.
Man, like 2 of the best players I've seen out of 7 have been wide receivers. And if you're picking in the top 5, I'd sure it wouldn't keep me from taking one of those cats.
Oh, no, it wouldn't keep me either. Yeah. But I could just see it keeping them.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'd be pretty out on that.
Yeah.
I don't think the wide receiver in the top 10 is a good move.
It's certainly not as bad as what the running back would be. So
that's going to be some interesting arguments coming up here pretty soon.
But I mean, building in the trenches, I think, is ultimately priority number 1.
If you give me the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, get that right. Chuck, is it a shame that Chauncey Golston's playing this well and you'll just lose him like you did Armstrong and Fowler?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that unless that's going to be like a cheap contract, it's probably exactly what's going to happen. Maybe he does end up going to Washington as well. Maybe he ends up being a Commander and he's doing good things there. But I do think that's probably a guy that'll go elsewhere and have success with his career. I mean, the problem with Golston is he's had to play inside. He's had to play outside. I think he's always been a better player outside. I think you're starting to see that. And he's turned it on and has definitely shown flashes of being a very good player. So maybe that's a guy that they are able to bring back on a deal that they think they can afford. But most likely, he'll go be good for someone else.
I think it's awesome that Chauncey is playing well. Congrats to him. But I think this is the exact kind of player that you move on from, because usually in free agency, you're overpaying to address needs. And I need all my money for real difference-making players. And at this point, Chauncey's just solid. So solid players have to go till we can get this cap in order.
How about
Agreed.
you? Yep.
Yeah, I do think Walchuk makes a good point, though. It's just it's a bummer because the plan that they had for him was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Is he an edge player? Is he a 3 technique? Hey, we want you to put on some weight because we want to play you inside. And now all of a sudden he's kind of Byron Jones to some extent. Where is he? He hasn't really gotten a chance to settle in, and now it's just too late. It's not a game changer because he's not. Like Dawson said, he's a solid player, but it's like, man, could you have been getting more out of him over the last few years?
Are we becoming a team of draft and develop for somebody else? When you look at a Tony Pollard,
I feel like we always have been.
Yeah. This year it's looking like the grass is greener.
To me, you find you're in a situation right now where you never really, because you played him at two different spots, and you kind of never got him in a spot, and now he's playing more, but he's playing better for you. I mean, you could have probably done this 2 years ago.
Right.
Kept him at a spot.
Yeah.
And now, we're like Armstrong. There's another one gone on, doing things somewhere else. Feel like I've become a little bit of a draft and develop for somebody else's team in a couple incidents.
To some extent, yeah, but I think it's more egregious to pay guys just because you drafted them.
Right.
And now you've paid Zeke or whatever because if you're looking at the running backs, the worst decision you made, letting Tony Pollard walk this offseason or paying Zeke all those years ago, paying Zeke was the worst move. Terrence Steele, you paid him. You didn't have to do that. A couple of those things I think are worse than maybe, hey, Dorrance Armstrong, he's having a nice time. He's still overpaid. He is.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Tight end.
Sure.
What's been the problem?
The problem is just generally your offense, it doesn't have enough good players. So everybody sucks a little bit more as a result. And I think Jake Ferguson is in a similar situation. I don't think much is wrong with him other than that he's not a complete tight end. He's a good playmaker. You just don't have anybody else that can draw attention to the outside, allow him to work as much as you'd like. But I have faith that, Ferguson is a solid starting tight end.
Yeah, I look at it the same way as it pertains to Ferguson. When your offense is as bad as it is, and your quarterback situation, and your scheme, and your plan, and your concepts, and our coaches even setting you up for success, I think a lot of that is not on Jake Ferguson, but the overall tight end room.
That's what I'm asking.
You've invested in the wrong guy. You thought Scooney could block.
Sure.
You thought Span Ford was a guy, though he was super late. Was he 7th round? Was he undrafted? I don't know.
Undrafted.
Okay,
yeah.
undrafted.
A lot of money, but
it was highest paid because we think you can block. We think you have one element to your game that's tried and true, and it hasn't proven to be. And they haven't been able to develop them as blockers. So that's a bummer.
Well, Chuck?
I'm very high. I have been on Jake Ferguson. I've been disappointed this year. I do think that it's probably not all on him. I think a lot of this is a product of where you're at offensively right now, to Eric's point there. But I don't know if maybe it was lingering effects, even though he said he didn't feel any pain from week 1 against the Browns that looked like it could have been a season ender, but you haven't quite seen the yards after catch. That's what made him look special. That's what we were talking about, some of the top tight ends in the league. What are they able to do with the ball in their hands, breaking tackles, being able to make something on a 3-yard completion? He's shown some flashes of it here more recently, but tight end's been a big issue. And that second-round pick of Scooney, now you're barely ever playing him. He's barely on the field, and he's having penalty problems on special teams. That one's just looking really, really bad right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, his yards per completion is so bad. I think it's just as a result of not being able to run. The defenses are waiting, and they're jumping on all your short passes. As a pass catcher for the Cowboys, you got to be able to turn and beat 3 guys.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's unfortunate right there. This room is, you look at the positions, of all the positions, this one's near the bottom for me. I admit I was wrong about Schoonmaker. I absolutely was dead balls wrong about him as a player. And so I'll live with that. But as a whole, as a position, this is one of the worst positions they have on their roster. As their tight ends.
Kind of makes it seem like if you could just go back in time and keep Dalton Schultz, take the Tony Pollard and steal money for him. That might have been the deal, actually. He was one of their better players they let go over the last couple of years. But at the time, I just think we wanted more. And watching Ferguson as a young man, I thought he was going to give you everything that Dalton gave you, plus playmaking ability downfield, and maybe that's still in the cards for him later in his career. He'd be on pace for 80 catches and about 700 yards right now. So they're still finding him quite a bit. It's just the big plays are definitely not there.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Every day about 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Mark Schlereth coming up at 4:40. Top 10 at 4:20s right around the corner. Chief, what's next?
We got a bunch of different sporting things to discuss in the hodgepodge, including a no-win, no-wash, and more proof that no one respects kickers.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the nation here. Mavs Warriors tonight, 9 o'clock on TNT. We'll have Wolchuk's Top 10 here coming up in about 20 minutes. In 40 minutes, Mark Schlereth is going to join us for our weekly conversation with Stank. We'll be footballing it up. Right now, it's time for a sports hodgepodge, and here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you. We have some college football restroom revelations to get to. Boy, is it a doozy. But first, I do want to acknowledge that Kyrie was talking about Klay's return just a little bit ago, and he says that Klay's really focused. He's locked in. We feel the emotions. We feel the heaviness of it. This is what makes sports great, too. Moments like this. He's acknowledging how big it is, even though Klay wants to sort of distance himself. And he says, I want Klay to be present as much as possible and to really receive the love and the flowers he deserves. It's going to be one of those games tonight. I can feel it. Is this going to be a Klay Thompson just eruption night? Is the three ball going to be working for him? He's used to the sight lines. He knows the way the ball dribbles off the hardwood there, and the ball's just going to be finding net time after time.
It'll go one way or the other, won't it? Either it'll be magical or he'll get in his own head and have a tough time with it. I'll go with the magical. Let me get Klay Thompson 35 points tonight in his return.
Okay, so that would be the more on Prize Picks. Walchuk, could you do me a favor? Pull up the Prize Picks numbers. What are they setting it at for Klay Thompson tonight?
I'll hit the more on it too, man, because I think it's much like first night of the season. You want to feature your new toy. This is now going back to where you want a bunch of championships. These type of players, like legacy moments, I feel like Klay Thompson's a guy that's going to rise to the occasion. Splash Bro, he's going to get after it tonight.
Channeling his inner TB12, he says, Klay Thompson says, I'm so grateful for everything I experienced at Golden State. But I mean, I've seen some of my favorite athletes pivot and have tremendous success. When I think of Shaq leaving the Lakers, winning a ring, Tom Brady, same thing with Tampa. It's been done before. That's the mindset he's got. And when he sees everybody donning the captain, the sailor hats,
ouch.
And Steph's going to be sharing some words there. You know, Draymond Green is just going to be all up in his kitchen. I could see a Draymond Green flagrant foul just because on Klay Thompson tonight, just to remind him who's daddy kind of deal.
I could see that for sure. Like Kobe going after Pau Gasol in the 08 gold medal game.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, just make it a point
you
to
want to send
establish
a message.
Dominance.
Let your guys know you're my guys. This guy, I don't even know who the hell he is.
Just don't go full Jordan Poole on my guy. All right, that's all I ask straight
Don't
on.
punch him in the face.
Who Tyson Chandler do that
Don't kick
to?
him in the nuts either.
I remember Tyson Chandler had a moment like that for the Mavs in 2010, 2011 when they got him
as the enforcer.
Yeah,
I love it.
He let it be known. But yeah, the thing is, did Klay really put himself up there with Shaq? I mean, he's more like no disrespect, it's more of a Bob Orry, or a John Sally, maybe a Dennis Rodman. Like, I'm a really, really good player, but a legend like that.
I think for those
like
goals,
Tom Brady.
I think for those goals, yeah, he's obviously elevating himself into the Shaq and the Brady stuff.
Yeah,
but that's his own supreme athlete professional confidence that we just don't have those same sensibilities. But I think for the Golden State fans, this is. I mean, Steph is their Michael. I guess this is somewhat of their Scotty, kind of their Scotty of sorts, like a guy that has a ton of love and respect there. So,
okay,
I am looking forward to seeing how the festivities and
it's weird
bells
to
and
me.
whistles.
As being a fan of the other team.
You feel like they're doing too much for him?
Well, I get it, but I'm just not like drawn into it. Like, this is the best thing ever. So I'm watching them do like, this is the best thing ever. And I'm like, whatever, let's play the game. Let's get the Mavs a championship.
There you go. You go.
He's at 15.5 on Prize Picks.
I'm more than that.
That's a Vegas mistake right there.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to more it up on the Prize Picks. All right, good news, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for this.
Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Don't worry, Walchuk. We'll get to the Bama Pooh shoe in a minute. But first, we got to go to Syracuse, where their head coach, Fran Brown, is talking about his superstitious nature and the way he sort of punishes himself for losing. This was a jarring revelation from Syracuse head football coach Fran Brown after his team's latest loss.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it. I just wake up all night, especially when you lose. You like wake up like, dang, it really happened. It really happened that way. So it's just different pieces. And then I just move on. There's a process that I follow every week, win, lose, or draw. Only thing is like my wife, I can't sleep in the bed if we lose because I ain't going to get in the shower for that day. I'm just mad and I just sit there. I just brush my teeth. That's what I have to do so y'all won't say my breath stink, but I'm just kind of locked in certain things, certain ways. I think you gotta earn the right to do certain things. So, winners get washed. You know what I'm saying? I'm a loser. I just kind of waited a little bit.
Winners get washed, bro. What's up?
Losers get stinky. He said, I don't deserve soap at one point during that. He's got kind of a Jason Kidd vibe to him, just sort of chill, lackadaisical, but he takes losing very, very seriously. I've never seen anything like this.
I wonder what he's sleeping on, like, at the end of the night. Hope it's one of YMCA cocks or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, the garage.
He's at his office. He's on the couch.
It stinks in there. That couch stinks.
My man's on his couch.
You think he's got like does he have a separate bedroom, like a dirty bed? He knows, like, this is my dirty bed when I'm extra. No one goes into this room. It's like a guest room, but this is Dad's just took an L room, and he's not going to shower.
What's that smell? Oh, that's Dad's dirty room.
They leave him at the game. They just, at the stadium, they just leave him there. I mean, and maybe on a road trip. How about coming back on the plane? You have to sit next to him.
Yeah, he's stinking.
And they played a game down there in Tallahassee, where it's about 90 on the humidity and all that.
Swamp ass for days.
My man is just, and all these coaches.
He's mad and he's stinky.
Yeah, and all these coaches wear, even though it's 90 degrees, they all wear hoodies.
They go full Bobby Belt.
Yeah, they just full Bobby belted out there.
No self-respect.
Sweating it up.
Disgusting.
Yeah. And he's getting on a plane, and somebody the athletic director has to sit next to him, or something like that.
Yeah. What happens if they're on a losing streak?
I was just getting ready to say that, bro.
Yeah.
Well, he clearly he showers the next day. He will shower the next day, but for those 12 to 24 hours, it feels like it's more of a punishment for those around him than it is for him. Absolutely. Like, if you want to punish yourself, hey, Dawson, you had a bad show. No zingers tonight. You know what I'm saying? Nobody in the house is having to deal with those repercussions. Dawson, you have a bad show, and all of a sudden now you're going to go on. We know how much you're sweating here. That's right. You take that thing home after a long day of grinding at the mic. Now all of a sudden everybody in your house is taking an L just because of your L at work.
Why does Daddy smell like that?
Because he's a loser.
The ratings.
He's a loser.
The ratings.
He lost again. Oh no!
He threw it to Lucius Relay Live after a death again.
Go pack your room. We're about to move again. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I do get home sweaty, and then before I can take a shower, my body cools down, and then I'm tired and sore. And I'm like, I'm just going to ride this one out. Hope nobody notices.
Do you jump into bed and sleep?
Maybe.
That's
amazing.
Maybe. Gross.
Just maybe.
My old lady be doing that. That's why she sleeps in a whole nother bed.
I'm telling you, the concept of the dirty bed, like, that's why I like being in a hotel. It's like, do you want the king, or do you want like the two doubles or whatever?
2 doubles.
Because one of those is like, I know if I'm super clean and fresh, boom, that's it. But if I'm too lazy or whatever, or if I'm punishing myself like this guy is, no shower, I got my dirty bed.
Yeah, that's where I throw my clothes and stuff on.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're getting ready and that. Yeah.
It's nice to have. It is nice to have, but that was I mean, quite the superstition there. Never seen that from a coach, and hopefully, Sean
and
RJ
quite the admission from there, Dawson.
Yeah,
I jump in bed funky. I don't care.
I'm thinking about getting one of these restroom Revelation, safe space.
Yeah, it absolutely.
Have you seen these single recliner hide-a-beds? You have like the hide-a-bed for a couch. They got those for recliners too. Thinking about getting one of those for the office, so for those stink days, you just... Is it like a pull-out under kind of deal? Yeah, it kind of pulls out and then raises up and gets even with the chair. They have recliners for that now? Yeah.
Doghouse bed.
That's nice. That's right. Yeah. It's called the doghouse. Yeah, that's good branding. I just always look for, if I've had a bad day, I actually really, like, if I took a loss, I'd be looking forward to the L shower even more than the victory shower. Yeah. Just like cleanse me of the disaster that I just went through here. Yeah, that is kind of odd. It's counterintuitive. It's torturous. But I think that's kind of the toxic relationship that I look for in great competitors. I want somebody that has an unhealthy relationship with losing. Maybe not unsanitary, but if I have to take unsanitary with it, I'm willing to. I'm willing to compromise for the betterment of the program. I need you obsessed. Why did we lose? Relive every single moment until you get your next opportunity, right? And then unload. I think those are the guys that ultimately get the job done. Yeah, there is something to be said for this guy. The commitment to... not necessarily winning, but certainly to not losing is there. And you try to come up to this dude and tell him that he stinks, and he'd be like, get away from me. I'm not talking to anybody right now because of the pain of losing. He's deep in thought. Like when you try to go up to your dad and you're like, Dad, and he just looks at you like, leave me alone. Yeah. Yes, that's what this dude is like after a loss. I used to always wonder those moments where you're like, can Dad just not hear? He's dazing off into something. And now I totally understand it. My wife's all the time like, they've been calling your name. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't know. I've blacked out for the last 2 minutes.
I've been talking to you for 5 minutes. I have no idea what you just said.
Especially when you've been like pontificating on something. I need a solution to this. And the wheels are turning and you can see a solution is coming. And in the background you hear a young person's voice, Dad. You're like, give me 13 more seconds. I'm about to solve this son of a gun. Please.
Yes. Oh man, yeah. This guy, I love this guy to death, and maybe that's something that he needs to acknowledge as well. It's like, hey, that shower time post L, I'm actually in the film room coming up with solutions. Okay, so I literally don't even have time for the shower.
Processing. Yep.
We'll get to the Bama story here. This is a throwback legendary story from A.J. McCarron, but I first want to acknowledge the current quarterback for Alabama, Jalen Milroe. This dude, at 6'2", 225 pounds of solid muscle, he touched off at 22.5 miles per hour.
Is that a 75-yard run?
The 72-yard touchdown run versus Broadus's LSU Tigers.
Yeah. Third and 9, I think it was the down and distance.
You have that right. The first play of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
28-6. Boom. There goes Milroe.
That's when the TV went off.
All 6'2", 225 pounds of him. Touched 22.5 miles per hour. I take you to NFL Next Gen, fastest ball carriers of the season, and I don't see anybody at 22.5 like Jalen Milroe was. You have the rookie Brian Thomas Jr., Jags wide receiver. He's the fastest ball carrier of the season, 85-yard touchdown, 22.15 miles per hour. Then it's Jahmyr Gibbs, just over 22 miles per hour. Oh, those are the only two ball carriers in the NFL this season that have touched 22. It's Gibbs and Thomas. And then you get to Barkley and Nico Collins, Jordan Addison. All these guys are in the 21s. So a lot of your fast guys are hitting in the 21s pretty consistently. Only two guys have touched 22 miles per hour, and 22.5 miles per hour would be best in the sport right now. And that's what Jalen Milroe
And what's
just
the
did.
record? Is it 24?
That's a good question. I think 23's been touched. I don't know if 24. If anybody's entered into the 24 miles per hour waters, please fill me in, because, my gosh, 22.5 seems pretty nuts, but that's Jalen Milroe right now. We throw it back to A.J. McCarron, former Bama.
Mostert hit 23.09 during a 2020 game.
Mostert.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Moisture.
He's a moisture guy.
So Broadus has there on the depth chart. But here's A.J. McCarron, and this is a throwback story of him. This was after the Iron Bowl, after the
Brent Musburger game?
kick six disaster. And their kicker had struggled in this game in a big way. And he tells you the story of his kicker sucking for Alabama and then what happened next.
The Auburn game, I think Cade Foster missed probably. Cade's great dude. Love him to death.
Sure.
It's like Dawson there for a minute. Compliment sandwich.
I think he missed like three field goals. We finally make one towards the end. They call f***ing false start. They back us up 5, and I could already see it. I'm like, hey, we got it right here. And he was looking at me like, no, we don't. That was lucky. The next one was almost kicked to our sideline, like so far left. And I was like, oh, we're in trouble, huh? And he showed up the next week, Sunday, next day. And we're doing our sprints to jog our 110s. And he goes to put his shoe on in the locker room, and all you hear is, oh, what's this? Oh, my God, who did this? And everybody starts coming around. He pulls his white sock out of his shoe. It's covered in shit. Somebody done shit in his shoe and filled it up. And I was like, damn. And I just remember going into the team meeting. And somebody said, I think it was Saban. And it was like, somebody better confess to this shit in the shoe. We're not going to have this. And if you don't want to come confess, I'm going to get samples and test everybody's DNA. We're going to figure out. I sit by Cochran. Cochran's dying laughing. Like, we're up at the top. And I'm turned and just head down, like trying not to dying laughing in this meeting. I mean, it was unreal. I still to this day, I have no clue who shit in his shoe.
The old poo shoe. It's a good bit.
The old poo shoe. I've never seen that actually done. I've only heard mythical, legendary stories being told about the poo shoe, but that's how kickers get treated. Okay, McCarron throws a pick six to lose a game. He doesn't have to worry about a poo shoe situation. That's only for kickers who bottom out and embarrass their entire program. And the idea that Nick Saban was taking that into the team meeting, and I just red-faced screaming about poo shoes and DNA poo tests to make sure they get to the bottom of it, and of course they never did.
Do you fish that out the fishbowl with a plastic bag, then put it in the shoe, or do you like sit with the shoe situation? You kind of squat with the shoe.
Yeah, I think I'm putting the shoe right up to the source.
You got to really find a spot to sneak around and do that, then, right?
Well, yes.
Well, you got to be standing in front of a toilet because inevitably you're going to start peeing, so you can't pee on the floor.
Yeah, you just take it in the stall with you.
So you take it into the stall and probably go that way. But you're throwing that shoe away forever. You're the kicker.
I think this is clearly maybe a bucket and then fish situation, Lucius, because the thing that these guys aren't thinking about is how do you make sure it all gets inside the shoe with no evidence on the outside to tip the guy off.
And on your hand.
Yeah. It's got to be down there towards where the toes
You might
go.
have one of them farts that come with it, and then it kind of explodes a little bit.
This is an easy solution, boys. Easy solution. Easy solution.
Poo shoe solution?
Easy solution. Take an ice bag. You know the bags that the plastic bags they used to put ice in,
like a ready ice.
Yeah, no,
like a Ziploc.
No, like a Ziploc bag.
Ziploc.
Fill the Ziploc bag up. Cut the end of the corner
and then
pipe it in there. Pipe it into the shoe.
Like they're icing a bag.
Pipe it into the shoe.
Exactly.
And that way there's no mess. It's not on your hands.
We're over here piping too, boys.
Write somebody's name on like a birthday cake.
You take the shoe. You take the shoe.
Piping son of a gun. You can
Sailor. You take that big ice bag. You poop in the ice bag.
Now you're just showing off.
Cut the corner, and now you pipe that thing into the shoe.
Man, your culinary obsession finally paid off in a big way.
That's exactly. I mean, hey, there's no evidence.
That is genius, Brian.
Not me.
We got to run. Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Bully, where is it?
All right, we got the top 10 revenge games in sports history with the Clay return tonight. Which one's been your most remembered? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hey, buddies, welcome back. Mark Schlereth Stinks coming up here. We're talking football with him at 4:40. Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And here he is with his top 10 at 4:20. Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. It is the Clay return to Golden State, and it got me thinking, all right, well, what are the best revenge games, if you will, where a player went back to their former team for the first time? Now, there's really not a lot of great lists on this. I've been able to find two with some NBA games, and then the NFL had a top 10. I'm sure in other sports, like when Mike Modano played the Dallas Stars with the Red Wings, would have been one that was pretty emotional. Anytime, Nolan Ryan was playing a former team, the Roger Clemens stuff. I'm sure there's other like Johnny Damon going back to the Red Sox when he went over to the Yankees.
Sweetest ass in the whole league.
Absolutely. There's probably a bunch in baseball we could bring up and make a list of our own. But, I think the one that comes to mind for me always, and you brought this up, Eric, is like probably the most intense when we were talking about Kyrie going back to Boston, but it's LeBron. What was it? When he goes back to Cleveland for the first time, was it 2014?
No, it was crazy. It's 2010, 2011. That's when he went to the Heat.
Yeah, the first year?
Yeah.
I mean, that was insane.
It was as hostile an environment, like just sitting from your couch and watching it as you could really ever imagine, other than like Malice at the Palace where everybody's coming to blows. But in terms of just hate being spread for one individual, I've never seen anything like that. I think it was mostly the Pacers players coming to blows that day. Yeah, the fans were on the receiving end of those.
Sentimental.
Well, they were lobbing beer grenades. They were. Never do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Shaq and his return to L.A., how big was that one?
I don't remember it that much. I remember more him going back to Orlando.
Okay, as a Laker,
of him leaving.
That one was bigger.
Magic,
because like you were following Orlando pretty damn closely there, Lucius. Do you remember the Shaq return?
No,
to
I
Orlando?
don't. No, I don't remember that.
Man,
it had to be big though. I mean, the Shaq and Kobe partnership up to that point, the 3 championships. I just don't recall it a lot.
Well, the
LA
NBA
off there.
That's weird. No, I hear you. The NBA, the most iconic ones. Here's a top 5 of that. James Harden going back to Oklahoma City.
Okay.
That one was one where I guess they blew up all 3. So like KD going back to OKC is also on here. That one certainly, that's number 2, where you were up 3-1 literally the year before as an Oklahoma City Thunder in the conference finals.
The weirdest free agent decision I think we'll ever see.
And then, I mean, Thunder fans, I can only imagine just how disgusted they were with Kevin Durant.
When it comes to you, though, Wolchuk, the first thing I wondered was, did Emmitt Smith play the Cowboys with Arizona?
Yeah, he did. I was at that game.
Blew up his shoulder.
Roy Williams.
Roy
Williams smacked him in the whole first quarter. Hurt his shoulder, and then Emmitt was brought to tears in the postgame. It stunk. You're right.
Were you cheering for Emmitt that day?
Of course. I mean, I was cheering not to win. I mean, I didn't think that they would win anyway. Arizona was terrible. Not that the Cowboys were very good at that time either. But yeah, I mean, I loved it. And Emmitt got a great ovation that day from Texas Stadium. And it was, honestly, the football gods were kind of, not that I wanted Emmitt to get hurt by any means. I don't think it was anything that was serious there. But I don't think he had the heart to really go out there and do it either. I mean, I think I remember some of the quotes afterwards, like being in the visiting locker room. Like that was very, very difficult for him.
I can imagine.
Just to play against the Cowboys, I don't think he really had it.
Looking at an old YouTube clip, 2004 Shaq's return to L.A. after his trade to Miami. It was a Christmas Day game, and it looks like it's a pretty warm reception.
Okay.
Even Kobe, you see him there when they announced Shaq. It's like it's clapping. You see fans with a "Daddy's Home" sign. So it seemed like it was not hostile in Los Angeles for Shaq.
What about Tom Chambers returning to Seattle?
Wow.
That's on here.
Way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Phoenix and
Vince
had a great
Carter
career at both places.
Goes back to Toronto. That's on the NBA list. And then LeBron returning to Cleveland would be number 1. That probably is number 1 all time. I think if we were even to combine the NFL and the NBA. NFL here for you, Brian. How about Paul Brown against the Cleveland Browns?
Cleveland Browns. He founded the founded him. So
Jordan going back to Chicago wasn't a big deal because he'd retired, and it was more
With
like
the Wizards.
There was no bad blood. It was just Chicago getting a chance to appreciate their legend.
Did get a text about Ware playing the Cowboys. Yeah, that one was tough. Steve Smith against the Carolina Panthers with the Ravens. He went for a season-high 139 yards after spending the majority of his career with Carolina. 8 is Randy Moss against the Cowboys. Now, this was not, of course, Randy Moss having played with the Cowboys, but it seemed like that was the guy in the first round. They passed him, and Randy Moss certainly made him pay. I had a couple of people on Twitter saying that as well. 3 for 163, 3 touchdowns was the Moss stat line. So a little bit different when it comes to revenge games. It's not like he actually played with the Cowboys, but he did have hopes of being a Cowboy in his rookie year, made them pay by saying, you should have damn well drafted me. But we did get Greg Ellis.
It was revenge for him.
We love you, Greg.
Greg Ellis was a solid player.
Drew Brees against the San Diego Chargers, dominated them with 339 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and 121.9 passer rating. Is that like the biggest Miami Dolphin regret since the Dan Marino era? Like if you were to ask your dad, Eric, was just how they chose Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees?
Yes, I think that would be it would probably have to be that one because Culpepper ended up being so bad. I'm pretty sure his first pass attempt in a Dolphins uniform, the ball slipped out of his hands and he was recovering his own fumble in the pocket. And that was pretty much the way his tenure went. And then when you couple that with what Drew Brees, and Drew Brees wanted to go to Miami. Miami didn't, their doctors didn't sign off on his shoulder. And it was Culpepper's knee that ended up being much worse. And we know what happened with Brees. That has to be. And Nick Saban was all a part of that. Because that was when Nick Saban started in Miami as well.
Yeah, I mean, coaches, we could put coaches. I mean, Saban, what about the first time he was with Bama, goes back to LSU?
Pretty significant, but the fact that he'd won a national championship there. The one I'm looking at right now is, and I hate to do this to you, is Brett Favre playing the Vikings playing the Packers.
That is numero uno on the NFL list.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good. We're getting a lot of good texts in here as well. But Mama gave me the flap checks, and Mama take away 5 on flap checks. Mama say, "Over the Crimson Tide." Yeah, that one was huge. I'll never forget that one as a Viking going back and playing the Packers. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, that was. I'm just looking it up right now. It was week 8 that they played at Lambeau Field, and he passed for 244 yards and 4 touchdowns in a 38-26 victory. I just remember it being a positive day for him.
Yeah,
after everybody at Green Bay said he couldn't play, they were all.
That 2009 Vikings team, was awesome.
They felt like
they really, really were.
They felt like he was done. So.
The 719. Chris Beard returning to Texas Tech.
Yes, and I liked Baker going back to Tech as well.
Yeah, the Chris Beard one was
you leave
nasty.
Texas. Yeah, I mean to go to Texas from Tech after you took Tech to a national championship. Yeah, absolutely. Josh Hamilton going back to Texas to play the Rangers, being texted in.
Oh, I was reading about that game today.
Oh,
yeah. Derek Collins struck him out. His fans are reading newspapers.
Didn't he say that's not a baseball town?
Yeah,
like right before. So that was
we were chanting baseball town.
Yeah, baseball town.
And Derek got the job done.
Hell yeah, he did. That baby Dutch. Pudge playing the Rangers for the first time. Freddie Freeman going back to Atlanta was awesome to see from the 214. There's a lot of good text rolling in here. Dion against the Falcons.
Oh, that's when they had to fight.
Yes. Was it Fryer? Was that the receiver that he got in a fight with?
It's Andre Rison, right?
Rison. Yes. It was Andre Rison. I don't know why I was thinking
Bad Mood Rison.
The Moon. Great dude.
They was throwing hands,
he hit
boy.
A 93-yard pick 6 in that, too. With the high step. That was badass.
Throwing straight hands with helmets on, just going at each other. Just, yeah.
I've never understood the fighting with the helmets.
Straight helmets.
Eagles. T.O.
Ooh.
Yeah, T.O. with the Cowboys going back to filthy. That definitely was one. John Gruden and the Raiders. That was in the Super Bowl. How great is that for John Gruden?
Oh, gosh.
I mean, my goodness gracious. You leave Oakland, you go to Tampa Bay, and then you play your former team in the Super Bowl, and you beat the absolute crap out of them.
Yeah.
Montana going back to play San Francisco, threw for 2 touchdowns and a comeback win over the Niners with the Chiefs. That had to make
I think that was in Arrowhead, though.
Was it?
I think so.
Either way, against your former team. I mean,
yeah, that is cool still. Playing against your former team.
All the lineage there. And Steve Young's probably thinking to himself, damn, what the hell?
What happened? Yeah.
And then, of course, number 1 was Brett.
Well, they won the Super Bowl that year.
Tom Brady and the Patriots was number 2. That was also that's one that's kind of been forgotten a little bit. Maybe it's just because the Patriots stunk. But man, all the quarterback legends that eventually changed teams and then would play the former team. Some of the greatest there: Montana, Favre, Brady, Breeze. That's wild. There's your top 10.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Wonderful job once again. Mark Schlereth's going to join us, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, former NFL offensive lineman, Super Bowl champion, breaks down Week 11 of the NFL season and where we go from here with these Cowboys coming up next in the nation.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We have 10 minutes with Stink right here as we're joined by the Odyssey NFL insider, Mark Schlereth, host of the Stink and Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. And a good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty good now. We've accepted that this Cowboy season isn't going anywhere, so the embarrassing losses don't sting quite as bad. Did you ever have one of those years?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I have had a few of those years that weren't very good. This will bring back great memories for Cowboys fans, and this is awesome. 1994, we play the Cowboys. I'm with the Washington Redskins at the time, and I go out to short snap. I'm a backup short snapper, and so we're out there snapping and stuff. The Cowboys' offense is warming up, and the offensive production and the offensive players you guys had. So I'm out there short snapping, and I kind of take a break, and I'm watching you guys warm up, and it went something like this. It was like Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper, and then it was like Mark Tuinei, it was Nate Newton, Mark Stepnowski, Larry Allen, it was Eric Williams, it was Moose Johnson, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, and Jay Novacek. And I'm watching you guys warm up, and I said to myself, we don't have one guy on our offense that can start for the Cowboys. Like, we're going to get our asses kicked. And sure enough, you guys kicked the living piss out of us. So, if you want to reminisce about the good old days, that roster was so damn good, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, Mark, and I think you guys might have been in a situation where you could have been laughing about it while you're getting your butt kicked. Like, this is freaking hilarious. What do you think when the cameras catch the guys that are losing by 25 points, kind of laughing on the sidelines without context? It can look bad. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks bad, but the bottom line is, what are you going to do? Like, when you're taking a butt whipping, sometimes it's just like, what makes you cry is the same thing that'll make you laugh. Like, there's not a whole lot you can do, and you're in a situation, especially with the quarterback situation right now, that, like, you're overmatched. And, like, listen, everybody and their brother's uncle knew that the Philadelphia Eagles were going to wax the Cowboys. Like, that was probably the easiest money that you ever bet right there. And so, those guys knew. I mean, you work hard and you do all the things that you do and you prepare hard. But the bottom line is Philadelphia is just a hell of a lot more talented than Dallas is. And ultimately that's going to win out most of the time. So it's just one of those situations where, not that I ever condone laughing when you're getting your butts whipped, but sometimes it's the only thing you can do. So I don't look at those guys and go, oh, they're not professional or whatever. I'm not going to get my panties in a wad over that.
Hey, Stink, I was curious here with the other day in the Commanders game, you mentioned they're playing the Steelers, and it's the final play, and they get Johnny Newton to jump off sides. If you're in that situation as a guard, do you close your eyes and just? I mean, how do you keep from you moving? In that kind of that situation with all that's kind of going on, it's on the line. How do you hold your water? As they say, when you know that we've got to be still, because if we're still, we could probably make these guys jump and win this game.
Yeah, well, you don't really expect the team to jump.
I know.
Because you walk up the line of scrimmage, first off, hey, nobody jump, dummy count, nobody jump, nobody jump. Like, you talk about it as you walk up the line of scrimmage, and they're all going, hey, nobody jump, nobody jump. They're all saying the same thing, right? So you just figure you're going to let the clock wind down. You're probably going to take your 5-yard delay game penalty, and you're going to punt the freaking ball. Like, everybody knows what's going down.
Right.
And the fact that Johnny Newton jumped, he's just like a moron. You know what? We just talked to you about it. But I will say this, man. Sometimes when you get a hard count, and I have been there. Listen, I've jumped off sides a few times. Sometimes it feels like the quarterback's hands are right on your ass, and he's just shoving you. Like, he's like, ah, and he's like, So, it's one of those. It's the inflection of the voice. Some guys are better than other guys, but some of those hard counts, man, it's really difficult to hold your water. So, I feel bad for the kid, because I guarantee you they all talked about it. They discussed it. They were discussing it while it was going down. He still jumped, it's hard to believe, but it does happen. I've been there.
We continue here with Mark Schlereth. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season, Chief.
Mark, I'm curious, looking at the Cowboys situation right now, and assuming they're going to move on from McCarthy, and you have multiple different coaches that they'll probably be interested in. If you're one of those coaches thinking about taking the Cowboys job, do you look at Dak Prescott now as an asset, or is that more of a liability with the contract that he has, the way he's played, and, of course, the injury that he's now going to be coming off of?
Yeah, no, I look at him as an asset. And, but the bottom line is, listen, there's only 32 of them, right? So if you don't have any other options, you're going to take that job. And I'm not saying that you don't have good players and that Dak isn't an asset, but working for Jerry Jones is tough. And, I say it all the time, but it's one thing to get appointed a coach. It's another thing to be empowered as the coach. And as long as Jerry Jones owns that football team, he's never going to empower a coach. People tell me all the time, well, Bill Belichick's going to take that job. Really? Like, his mentor was Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells couldn't have success with Jerry Jones because Jerry Jones was busy meddling in his business. And you think Bill Parcells is going to tell Bill Belichick, yeah, that's a great one to take. I don't see that. I just don't see that happening. And I know that's kind of the pipe dream, and I hear that. I hear Deion Sanders. I mean, I hear a lot of things. But the bottom line is it's going to be really hard to win a championship as long as Jerry Jones owns the Cowboys. That to me is just fact, and it's proven out over 30-plus years.
Indeed. Mark Schlereth here, killing it with you in the G-Bag Nation once again. What'd you think of the Chiefs nearly losing to Denver there? Is that a sign of a great team, or are they on the ropes?
No, they're still a great team. I mean, that was, if you listen to the Stink of Truth podcast, I broke down the PAT field goal. That's malfeasance of coaching, because the kid that is playing left tackle for the Broncos on PAT field goal has been getting his ass whipped every single weekend. That guy gets rolled up. And it's sad. Like, I played that position. I played obviously guard in the NFL, but on PAT field goal for 6 years in Denver, I was left tackle. And I don't remember ever getting knocked on my ass, ever. Like, there's a technique to it, and that kid doesn't have it. And the fact that you can go back every week. Every week that kid gets rolled up. Like, how is he still on PAT field goal if every week? And I went through, like, Carolina got rolled up. The New Orleans Saints, he got rolled up. The Raiders, he got rolled up. The Chargers, he got rolled up. Like, the Carolina Panthers rolled his ass up. Like, eventually you're going to get you're going to get a field goal block, right? And it happens when you got a chance to win the game. So it is what it is. I will tell you this, though. There is, like, the blueprint that the Broncos presented on defense. Think about this now. This is crazy. This stat is going to blow you away. And the number is 2. Okay, the Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm going to give you a number. It's 2. Okay, and you're like, what does 2 mean? Let me tell you what 2 means. 2 touchdowns over the course of the last 3 games that those 2 have matched up. They have scored. The Kansas City Chiefs offense has scored 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games. 2 total touchdowns in 3 games. The Broncos have locked them up. And it's a combination of last weekend, Sunday, they played man-free with a blitzer. So they didn't have a whole defender at the middle linebacker. They played man-free 19 of 42 snaps on the passing game. They blitzed them. They brought pressure almost every single down. There were a couple of touchdown throws that Mahomes had, but he was so sped up that he either missed the throw or he didn't even attempt the throw because he's so sped up in that game. And Mahomes, like, listen, man, Mahomes is one of the greatest that's ever played. But I tell you what, they've been able to speed him up, and they have been so, on the defensive side, they have been so, like, one of the things, you break the huddle, and for me, one of the big things was you break the huddle and you walk up the line of scrimmage is being able to identify the defense. What are they in? Like, we all as offensive linemen love rules, right? We have certain rules for certain things. And to be able to say, hey, they're playing this or they're playing that is comforting. With the Broncos, man, they will play them in a bunch of different fronts with a bunch of different personnel groupings. They're like offense on defense. And it's like that's really hard as an offensive lineman to understand what we're trying to do, who we got, who we don't have, who we're letting go, who, like, all that stuff. And the Broncos do a great job. So obviously the Bills are going to watch that film intently. I don't know that they have the personnel to replicate it, but I'm telling you, there is a blueprint. And you go back to the Rams several years ago when they lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and they're running roughshod, like poop through a goose through the entire league until they meet Chicago on a night game late in the season against Vic Fangio's defense, and Vic Fangio's defense shut them down. And from that point forward, it was a blueprint, and that's what New England used against the Rams in the Super Bowl when they beat the Rams, whatever that game was. It was like 9-3 or some crap. It was horrible, but you know what I'm saying. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes, how people play it going forward.
Thank you so much, Mark. Enjoy Week 11.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious, Brian.
Yeah, and what he was explaining when he was talking about man-free, it's everybody plays man coverage underneath, and you have a free safety that stands in the middle of the field. And just that's the responsibility to kind of pick up anything that might be going down the field. So
I think Kansas City's going to be seeing more of that.
You'll see it. You'll hear it called cover one is what you hear. But man-free it's all man underneath, and you just match everybody up, and then you have that safety that has that ability to go wherever they feel like that they need to get some help there. But
thanks, Brian.
Good look at cover one is what that is.
Can't believe Mark Schlereth talking over our heads like that.
I know.
I know. Just sometimes people don't know double A gap blitz. That's something I needed to explain a little bit better what that was. Double A gap stuff and maybe some man free stuff. Learn along the way here.
He had the pea squirt reference last week. He had the poo through a goose.
There we go.
This time, he brings it so strong every week. It seems like he's just getting better and better and better as well as the season goes on.
And he might be in line for a guest hosting of Restroom Revelations if he keeps it up. I heard.
Yeah, he's definitely first on the docket if we're going to welcome in a guest to the bathroom with us.
He's iconic, and he joins us every Tuesday at 4:40. Super Bowl champion. Did he win one with Washington and?
Yes, he
Denver?
did. Yeah, 91. He was with
Washington.
Washington then, yeah.
Right on. Well, thanks to Stank once again. In addition to the finest is coming up, Chief. What's in store?
Well, our next gen look at the football weekend features local legend Kyler Murray doing amazing things, plus some football sounds of the day for you next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, look at this. It's 5 o'clock, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway, 40 minutes from LA Live with Lucius. Jory Epstein, Yahoo writer for the Cowboys, USA Today.
Yeah, NFL senior writer for Yahoo.
Yes,
Yeah.
man, doing a terrific job. You knew her and loved her with the morning news. And she's done some incredible Cowboys stories over the years. She's going to join us in 1 hour, Brian.
I'm just laughing. Do you want to add anything else?
No.
New York Times.
Yeah.
Washington
Athletic.
Post.
Yeah.
Athletic.
You know her. She dominates coverage.
She does dominate coverage.
Okay, and it's time now for an edition of Football's Finest. Here's the Chief.
Adam Schefter says that he would guess that we don't see Daniel Jones play another down for the Giants.
See you later.
Season's
It
gonna
was
be
too
over.
bad.
And
it was
that
glorious and hilarious.
One step to success there. if
What's
you're
your
a
favorite
Giants
Daniel
fan.
Jones moment? Is there anything better than the breakaway falling down?
Oh, that's exactly what came to mind for me.
There's nothing more visually funny than that, even though it is. I do enjoy the cut-ups of him having multiple open wide receivers and just throwing the ball into no man's land.
Yeah.
Week in, week
Did that
out.
a couple times last week.
Don't know what to do with
Cost
it.
me.
It's like you got two guys open. Let's just throw it in between them, and nobody will be able to get it.
You know, listening to Stink there talk about how Mahomes struggles, I think that's really everything that's come down to it with the Cowboys this year. Just speeding the quarterback up, forcing quicker decisions. Even the greats are going to really, really struggle when you can, get some pressure. And I think that's line item number one for salvaging what is left of Dak Prescott's career, is giving him time, allowing him to play at his own pace as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that would go a long way. You got to build this thing out in the trenches, and that's going to be the plan. It's going to be the plan, right, boys?
I'm all about the trench play.
Build out the trenches.
I think so. If you can't get a great offensive lineman, like there isn't the tackle there wherever you're picking, top 5, top 10, that's an automatic trade down. We're moving down into the middle of the first round. We're taking the best offensive lineman there and picking up additional draft capital.
Here for it. Totally here for it.
Who is more important for him going forward, because you're with the money situation stuff? Is it stockpiling offensive linemen or getting offensive weapons with backs, tight ends, and receivers?
I think it's the line.
I think it's the line.
Yeah. I think it's the line, and then
If they get the line fixed, you feel like they could win with mid-level receiver. Well, they'll have one receiver that they've got.
Yeah,
lined
you
up.
got CD.
But right now you've got just one receiver, right?
Yeah, one all-pro caliber guy and then maybe one other dude who makes some Pro Bowls and then some solid starters elsewhere. I think that could definitely work. I think we've seen in the past where he's got a number of weapons, and if the protection isn't there, then it kind of looks like what it's looked like this year at times.
Yeah, you had Amari, CD, Gallup, Cedric Wilson, all there, and they put up 17 points in the wild card round against the Niners. So he's had the weapons where you look at and you're like, okay, this is pretty damn good.
That's fair.
I think it really all comes back to the line of scrimmage and on both sides of the football, because the defensive line's not where it needs to be either. So to me,
that's when the Niners were at their best too. They were like great defensive line, two awesome linebackers, so secondary. We're good. I think attacking the trenches has to be the focus. Now, the problem with that is those guys don't sell TV ratings or jerseys.
No,
sorry, I'll leave it at that.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And I think that we get consumed with like a lot of the skill players, especially when we talk about in the first round. And I think it's just like it's fascinating because I think you go back to what are positions where they don't have to be reliant on others to be successful.
Yes.
As a wide receiver, I need to make sure my line's good to give my quarterback time, and I need to make sure my quarterback's okay to get me the football. As a running back, we say, okay, are they as good as their offensive line? You're reliant on them. As a quarterback, hey, that's the most important position, but you're still, how good's your line to an extent? How good's the weapons around you, right? I think offensive line and defensive line, you're dictating by yourself in your one-on-one matchup, how effective can I be on this snap?
Do you feel like you have to replace 3 of the 5 positions on your offensive line? Or do you feel like 4 or 5?
I think 3.
I think 2.
Maybe 2. Yeah. We'll see with Guyton.
And it might end up just being 1. But I think that, if you move Guyton to right tackle, I think Guyton can be a starter in the league. I'm not giving up on Tyler Guyton.
No, I was just,
he might. So left tackle might be one, although you've got Tyler Smith who you could play at left tackle. I know they don't want to do that.
They won't do that. And you saw it last week why they didn't want to do it. That's why they started.
Yeah.
Awesome Richards. They didn't. They felt
maybe that's an answer.
They felt so strongly about what was going on at defensive tackle for the Eagles.
Yeah,
they did not want to take Tyler Smith out of that spot.
I mean, you could find a great guard in the middle of the first round if you did my trade back idea. You know, if you did want to kick Tyler out to left tackle and you could find a super strong guard like staring you there at 16 or something like that, I think that could be a really good way to do it. And it gives you options. You know, if you're inside the top 10 and you want to take a tackle, you do that, you know, and move Guyton out to right. But the other thing is Terrence Steele's contract, they're probably not looking to move on from him for at least another year. So it might be a game of musical chairs and trying to figure out what works while we build. And hopefully taking the long-term view of everything along the way.
I wonder if just Terrence Steele has a lot to do with, and he hasn't played great. I mean, there's been times where he has been fine, but other times not up to what we were hopeful. I wonder if the coaching thing was a problem for him. I wonder if a coaching thing was a problem for all the whole offensive line. I wonder if
we've certainly
Mike
seen
Solari,
it huge.
Yeah, I wonder if Mike Solari has been a negative gain for this. If that's the right way to
subtraction by addition.
You know, the wrong coach can wreak havoc. 6 or 7 years ago, that whole disaster with Alexander coming over from Cincinnati.
Yeah, high hand, low hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the catch-up.
We're talking Paul Alexander, former offensive line coach.
It's my middle name.
Alexander's always screwing things up.
Come on, man.
I do think it starts, of course, with what you're going to do at coach and who's your offensive coordinator.
I'm telling you, man, I have
that's the one thing Dak hasn't had. We can talk about he's had an offensive line, he's had weapons. At times he's had both, but he's never had a wizard as an offensive play caller. So I would love to see them start there.
What if they were to hire Kellen Moore?
That'd be
as the head coach?
Yes.
I think it'd just be gross.
No.
They know that the public reaction will be bad. I think Jerry wants some at least hype.
Do you think they care what the public reaction is?
Absolutely. I think they're very knee-jerk reactive to the public reaction.
It's tough because if they were,
they'd
close the curtains.
They'd have curtains.
Things are going to be so down with the football team.
That's one thing where Jerry, hey, that's mine. I'm not doing that.
50% of this population seems like they wanted nothing to do with Dak Prescott being signed back, right?
50% of the sports radio audience.
Brian, we just saw 2 weeks ago, 3 hours after the game, Jerry says, I'm more interested in making a trade now than I was 3 hours ago. The game and the public now just like quitting on this football team.
No.
Essentially, it was a reason why he went and got Jonathan Mingo.
I think he made that trade because he was promising so many things and was delivering on none of them.
Yeah, which is the public perception, right?
It was him. It was him saying, I keep telling you I'm going to do something, and I'm not doing anything. He told you about all in.
But why would he feel that way?
He would feel that way because he hasn't delivered on anything. He went up there. Everything he said has been about him. Like it all started with all in.
Yeah.
And it just went on and on and on and on. And he hasn't delivered on any of those things.
But why would he feel he hasn't delivered on them, right? Because people are saying that.
If that's the case again, then there would have been curtains there 3 years ago.
I think that's just the stubborn nature of where he's at.
I think the stubborn nature is. I think it's always going to be prevalent here with that.
I think you're right on that.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't think do they hear what Steven's always apologizing, I'm sorry to Jerry apologizing to the fan base. You can be right in that way. But I just kind of feel like, though, that this thing is, to me, if you've got to you can't miss on this coach. You can't miss on this. And hell, Mike McCarthy for a while there, he did a fine job for you. He really, really did. But, when he took over calling the offense, that's when I think things went south for him. That his insistence of being the offensive coordinator is what led to his demise, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have moved on from Kellen Moore and brought in somebody else that was better, that would have been cool. But sticking with Kellen Moore, they'd probably be in a similar position. Their offense was we knew their offense couldn't go toe to toe versus legit defenses.
Philadelphia's offense looks somewhat different, right?
Yeah, but I think how much of that is because they have one of the best run game coordinators and offensive line coaches in the league in Stoutland. And here he wouldn't have had that.
I feel like, though, that, maybe they would have had a situation where do you think Joe Philbin? When they were winning 12 games and stuff, Joe Philbin was your offensive line coach. I think Jerry Jones didn't think that Joe Philbin can coach. And I think the coaches felt like that he could coach. The coaches and the players, I feel like but Jerry Jones determined that he couldn't be the coach, or he wasn't a good enough line coach. And then you go get Mike Solari, who really, that to me, that right there signal Mike McCarthy being play caller, changing your offensive line coach. Those are the things why your offense is not any good right now. And some of the personnel stuff with the running back situation, and then some of the stuff with the offensive line, the growing pains you had with a couple of guys.
Well, we have local legend Kyler Murray dominating the sport right now.
He really is playing great.
And I know, Wolchuk, that is it's one of your high school nemesis that is having probably the best season of his career to this point. We've seen.
He almost got decapitated the other day. I was so worried about that, bro.
I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to do that yesterday when talking about the most wow plays of the football weekend. There was a Jet player that it sent Kyler's helmet. It looked like Eric Hipple or whatever.
Eric Hipple, yeah.
It was cartoonishly. It was a ridiculous hit, man.
Oh, Eric Hipple.
That was the helmet went flying. And fortunately for Kyler, his own head didn't go with the helmet, but you thought for a second there it might have. But then he comes back in and he's fantastic. Like, the toughness is through the roof with him right now. And he completed 22 of 24 passes. And he completed each one of his final 17 passes of the game. So he will step into next Sunday on a 17 pass consecutive completion streak. And the odds of him completing each of those last 17 passes on Sunday, based on his next gen probability chart, it was less than 1%. It was a 1 in 408 chance that he would have completed his final 17 passes, but he went there and did it. And when you look at all of his numbers, he's leveled up in every single metric. All of it, all of his advanced metrics are much better than what they've been on average from 2019 to 2023. And under pressure, that's the interesting thing. And I think this is kind of a volatile deal. Some guys are just, throughout their career, they're pretty good under pressure. Other guys, they're terrible. He has never been awesome under pressure, but now this year he's like elite under pressure. The pressure's getting home, and it doesn't matter. He's still... his numbers are just, they're really, really good, even when pressure's there. So he's playing out of his mind right now, and I want to give him some love for it, including the hit that he took and then bouncing right back up, coming out, and then completing 17 for 17 to close the game out. Very, very impressive stuff there. We have the Texans on Monday night, and their coach DeMeco Ryans, who is still one of the hottest, youngest coaches in the league right now, and the Texans have a home run with that hire, but he did make an egregious coaching decision over on Sunday night. It was minus 11% in the win percentage model when he decided to kick the field goal late in the game. It was a 58-yard field goal, and of course it gets missed. It was a 4th and 4, and he absolutely should have gone for it there. Probably should have punted it over kicking the field goal. 58 yards, he misses it, and then Detroit picks it up right there, and they're able to get in field goal range quickly and kick the game winner. And it was 11% win probability that he cost his team in that moment. That's a bad one.
That's a big chunk.
But isn't Isn't their kicker one of those guys that always
he's good from 50 plus, but this is 58, and this is a game-winning 58-yard field goal. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Let me ask you
because
this.
Fairbairn is, outside of our own Brandon Aubrey, one of the best from 50 plus. But this is 58.
Would we roast McCarthy if he did the same thing with our guy with Aubrey and he missed?
You know, I think I would, because we're talking about 11%. We're like, a lot of these, we're talking about 1 or 2 percentage points when we're arguing you should have gone for it. This is 11%.
A little bit of a gut feeling, though, that your guy's not missing 50-yard
In the
field goals?
moment, I wouldn't have roasted him for doing it if it was Brandon Aubrey, just because we feel so good about Aubrey.
And I think they had to feel good about their
But
guy.
hindsight, I mean, you see 11%, which, I mean, we're not privy to in the moment necessarily, unless, I mean, you know where to look for that, but
I'm just saying
that
this
is a big, that is a lot.
This dude makes 50-yard field goals. I mean, he with some regularity.
He does.
But
game on the line now, so now you've cranked up the pressure on him, and it's 58. You know, it's not 51.
Okay, you punt and you still lose the game. How you feeling about that if you've got a dude that's making 50-yard field goals?
Yeah, there will be some second-guess special.
Yeah,
I think ultimately
you're second-guessing him now.
We're talking about 11%.
I'm telling you, man, if they
bro.
punt that ball and the Lions still drive the field and kick the game winner, you're kicking his ass for not going for a field goal.
Well, I'm kicking his ass for not going for it on 4th and 4 when that's what he should have done. He should have gone for it because, again, we're talking about 11%. 11% your win probability swings by going for it or kicking the field goal. You kicked the field goal. That was probably the worst of your three options right there, which were go for it, punt, or kick it.
I'm just saying, man, that dude's knocking home 50-yard field goals every week. And I mean, that to me, that right there is just unfortunate. You didn't make a play. You lost the game because your guy who makes 50-yard field goals didn't make
come
one.
up for you there.
Yeah. And I swear to God, Eric, you are kicking his ass. If they punt the ball and all of a sudden they throw one to St. Brown and now it's in field goal range and you're going, dude, you had it. Your kicker's 12 of 14 from 50 plus. You're kicking his ass. 11% or not, you're kicking his ass.
All right. Well, there it is. That's the truth.
I'm just saying, man.
Somebody have a gavel, smash it.
Ding, ding, ding.
I'm just saying, bro. But come on, man. Right?
I'm asking him to go for it. I'm not asking him to punt it, even though the win percentage points do show that you probably should punt it there. But either way, over kicking the field goal. But what he should have done is give his team a 11% chance better to win by going for it on 4th and 4. Yeah. Is probably what he should have done. Yeah. But you're right. The second guess specials are real, and we can all play Tuesday morning quarterback.
No, I know that to me that if they try the field goal with Aubrey and they miss it, then you know what? We put our best out there.
We'd have lived with that. I don't know about
we put our
the
best
Texans.
out there, yeah, and it didn't work.
No, it did not work. Okay, well, let's go into the Expressway commercial free to the top of the hour. We'll get you to LA Live as quickly as possible, and we have some football sounds of the day for you next year on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order
All right, thanks to the on-time experts allowing us to go commercial-free here to the top of the hour, and we will get you to LA Live here as quickly as possible with Lucius Alexander. It is the G-Bag Nation. We have some football sounds of the day to bring you. Shout out to Cars for Kids and Window Nation. It's also the 5 o'clock football hour. Wolchuk, you know what that means.
Oh, baby. Yes, I do. That's presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football, and gosh, we love your wings.
Yes, we do. We're talking Cowboys with Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports coming up at the top of the hour. But, yeah, we got to get into a couple of these football clips here, man. It's pretty amazing what's going around the NFL right now. The first thing I want to do is give you the Bears stat of the day. They, of course, are firing people left and right, and people are calling back to draft weekend after Caleb Williams was selected number 1 overall, and then later on in the draft, the Bears drafted punter Tory Taylor, and Caleb Williams had texted him, hey, you're not going to punt too much this year. And then the numbers come out, and at this point, Tory Taylor, the punter for the Bears, has punted for more yards than Caleb Williams has racked up through the air or on the ground.
Oh.
So
it's not good.
It's tough right now, man. It is. And I feel for Caleb Williams because he's been put in a disastrous situation from coaching to bad offensive line. Everything's terrible there. It would just suck to be a Bears fan. It sucks to be a Cowboys fan right now for sure.
That's for sure.
Being a Bears fan, though, I mean, we all knew you should have fired your head coach just in the offseason, started anew, but you didn't do it, and now things are just falling apart right in front of you. And yesterday on Chicago radio, Matt Eberflus was on doing his weekly segment, and his signal on his phone was bad throughout the interview. And then it gets to this point here where we're going to jump into it. The signal's really, really bad, and then the radio host takes a nice little shot.
We got to pull those experiences.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Wow, man, that was a good line, though.
It's a pretty good line. I don't know if Eberflus was there to hear it the same way Jerry was there to hear the opening monologue for with Sean and RJ this morning.
Fantastic.
Which, of course, won G-Bag of the day. We'll hear that here in a few minutes. But, yeah, I thought that was a pretty good line. It was definitely a pretty good line off the cuff there, taking shots, and everybody's down and out in Chicago right now, so I get it.
As they should be. I don't understand the, hey, I want to bench Caleb Williams. But if you're looking out maybe for the young man's future and you're thinking, gosh, we got a gauntlet of a schedule coming up and he is just getting beaten to a pulp and you want to just preserve him, maybe there I could understand the justification. Otherwise, you got to let the rookie quarterback play it out, man. And it's probably just going to be a really, really bad year. I'm sure Justin Fields is feeling somewhat vindicated now as well. As he said to everybody, it was probably the coaching last year too. And I think he was 100% right that Eberflus and the entire hiring process they've got going on there in Chicago is pretty bad right now. But maybe Ben Johnson saves the day.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if the shine hasn't worn off of that entire situation. Now, I want to take you to Sunday Night Football. This is halftime here. It's Detroit, and it's the Texans. And this is before D'Amico Ryans bleeps his team with a bad decision late in the game. This is Man Campbell coming out of the locker room at halftime. He's doing the halftime little moment there with the sideline reporter. And listen, this is just
Stark, huh?
This is just the run that Man Campbell and the Lions are on right now. Listen to what he's asking for, key to victory in the second half, and then you'll hear what happens while he's saying that.
Our defense has to get a couple of takeaways. We're not going to get it all at one chunk here, so just one at a time. We'll do that. We'll play this out until we get 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter before we turn on, but we'll do it. Okay, Don.
He said it. They had to get takeaways,
and they sure did. It was as he was saying it, there was a Detroit Lion defender intercepting the pass from C.J. Stroud. It's just that's the type of run that Man Campbell and the Lions are on right now, dude. Even when they're down, they're about to just speak into existence that they're on the come up. And apparently the Jared Goff stat of the day yesterday, was a ball sacking.
Was it?
Yeah.
Stat Muse was even in on this one.
I feel for you on this one. The reason why I know it was a ball sacking is because Aaron Rodgers was doing his hit with McAfee today.
Okay.
and they start talking about the Lions for a second, and he references the Jared Goff stat.
McAfee does?
Yeah, McAfee and Rodgers do. They have a little interaction about it. But then the guy who tweeted out the stat, which was a crazy stat, it says this is now Jared Goff's 7th career game with at least 4 interceptions, and he's 6-0 in those games.
Which would have made him 7-0 because they won this one.
That's right. So that was the stat. Like, wow, Jared Goff has had just terrible games where he throws interceptions, but somehow his teams still win. And it gets community noted. And the guy who tweeted out the stat, he clipped the McAfee and Aaron Rodgers conversation about it. And he says, if you ever wondered how easy it is to spread fake information, I made this stat up while laying in bed at halftime of the game.
Yeah, 214, you did say that, but he put a StatMuse thing under it, too. He must have faked it.
That's all it takes. So this guy was sitting.
StatMuse is on, I'm like, okay, well, I guess he's fact-checked it.
This guy, at Mr. Civ on Twitter, was just tweeting out ballsack stats. Walchuk took it and ran with it. Aaron Rodgers and Pat McAfee did as well, and that is the world we live in. It's just, there's booby traps everywhere.
It's unbelievable.
You have to be very, very careful.
These freaking sackers, man.
Yeah, they're real. Now, what happened on the airplane with the Lions fans?
There was a lot of great content that came from this game. This will actually be cut 17 here, Lucius, but there was a flight coming into Detroit. Bunch of Lion fans on it, and it's the Jake Bates field goal to win the game, and all of a sudden the flight attendant pops on for the final address announcement as the flight's, I guess, about to land, and Lion fans just lost their minds.
It's been our absolute pleasure to have you on board tonight. So, congratulations to the Lions. My apologies. I was given misinformation.
Yes! No, no!
We win! There must have been one poor Texan fan on that flight yelling, no, no! But the Lions did win it, and all the Lion faithful that were on that flight were very, very happy. But that is a moment where it's like, ma'am, please, no thank you, not now. You can wait 2 seconds. Just let's see what happens with this field goal.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you have to read the room better than that. You just have to know better in a moment like that. But that I love those Detroit Lions fans. That's a tough place to be, trying to watch the game. I can imagine you, Walchuk, in an airplane trying to hold yourself together watching a Cowboys game.
I had to do it one time.
You were watching a game on an airplane?
One time it was on the road against the Giants. It was when Rod Smith had, I think, maybe a 3-touchdown game. I mean, he had, one of them was
Jalen Smith's brother.
Yes, he had an unbelievable game. One of them was a really long touchdown. The Cowboys did win, and I was coming back from a wedding in Michigan, and I had to watch it on the airplane.
I bet you were a disaster to have to sit next to.
Probably.
Okay, this was funny yesterday. Before Monday Night Football, you have Colin Cowherd and Jason McIntyre doing their radio show, and they're pontificating about what's going to happen on Monday Night Football, and this is bad. Here it is.
Well, the Rams are still not healthy on the interior of their O-line. They're playing a rookie center. They don't want to. They're playing a pretty marginal left guard. So it's still not a great O-line. Is Christian Wilkins playing the D tackle for the Dolphins?
They're not going to do inactives until a little later today.
So, I mean, I think the Rams could have a little problem running the ball tonight.
He referenced Christian Wilkins and was wondering if he was playing for the Dolphins last night. Of course, he wasn't, because he's a Vegas Raider after signing a 4-year, $110 million contract in this past offseason. Yeah. So it was a good pull there. I don't know how Christian Wilkins popped into his brain, but he did it right there.
What Dolphin fans players do I know from like the last couple of years? And by the way, Bo Limmer, that rookie center that he's talking about, been really damn good. Yeah. They got him in the 6th round, and that looks like another hit for them. Coming into the game, he had allowed 0 sacks, 1 hit, 1 hurry, 1 pressure. So the rookie center that they don't want to play, they definitely are really thrilled by his performance so far and are very much excited to play him.
Here's Colin Cowherd doing what he does best. That was he was sort of trying to, I guess, ball sack some people there. Everybody wondering, is Christian Wilkins playing? He doesn't even play for the team. So it was a tough way to kick off his program yesterday. Now, do you have any more clips, or have you emptied it?
Did you guys notice last night we had the Tua moment where he throws the interception and then he goes to try and make a tackle and he ends up getting kneed in the head? Oh. And anything that has to do with Tua being hit in the head is one where we're all just holding our breath. And Tua, of course, had to address it post-game. Take it away, Tua.
Interception even when they put a tackle. How you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. Everything's good. I went up to that dude that intercepted me and asked him, like, bro, you couldn't just like ran out of bounds or like cut back. It's like you seen me and I seen you. Like you wanted to just run me over. He told me after the game he's like there's no room there, like there was nowhere else to go. So he got to do what he got to do to help his team win games. And I wasn't planning on using my head to go hit him.
Stuck your shoulder down there, but I guess his leg kind of did kick like the side of your head. You never felt any ill effects from it?
Nah, I didn't feel any of that. That was pretty bad tackling for him, though. That was pretty terrible.
It is still crazy seeing Achane out there. He's wearing the Guardian cap.
He is.
Tua, who we've been like worried, did we just witness a death on the football field, just says, no, I don't need to do that. It's okay. I'll be all right.
I can't believe he did that. I mean, it was the same type of play that Mahomes did earlier in the season when he hurt Rashee Rice right there on the sideline. You could end up hurting one of your own players or yourself. That's just got to be a stay away. They have to practice that. All right, Tua, you're going to throw an interception in the game on Sunday. Practice what you're going to do when you do that. And he really should just take a seat right where he is in the pocket when he throws the interception, or run to the opposite side of the field wherever the guy with the ball is. But him throwing his body in there like that was absolutely ridiculous. Stop. Who do you guys think is Pro Football Focus's highest graded offensive player on the Cowboys for the season?
Probably Rico.
Highest graded
player on the Cowboys offense this year?
Tyler Smith.
Well, Chuck wins. It was Rico Dowdle.
Well, you gave us the running back PFF numbers. What was it last week? And Rico was like in the top 5.
Well, that was the success rates. Yeah. So
they seem to like him.
Yeah. His advanced metrics are pretty solid. He doesn't have quite the volume that you would expect for a guy that's been as productive as he's been, but he is the highest graded Cowboy for the season according to Pro Football Focus. And the blocking grades from Sunday. They had Awesome Richards was according to Pro Football Focus, your second best pass blocking lineman.
Yeah.
To Tyler Smith.
But the run blocking was low.
The run blocking was
46.
the worst. It was apparently the worst grade run blocking of all the offensive linemen for the Cowboys on Sunday. Awesome Richards was the worst. Yeah. But his pass blocking was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, did you see the Zach Martin stat?
He was your second worst pass blocker on Sunday.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, he's given up. This is from our buddy Brandon Laurie. He's given up 21 pressures this season, according to PFF.
He gave up 7 last week.
That's crazy.
Against Atlanta.
He gave up 21 total pressures all of last season and 24 the season before. There's still 8 games left this year.
Yeah, he has to be so injured that he's barely even getting onto the field on Sundays. From the back, I mean, we were playing the clips in 2 Guys 1 Booth.
Yeah.
He's broken and battered.
He's playing on one leg and one shoulder right now. I mean, he's battling through a lot of things.
Yeah, he's got a bad back, all that kind of stuff. It's setting in, and it's a bummer. I hate to see it, but it was somewhat of a positive to see Awesome Richards do some pass blocking in a respectful manner on Sunday.
Absolutely
that could be cool. Harry Douglas, the former wide receiver in the NFL, who's now with ESPN, was tweeting, and kudos to him. He at least tagged Micah in the tweet. He says, I told y'all Micah Parsons is a phenomenal player, but he talks too damn much. That bleep isn't cute and very disrespectful to his entire locker room on the heels of the comments about Mike McCarthy. And Micah responded, because again, Harry Douglas didn't subtweet
That's what I'm
him.
saying. I at your favorite rapper.
Exactly.
I added him.
So Micah responded, he says, you want some attention, huh? I'm not finna carry your career and boost your following. So there's some, I mean, these players love to, you just saw what James Jones did. Usually you see the players having players' backs.
Yeah.
Not the case.
No, we got infighting.
We do. And the Bet Online odds for your next Cowboy head coach, who do you think's the favorite?
Mike Vrabel.
He's number 1.
Numero uno.
And then it's Ben Johnson. Then it's Bill Belichick. Then it's Brian Flores. And then it's Cliff Kingsbury. If you outside of Ben Johnson, if those are the 4, If it's Kingsbury, Flores, Belichick, and Vrabel, what's your pick?
What they would do or what I would do?
What you would do.
Say again?
Kingsbury, Flores, Belichick, and Vrabel.
All those guys.
I think I'd go Vrabel.
Ben Johnson.
Yes. Outside of Ben Johnson, because I think that's like he's the leader in the clubhouse.
But he's not part of the
he said excluding Ben Johnson.
Excluding, my bad.
Because I don't know if Ben Johnson's going to want to coach here. I don't think a guy with as much opportunities as he's going to have is going to want to tie himself to Jerry.
Of the names you all gave, Vrabel.
You'd go Vrabel,
yeah.
And then you just got to wonder, hey, who's that offensive coordinator that he's going to hire?
That's the trick.
I'd feel the same way about Flores, right? You know, who would be Flores' offensive coordinator? I know you're going to be good with defense, and you will add some toughness and attitude and some discipline.
Yeah, if you could tell me who their staff is going to be, I would totally handicap that thing the right way, I think.
Okay, pick your game day sign here from Texas Tech fans from Saturday. Dion's toes are in my fridge. That was one of them. Or Coach Prime likes Rocky Mountain oysters on his tortillas.
Oh, bro.
And they had graphics to go along with it.
Wow, the graphics might set it
not
apart.
safe for work.
I think the toes one is pretty funny, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like the toes.
Toes in the fridge?
Toes in the fridge is pretty damn hilarious.
Save them for later.
It is official, by the way. Derek Lively, according to Shams Charania, in tonight for your Dallas Mavericks against Golden State.
Beautiful.
He's
all right.
back.
Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports talking Cowboys top of the hour, but right now it's time for LA Live.
So, Mr. Broadus?
Sir.
We figured out what's going on with my pipes at the house.
Uh-oh.
Apparently some roots grew around the pipes and cracked them.
Cracked the
darn pipes.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It's about $1,200 so far and counting because the guys haven't left.
Oh, jeez.
You gotta, from experience, you gotta rock salt your toilets.
What is that? What?
Flush them. The salt does something about the rock salt makes the roots die and want to leave. Yeah, because I'm having that issue at my place right now, and I'm trying to prolong having to actually fix it.
Good for you. Yeah, because the man was saying something like every 2 to 3 years this can be a problem if you don't take. Man,
start flushing rock salt.
Where were you, bro? I needed you about 6 months ago, my guy.
Hey, I just learned this. I had the same issue. I had toilets overflowing probably 2 months ago.
Damn roots, huh?
Yeah, roots, man. Roots.
Well, they just wrap around They wrap around it?
They find a way to grow into it. They're clogging stuff up.
Yeah.
Man. It's a real disaster.
They grow into the pipe?
Yeah. And my man said he found some wipes in there.
Yeah.
We don't even flush wipes. I have a bidet. So this is from the people that lived there previously, my guy.
I don't care what they say about flushable wipes. There is no such thing.
No such thing.
No such thing.
Learn something today. All right, y'all, here we go. Let's get into a Toxic Tuesday version of LA Live right after Mr. Toxic Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance some of everything.
Everybody get high.
I don't know what's happened to masculinity the last few years. Masculinity's far everywhere. Yeah, I'm an alpha, dude. Do you have any idea how many alphas are out there? Every dude that's ever seen a kettlebell, I'm an alpha. It's like, do you know anything about wolves? There's only one alpha. And it's Joe Rogan. It's not you. He's your alpha. And you say what he says. Oh, the other day I was thinking, were you? Or are you just listening and repeating? I'm an alpha. No, Joe Rogan's your alpha. He feeds you supplements like a baby bird. He gives you things to say, and like a baby, like, more Joe Rogan. Nom, 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 nom. And you walk around, alpha there.
Some hating right there. Some big time hating. And I do have Alpha Brain with me right here, and I learned about that through Joe Rogan. So, hey.
You like the Alpha Brain stuff?
I do like the Alpha Brain stuff. Yeah, I can control my dreams. Yeah, if I take enough of those, it becomes like real vivid. And I can control them, dog. I can go back to sleep and get back into the dream. I can, before I go to sleep, on the Alpha Brain, I don't know if everybody experiences this, but me, I can think about what I want to dream about and maybe get there. Like, I get close. You know, you might not see the girl's face, but you see the body. You know?
You see the body.
Yeah, you never see anybody's face. It's nothing like that, but you do see the body. This is LA Live for Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. It is a toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. I appreciate you joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Before I get into the toxic stuff, did y'all see that Quincy Jones left his 7 kids $80 million apiece?
But that is a lot.
That is a lot of bread, dog.
7 kids, 1 lady, 1 wife?
7 kids. I don't know.
I know Rashida.
Yeah, Rashida Jones. I don't know if he left anything to his wife. I just seen the kids situation. 7 kids. And shout out to him, man, because I think the kids are with Peggy Lipton. Remember Peggy Lipton at all? Yeah. Quincy Jones and Peggy Lipton made some classics.
Yeah.
Talking about Rashida Jones and Keita Jones and Kenya Jones.
Yeah.
They made some classics where they collaborated. All right, let's see.
He had a brief affair with Carol Reynolds, and he has a daughter named Rachel.
Okay, Rachel Reynolds.
I guess the rest are with the other one.
With Peggy Lipton.
With Peggy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Rashida Jones, Keita Jones, and Kenya Jones right there. Quincy Jones put his magic on that. G-Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Back Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Mr. Jerry Jones. He joined the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? And this is how it started.
And I know Jerry would say this is what I signed up for, but I do respect him just showing up for all these interviews while all this is happening. Like, this has to be a beating. And he's putting his jaw out there after the game twice a week with us. That's gotta stink.
There's you always say this in gambling, boy, when this game, it's a bad loss. You got kicked right in the you know what.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting kicked there,
but he's showing up for it. He takes the question, so that's got to be difficult. I do respect that.
People pay good money for that.
Getting kicked?
Oh yeah,
it's kinky like RJ.
They don't.
Let's bring in Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey guys, good to be on with you. And I was listening to you there in your monologue, real good, and you've got me really good and softened up. So let me have it.
Let me have it. Man, this man knows how to get you, bro. He is such a salesman. He knows how to get you. You can be so mad at him, and he opens the thing like that. And you're like, man, that boy Jerry, though. That boy Jerry, though.
Charisma.
Yeah, he knows how to glamour you. He knows how to glamour you like a True Blood. All right, let's see here. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Did y'all see Lamar Odom? Have you seen what he done lately?
Okay, is this the doll?
This is the sex doll.
Yeah.
This is 100% the sex doll.
I did see this. Now, I'm nervous about bringing anything to the air because of potential ball sacking, but there was a video of him in the store, so I felt like this has got to be real.
It was real, bro. Yeah, this is a real doll company. The former Los Angeles Laker ordered a custom-made doll designed by, what is this? The Real Doll, company called the Real Doll. Real Doll. He also got it designed like his ex-wife, Khloe Kardashian.
Misses her.
Now, isn't that kind of strange to y'all?
Yes.
This is your ex-wife, and you went and got a sex doll designed just like her. He said he wanted a likeness of her for his own reasons. That's what he said. That's quotes, for his own reasons. The Real Doll price tag is between $5,000 and $9,000. He paid $20K. So he got some upgrades on his joint.
Wow. Voice activated?
Yeah, he's got some real life upgrades.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't express what I think the upgrades are here on FCC, but
the molding, little birthmarks.
Yeah, he's got all types of wild stuff.
That one freckle.
Oh my gosh. The Real Doll, known for its attention to detail, offers customizable features in color, size, and even personality. Wow.
Personality.
Yeah, has a personality. I wonder if he got her personality too. That's creepy, bro.
That is creepy.
That's creepy.
Is this like a robot kind of doll?
Yeah.
It sounds very much like it.
It sounds like that. It's equipped with interactive models. They have artificial intelligence. So yeah, interactive models with artificial intelligence.
I'd draw the line with the AI there.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy, my guy. You went and got your ex-wife as a sex doll. with her personality. Anyway,
I would have to do that for like if something I would have to bring my wife back for as a sandwich doll. Not a sex doll, but like she makes the best sandwiches, and so the
robot
the goal,
makes sandwiches.
The robot doll I would make just like my wife, and she would that doll's sole purpose would just be to continue making those.
A sandwich doll.
Sandwich doll.
Come on over, hon. I need
Why
a
not?
sandwich.
We have sex dolls. Why don't we have sandwich dolls?
We should have
all
sandwich
different
dolls.
iterations of these dolls.
you know what? If he lost her, I would understand that. If he lost her a time ago, and I mean like she's with Abraham now type of vibes, you know, she's up in the bosom of the Lord, then I would understand that. But she's a living person walking around here. I wonder if he got a BBL on it.
Oh, 100%.
Got a BBL on it.
That's restraining order kind of stuff.
100%. That's what I'm feeling. Hey, but Lamar's a wild dude. Somebody in there Google Lamar Odom getting the lap dance at the barbershop.
At the barbershop?
Yeah, at the barbershop. And watch his face when the girl turns around. And she's dancing, she's twerking, and she just looks back. You know how they look back a little bit? And Lamar just gave her the creepiest stare, bro. Oh yeah, you see it? Look at his face, fool.
Oh my gosh. This is at a barbershop.
It's at a barbershop.
That is
for real.
strange.
Full
Is that a
service barbershop?
I wish. I paid about damn near $80 sometimes to get my hair cut, and I ain't never seen nobody in there twerking like that.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of fools arguing about facts they don't understand.
Yeah.
But it's so entertaining. I love being there. Yeah, you see, that's your boy Lamar. He a wild boy. Look at his eyes.
That is crazy.
Look at his eyes, and that little thing be wagada. He just looking at it.
Dude is wild.
He's a wild boy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he needs to be stopped. They shouldn't allow this. They shouldn't allow this. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the Toxic Tuesday. Now, you know how these content creators have been posing as underage kids online so they can meet up with dudes, beat the hell out of them, and then put it on the internet to go viral?
Sure.
Content creators. I paid a little
tally guy.
Yes,
One of them.
that's weird. That's weird. You know, they catch a predator and then they have a dude like rapping to the predator as he's getting beat up. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I'll play a little clip of something so you guys kind of have a reminder. This dude right here got caught. They smacked him around a few times.
Say, I'm never going to meet up with children again.
Never gonna meet up with children again.
Here comes your little security friends. My table. Down. You ready? Chin up, chest out.
They keep going. Anyway, I'm bringing this up to you because 12 students from Salisbury University have been charged with kidnapping a pedo. Can you say pedo? Is that rude? Should I be concerned with how they feel?
No, you should not.
No, you can say it. I believe it.
I should be. I don't really think I should be concerned with how they feel, but hey, here we are.
We're shortening everything these days.
Yeah. According to Salisbury police, the victim, who remains unnamed, was targeted due to his sexual preferences. This is sounding kind of strange to me, bro. They set up a fake social media account on Grindr, posing as a 16-year-old to invite the victim, they call this man a victim, to the residence under false pretenses. Because he thinks he's about to meet up with some young Tinder thing.
Sure.
They calling this man a victim. The victim was ambushed by a group of college-aged men who surrounded him, forcing him to sit in a chair in the middle of the room. And he was punched, kicked, spit on, taunted with derogatory slurs. What's a derogatory slur? They call him a pedo? Is that a derogatory slur?
Probably so. Probably more than that, too.
Might be considered one now.
Insane to me.
They're painting him as the victim.
They're painting him as the victim, bro. Like, I get it. If you're a cop, you would probably get to the kids and say, hey, man, you don't have to do this. We can handle that. I understand. But I wouldn't hit them with charges. The victim even tried to flee multiple times, but was thrown to the ground every single time. The assault lasted several minutes, just several minutes before he was finally allowed to leave. The victim ended up with bruises all over his body. Now the 12 suspects